Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a payday Friday. Payday Friday here in the Bay Area. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, you're not getting my money. That's for damn sure. The cops, the students. Sam Loveman back there by himself. No Shasky today. We're Shasky free. Still feeling a little weak from getting that knot taken from his, I guess, scraped off of his forehead. I guess that's appropriate. So he needs a little rest. He was loopy off the Tylenol yesterday. I was loopy due to the lack of sleep. But you know what, Loveman? I got a big nap in. I got a great sleep. I watched some gymnastics. I'm feeling good today, but I'm not feeling as well as Patrick Willis. Patrick Willis, our very own, is getting inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame as football was back yesterday. That's right. Texans and Bears in Canton, Ohio at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It did get canceled early. I mean, it got, inclement weather. It's preseason football. We don't need to play it out, but the Bears did win 21-17, but Texans look good, but you get the Hall of Fame class and our very own Patrick Willis going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That'd be a lot of fun. Jim Harbaugh sending a lot of guys there with the Chargers. A lot of guys from the Chargers staff were former 49ers, former teammates with Patrick Willis, so that's going to be a lot of fun. What up, Loveman? Good morning, buddy.
Yeah, hello there, Bonte. It was pretty cool to see football on the TV last night. There's always that whole we made it through the offseason feeling. Of course, I'm one of those people I kind of I only get so excited for preseason football, but last night for the first time, I think, in my football viewing life of 31 years, I was very interested to see what a kickoff would look like. We did see the debut of the new kickoff rule last night, Bonte. I'll say this, is it the most aesthetically pleasing thing you're going to see on a football field? No, not really.
Probably not.
But what I did notice, and I don't know how many people are going to kind of share this belief, but once the returner makes it about 10 yards, it looks just like any other kickoff from last year. So if you could kind of get over that weird start to it, I think you'll be all good.
Well, look, do you have the Joe Buck, ESPN, alongside Troy Aikman? It was good to hear Buck and Aikman yesterday in Canton, Ohio, and they broke it down right away. And we saw the graphics of the kickoff, and Joe Buck tried his best to explain it. Love it. If you can hit me with Joe Buck.
There's also a lot of excitement with a change in the kickoff rule, which is entirely different than any of us have seen in the NFL. Teams kick off from the 35. The 10 players in the kicking team start at the opponent's 40. At least 9 receiving team players must be in the setup zone between their own 30 and 35. Play begins when the ball's touched or hits the ground in the end zone or landing zone, the area between the receiving team's goal line and the 20. Touchbacks that land in the end zone are brought out to the 30. Touchbacks that roll into the end zone from the landing zone are brought out to the 20. You got all that? We're going to hang on for dear life tonight, but man, is it going to be fun to watch this unfold.
It's going to be fun to watch it unfold there as they're trying to prevent, head injuries and try to make the kickoffs safer and also more dynamic. So I think people will get creative. Special teams coordinators would love to get a special teams coach on at some point during the preseason to explain what their strategy is or what they think about the new kickoff rule. But look, they're trying to spice it up there like they did the extra points a few years ago where they moved the extra points back to make it more, the extra points used to be what? You kick it off or kick the field goal from the 3-yard line. It's a chip shot. It's rare that a kicker misses that. Yeah, no doubt. So they moved them back, and now all of a sudden you get all these extra points that are getting missed, and you got to go for 2. It kind of screws up the score there. So the NFL trying to spice up the kickoff return game, Loveman.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see how this spices it up because, you make a good point there. There was a point in time where the extra point, it was such a formality. Yep. You wonder why we even did it. And now it's to the point where, I hate to pick at this wound, but a missed extra point was kind of a big deal in the Super Bowl this last year. So
go figure.
There you go. So I'm glad because I know there were talks of maybe just getting rid of the kickoff entirely.
Right.
I'm glad they didn't do that because, again, the kickoff, it was kind of becoming a formality with these kickers just kind of booting the ball out of the end zone. But when you did get returns, you could still, there was potential to see something come about a return, whether it was, a big return or someone takes it to the house. There was still excitement to be had there. I feel like this is like a good little middle ground between what we had before versus the extreme of just getting rid of it entirely.
You know, Devin Hester is getting inducted tomorrow, and you saw him yesterday as the Bears are playing the Texans, and you got Andre Johnson, the greatest Texan of all time, one of the greatest Miami Hurricane receivers of all time. But Devin Hester, who also played at the University of Miami, where would he be without that kickoff return? You talk about that kickoff return to start a Super Bowl against the Indianapolis Colts. So the kickoff return game, you got to have it in there. I'm glad they kept it. I'm eager to see how this plays out there. But we got football back, although we didn't see Caleb Williams play. We didn't see C.J. Stroud play. No starters whatsoever. So we're going to have to wait on that. And I would like to see a few snaps just like Troy Aikman, but more so for 49er fans, our very own Patrick Willis is going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis, to 2007 NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. First-round pick back in 2007, 11th overall, and basically took the starting job right in that preseason as a rookie and became a leader for this football team. Now, it feels like a Gale Sayers type of induction, right? Gale Sayers, a Kansas Comet with the Chicago Bears, had a short-lived career, 7-8 years, but he was so dynamic, he got inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Terrell Davis had really 3 to 4 monster seasons with the Denver Broncos, 2 Super Bowls, got inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Patrick Willis retired prematurely due to foot injuries. But boy, was he special. First-team All-Pro, 5-time first-team All-Pro, Patrick Willis, a second-team All-Pro, a 7-time Pro Bowler. You know, you think about solo tackles leader in 07 and 09. He was the leader, the 2010s All-Decade team, Buckus Award, All-Rookie team, 49ers Hall of Famer. And what he did, what he embodied during that run, there was a lot of losing seasons, a lot of dark years, where there was Mike Nolan, where there was Mike Singletary. But you know what? They identified this guy at the Senior Bowl. And despite the losing, he never took a play off. He gave the Niners everything he had. Everything. Sideline to sideline, 3-down linebacker, basically rewrote the position. And then later on comes NaVorro Bowman, and they form one of the best tandems we've seen in 49ers football history. So you think about his story growing up with all the siblings. And you know, at the age of 10, he's working full-time in cotton fields, Lubman. Working full-time in cotton fields. You talk about all the poverty he had to endure as a young man. And then to go to Ole Miss, plays with a broken hand at Ole Miss, gets drafted by the Niners, and he's going to get his due tomorrow. So shout out to Patrick Willis. And you know, I was thinking of seeing Patrick Willis yesterday, Lubman. It got me thinking about Fred Warner. Fred Warner has yet to miss a game with the 49ers. And I never thought, Shasky always says it, I never thought we'd see anybody close to Patrick Willis in a 49er uniform. And along comes this guy from BYU wearing number 48, who's a hybrid safety at BYU. And you look at what he's doing with the 49ers now at number 54. And he's considered the best linebacker in football. So, you know, when you think about Patrick Willis, I think about Fred Warner, and one day maybe he's going into Canton, Ohio, into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But hit me with the highlight. One of my favorite highlights of Patrick Willis, this was in week 2 in Seattle. What was it? I think it was 08-09 against Seattle. Niners down 2013. Joe Hawks is in the building. He remembers this play. Go ahead and hit me with the love.
Center, going to throw. Has time, goes for the end zone, ball deflected. Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up the right sideline. Beats one man, gets by Hasselbeck, needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85 yards deflected. Interception, touchdown for Patrick Willis.
Joe Starkey on the call. That was his second NFL season. 86-yard. Pick 6 to help the Niners win that football game, and he was named to the Pro Bowl that season. And he established himself right then and there as one of the best linebackers in football. The speed, the physicality. We think about the hit on Brad Smith against the New York Jets, the hit on Reggie Bush on Monday Night Football against the Saints on Jerry Rice Day, Jerry Rice Night. This guy had everything, Sam Lubman. So he gets his due tomorrow. I think 49er fans should be excited that Patrick Willis is finally inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you know, you're speaking of that hit on Brad Smith. Just listen to how that sounded.
Oh, what a hit. Look out, Brad Smith. My goodness. I'm not sure about this one. Somehow he gets to his feet. That was Patrick Willis who hit him high. Michael Lewis had him down low.
I love it. Just those replays where you hear the collision. I mean, just...
Oh, what a hit.
Well, it's like that, Benjamin run that we love to play, where you hear just the thud through the audio of it. And when you talk about Patrick Willis, it's you made that Gale Sayers comp for you there, Bonte, and I think that's a good one there because there was a lot of emotions with a player like that because when he came into this organization, it was a very dark time in Niners history, and he was a shining light during that late 2000s when the Niners were, not very good. And what I really love about Patrick Willis was he was kind of like that next wave of just hard-hitting, crushing linebackers. And that's probably me and probably a lot of other people. That was my favorite thing to watch about him. Not just the way he was able to play sideline to sideline, not just the way he was able to gobble up tackles left and right, because he played on defenses where he kind of needed to be that do-it-all guy, gobbling up tackles left and right. But being able to lay those heavy hits, play the game as hard as he did, be available as much as he was. I mean, he missed the most games he ever missed in a season up until that last season. I mean, you had 16, 16, 16, 15, 13, 16, 14. Then the foot injuries kind of take hold there in 2014 when the Harbaugh era came to an end. But he was one of those guys, when you talk about just like guys you're kind of heartbroken for that they didn't get that ultimate champion, that ultimate prize of that championship. There's a lot of guys on those Niner teams who, him, Frank Gore, Navarro Bowman, I think Justin Smith, who, among others, who were not, they were on some of those bad Niner teams, but then they were on those really good Harbaugh teams. And you really want to see guys like that who went through those downtimes, who went through those lean years, how bad it was, that 0-5 start under Mike Singletary that ultimately kind of led to him getting, they moved off of him fired, there. To see him kind of make it to that Super Bowl there against the Ravens, you love to see guys like that get rewarded for what they put into their career. And it felt like that would have been just such a perfect way to just encapsulate. It was just an incredible career for Patrick Willis. Very happy that he's getting his due because he is absolutely top of the list of guys who should be wearing that gold jacket for the rest of his life.
One of my favorite memories is not even a play with Patrick Willis. It's after the NFC Championship game against Atlanta where they're down 17-0. And Patrick Willis is getting interviewed after the game. And Frank Gore comes up from behind him. P. Willie, Patrick, we going to the Super. Joe knows what I'm talking about. And they embrace with this hug. And I remember that hug at the time where they're hugging each other. Obviously Frank Gore was here during those dark days. And he's the leader on offense when you got nobody around him. And you got Patrick Willis. And they embrace mid-interview on Fox. And I started shedding tears. I swear to God, I started shedding tears because Frank Gore is one of my favorite players of all time, one of my favorite 49ers of all time, and hopefully he gets his due soon. And it's good to see Frank Gore still part of this organization. By the way, Frank Gore going to be inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame Monday Night Football against the New York Jets September 11th in week number 1. But that embrace right there, those guys hugged, and you could just feel it like we got there. We got there despite all the dark days, despite all the coaching changes, despite all the different coordinators. We come back from 17-0 in the Georgia Dome, and we get there a year after the heartbreak against the New York Giants at Candlestick Park. So that moment, not even a play, just seeing those two gladiators, those two leaders embracing the way they did to get to that mountaintop. I know they didn't win that Super Bowl against the Baltimore Ravens, but that moment right there when they hugged and embraced, and Gore's like, we going to the Super Bowl. We going to the Super Bowl. And Willie and Patrick Willis had that all shucks kind of chuckle like, I know, man, I know. And you think about him before games, pumping guys up. We got to have it. We got to have it. Patrick Willis is, I hope nobody forgets him. And I'm glad that the NFL didn't forget him. And he finally got his bus. He's going into the Hall of Fame alongside Julius Peppers, Andre Johnson, Devin Hester, Steve McMichael. I mean, this is legendary stuff. Dwight Freeney as well with the Indianapolis Colts. So I love it. I love it that Patrick Willis is going to the Hall of Fame and hopefully a lot of 49ers. And Jim Harbaugh, by the way, Jim Harbaugh sent it everybody. The Chargers brass, when they've got Golston, they've got Bowman, they've got a bunch of guys here with the Chargers who are part of those 49er teams. They're taking a flight to Canton, Ohio to go see Patrick Willis and to go be there for this speech. So shout out to Patrick Willis, 888-957-9570. If you have any memories of Patrick Willis, how excited are you to see Patrick Willis get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame? He's not going to be the only one from that era either, Lubman. It's going to be Joe Staley one day. Hopefully it will be Frank Gore.
Well, Frank Gore, I mean, that's got to be first ballot, right? I mean,
I don't know, because as good as Frank Gore was, Was he ever considered the best running back in football?
Well, he was one of those guys, I think, a lot of his best years came on not great Niners teams. Same with Patrick Willis. Some of his best years came, before that Jim Harbaugh era. And I think that's kind of what made that run so emotional, that hug so emotional, is guys like Willis, guys like Gore, they were there for the downtimes. They saw, the bad years, the coaching changes, how bad it could get for a franchise that's lost its way. And much like you, Bonte, much like all the other Niner fans out there, they went from the bottom, literally started from the bottom. Now we're here. They the fans kind of went on that journey with guys like that. Whereas, this current core of Niners players, it feel like there is a very strong emotional connection between this fan base and this team. But so many of these guys really didn't start coming along until kind of 2019. So they've always kind of been here during a successful era. I mean, there's guys, like George Kittle, who, or Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, they were kind of here during the lean years. So I think Greenlaw, his first year is 2019, right? Greenlaw?
2019.
Yeah, so, but like Warner, Kittle, they're kind of like the older guard there. Right. They were there during some of the bad years, but not in the way that guys like Willis or guys like Gore were.
Right.
And I think that's what made that run so special, I think, was that, it was these were guys that were there when it was bad, going on that journey with this fan base. There's a stronger connection there that's just, it's really hard to quantify.
Yeah.
And when you do see them embrace on the Super Bowl, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And that was Super Bowl again. They were down 17-0. It was kind of encompasses or even kind of represents the journey that they were on, being down, coming back, getting to the top. It really shows how much that era can connect emotionally to a fan base.
You think about 07, they're 5-11. 08, they're 7-9. 09, they go 8-8. We're thinking, boy, okay, maybe they could get over that hump. And then they go 6-10. And they hadn't yet sniffed a playoff berth. And Harbaugh comes in at 2011. And it's one of the more memorable seasons in 49ers history, especially without the championship. We know how it ended against the New York Giants. But 2011, where their first taste of playoff success, their first taste of postseason football. And then you get the Harbaugh years, of course, 2012, 2013, and then 2014. It ends drastically there at 8-8. Everybody's fired. Everybody's going on and moving on to in their careers there. So to see them get over the hump and go through all these coaches and coordinators, Nolan, Singletary, Tom Sula, you got different offensive coordinators, and the stability that Harbaugh brought to the organization during that tenure, it helped guys like Patrick Willis, and they finally got their due nationally. Now, Patrick Willis was a household name, despite all the losing. Obviously, when you make all-pro teams, and you're hitting people like Brad Smith, and you're taking interceptions back 86 yards, and you're leading the league in tackles, people are like, man, that number 52 is pretty special. But then when you start winning games and you're on primetime football, then all of a sudden the casual fan was like, whoa, who's that 52 in red and gold? Who is that dude? Well, now he's a Hall of Famer. So congrats to Patrick Willis as we shout out our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got a fun show today. Cam Emmett will join us at 8 o'clock on the River Islands guest line to talk about Patrick Willis. He covered his entire career. He knows Patrick Willis inside and out. I wonder if Cam is going to go to Canton, Ohio. He may be flying out to Canton, Ohio. We'll see about that. He also has a new book out there we'll touch on. And then Doug Hendrickson, all-time agent, beast mode. He's got a new podcast. He's going to join us. So we're going to talk about everything with Doug Hendrickson because he knows about holdouts, training camps, the NFL, the 49ers. He's going to talk about all that at 9:20 today on the Morning Roast. Plus, we got shameless shout-outs at 7:45. I want to hear everybody. Shout out whoever. It's summertime, man. Shout out your wife. Yesterday was National Girlfriend Day. You want to shout out your girlfriend?
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. Go figure it. I mean, they got something every day.
Swing and a miss for your boy there.
Well, I mean, when the hell did National Girlfriend Day become a thing? Is it every day National Girlfriend Day?
That is true. She didn't text me about it, so as far as I'm concerned, I got away with that one.
Oh, she didn't text you about it. Well, you might be in some trouble, buddy.
Maybe I'll have to make up for it this weekend.
You better get on the phone right now, buddy. Get on the phone right now. So National Girlfriend Day was yesterday. If you want to shout out your girlfriend, shout out Shasky for getting that bump removed from his head. A terrible bump. My guy was loopy yesterday, man. He was all over the place.
Loopier than usual.
What'd you say?
Loopier than usual.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Your summer vacation home. That's coming up at 7:45. We got Caller of the Week. We got a lot going on here on the Morning Roast. And that's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
You got that? Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, a Payday Friday here on the Roast of Payday Friday. Good morning to everybody out there. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you're looking for the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, then check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky bring you all you need to know about the Giants this season, plus exclusive interviews with players past and present, available wherever you listen to your podcast. The Giants in Cincinnati today to start a 3-game series. Abbott versus Kyle Harrison. That's right, Kyle Harrison, 4:10 first pitch in Cincinnati. Let's see if Kyle Harrison can beat somebody other than the Rockies. Now, he's starting to roll here. 2 great starts coming back here, or 3 straight good starts for Kyle Harrison. So good luck to him today. 925, Xfinity Mobile text line. Girlfriend's Day is about girls celebrating their friendships. You guys are safe.
I like to think I'm also friends with my girlfriend.
Yeah, I mean.
Is that the same, or?
No, it's about girls celebrating their friendships.
Okay. Well, hey, I'll let them do them then.
Yeah, let them do them.
Easier for me. We're off the hook. I like that.
Girls Day. Matt Nahiga just came in here. I do want to get into this, but Patrick Willis obviously going into the Hall of Fame, and you think about his short but impactful career as a rookie leading the league in tackles with 174 tackles in a 16-game season, and they were on that field a lot because the offense was non-existent. Hey, Willis is just doing his thing. But you think about the identity. Matt Nahiga just asked me, goes, what was the identity of those teams? The identity. You think about the Harbaugh-led teams. Well, the identity was simple. It was physicality. Dominate the trenches, run the football, stuff the run, play stifling defense. Doesn't it sound pretty similar to the team we see now with the 49ers and what Shanahan and Lynch has built with the 49ers brick by brick? Dominate the trenches, run the football, get you your 30 carries, and play solid defense with a great pass rush and just hit the snot out of people. Pretty similar identities with those 49er teams under Jim Harbaugh and the Shanahan-led teams. Now, although the Niners are explosive and they can throw the ball with the best of them, well, they limit their pass attempts, right? They're 30th in pass attempts last season, but they're still as explosive. They get the big chunk plays in the pass game with the design of Kyle Shanahan, the scheme that he runs. But the identity of those teams under Jim Harbaugh is pretty damn similar to the teams we see now with the 49ers, Lubman.
Oh, yeah, no, it was a black and blue style of play under those Jim Harbaugh teams where, as you said, they would run the ball down your throat. They'd hit you hard on defense, and it was incredibly fun to watch. I love a team that could just bully their opponents into submission, a lot like those Harbaugh teams did. And much like those Harbaugh teams and those Shanahan teams, they halfway through their run got rejuvenated by new quarterback play. The 49ers offense, from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick, changed a lot. Same as it did from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy. So you talk about the identity of those teams. It felt like both of those teams kind of had their offenses open up a little bit with surprise quarterback changes that I don't think a lot of people really saw coming, which is kind of interesting. The parallels between those Harbaugh years and what we're seeing under Kyle Shanahan, it's very interesting to see those parallels kind of taking shape right now.
No, they are. Now Shanahan and company are getting closer and closer to that Super Bowl. They lose 2 Super Bowls. Of course, Harbaugh lost that one, and he had regrets about not giving Frank Gore the football down the stretch. And I get all that. Even if the Niners scored, the Ravens still got a minute to change. And the Niners defense at that point was struggling because Justice Smith had his injury. I think it was a pec injury where their pass rush was just non-existent by that point. They were surviving. As Joe Flacco was cooking. So on YouTube here, as we talk about National Girlfriend's Day or girls just celebrating their friendships, our boy David Chang. What up, Damon? YouTube. When's Boyfriend Day, Ponte? Hell if I know, David. I mean, there's a new day every day. It's National Pizza Day. It's National Bagel Day. It's National Donut Day. It's National Car Day. It's National Shirt Day. It's just National Everything Day. Every single day. When did the internet create this stuff? I can't keep up.
There's like 7 days per day, it seems like every day. So first off, National Boyfriend Day is October 3rd.
Oh, okay.
Love October the 3rd. It's a great day. Bobby Thompson.
It's pretty funny how some of our girlfriends seem to forget that.
Well, for a lot of girls, October the 3rd is Mean Girls Day.
Oh, Mean Girls Day.
Because that's the day that in the movie, Aaron Samuels asked Katie Haring, what day is it? And Katie's like, it's October the 3rd. And October 3rd officially became Mean Girls Day because
got it.
she told the cute boy the date. This is where we're at in internet culture.
This is boyfriend day is now girlfriend day. Now, what is today? What does today represent? Today, we're in August now. It's August 2nd. The dog days of August, baby. And we'll see if the dog days bite the Giants in the ass and see if they're going to really say goodbye in July. But what is today? What is today on a Friday, August 2nd, Lubman?
Ooh, there's some good ones today. So we got a National Ice Cream Sandwich Day.
Did we just have an ice cream day, I felt like? Well, you know what?
Ice cream sandwich day. Ice cream day is just the ice cream like itself. This is when you're sandwiching it between, either the little black cookie or a chocolate chip cookie or whoever you like.
Jeez.
We got International Beer Day.
Okay.
So
all right.
The world is celebrating beer today.
Okay.
Love that.
All right.
We also got, here's a good one. It's Dinosaur Day.
National Dinosaur Day.
Yeah. I like dinosaurs. I was a big dinosaur kid growing up.
I was too. Baby Chaz she's into the dinosaurs right now.
Yeah, I was smack dab in the middle of the Jurassic Park era. Obviously the first one came out in 93, the second one 97. So I was big time locked in on dinosaurs there. So
wow. So National Ice Cream Day, National Ice Cream Sandwich Day. Okay. Maybe I'll go get you know what? Maybe Chaz and I, she gets out of gym class at 3:00. Hey, let's go get an ice cream sandwich and let's go see some dinosaurs because she's into dinosaurs right now. Shout out to T-Rex. Shout out to T-Rex.
According to Joe Hawks, it's also National Water Balloon Day.
I miss me a good. I can't remember a good water balloon fight.
I can't remember the last time I was in a good water balloon fight.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been about 20 years.
And especially you hit someone hard enough, leave a little welt there as well as the splash. Oh, it would get violent playing those things.
So 510 is asking us on the Xfinity Mobile text line, when is National Sports Radio Host Day?
Ooh.
Nobody ever celebrates that. Nobody celebrates their favorite radio host.
Yeah, it's a tough life here. I want a National Morning Radio Show Day because I feel like we need our own day of to be honored here on the Morning Roast.
Don't stop begging, Jalubin. Stop begging. By the way, did you check out Simone Biles?
Oh,
oldest gymnast to win a gold medal in the all-around competition, 27 years old. I saw a graphic when they were showing her before she was going through her last routine. She got off. She was in the air 10 feet. So when Kevin Durant tweeted yesterday, it's like, I want to see Simone Biles catch an alley-oop. They were showing like LeBron James, how far he gets up off the ground. It was like 11.4 inches. But Simone Biles got off the ground higher than a guy who won the men's all-around gymnastics competition at the Paris Olympics. What a show she put on. Also, Suni Lee winning the bronze medal, which is great. She's got a great story. I'm watching Simone Biles like, damn, is she one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen in America?
It's another level with her. And it's not just the air that she's getting. She's getting this air while doing like 5 different, style flips at once. Like her floor routine that she did last night. She nailed, I assume she nailed like every single part of it. It's amazing. You watch these Olympic routines, especially in gymnastics, and they do what looks like a completely flawless routine. And then the announcer's like, oh yeah, they're going to get docked for this, this, and this. But no, with her, it was just an incredible floor routine. The vault that she did last night, I also thought was impressive.
Was sick.
I'm watching it in so obviously the big part of the vault is not just how you go over it, it's how you land. You got to stick the landing. Right. But her vault routine was so difficult that the judges kind of like had to go a little bit easier on the landing there because it was so different that she had to take that step back on the landing. So it's just she is at a whole other level of USA
insane.
Gymnastics, and that's not like a small club. Over the last 15 going back to 2008, I remember that Beijing team. We've had some incredible. Female gymnastics teams, and the fact that she's established herself over all of them. Such greats like Shawn Johnson, Nastia Luke, and Gabby Douglas, Jordan Weaver.
Look at you. Look at you flexing over here, Lubman.
I got locked in. I've been locked in on women's gymnastics over the years. Because they do a hell of a job out there, and it is very fun to watch those girls put in work on the international stage.
Yeah, no doubt. And I had baby Chaz watching gymnastics. She was in bed. I'll show you the video. She was in bed as Simone Biles was going through a routine because she didn't want to go to sleep. So I was like, all right, come into bed. We're going to watch gymnastics and tire you out. And so she starts looking at Simone Biles and she's trying to do things in the bed. It's like, I think she's going to be a little too tall to be a gymnast. You know what I'm saying? And it's a little dangerous, but she was locked in on it. And then to see Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton, Tony Hawk, all these legends just watching Simone Biles. She shut it down. shut it down yesterday. So, Simone, congrats to you.
And that was the coolest.
show.
That was really cool, too, how, like, she's got all the other big-time athletes on team. Like, I remember in 2016 in Rio, her first Olympic Games, I think she was, like, 17 years old. She had the entire Team USA basketball team there at her meets. This was when she was just breaking onto the scene. She had the entire NBA All-Star roster there watching her. She had Snoop Dogg there. You see her and Snoop Dogg dancing together afterwards?
Snoop Dogg is having the time of his life in Paris. He was fencing with one of the fence. So you couldn't see his face. And he said, get back, watch this. And he's trying to fence. Snoop is having the time of his life, man. I mean, again, we said yesterday, who's living a better life than Snoop Dogg right now? Not many people. Baldy,
not really.
Baldy, he was at the Hall of Fame game yesterday talking to CJ Trout and everybody, but not many people. Snoop Dogg is going bananas out there at Paris Freds. He's swimming with Michael Phelps. I mean, wait till he starts playing basketball with the boys.
I can't wait till the track events start up.
Oh, well, they did. They just started up. Sha'Carri Richardson won her first heat.
Mm-hmm.
And that track, that setting, at that stadium, the purple track, I'm in for it.
Yeah.
It looks sick. And now they got to break a streak because the Jamaican women have won they've won 4 straight golds in the 100 meters.
They've been dominating those fast sprint events really ever since Usain Bolt came on the scene. Was that I was scrolling through the socials the other day and I came across that I think it was the 2012 100-meter race where it was Justin Gatlin, who was the other guy? Obviously Usain Bolt, Asafa Powell, who's the other?
That heat was loaded.
Tyson Gay, like one of the most incredible races ever. And it was pretty close to the first 80 meters, and you see Bolt turn on those afterburners. I mean, you talk about incredible Olympic performances. I mean, I don't know what's going to top what he did in Beijing, where he was like celebrating the last 10 meters of it and still set a world record. Like, it's incredible. So the 100-meter race, that's always one of the men's and women's, one of the best events of the Olympics. So I'm very much looking forward to that one.
That's when the Olympics pop off, and I like how they space it out. You got the gymnastics, and the gymnastics, we're going to get the individual vault and the swimming the beams too. And everything. Oh my gosh, she not even close. I mean, she won by 10 seconds. I mean, you don't even see any other swimmer in the final shot when she's touching the wall to win gold, right? And so you got the swimming, you got the track and field starting off, you got the men's basketball getting into the pool playing or into the playoff play, single elimination in the second. That's going to happen next week. So the Olympics is popping off right now. It is really popping off. And I feel like a lot of people are into it this year. I feel like a lot of people are into the Paris Olympics. I'm even starting to come
around on the handball. I'm going to be honest. I'm watching it. I know I've dogged on it this week. The more and more I watch, the more and more I'm like, am I dogging on it, or do I just really, really want to play it? Because it looks like a lot of fun playing handball.
No doubt. It is. We'll get back into the Niners, Purdy and company. Got a lot on them, this offense. I'm really excited about this offense. But there are some similarities, I should say, between the Harbaugh and Shanahan teams. And I know a lot of people are going to think, they haven't won one yet. They haven't won one yet. And I want to play a sound from Frank Gore on the other side about that last Super Bowl with Patrick Willis and Frank Gore against the Baltimore Ravens. And he said something that reminded me of last season's Super Bowl with the 49ers. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We are back here on a Payday Friday. Morning roast. No Shasky today. He's got to get well. He's had an eventful 48 hours. Got Lubman in the building. Got Joe Hawks. We thought, there was a rumor yesterday as this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And I can't wait to get into it with Cam Emmon. What sparked the rumor yesterday that Brandon Aiyuk was on the verge of signing a new deal? The internet made that. Was it Colin Cowherd was like, oh, Brandon Aiyuk, things are percolating in San Francisco. It ain't nothing. Nothing. So we still wait on Brandon Aiyuk. We still wait on Trent Williams, who is holding out. But we're talking about the similarities between those Harbaugh and Shanahan teams as Patrick Willis will get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Tomorrow he gets his gold jacket, and he's due for it. And Jim Harbaugh's doing something cool. Jim Harbaugh, of course, coached Patrick Willis with the 49ers. Obviously went to Michigan. Now he's coaching the LA Chargers. And Harbaugh would always do things. He's quirky. Like Bill Walsh passed away. He took his Stanford team to the funeral. He's like, we got to go to the funeral, dude. It's Bill Walsh. He's a legend. So what Harbaugh's doing now, because he has a lot of former 49ers on his coaching staff. A lot of guys who played with Patrick Willis. Check this out. Jim Harbaugh will be going the extra mile to be in Canton, Ohio, Saturday afternoon for Patrick Willis's Pro Football Hall of Fame induction. But in reality, Harbaugh and a handful of Chargers coaches will be making a 2,400-mile trip from El Segundo in order to see their former teammate enshrined. The trek includes an early morning flight on Saturday to make it to the ceremony on time, then a flight back to California on Saturday night as to not miss a Sunday morning practice. Harbaugh knew this schedule would be hectic. Well, look, man, he goes, I watched Patrick Willis's reaction. By golly, we're going. So let's get some flights, Harbaugh told reporters after a recent flight. He told this to Daniel Brown, of course, of The Athletic. I think we'll be able to make it to Canton. So who's going? Navarro Bowman, Jonathan Goodwin, Mike Aiyuk, Deshaun Golston, Delaney Walker, and many, many others. Jonathan Goodwin are all going to Canton to celebrate their guy. But all those guys, they're great 49ers. They didn't get that Super Bowl. And I hadn't heard this before, Lubman, from Frank Gore. I hadn't heard this before. Frank Gore was asked if he could change one thing about that Super Bowl or heading into the Super Bowl. Here's what Frankie G had to say.
Man, we was too cocky as a team, bro. When we watch film, we've watched Baltimore. We was like, no one in hell they can beat us. We was young. We was younger than them. And like they had, even though Ray wasn't Ray, he still had the voice to make their team go. I wish we would have never overlooked them, bro. Just because now I look back and like, bro, even though Ray wasn't himself, they had Reed, but they was older.
Let me hear that again. Frank Gore, where was this from, Lubman? Where's this from?
Where was that?
All right, we'll play it. We'll play it one more time. I hadn't heard this before. Just got dropped into my lap. Frank Gore on one thing he would change heading into the Super Bowl.
Man, we was too cocky as a team, bro. When we watch film, we've watched Baltimore. We was like, no one in hell they can beat us. We was young. We was younger than them, and like they had, even though Ray wasn't Ray, he still had the voice to make their team go. I wish we would have never overlooked them, bro. Just because now I look back and like, bro, even though Ray wasn't himself, they had Reed, but they was older.
That was on the All Things Covered podcast from a few years ago.
Wow. I hadn't heard that. I must have been asleep. But I remember that week of the Super Bowl. They beat Atlanta, and I remember watching the Patriots were the late game. Ravens-Patriots that day, at Championship Sunday. The Falcons and Niners were the first game, the early game. Patriots-Ravens were the second game, the afternoon game. And I remember watching it, thinking to myself, boy, I would really love to play the Patriots. Because the Ravens seemed to just be a carbon copy of those 49er teams. And obviously you had John Harbaugh coaching, Jim's brother. Flacco was on a heater. And I just remember that week leading into the Super Bowl. You had a lot going on. Randy Moss at Media Day talking about, I'm the greatest wide receiver. They don't use me too much. You had the awkwardness with Alex Smith walking around Super Bowl Media Day without a podium, and he's getting peppered with questions. How's it feel to get benched midway through the year? You're watching this team go to the Super Bowl. And then you had the Chris Culliver situation. We don't need to revisit that, but he basically said some uneducated things about the LGBT community, and basically was, I'm not going to get into it, but that was its own story. And I remember Ray Ratto waiting for Chris Culliver at the media center, sitting at a table by himself, waiting for Chris Culliver so he could sit right next to him and ask him some questions. So he had all that stuff going on. Jim Harbaugh felt tight all week long when they had the coaches up there for a press conference. John's in a suit, Jim Harbaugh's in khakis in his coaching gear, and he just looked awkward and tight. And then you get to the Super Bowl, and on the first play of the game, Kaepernick throws a dime to Vernon for 20 yards. Wait. You're lined up. You're lined up wrong. Illegal procedure. Move it back. And so that Super Bowl, I never was really that heartbroken over that Super Bowl because I just felt like they weren't buttoned up. And the lights went off. The power went out. Well, the game was delayed, 30 minutes, 25 minutes or whatnot. And they came back and they rallied, but it just wasn't to be. But I hadn't heard that they were too cocky, which is surprising considering how hard-nosed and blue-collar those teams were, Lubman.
Yeah, and it kind of almost, again, earlier we were talking about kind of the parallels between those Harbaugh Niners and these Kyle Shanahan Niners. And it's kind of not hard, I think, to draw another parallel here between this current Niner team and what we saw from them leading up to Super Bowl week, where, Kyle Shanahan was, a little too far in the bag on media night.
Or too far into his cup.
His cups, bags, whatever you want to call it. He was too far into it. You had all the drama with the practice fields. I mean, Bate, was there a moment they were actually considering flying back to the Bay Area to do practices? And then, so they were in Vegas. Yep. They're going to fly back and then fly back again.
Yeah, I was tipped off before it broke. Somebody tipped me. I was like, hey, man, the Niners aren't happy with the field at UNLV. And they're considering after media day flying back to Santa Clara to go through their Super Bowl practice, which they should have done because of all the complaining on the field. And, now you think about it with Dre Greenlaw and his Achilles tendonitis. Did that field help his Achilles tendonitis? Who knows? But there was a lot going on. Just weird. Just a lot of weirdness last season getting ready for the Super Bowl. And Kansas City, both times when they beat the 49ers, they've been so damn buttoned up. They had to, or are they going to share a facility, the Raiders facility with the 49ers or whatnot? Just weird stuff. There was weirdness during that week of the Super Bowl for Jim Harbaugh and the 49ers, and it was weirdness last season in Vegas for the 49ers. So there is a little bit of similarities. I'm looking at Keeping the Faith on YouTube. He's like, Bate, change the subject. I'm trying not to be angry on a Friday. I understand. Trust me, we're going to turn this thing up in a second. So you guys heard me yesterday. You guys think I'm woofing, but very excited about the 49ers in 2024 with this offense. But
I'm starting to feel it too. I mean, once Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams get back out there, that'll obviously be the next level. But even right now, I know it was a rough early part of the week for Brock Purdy. Personally, I don't like to get too wrapped up on early training camp stuff. I like to see some games actually get played. Some preseason games actually get played before I really start, paying attention to some of these results. I kind of look into it. It's a lot similar to like spring training in baseball. The first couple weeks, it's more about just get your bearings. Mm-hmm. Let's get things back, get back in the groove of things. And then once you start, once the games start up next week when they're in Tennessee for that first preseason game, then it's like, all right, let's start rolling. Let's start seeing how these guys look. Hopefully they run the ball enough in that first preseason game. I can't remember. I can't believe that was a talking point last year.
We had jumped the shark. They didn't run the ball enough. Oh, they set Trey Lance up for failure. No, Trey Lance just wasn't good enough. For a way, Pate.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Pate gonna make me drink early today. No.
Feeling loose Friday.
We're feeling very loose.
It is International Beer Day, so
it's International Beer Day. I'm working on my gut here, Lemon. I got to be cool off that.
Get a light beer.
Brandon Aiyuk. For some reason, there was a lot of rumors yesterday, and I have no idea why. Joe, Sam, I don't even know. Like, and when I say Joe Hawks, we got so many Joes around here now. Joe Hawks, it's my guy. Look, I don't know where the rumors came from that Brandon Aiyuk was going to sign because of a handshake and a hug, and all of a sudden everybody just hyper-focused. Oh, look at the handshake with Shanahan. Oh, look at the hug. Oh, yeah, something's going to happen.
A lot of body language experts on
body
Twitter
language.
yesterday.
Read all body language about multi-million-dollar deals. So I sat back thinking, okay, maybe, just maybe, Aiyuk is going to sign. Love and I were talking. I was like, all right, let's be prepared for that. Maybe it breaks during the show. But we had Matt Burrows on from The Athletic yesterday. He's been covering the 49ers for a long, long time. But we asked him, what is the latest with Brandon Aiyuk? Here's what Matty B had to say.
it's still kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if any ground has been gained, but I will say that the body language is good. I mean, the narrative out there nationally is that, Brandon Aiyuk is so upset and he wants to get traded to the Commanders. He wants to get traded to, this team and that team. But when you see him out there, he is enjoying himself. I mean, early in training camp, he watched half of a practice next to John Lynch. John Lynch sits in center field like a safety does and watches the practice from that vantage point. He had Brandon Aiyuk next to him for, a good 45 minutes during a few sessions.
So I don't know what the hell is going on. Matty B with more on Brandon Aiyuk and what he's doing at the 49ers facility.
He is doing team meetings. He's doing everything but the practices. So he's been part of this team. And I think that's only, encouraging, I think, for ultimately getting this done. When that happens, I still don't know. The 49ers don't know. Brandon Aiyuk doesn't know. But the point is that he's here, and he seems to be enjoying himself.
So he's doing everything but practicing. And you got to remember, as Matty B said yesterday, and Shask and I have been on this too, Brandon Aiyuk has been one of the best players in training camp the last 2 years. Just dominant. One-on-ones, team drills. Nobody can guard this guy. So we're missing out on him, Deometer, Lenore, and Travis Ward going at it in practice. He has been one of those guys. And then you look at the receiver market, because Michael Silver wrote something very interesting the other day from the SF Chronicle. And we'll get into that in just a second. The 49ers may have to rethink how they do business here in the future. But you look at the receiver market, because Aiyuk wanted to get paid shortly after the Super Bowl. It's like, let's get this done. Let's make it happen. I want to be here. I want to get my bag. Urgency. Let's get it done. Well, the 49ers didn't get it done. And then the receiver market exploded. Just exploded. Nico Collins, $24 million a year, May 12th. You had April 24th when Amon-Ra St. Brown got his $30 million a year with a big fat signing bonus. Justin Jefferson, June 3rd, got his $35 million a year. Jalen Waddle signed on May 30th. Devontae Smith signed on April 15th. A.J. Brown signed on April 30th. And, of course, Devontae Smith was at $25 million a year. A.J. Brown at $32 million a year. Yeah, Jalen Waddle at $28.5 million per year. And I think a lot of people say, boy, I'd rather have Brandon Aiyuk than Jalen Waddle. Aiyuk is consistent. So the 49ers philosophy, everybody says, this isn't their way of doing business. They wait till training camp to negotiate with you. Well, we may need to rethink that.
They kind of got burned this time, Bontan, as you're reading off those dates there, and you look at what the Niners could have possibly given Brandon Aiyuk. I think they had a kind of a really good window there from April 15th, tax day, when Devontae Smith signed that deal that was going to pay him about $25 million a year, and then it was 9 days later on the 24th when Amon-Ra St. Brown signed his deal for $30 million, and that's what Mike Silver, cites in this article, that, he basically kind of says that, the Niners, they came back and got the Lions in the NFC title game, but the Lions, they kind of turned things around on the Niners, and in a sense, they kind of tagged them back here a little bit by giving Amon-Ra that deal. I think if you're John Lynch, I have to think that when he saw that news broke, like he had some sort of heart sink or, feeling in his gut no, that is not what I wanted to see happen. Because what that Amon-Ra deal did was basically, I think, kind of, I don't want to say lock it in, but I think it got Brandon Aiyuk in the mode of thinking, well, if that dude who my team beat in the NFC title game is getting $30 million, I'm out here making ladybug catches going to the Super Bowl. I probably need to be a little bit more than $30 million because, Brandon Aiyuk.
Or just more to Devontae, 25. Or Jalen Waddle at the 28.5. He said, hey, that's my baseline right there. But if the Niners would have done business earlier, because the reports are they haven't negotiated really with Aiyuk since May up until training camp. Obviously, they're going back and forth with the agents and whatnot. But if they got it done, he may have gotten 23, 24, 25. And then all of a sudden, again, Fat Joe, yesterday's price isn't today's price. The goalposts move. All of a sudden, they get shifted because Devontae and Waddle and Nico Collins, they're all getting paid. They're all getting this big time deals. And now you're just like, hold up. Wait a minute. Now the ball's in my court. So, look, we could argue about leverage and who has leverage and who doesn't have leverage or whatnot. But the fact is, the 49ers may have shot themselves in the foot with the philosophy they have in terms of getting deals done. Now, Michael Silver in the Chronicle wrote Lubman about the Lions and how indirectly they may have affected the 49ers. Brad Holmes, the GM of the Detroit Lions, has done a great job alongside Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Lions. Brad Holmes spent $500 million this offseason. $500 million. Big-time extensions for Jared Goff. Big-time extensions for Taylor Decker. Big-time extensions for Penei Sewell. Big-time extensions for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And so when you think about what they did, the massive deals they got done back in April, and then later on in the offseason, made things a bit more complicated for his 49ers counterpart, John Lynch. So, look, Amon-Ra St. Brown gets $77 million guaranteed. Penei Sewell becomes one of the highest paid left tackles in football. Now he's second because Tristan Wirfs signed his deal yesterday. He's getting $28.1 per year. Penei Sewell's getting $28 million per year, but he's got the $85 million guaranteed. But Brad Holmes decided, you know what, I need to take care of my own right away before everything starts happening with Tristan Wirfs and all the market and, Darius Shaw in Minnesota. He took care of his guys early. And I just wonder if the 49ers had to do it all over again, would they have gotten this deal done early instead of now it's lingering? Now it's lingering. Now the fans are thinking, man, what the hell's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, number 11? Are we really going to count on Ricky Pearsall, our rookie wide receiver? Are we going to count on him to stay healthy? Juwan Jennings, obviously, is ascending here with the 49ers, but also Trent Williams. You don't have big Trent Williams, and boy, it's going to be a struggle offensively. He makes this thing go, whether it's Christian McCaffrey in the run game, whether it's Brock Purdy in the pass game. You need big Trent. So not getting these deals done early and you're messing around, going back and forth, it may have shot the Niners in the foot.
And it may come for you to do the legal.
All right, Filmo. Now all of a sudden you may have to give these guys more money, and it impact your cap. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I wonder if Parag Barate, Lubman, and the Roasters out there, 888-957-9570, did the Niners shift their philosophy in how they do business with free agents or guys looking for new deals?
Yeah, I mean, I think of, I remember Matt Barrows, he cited Moneyball yesterday, so I'm going to cite Moneyball too. And that's going to be the Billy Bean line, adapt or die. And the Niners, they kind of got bit there by their philosophy of waiting. And that, I agree with you, Bonte, they are going to have to change things because it's not just the Brandon Aiyuk deal. It's the Brock Purdy situation. Obviously, they can't sign, Brock Purdy, he can't sign his deal till next year. So it's a little bit different, but Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa, they have jacked up the price on Brock Purdy to where Jed didn't need to say it. He was going to be getting a reset the market deal. Well, of course, when Jed says it, though, it makes it more real every time you see one of these quarterbacks sign their own reset the market deal. And then again, they waited on Trent, and that's the interesting thing because I think Barrow said yesterday that the Niners knew this was coming down the pipe with Trent Williams. But then they still sit back and they let, Sewell and Wirfs, reset the market on them. And so it's like, I don't want to say the Niners were asleep at the wheel here, but it gives the impression of a team that was kind of asleep at the wheel here and letting these deals build up and letting their own players get more and more expensive. Now, when it comes to the Lions, I think the Lions are in a slightly different situation than the Niners.
Cap situation, everything. Yeah,
not even just the cap situation. I mean, this is the first time in my lifetime and in a lot of people's lifetimes that the Lions actually had a good season.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go back to, I think, 1956 was the last time the Lions
57.
won. 57. I was close.
NFL title.
Yeah, that was the last time the Lions won a postseason game. So, the emotions and the stakes are a little bit different in Detroit, where it's you had your best team in 60 years. You're going to go, pretty hard in locking those guys up because there is an emotional aspect to it where this was our first good team in forever. We don't want to see this team go away. It's kind of similar to, I remember when the Giants in 2010, when they got good and they started locking guys up, longer maybe than they should because there's that emotional feel of just like, you don't want to see those guys leave. Yep. They put good feelings in your heart. They make you feel warm and fuzzy inside. And that's big because it gets really, really cold in Detroit. So I think that's a little bit what's going on there. It's, is Jared Goff, an elite tier quarterback? Maybe not.
But for that team,
he works. As Dan Campbell said, you are good enough for us.
Yep.
And that team, that city, they have fallen in behind Goff for better or for worse. That's what that deal says there. Amon-Ra St. Brown, is he the best receiver in the league? Probably not. Is he better than Brandon Aiyuk? I'd be curious to see how many people would take Aiyuk over Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Not a lot of people, especially after the receiver doc. I think a lot of people see the receiver doc and they're like, ooh.
Puts him in a new light.
St. Brown, oh man, he's a beast, and he is a beast.
Well,
he is a
Aiyuk
problem.
is in that receiver doc with him, though. I mean,
the player spoke on Aiyuk. He's 66 on the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
He was a second-team All-Pro. He's a 91 overall on Madden, whatever that means. He makes the most of his opportunities. Now, Detroit, obviously, they play indoors, and they got Sam Laporta as well, and they got a lot of talent. And look, man, they are in a different. They're going for it though. They identified, like, you know what? Let's take care of our young players, which the 49ers have done. Let's not get it twisted. They took care of Fred Warner. They took care of George Kittle. They took care of Nick Bosa. They took care of Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. They took care of Jimmy Garoppolo.
They've been taking care of guys for the last 5-6 years.
Dre Greenlaw.
This was kind of the first year where the Lions have had to take care of their guys. So there's not as much, I think, stress on their future cap allocations right now as with the Niners. Now, of course, everything I see about the Niners is that they can't afford to pay everybody this year. It's, the financial crunch that will come next year. And, maybe we can get into that later, because if that's the situation, again, it's not my money, and I'm not like Shasky. I am very pro-player. I am very anti-team business. I want these billionaire owners to spend as much money on this product as possible, because it's not my money, it's your money. Keep spending it.
No doubt, no doubt. But to that point, too, though, I don't want to say that the Niners didn't do anything, because they did take care of McCaffrey in the offseason, which was like, wow, okay. We all kind of thought that, man, what if McCaffrey decided to hold out after the season he had? Well, they took care of him, and it happened very quietly. And when people were like, well, where's McCaffrey at for OTAs? He's getting ready for a wedding. Then I got tipped off that, NBC was doing some promo shoots, and McCaffrey showed up. So I was like, we may be getting some news soon. And, of course, the next day, he signs a contract extension. Juwan Jennings signs a tender, right? But Aiyuk and Trent, how long will this last? How long will it last? But for some positivity, folks, how about this? Dre Greenlaw is going to be out for a while, right? And we talk about Patrick Willis at linebacker. Listen to what Matt Barrows had to say about D. Winters. This one blew me away.
He's fast. I mean, he made a play yesterday in the backfield. I think every longtime 49ers reporter thought the same thing. He wears number 53, and he comes swooping in and makes a big hit on a running back 5 yards deep in the backfield. And your initial thought was, what's Navarro Bowman doing back out there? The same number, the same kind of physique, the same kind of flashing into the offensive backfield. Arrow up for him. Number 3 linebacker doesn't play a lot of snaps, but number 3 linebacker becomes number 2 linebacker if there is an injury.
Navarro Bowman, D. Winters. Sounds good to me.
That's a pretty good guy to get comped to.
Matt Barrows is just not throwing that out there. He's not that type of dude.
No, he's a straight shooter on that.
So I can't wait to see him in this preseason opener against the Titans. How much better has he gotten? I can't wait to see it. Wow. Navarro Bowman. They thought they saw 53 Navarro Bowman, who's now with the Chargers staff, is going to be in Ohio tomorrow, Canton, Ohio, seeing his boy Patrick Willis get his gold jacket. Navarro Bowman vibes?
There's going to be a very big spotlight on D. Winters now the rest of this preseason here.
No doubt.
Now, I mean, I don't want to put too much, expectations pressure on Winters. Let's see what he does on the field. Let's just not say he's Navarro Bowman 2.0.
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that.
But if you're worried about, because we can get into this on the other side here, I know we're up against it, but one of my big concerns with the Niners defense was in the draft, they really didn't address the absence of Dre Greenlaw. Mm-hmm. I thought they would, reach a little bit higher for a linebacker to try and replace him there, because it's not just when Greenlaw will come back, it's what kind of Dre Greenlaw will you be getting when he does come back. But if the reason they didn't do that is because they got, D. Winters out here doing Navarro Bowman impersonations, all right, that makes a little bit more sense.
No, that does. And they believe in their player development. The Niners have done very, very well when it comes to developing their own talent. They've got some misses. There's no doubt they've got some misses, but they got plenty of hits. And maybe D. Winters is the latest hit here. All right, more coming up here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Let's get into Brock Purdy, this offense, and this 49ers team. We got Cam Emmett coming up at 8 o'clock. Giants are in Cincinnati. Doug Henderson, agent for Marshawn Lynch, he's going to join us at 9:20 to talk about a lot of things here on the Morning Roast. It's Loveman. It's Joe Hawks. It's Bonte Hill. Shasky's out. We're in. More coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Join 95.7 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by our great friends at ATCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Yeah, there's a lot of rats on the table with the 49ers this year, that's for sure. Look, Cam Newton is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Doug Higginson, 9:20 on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Coming up in 25 minutes. 25 minutes, folks. Line them up. 888-957-9570. It's your chance to shout out whoever you want to shout out. If you want to shout out your girlfriend, if you want to shout out Simone Biles, you want to shout out your daughter, your sons, your travel ball team, your soccer team.
Your favorite ice cream sandwich.
Your favorite ice cream, that's a good one.
Or your favorite dinosaur, because it's dinosaur day.
Who's your favorite dinosaur?
I was always a big Velociraptor guy.
Were you really?
Oh, yeah.
Just because of Jurassic Park?
A big part of Jurassic Park, yeah. I don't know, just something about, the speed that they had and the giant claw. It was just something cool about the Velociraptor. What about you?
I love me T-Rex, man.
Oh, of course.
I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex guy. You gotta be the king. Gotta be the king of the jungle, man. Come on,
that's true. He was the OG king.
He was the OG. He was the guy. He was the guy who would just, when he walked around.
You avoid, that was when you avoid eye contact with the T-Rex.
So
we're not trying to catch that smoke.
Skills Report's going to say, I'm going to shout myself out because I'm effing great. Well, Skills Report, how are you great? I want to know how you're great. What makes you great, Skills Report? What makes you great? What makes the 49ers great? What makes them special? Well, first of all, you got a great leader. And you got a few great leaders. When we think about Patrick Willis being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, one of the first things that come to my mind, outside of his great play, his skills, his sideline-to-sideline ability, his speed, his instincts, his physicality, the way he run right through you, it's leadership. It's leadership. We think about P. Willie, it's leadership. His leadership, everybody fell behind him, whether it was practice, whether it was game day. Everybody fell in line behind Patrick Willis on that defensive side of football. Well, who's the leader of this 49ers team? Well, Fred Warner's definitely one of them. You can see on the top 100, he's ranked 11th overall. He's considered the best linebacker in football, pro football, and it's not even a debate. But who's the leader of this 49er team? Is it Brock? Is it Fred? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Does it have to be a player to be a leader?
Or does it have to be the quarterback? And this is something I love to hear from the roasters out there. When you look at this 49ers team, who is the guy you point to and say, that's our leader? 888-957-9570. Call in and give us your opinion on who the leader of this Niners team is. We were chopping that up at the break, and you asked the question, and Joe Hawks here, who's been helping us out this week, literally as soon as the question was asked, Fred Warner. That was his immediate pivot, which really? I thought was kind of interesting, that a team like this, we immediately go to a defensive player. I look at it and it's like, I think he's right. I'm not trying to discount his point. I think he's absolutely right. Fred Warner is, on the defensive side of the ball, he is hands down the unquestioned leader. As far as the guy that the rest of the team falls in behind, he's definitely right up there. But I do look at Brock Purdy as rising in his leadership stock, because he is a guy that this team has had no trouble falling in behind him.
Let me ask you this, Lemon. Right. And I could ask the roasters this, 888-957-9570. Does your leader have to be a quarterback? Does a leader of the football team have to be the quarterback?
Well, how many in the last, since it's going back to 2000, how many teams have won the Super Bowl, do you think, behind a quarterback who was maybe not the focal point or the number one leader on their team? I mean, a lot of those Super Bowls were obviously Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger.
Seattle. I don't think Russell Wilson was quite the leader yet on that football team.
That was a Richard Sherman, Malcolm Smith, Marshawn Lynch team.
Earl Thomas,
yeah.
Bobby Wagner. I thought Marshawn, I didn't think Russell Wilson was the quote-unquote leader of that football team.
I mean, you listen how some of these guys talk about Russ in hindsight. I mean, I don't know if he ever really truly ascended to
like Andrew Whitworth. Was he the leader of the LA Rams when they lost the Super Bowl to the Patriots? Was Aaron Donald the leader of that team? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? When they beat the Bengals, was Stafford the leader? Was Cooper Kupp the leader? Does the leader of your football team have to be a quarterback, or at least offensively?
Was it still Aaron Donald on that 21 team that won it all? Because It felt like when the Rams got that win, when they put on that ring, it seemed like it was congratulations to Aaron Donald in the Los Angeles Rams. It wasn't congratulations to Matt Stafford. It wasn't congratulations to Sean Vay. It was Aaron Donald in the LA Rams. So that's another kind of outlier. But the point I'm getting at here is, you're looking for outliers here in that situation where a quarterback is not your leader. So, it's the Seahawks in 13 had a stacked defense full of leaders. That Rams team was a very veteran-heavy team with a great dynamic leader and a future Hall of Famer in Aaron Donald. But you look at some of these other Super Bowl winners.
2019, for example, was Jimmy Garoppolo the leader of that football team? No chance.
No, I don't think he was.
George Kittle was probably a bigger leader than Jimmy Garoppolo. Fred Warner was still there. Richard Sherman was probably a bigger leader than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Fred was a little too early in his tenure, I think, to really be assuming that.
2019. So you had Richard Sherman back there. You had Richard Sherman back there. You had Bosa as a rookie. You had DeForest Buckner.
I think Kyle Shanahan was probably more the leader of that team.
Wow.
Because that 2019 team, first off, that season came out of nowhere. Like, we knew the Niners were getting better, but I don't think anyone was expecting, a 9-0 start, 13-3 record. They ran over some of the best teams in the league that year. It was one of the most dominant regular seasons we've seen a Niners team have in recent memory, and it just kind of came out of nowhere. And it really felt like, all right, this is Kyle Shanahan's master plan finally coming together. And it was great because it was happening, it felt like a year or so earlier than we anticipated.
Right.
So I would say Shanahan was the focal point of the leader of that 19 team. Right now, though, I definitely feel like it's become more player-focused in regards to leadership. So, I would say it's absolutely Fred on the defensive side of the ball. But I do think this is the year where you're going to see it really take hold for Brock Purdy and his ability to lead this team, because I think this 49ers offense has shown if you could lead them up and down the field, they will fall in line behind you. You said that, Jimmy wasn't the leader of that 2019 team. I will agree with you on that, but I will kind of push back in that, guys still fell in behind Jimmy.
They did.
Guys still really liked Jimmy. I remember when Trey Lance was even under center, when he was able to lead them on a drive, guys, they were all around Trey. They were, tapping him up and patting him on the helmet.
Yeah, but he wasn't the leader of that offense.
No, but I think he
wasn't even voted captain of the football team as a starting quarterback in 2022.
But I think if he had played well, if he, had gotten those chances to really establish himself, I think they would have fallen behind him too.
Yeah,
I always remember.
Think about that, though. They broke camp in 2022. He didn't have a C on his chest. Usually the quarterback has a C. You would think that he has that C on the chest.
Well, that was going to be his first year as a starter.
Well, so Brock Purdy's first year as a starter, he had the C on his chest.
Well, it's
Jimmy
a little bit
Garoppolo's
different.
first year as a starter had a C on his chest.
Well, that's a little bit different, though, because remember, Jimmy in 2017, he arrived here and immediately flipped the tenor of this organization.
No doubt. But what's the difference with Brock Purdy?
I'm going to get there. So Jimmy, he took a 1-9 team, and they won 5 straight, enough to get that contract. Jimmy kind of came here, planted his flag on this team, and said, I'm the quarterback here now. Guys fell in line behind him on that. Brock Purdy, he took over after Jimmy broke his ankle against the Dolphins. First thing he does next week is show up the greatest quarterback of all time, and then leads this team to the NFC title game in Philadelphia, where I think the what we've seen since then, if Brock's elbow doesn't melt down there, the Niners are heading to Glendale after that Sunday.
But Trey was there as a rookie.
But he didn't have the run that...
He didn't have the run, but...
He had the one game against Houston.
Yeah, that kept the season alive. You lose that game, you're not going to the playoffs.
But
you lose that game, and then you have all offseason as the starting quarterback. OTAs, minicamp, and then training camp, and they still broke camp. And he wasn't voted one of the captains.
See, I just don't think that one game was enough for everyone to fall in line behind him. I think
it's not just the one game, though. OTAs, minicamp, training camp.
But don't you see it done in the games, though? Practice is one thing. When you're bringing that, if he's balling out in practice and then bringing that to the games, eventually guys will notice, oh, he's a dude out there on this field. Let's fall in line behind him now. If Trey had not gotten hurt in 2022 and led the Niners to a 12-win season, gotten into the playoffs, and then whatever happens after that happens, I feel like we're having a very different conversation in terms of was Trey a leader?
How uncommon, though, or how common is it for a quarterback to break camp and be there all year, going into his second year, break camp, and still not get that C on the chest?
I mean, well, how common is it that a quarterback is in a situation that Trey Lance was in, too?
It's not that common, but
it was a kind of unique situation with Trey.
It was, but usually, Trevor Lawrence, was he a captain his rookie year on the Jacksonville Jaguars without playing a single game?
Was he? I don't remember if he was.
I don't remember he was. I'm wondering how many quarterbacks break camp and don't get that C on their chest.
Well, I think it's when you're the number 1 overall pick. I mean, Trey was number 3 pick, but he was kind of
top pick.
He was redshirted though, so I think when you kind of put him on the back burner a little bit, then you want him to develop a little bit. I think there was a situation where
I don't think he was on the back burner. Shanahan mentioned in camp, we got a competition.
Well, yeah, but then he abandoned that competition because he didn't know how to call plays for 2 quarterbacks. So I just don't think that Trey was ever really given a regular season opportunity to seize that leadership role in the same way that Jimmy and Brock did. Jimmy and Brock both had 4, 5, 6 game stretches in the regular season.
So you believe that you have to play in the regular season game to assume that leadership role. You have to have a runway in the regular season to assume that captain role.
I think, yeah, you got to show it in the games. Now, I don't want to make that a blanket statement because, you do have those times where your number 1 overall pick comes in and they just put the C on him right away. But keep in mind, when a lot of those number 1 picks show up, like Trevor Lawrence, they're showing up to teams that, by and large, aren't that much better. Because, again, if you're picking number 1 overall, it's, no duh, you weren't very good. Trey Lance was showing up as the number 3 pick to a team that was just in the Super Bowl a year prior. He was showing up to slowly work his way in to we're trying to win a Super Bowl now team. Trevor Lawrence showed up to a team where it's like, we're trying to rebuild this organization around you. Like all these guys that are here right now, maybe that guy or that guy, he might be here 2-3 years from now. But this team's going to change a lot around you as we build this roster around you going forward over these next 4 or 5 years here as you come out of the draft. So in that situation, it's a lot easier to throw the C on a Trevor Lawrence's chest because you're tabbing him as you're going to lead us forward for these next few years.
All right, that's
when Trey Lance got here, though, it was you're going to work your way into what is already a well-oiled machine.
No doubt.
A very different situation there. Yeah. So that's why I think...
No doubt he came in like that. I understand that part. Right. I understand all that. You're coming to a stacked roster. You have Jimmy Garoppolo. You have Super Bowl aspirations. But they ended the season. And Trey Lance was handed the keys to Carr. And he broke training camp, and he wasn't voted one of the captains, which to me is rare. Like, maybe the team didn't like him, but I just always think, man, I assume that the quarterback's going to break camp as a captain. Your starting quarterback is going to have that C on the chest, and he goes through OTAs and mini camps, and the team gets to know him. He's going through practice or whatnot, and of course they bring Jimmy back, but he's not voted one of the captains. I don't know. It was just kind of strange to me. But Brock Purdy, since we're talking about leadership, he talked about leadership with Tim Kawakami. Here's what Purdy had to say.
It's not like I've walked in and go, all right, year 3, it's my 3rd year playing here. Now this is my responsibility. No, it's been something over time that, I think I've earned the respect of the guys here by the things that I've done, just how I carry myself in a humble manner. And they want to go to war with that kind of guy. And so it's sort of just naturally come about. But for me, it doesn't mean change or be a rah-rah guy, but be myself and be that competitive leader by nature. And guys want to follow that and go to war with that. So that's how I look at it.
That's how he looks at it. Now, I'm seeing a lot of different answers on YouTube. I'm seeing a lot of different answers on the Xfinity mobile text line. Some people are saying McCaffrey's the leader of this offense. Some are saying Trent Williams is the leader of this offense. Some are saying George Kittle is the leader of this offense. Some say they fall behind Deebo Samuel.
That's interesting. I mean, I feel like there's a difference between the leader of the offense and, your most important player on the offense. Like, Trent Williams is probably the most important player, non-quarterback division on this 49ers offense, just because, I am of the belief that if you don't have an offensive line, you don't have an offense. That's everything.
There's no doubt.
Everything starts in the trenches. You can have the best quarterback, the best receivers, best running back, but if you just got a bunch of softies up there who, can't block anything, your offense ain't going to go anywhere. So Trent Williams, definitely the most important player on that offense in that sense. But, guys like Kittle, Deebo, Aiyuk, CMC, who aren't on the... I mean, can you be the leader of the team when you aren't on the field every play? And I don't mean that as a negative against. I mean, guys, on the offense, they got to come in and out. They can't be in every play. Right. But Trent and Brock are 2 of the only guys on the offense who are both playing at a high level, but also they need to be on the field for every snap.
Last year felt like McCaffrey was on the field for every snap. That is true.
Right? We were kind of worried about you.
I mean, everybody was talking about his touches last year. He was on the field a lot. He had to, and when he did leave the field, he didn't want to leave the field. So I don't know. I don't know.
I want to hear the roasters on this, though. 888-957-9570. Do you need to see the quarterback be your leader? How does a quarterback become the leader? Who is the 49ers leader? I would love to hear it. I want to hear some other opinions on this.
That's a great point because, and I'm going to read this text from the 408 on the Xfinity Bubble text line. Listening to Andre Johnson yesterday, he's getting inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, longtime Houston Texan, great Miami Hurricane. They asked him, how did you lead? And he said, I just led. I wasn't a rah-rah guy. I led by example. The guy in front of me, the guy behind me, I wanted to push them by just showing how hard I worked, how hard I practiced, how hard I ran my routes, how hard I run blocked, how hard I put into this game, how much work you put into the game. It's like I wanted my actions to show how hard I worked, and I wanted my actions to show how much I will lead. I'm going to lead by working my ass off and being the best of my ability. So the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, he kind of makes a good point here. There's vocal leaders, and there's also guys that lead by example. There's vocal leaders and guys who lead by example. So McCaffrey's not a rah-rah guy, right? Mm-hmm. He's a guy who's going to lead by example and play his ass off and not take a rep off and go 100% no matter what. Brennan Aiyuk, I don't think he's a leader on this team, but you think about guys like Christian McCaffrey, who's not a vocal leader, but he's going to lead by example. Sometimes those are the best leaders for your football team.
Yeah, but I think that doesn't really apply to a quarterback, though. You probably need a guy who can yell at guys in the huddle and kind of use your voice to get guys to fall in line behind you.
Was Jimmy ever that guy?
I think Jimmy did study under the great Tom Brady. He does know what it takes for a quarterback to get in the huddle and command guys. Now, did he have that command the same way that Brock Purdy has? I think what I like about Brock is he knows that leadership isn't guaranteed. He has to earn it. And so I think Brock knows, he has to find it within himself to kind of establish himself as that leader. Mm-hmm. With Trey Lance, though, I think another issue with Trey, then I think this kind of plays into why he wasn't a captain coming out of training camp, was that what I watched Trey play when I looked at him, I never saw a guy who was going to tell someone to shut up in a huddle so I can read the play off here.
That's important.
He never struck me as someone who was going to use his voice to get guys to fall in line behind him. Now, would that have changed if he had, never got hurt, leads the Niners to a very good start in 2022 and leads them to a successful season? Does, playing well, does that build up his confidence to the point where he is using his voice to get guys to fall in line behind him? That's unfortunately one of the great, mysteries in the universe that we'll never know.
This is great.
What happened there?
650. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls without yelling at teammates. He would get guys into play. Hey, we need to do this, but he wasn't I'm going to yell at you. I'm going to do all that and blah, blah, blah. Now, Aaron Rodgers is a little different. Peyton Manning's a little different, a little more commanding, a little more demanding, I should say, as he commanded the huddle.
Obviously, Brady. He's the standard.
No doubt. No doubt, Tom Brady.
Roethlisberger, I remember, was Roethlisberger ever a shouty guy? I don't remember.
A little bit of both, but he just made plays from what I remember.
He's kind of had a presence, too.
Right. He made plays, and his actions, by taking all those sacks, that was leadership. He took a physical. He got beat up in the pocket.
Steelers got a little bit of a different culture, too, that he fit in well with.
You think about their defense and their linebackers and all that.
James Harrison was probably more of a leader on those Steelers teams.
That's what I'm saying, their defense and their linebackers or whatnot.
So a slightly different situation. I think the Ravens, we were talking about, that Ravens team earlier in the show with Joe Flacco. Ray Lewis and Ed Reed were the leaders of that Ravens Super Bowl team, not Joe Flacco.
But when I hear that cut from Brock Purdy, taking a leadership role, and the way he responded to Kawakami asking him about, hey, man, were you on board with Tom Brady coming up? And he was like, well, I felt like I did enough to be the starter. This is my team. And I love that mentality from Brock Purdy, saying this is my offense. The hell with Tom Brady. And Kyle Shanahan told him that before he had the elbow surgery. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to kick the surgery in the ass and I'm going to work my ass off. You know what? Brock Purdy was ready to go on the first day of training camp. Could not believe it. Starting in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So that to me, even one of my, that may have got him to see. He was like, whoa, wait a minute here. He just had Tommy John surgery. Hasn't been able to practice. He comes back. He's coming into training camp. He plays in the first game against the Pittsburgh Steelers and boom, takes off. That's leadership. Maybe that's a guy who's like, look, I want to be the Tom Brady of this football team. He mentioned it And he wasn't on board. And I love that about Brock Purdy. I love that about Brock Purdy. And all the players, 707 saying, Brock is the leader. Debo wore a jacket saying Brock is MVP. Trent Williams glows about him. We heard Brendan Aiyuk on the Pivot podcast saying, you know what? This guy is a good quarterback. I mean, he is legit.
That is a good point because, obviously quarterback gets a little bit more fanfare, but, how often do you see these guys? The way they talk about, Brock Purdy, how often are we seeing these guys kind of taking that same attitude towards, their other teammates? Like, who is out, how many guys are out there talking up Brandon Aiyuk for being such a great guy and leading? And again, I'm not saying that Brandon Aiyuk isn't a great guy.
He's a quiet guy.
He's a quiet guy. Like, you don't see a lot of guys talking up Deebo Samuel as a leader out there.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Be careful with that one.
Okay, all right.
Be careful with that one because a lot of these players, including Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the football team, Deebo's kind of our heart and soul. Our identity revolves around Deebo Samuel.
So is he kind of like I hate to go down this road. Is he kind of like the Warriors' Draymond Green type, in that he has that chip on his shoulder attitude, that toughness? We say heart and whenever someone says heart and soul of a team, the first thing I think of is always Draymond Green because he was the heart and soul of those great Warriors teams. So does Deebo kind of have like a similar?
Absolutely. At the end, you think about where Shanahan says, our game plans are catered around Deebo. A lot of the motioning him out of the backfield, the jet sweeps, getting him the ball, the emotional leader, the physical leader, and that's why he has a C on his jersey. Don't forget, he has a captain. Yeah. He has a C on his jersey, and Deebo hasn't missed a practice yet since OTAs. He's been here. Freaking Deebo and the physical tone he sets. That's why we talk about tone setters, right? Early in football games, who's going to set a tone? With George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, right away. They get the ball. They're trying to run through your face. They're trying to run you over. And what that does to a sideline, when a guy has a chance to either go out of bounds or run through a defender, and they decide, I'm going to run through a defender, that sideline gets up and says, I need to strap up my helmet. I need to go. I need to step up my level of play. Deebo Samuel is so damn important to this offense. He's one of those guys, too, where you may see, Deebo only had 3 catches, 33 yards. But the gravity that he pulls and the impact that he has within that huddle, there's no doubt Deebo Samuel is one of the leaders of this football team. There's no doubt whatsoever. And they fall in line behind him. Mm-hmm. This team Jawan Jennings falls in line behind him.
And there's a lead by example aspect to that, too, because when you see a guy out there running as hard as Deebo is, hitting guys as hard as Deebo is, not wanting to go off the field like Deebo doesn't want to go off the field, like, if he's balling out as hard as he is, if you're a football player, you're thinking to yourself, well, what's my excuse? Like, if he's playing up to that level, if I want to be great, I got to match that intensity. And that's how you start elevating guys around you. So in sort of that sense, yeah, I see Deebo, I see Kittle. They are those kind of, forever vocal they might be, the way they lead is what they do on the field, setting that tone with how they play the game, though. So that's what I like about them. Aiyuk, again, he's more of a quieter guy. I don't know if he's
he's not the lead. He's just going to go out there and ball.
Is it kind of hard to be a leader?
That's why I look at
Is it hard to say you're a leader when you're holding in like he is, though? Like,
no, I mean,
do you hold that against them? Like Deebo a couple years ago, do you
I don't hold
him for that?
I don't hold it against them because you got to go get your money. You got to go get your money. And the players inside that locker room, they understand that. All right, shameless shout-outs coming up in 5 minutes. Line them up. I want to see your phone calls. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570 is the number. Adrian Gutierrez on YouTube. What up, Adrian? The NFL is a quarterback league. The quarterback handles the ball on every play. You need a quarterback to be a leader of the offense. That may be the case. I can subscribe to that right there. 888-957-9570 is the number for shameless shoutouts.
Yeah, what about the comment right above him, Mike? Can he stay on the field, though? When you think leadership, I mean, do you think of a guy where if he is absent, missing games, is that, again, just if we're fleshing out what makes a leader here. When you are absent for whatever reason, injuries or other, does that kind of take it away? Or
No, because your impact is felt when you are injured. And if you're injured, working your ass off and being on the football field,
that's a good point.
Look, your leader's out. We got to step up without our leader. That kind of rallies a team when your guy like Deebo Samuel gets hurt. So, Deebo, you think about the guys who are running out the tunnel with the boombox. Who's the first guys out of the tunnel?
187 on the YouTube chat. They do follow Deebo out of the tunnel with that boombox.
Deebo and Trent.
I think that does kind of set
Deebo and Trent.
That does set like the emotional tone of what you're about to, like, if you're, the other team, you see those guys coming out, massive Trent Williams, Debo with that boombox. Like, there's a swagger to that, too.
No doubt.
Like, there's just a badassness about that. That's how you set a tone.
As I think about Brandon Aiyuk, and there was rumors about him re-signing or coming up with a new deal yesterday with John Lynch and company because of the body language that he had. He exuded with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch the other day. Niners will hit the practice field again today. They had the day off yesterday. They'll be back on the field today. But the leadership, when you brought up Aiyuk and, is he really a leader and this and that, you know what? The way, and somebody brought this up. Who brought this up? 650. He sets the standard on how much wide receiver blocking on the team is expected. Brandon Aiyuk is a three-down wide receiver who gets his nose dirty and gets physical with DBs. He'll crack down on linebackers. He'll try to block a linebacker. Falls in line with what George Kittle does. Falls in line with what some of these guys does. Kyle Juszczyk being a fullback. We don't talk about his leadership in the backfield. Being a fullback and sacrificing everything, even taking pay cuts like he did this past offseason. So very, very interesting. Now, Joey Fleming saying Kyle is the leader of what? Because he always wants to be in the spotlight. All right. Maybe Kyle Shanahan is the leader. He is the head coach.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting how, we're so deep in this conversation, and that's kind of like the first time Kyle's been brought up in regards to being leader of this team during this conversation. I mentioned earlier, Kyle, he was kind of the leader of that 2019 team. Yep. We're talking about who's the team leader right now. We just mentioned Kyle Shanahan. So are we at the point where, the players now are, the focal points and the leaders over Kyle Shanahan, which I think that's what you want. You want your players to be the face. You want your players to be the leaders of your team over your head coach. I mean, that's not to diminish the head coach there, but the NFL, we care about players. The
players have to control the locker room. They got to police the locker room. They got to police the huddle. The head coach is going to be the head coach. He's going to be the head honcho and make sure everything is running smoothly. But the players have to police the locker room. They got to make sure their locker room is in order. So who's checking everybody in that locker room? 888-957-9570 is a number for shameless shout-outs. Line them up. I see your calls coming in right now. 888-957-9570 is a number. Before we get into shameless shout-outs, this is very interesting. Was Shanahan trying to motivate Brock Purdy with the Brady talks? Here's what Purdy had to say about that with Tim Kawakami.
I think we were just having an honest conversation about the whole thing. I think that when he was bringing that up, it was when it was before surgery. It was before I even had surgery or anything, so we had no idea what my timeline was like or anything. But, there was the competitive side of it for me. I was like, dude, I just, proved for 8-9 games that I can be the guy for this organization, but at the same time they need a guy for next year if I wasn't able to make it back in time.
There it is with Brock. 650, do we know how much Brock is allowed to change the play at the line of scrimmage? Not allowed. Shanahan doesn't like his quarterbacks to do it. Just doesn't like him to do it. So not much, but if he does build a better rapport with Shanahan and does what he did last season, I believe he will have a little more autonomy, but Shanahan's a stickler for that stuff, 650. He doesn't like his quarterback changing plays. Maybe he can change the protection here or there, but Shanahan's not with that. He wants his quarterback to run the play that is called because he believes his play that is called has an answer for everything, whether it's a blitz or zone or man D, doesn't matter. He believes he has the answer. So that's where we're at with the quarterback and changing the play at the line of scrimmage. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Cam Emmett coming up at 8 o'clock. Let's get to shameless shout-outs. All right, before we get to the calls, 888-957-9570 is the number. Loveman, go ahead, start us off. You're doing a hell of a job filling in for Shasky. What is your shout-out?
Well, I'm going to do a twofer shout-out. First off, I got to give a shout to our guy, Joe Hawks here, who's been helping me out behind the glass this week, answering the phones, taking a lot off my plate. Really appreciate you, Joe. Big thanks to you there. And then I guess if yesterday was National Girlfriend's Day, I got to give a shout out to my girlfriend, Allie. I don't know if she's listening or not right now. I did let her know that I was hosting this morning. She was like, awesome. Didn't say if she was going to tune in or not, but still, shout out to you since it was, happy. It was Girlfriend's Day yesterday.
All right, Joe, since you're around, you're doing a hell of a job. Who you shouting out today, buddy? Get his mic on, Lubman. Get his mic on. Joe, what you got?
Man, I'm going to shout out my boy Trent Alford. He's a real good dad, man. He does everything for his kids. He's just a real good, salt-of-the-earth guy. My man, Trent Alford.
I love that. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. Our main man, RJ in Fairfield. What you got, RJ? RJ, what's up, baby?
I'm good. Just want to shout out my wife, Ashley. It's her birthday. Happy birthday. I love you. Thank you for what you do for this family. Now put the baby to sleep and let's turn that Keith Sweat on, baby.
Shout out to Ashley. Happy birthday, Ashley. Shout out to the Stretch Lab over there on Brandon Street. And shout out to my boy Terrell. Been working out with him, personal trainer, and in the Stretch Lab, Allie and company out there stretching me out. I feel really good. I'm sore as hell right now. But I'm trying to get my body right, baby. I'm trying to get back in business, trying to lose some more weight. Did a great job losing weight last year. Haven't gained much of the pounds back, so I feel really good. But now it's time to tone it up, baby. It's time to turn it up and really get my stuff back going. I'm trying to get back on the golf course, trying to get back on the basketball court. So shout out to the Stretch Lab. And shout out to my boy Terrell out there. Had an accident yesterday, but he's doing all right. Worked me out, kicked my ass. Lubman.
You know, I'm going to do another shout out here. This is, we like to call it shameless shout outs. I'm going to call this a shameful shout out because I'm going to shame someone. So, quick story. Last night, saw Deadpool and Wolverine, which very entertaining movie. Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, born to play those roles. They absolutely killed it. It was incredibly fun movie. But Marvel, can we please stop with the post-credit scenes? Like, it's been 16 years. We don't need to sit through the entire credits again to get that 30-second clip. Like, just put it at the end of the movie like any other normal studio would. We don't need to sit through these credits anymore. It's gotten exhausting at this point. So that's a shameful shout out, Marvel. Get rid of the post-credit scene. I'm done with it.
All right. We got SF Stan in San Francisco. SF Stan, who you shouting out today, buddy?
Hey, good morning, man. I love the show. Shouting out our Vice President, Kamala Harris, man. Want to send out a good love to us.
There you go. He's shouting out Kamala Harris. I'm not going to get into the politics. That scene is wild. Shout out to Simone Biles and the U.S. women's gymnastics team. Shout out to just Paris putting on a scene at the Olympics. A beach volleyball venue looks amazing with the Eiffel Tower overlooking it with the Olympic rings. That looks great. Shout out to USA getting smoked in the Olympic quarterfinal 3-0 by Morocco. They're getting smoked, but it's all under 20 players under 23.
Yeah, it's not the U.S. It's not the traditional U.S. men's nationals team that we're used to seeing get smoked on the national stage. But
listen, what's the difference? We're all
about women's soccer here anyway.
Yeah, what's the difference between the under 23 team and the regular U.S. men's team? You know, I mean, really.
If we're shouting out Olympics, shout out to the $1.5 billion effort they put into cleaning up the River Seine so that we can have the Olympians swim in it and do. I think part of the triathlon was in it. Some of the other swimming events were in it. Like, that was a huge deal that they were trying to do. They spent a ton of money cleaning it up. So shout out to them for, I assume the water was clean enough. They got it to where they needed it to be. So
I'm with Theodore. Shout out to the Olympics. Theodore on YouTube. Shout out to the Olympics for drowning out politics for a bit. Thank the heavens. I mean, I don't...
Enjoy it now while it lasts.
Football season's coming.
Yeah.
Football season's coming.
We need a very exciting football season then and then we need the NBA to eventually come along and help us. Sports, y'all need to shout out to sports. Please distract us from all the nonsense we're going to be seeing over the next 3-4 months here with the political scene. No specifics, but just based off what we saw this week, it's not going to be a fun time. It will not be a fun game.
Is it ever a fun time?
I can't remember. I assume there used to be a time maybe back in like 1908 before Twitter where, it was a lot more fun, but not so much. Not so much anymore. So,
all right,
shout out, keeping the faith. Shout out to how terrible the new NFL kickoff is.
Oh wow, he doesn't like the new kickoff. I like the new kickoff.
Again, I think we're gonna get used to it very, very quickly. Again, once the returner starts running the ball, You can't even tell the difference.
I can't wait to see the trick plays on the new kickoff.
I can't wait to see the onside kicks are going to work.
Who will return the first kickoff for a touchdown with this new format? I wonder what the odds on that is.
Ooh. I'm sure because that's one of those things. That's kind of like trying to predict a lightning strike almost because they could, is it going to be a guy who's really good at returning kicks? Or is it going to be a guy who just happens to get past a very bad special teams unit? What's the Niners special teams unit going to look like this year? We do not talk about that very often.
No, we do not talk about that. Well, Jake Moody was good in the Super Bowl. Shout out to Jake Moody, a really good kicker for the 49ers. I believe in Jake. Remember everybody freaking out about him after week 1 of the preseason? We're not running the ball enough. Jake Moody, blah, blah, blah. If it was for Jake Moody, wouldn't be in the damn game. Thank the heavens for Jake Moody. Shout out to him. All right, that's it for Seven shout-outs. Check the extra point, of course. We knew that was going to happen. Shout out to him and shout out to everybody out there listening to the Rush. All right, let's move on to the injury report before we move on to Cam Emmett.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Hi, how are you?
Boy, oh boy. Mike Trout. His season ended yesterday. Suffered another meniscus tear in his left knee during the rehab process. He has not appeared in a game since April 29th, and he underwent surgery on his knee back on May 3rd. Last month, while on a rehab assignment in AAA, he had to exit after 2 innings due to soreness in his left knee. The injuries have been mounting for Trout over the last few years, and as he has not played in more than 119 games since the 2019 season. Now, I saw some other numbers, Lubman, on him. I don't think he's played post-All-Star break in the last 3 years or something crazy like that. I mean, it's been unbelievably bad for Mike Trout. I remember some Giants fans and some people maybe say, trade for Mike Trout. Trade for Mike Trout.
I was one of the loudest people saying go trade for Mike Trout. Remember, I was banging on the table, say whatever it takes. Let's get Mike Trout in Giants uniform. And glad Farhan didn't listen to me on that one.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think he listens to us at all. Farhan Zaidi, that is. But boy,
he listened to me on Wednesday.
Did he? By the way,
in my mind, he did. Sorry, Tuesday.
I just Mike Trout thing is, and he posted a tweet. And it's just sad. He just may be lost in Anaheim. He may be cooked.
Get him off the Angels. Like, some team come in, make an offer, get him out of there, because this is, to this point, I think Mike Trout has been one of the most wasted careers in all of baseball history. In terms of, Bonte, you, me here, and Joe Hawks here, we're sitting here doing this show. The three of us combined have won as many playoff games as Mike Trout has. That should not be that should not be a true statement. He needs to be in the playoffs, winning playoff games on the biggest stage. It is just a shame that a guy who was a Hall of Famer basically 3-4 years into his career has zero anything on his postseason resume. I know I've heard people say, Ernie Banks, he never played in the postseason, or Ken Griffey Jr. or whatever. Mike Trout played in an era where making the playoffs has been the easiest it has ever been.
Yeah.
And the Angels have just completely pissed his career away, and it sucks that if the Angels do move off of him this year, maybe they send him to Philadelphia. I heard that he would like to go there if he could. If that team did get to the playoffs with Trout, you're not even going to be seeing Trout at his best. But it's more just let's get this guy his due.
We did get to see Ken Griffey Jr. in the playoffs, and he put on some shows in the playoffs when he was a member of the Seattle Mariners. Once he got traded to Cincinnati, not much playoff success.
There,
so
Trout, he has the one playoff appearance against the Orioles in 14, and they swept. Oh no, it was the Royals, was it?
I forget who it was. It's been so long. I think it was a decade
I think it was
ago,
the Royals in 14. Yeah, it's just felt like such a waste to see that greatness not playing in October.
Well, Trout, 2021, second half of the season, didn't play in any games. 2022 played at 40. 2023 played in 1, and now he's not going to play in any in 2024. Look about these injuries. 2017, tore ligament left thumb. 2018, right wrist inflammation. 2019, surgery on his right foot. 2021, strained right calf. 2022, left rib cage inflammation. 2023, fractured helmet bone in his left hand. And then now he's got a torn left meniscus. And between 2021 and 24, he's only played in 266 of the Angels' 648 games. That's 66 and a half games per season. That is awful. All right, Cam Emmett coming up. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We'll get into it with Cam Emmett, the career of Patrick Willis, his new book, what's going on with Aiyuk, what's going on with Trent Williams, what he's seen at training camp. Cam Emmett, Bay Area News Group, coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
For center, going to throw. Has time, goes for the end zone. Ball deflected. Niners pick it up off the deflection. Patrick Willis back up the right sideline. Beats one man. Gets by Hasselbeck. Needs a block. He's down to the 40, the 35. Can he run fast enough? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, 49ers. Oh, what a bonanza. 85 yards deflected. Interception, touchdown for Patrick Willis.
Joe Starkey on the call there back in 08, week 2 against Seattle, 86-yard interception return, and Patrick Willis will get his due tomorrow and get his gold jacket. He's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. You can't man on in just a second here, but shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You guys are doing a hell of a job today, carrying the show. No Shaska Day. Love and die. Love me back there running the board and co-hosting. I'm here. Joe Hawks is here. But shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Your for low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. He got the dealer. Kyle Harrison pitching for the Giants today as the Giants go to Cincinnati coming off a 5-1 homestand. Will their pitching staff carry them to the promised land? Oh, we shall see. Oh, we shall see. Will their bats wake up? There's something I want to bring up to Sam Lubbock at 8:30 about the Giants, though, because we're going to see Cincinnati, their young core. And I haven't heard much about their young core this season as the Giants bring their young core into Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark. All right. Let's bring in my boy. It's been a long time since I talked to him. And he's got a new book. I want him to explain what he has. But Cam Inman, longtime 49ers NFL reporter, Bay Area News Group. Follow him on Instagram at 49ers.cab, at 49erscab. He does a great job on Instagram. Big Cam, what's happening, man? Thanks for joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Long time no talk, buddy.
Hey, good Friday morning to you. I'm excited. I'm excited because the garbage man just showed up at my house and they're taking away a lot of my stuff. There's no better way than Friday to watch your stuff go away. That's good.
You probably got a lot of stinky garbage too, Cam, knowing you.
Well, you know what? I did an extra. This is an exclusive interview. I had extra special trash pickup because my son and I repaired his bumper on his truck. I got old boxes, TVs. Today's the big day where they come and pick up free stuff. So it's awesome.
It's awesome. I'm surprised you're not are you going to Canton, Ohio tomorrow for Patrick Willis's Hall of Fame induction?
No, sadly I'm not. I'm going to be at camp, but I will tell anybody that loves football, just go to Canton, whether it's enshrinement weekend or any other day. It's the only museum for some reason I really, really appreciate almost. Or it's awesome, and it's a small town America, and it is cool that Patrick finally got in, and hopefully there's going to be a lot more 49ers following him now, because this franchise kind of got reset once Patrick kind of came through, right, and started making playoffs again. And so I guess the last 15 years or so, there's been contention. There was a little dip for a bit, but Frank Gore is probably going to be following him in there in a couple of years.
Joe Staley as well, and I remember that photo when Patrick Willis got drafted in the first round alongside Joe Staley. And they had that photo up at the press conference where they're holding up their jerseys. Of course, Patrick Willis with that number 52, and he starts right away. So what do you remember about first seeing Patrick Willis when he hit the practice field as a rookie from Ole Miss?
Do you remember just how fast Patrick Willis was and how just the instant brick wall that running backs would go into? I don't think I've seen a running back or a linebacker deliver such ferocious hits than Patrick did. And the other day on the practice field, Dante Whitner was standing on the sideline with me, and he played with Patrick. And I said, "What was Patrick's best hit that you remember?" And he said, "Go back and watch the Indianapolis Colts game." He said he just absolutely obliterates some running back. I think because Dante did something to the fullback on the same player. May have that vice versa, but so I went back and watched that game, and it's just poetry watching him play football. It's really neat. So it's great that Patrick got in. The knock on Patrick was he just didn't play long, right? He played 7.5 seasons. And when he went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, Mike Singletary introduced him.
Yeah.
Presented him.
And Patrick's it wasn't a plea, but it was a really good explanation of, don't look at what I could have been, look at what I did. And what he did was a Pro Bowler 7 years in a row. He led that defense the way you want a middle linebacker to lead it, and the way Fred Warner's doing it now with the modern era 49ers.
Yeah, he led the team with 174 tackles his rookie season. Patrick Willis had his, and of course, week 2 we just played a highlight when he had the 86-yard interception return up in Seattle. Remember the hit on Brad Smith. He had another pick 6 against the Rams one year. I mean, he was unbelievable. But the person Patrick Willis was, which I think that's what made teammates fall in line with him. It wasn't just that he was a hard hitter. He could go sideline to sideline. He could play all 3 downs. It was the person he was, Cam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a selfless leader, and it's what you need out of that position, right? Where everybody can look to somebody and say, all right, well, that's excellent, and I need to play up to his level. And he played on some defense that had a lot of talent around him. And Patrick never, pretended that he was above anybody. And then here comes Navarro Bowman. And next thing you know, there's a dynamic duo right there. And, Bowman's knee injury in that 2013 NFC Championship game was just so devastating to his career and that Niners defense because, Patrick was done the next season. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, wait, 1 minute they have the best linebacker duo in the NFL. And then the next year, it's gone. And so that's why I think it's the NFL. You have to really appreciate, the talent that's on the team. If you look at the team right now and you say, okay, you got some really talented guys, and it's not about just a championship window because there's going to be players coming in and out all the time, right? It's maintaining that high level, and it's guys like Patrick Willis that establish that.
Yeah, Cam. So we're talking about Patrick Willis, the man. What your first thoughts of him were, but I'm kind of curious, throughout his career, what's a moment on the field, a play he made on the field that you feel just truly kind of encapsulates just what kind of a dominant player Patrick Willis was at linebacker?
A play that a lot of people like to bring up is, I believe he chased down an Arizona Cardinals running back way downfield. That's right. And just remember that one? Yep. And you can probably YouTube and find that one, but from my vantage point, in the press box, watching the guy, for some reason, I flashed to him in the left flat, just running up and just slamming a guy, and it just instantly the guy had nowhere to go. And it's that kind of hits and that kind of anticipation on where to go, which made him so special.
Yeah, Monday Night Football against Reggie Bush on Jerry Rice night at Candlestick Park. He had a big hit on him. So Patrick Willis gets his due, and I can't wait to get out there. You're right. I went to the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto one year, and I was blown away by it. I was like, wow, I wonder what the Pro Football Hall of Fame is going to be like. So Willis will get his due. He'll get his gold jacket as we're talking to Cam M and Bay Area News Group, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We were out there the first day. I don't think I saw you, Cam, but I know you've been out there covering training camp. So, obviously the Aiyuk stuff. Let's just start right there. What's the latest there? Because there's all these rumors over the internet. I woke up from a nap yesterday thinking, where's this coming from? Well, I had no idea. It's like, wait, because of a handshake and a hug with John Lynch? So what is the latest with Brandon Aiyuk? Let's start right there, Cam.
Exactly. It's like we've been waiting for 6 months. I mean, it's not just not just last 24 hours. It's like, hey, stay tuned. It could happen tomorrow. The fact that they're starting kind of this third block of practice today, so they practice a few more days today, and that's like every time they start a new block, it's like, okay, maybe now is when Aiyuk signs so we can get integrated into practice. So yesterday he shook John Lynch's hand and Kyle Shanahan's right as practice was getting going. Everybody got all excited. And then you kind of look around and go, wait a minute, if he's going to sign a big deal, he's going to know this. He's probably going to have his family around. And then Brandon retreated and watched practice from a cart like he's been doing throughout training camp. But Bonte, the fact that he showed up at camp, I mean, it shows you he wants to be on this team. Like, he put that trade request in a week earlier, and it's just kind of like, all right, I have to go through these business motions to pretend I'm mad. And it's kind of like society, right, where, like, everybody uses social media to show how angry and disgruntled you are, and then you see somebody in person. It's like, hey, good to see you. Let's get something done. Yeah. So we know that probably things will get done, right? It's just CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase have not signed their deals yet. And so it's like, is he waiting for 2 more guys? Because there's already a great sample size of where the wide receiver market has exploded. And I think they know what the numbers, everybody knows what they want. So it's like, it just seems like there's an understanding of how this is progressing. It doesn't seem volatile and hostile. The Trent Williams situation, it's a bit more in the dark, other than you figure that he wants to get paid and get guaranteed money because all of a sudden, after 3 years, he's no longer the highest paid offensive tackle.
Yeah.
He's the sixth highest paid.
I know.
And, and everybody knows he's the best offensive tackle.
He knows. He saw Tristan Wirfs 28.1. What is it? Sewell's getting 28. Darishaw's getting, 26, 27. Andrew Thomas, New York Giants, $23.5 million per. Oh, Big Trent knows. Big Trent is about his money, too. And that's one guy you don't – he may have the leverage here, Cam, because without Trent Williams, I don't know what this run game is going to look like. I don't know what the passing game is going to look like. I don't know what this offense as a whole is going to look like without big number 71 Trent Williams.
And it doesn't look great. And it's, this affords Jalen Moore a chance to kind of get a lot of reps in practice. But when you're going against Nick Bosa, you're not winning a lot of those reps. So it's a tough learning. But, you go back to the money situation with Trent. When he signed that contract 3 years ago, he was hyper aware what the market ceiling was, and it was David Bakhtiari. And Trent made sure out of this, what is it, $138 million deal or something, Trent saw, give me $10,000 a year more than Bakhtiari so I can say I'm number one. So, he's aware. But since he signed that deal, he became an All-Pro. That's the only time in his career he's been All-Pro is each of these last 3 seasons. So, and he's relatively durable, and everybody knows the second he's on the field, he is a menace, and he's exactly the guy you want protecting the quarterback, who you finally have a quarterback that you're going to be paying a lot next year to. So you got to lock Trent up for a couple more years and satisfy him. But he's not the kind of guy that needs training camp to get in shape. This dude knows what he's doing. He doesn't need to be there for offensive installs. That he's in the same system he's been in for 14 years in the NFL.
Cam, we're talking about all this money here, and we had Matt Barrows on yesterday, and he mentioned that the Niners kind of knew that this situation with Trent Williams was coming. And we've seen this over the last few years where the Niners, they like to wait to pay their guys. Debo, he got his deal in camp. Bosa got his deal right before week 1. They're waiting with Aiyuk. They're waiting with Trent. But during that time, you've seen it this year. You saw a bunch of wide receivers sign deals early on. You got Sewell and Wirfs. They're signing their deals that are kind of increasing the price. So it's at this point where the Niners waiting like they usually do is kind of, increase the price that they're going to have to pay for these guys. Do you kind of get this sense that going forward, if the Niners want to keep locking guys up, this strategy of waiting, through the summer and into training camp might need to shift?
No, because this is how they've done it. And so I think it's everything that we paid attention to this year with Aiyuk and now Trent Williams, you just go, oh my gosh, what's going on with their business principles? Wait until next year. Wait until they have to hammer out a $60 million a year contract for Brock Purdy. It's going to be the biggest contract in 49ers history. And, obviously Brock's on the way towards that. He's got to prove himself again this year. But the way you just saw Jordan Love and Tua get paid, Brock's going to get paid, and his representatives have to make sure that he gets paid at the market rate. So is he going to get his contract in February, the second the season's over, the second the Super Bowl's over? I don't think so. It's a huge deal. It's a massive deal. So all this talk about, they let their deals drag on. Well, that next year's probably going to be one too.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore.
There's a lot of guys.
Camp. There's a lot of guys. Hufanga, what's going to happen with him as we're talking to Cam Inman here on the River Islands guest line. Cam, who else is standing out in camp right now? Other than, Fred, one I'm hearing is having a monster camp. Diamador Lenore looks great. Charvarius Ward looks awesome. I hear just looking at Debo, I'm like, wow, Debo looks like he's in great shape. Who else is standing out? Who should we keep our eyes on before we get to this preseason game next week against Tennessee?
Yeah, well, and especially when you're talking about looking at the preseason games, I think this camp and this preseason is all about figuring out the depth on this team because we know who the starters are essentially, right? Other than a right guard where you have a rookie in Dominic Pooney who's standing out doing really well. He's holding his own, but it's almost by default because Spencer Burford's out with a broken hand and John Feliciano's dealing with a knee issue. So the offense is kind of like, okay, well, is Pearsall going to be able to learn the offense fast enough? Trent Taylor's back and he's looking really good, but it's like, is he going to get reps behind Debo, Aiyuk, and Juwan Jennings? So you have a lot of wide receiver talent, again, which is good. You needed that depth. McCaffrey looks just, it's the underplayed storyline. This guy's the NFL rushing champion, and he's ready to go already, and it's August 1. So defensively, they do have a little bit more depth at cornerback, but, we'll see how that goes. Isaac Yiadom on the outside when Diamador Lenore shifts inside. He's done really well. It's kind of a nice cornerback combo, but you know how the league is. You need a lot of cornerbacks to get through a season, just as you need a lot of defensive linemen. And I think that's, to me, is a concern still because they did not draft any defensive ends, and they signed Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos.
Yeah.
And I think, and I talked to Yeater yesterday or the day before, this guy could be the monster offseason addition. Because he's going to be the versatile guy that can stay on the field a lot and rotate in there. I think that, but again, there's your three defensive ends. You got Bosa, Floyd, and Gross-Matos. Who else you got? Because I don't think Drake Jackson's coming back anytime soon because he had a serious knee injury. And then you're kind of relying on Robert Beal. And then it's like, this is a team in recent years that needs to go after defensive ends, and they realize they don't have enough depth, and they trade for them in October. They go after Chase Young, Randy Gregory. They got Omenahu a few years ago. So that's a concern to me. And then you talk about the special teams, and you're like, well, okay, they need a new punt returner. So that's where Trent Taylor's probably leading the way right now. But this new kickoff rule, did you watch it last night?
I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be exciting for the league. They needed to do this, spice it up a little bit, like they did the extra points a few years ago. Cam, hey, well, let's see it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, okay, watching this at practice, I go, this is going to be a disaster. Only in the fact of these officials got to be on it because the cover teams, those guys are not allowed to move until the ball's in the receiver's hands, right, or the returner's hands. And you can see some guys wanting to leave early, so that they're going to watch these guys like a hawk. And then the guys who are blocking those people, they're going at them at an angle that's almost like a T-bone. And so you're going to see these blindside block penalties if guys are undisciplined. So I'm just going, it could be a lot of fun if a returner makes it past that first wall and is gone. But there's a lot to get through to get to that point.
So let's focus on the offense here a little bit. They put up close to 30 points a game last year, and that was with Brock spending most of the summer rehabbing an elbow injury. He's got the full off season now, OTA's training camp. He's the unquestioned starter. This offense looks about as locked in as it could possibly be, especially once Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams get on the field here. Cam, I'm curious, just how much better could this offense be? Last year we were saying 30 for Purdy every game. Is it possible that we could see an offense that's climbing north of 30 points per game this season?
I think so. I think we undersell it going, Purdy, he threw a franchise record, 4,280 yards last year. There's no way he's going to repeat that. Definitely he can repeat that. I mean, he's going through camp. He's getting that arm in shape. He has great command of the offense. You have all these weapons back, assuming Aiyuk does sign. Has he signed yet today?
No, not yet. There's a rumor that he's signing today, but I don't really.
There's a rumor yesterday that he was signing too. So.
Yeah, I've had a story ready to go for 6 months that he signed. So just let me know when it happens. I'll hit send. But I mean, look around. I mean, it's not like the NFC defense has got way better. I think the Niners are still in great position to rack up a lot of points and score people. Just if they get to the Super Bowl, they better score more, 22 points against Patrick Mahomes to have a chance to win that thing.
Real quick, before we let you go, you do have a new book, Cam. We talked at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. You tipped me off about it. Go ahead, explain what the book is, the title of the book, what it's about, so we can go out there and buy it and let our audience know where to get it.
Yeah, so the book is called The Franchise San Francisco 49ers. It's a kind of a collection of everything you need to know about the team. From my point of view, I'm going into my 25th year covering the team. So I give you a lot of the anecdotes of my one-on-one interviews, insight that you may not know, a lot about the players, coaches, Super Bowls, the free agents, drafts. We cover everything. I got George Kittle and Frank Gore to do forwards for me, so those alone are worth the price of admission. And they're very heartfelt words about what this franchise means to those guys. And then here's something I'm starting to spread the word about is I want to use this book as a vehicle to raise money for high school football programs. So my publisher, which is Triumph Books, said that they're going to do something with me where if programs are interested, they can buy the books at a discount and then resell them. So that way they can raise some money for their program to get helmets or shoulder pads for somebody. So if you're a coach or a team manager or a booster, please get in touch with me. I can check out my emails or do it on my social media accounts, and then we can set something up.
Oh, I love that. I love that, Cam. The book, I can't wait to dive into it. I've got it. I can't wait to dive into it because I love 49ers history, and I love your writing as well, Cam. Good to hear from you. Can't wait to see you out there. Football's back, baby. We got the Hall of Fame game yesterday, and now we just got to wait on Aiyuk and Trent Williams to see this thing go. Cam, have a good Friday, man. Have fun at practice today.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. Talk to you later.
You too. Cam Inman here on the River Islands guest line. Still waiting on Aiyuk. Still waiting on Big Trent. The fact that Big Trent was like, yeah, I need 10,000 more a year than David Bakhtiari. That's just great stuff right there.
It's kind of petty. I love it.
Yeah, it is petty, no doubt. Players got to get their cash, man. They got to get their cash. They want their cash. And we'll get the agent's perspective from Doug Henderson at 920. He's an agent for Marshawn Lynch, for many others. Been in this game for a long, long time. We'll get his perspective on everything going on with Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and what his advice would be from an agent perspective. But this offense, we touched on it yesterday. And when we're looking at it now, Juwan Jennings got a lot better. I sent the tweet yesterday. People are like, what about Juwan? What about Juwan? This team does have an embarrassment of riches. Ricky Pearsall's a first-round pick. I'm expecting him to have some type of impact, some sort of impact on this football team. Now, I'm not saying he's going to get 1,000 yards and he's going to win Rookie of the Year, but I expect him to have an impact. He's a first-round pick.
And he'll have space to operate with downfield, too. Especially, imagine you're a defense, you're lining up, and you see Debo, you got Kittle, you got Aiyuk, you got Juwan. Oh, and then you got Ricky there. I mean, you got 5 dynamic passing options you can go to. I don't even think I mentioned Kittle there.
No.
You said it, embarrassment of riches, and it is perfectly set up for Ricky to not shoulder a lot of the workload, but still get a lot of yards on this offense.
No doubt. And what Matt Barrow said yesterday, man, all Ricky Pearsall does is get open. I like hearing that.
He doesn't even have Aiyuk there yet.
And then, one thing else we haven't talked about much is Christian McCaffrey. Cam Emmett said Christian McCaffrey is ready to roll. It's only August 1st. Well, it's August 2nd now. We need to taper him down. Hey, McCaffrey, I don't need you ready. Just chill, dude. Chill.
We're already limiting his snaps.
Yeah, just chill. I don't need you taking first team reps. I don't need you taking second team reps. Just relax. But that's McCaffrey. He wants to be in on every snap. He wants to take every single rep. So you got McCaffrey, the rushing champ, the offensive player of the year in the NFL. And then you got Juwan Jennings, who's hungry, who's beating up DBs left and right. You got Deebo Samuel, who looks like he's in phenomenal shape and playing for a new contract. 888-957-9570. Look, I was a little delusional yesterday. I get it. We had our boy, who was our guys yesterday? Jose, and he's going up to
Vallejo,
Seattle.
I think, right?
Jose and Vallejo going up to Napa. Rolando. Jose.
You got that?
Rolando and Napa. Jose and Vallejo. Jose's going to Seattle. Rolando, he's just hyped up. And then you had somebody else, Daryl in Oakland. He was like, dude, Ricky Pearsall, Jerry Rice on steroids. G. Washington said it. No, we found out G. Washington didn't say anything like that. But the hype is real. And I think fans, but just send it out to tweet because my thing was this. Football's back. How long are we going to let the Super Bowl, this Super Bowl loss, I get it. We're all depressed over it.
It's never going to go away.
It'll never go away.
But it's time.
It's time to turn the damn page.
It's time to pick it off the mat. And it's funny you mentioned Rolando there, Bonte, before we hit this break, is Rolando was our caller of the week.
Rolando, Napa, talk to me.
Hell yeah, dude, man. Screw the Giants, man. Talk about red and gold, baby. Judgment Day's coming, Kansas City. We're going to crown your ass in New Orleans. You hear that, Taylor Swift? We'll make you cry to Travis Kelce when you see Brock Purdy throw 6 touchdowns in New Orleans. You got that?
That was caller of the week. Caller to the roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week too.
I just love how fired up he was with the signals cutting out. It's like, did you hear that, Taylor Swift? I don't know. Your line cut out there a second, but that's the energy we love from our Niner fans.
We do love that energy. We got a break here. Maybe we'll touch on a little Giants here in a second. We got Doug Henderson, 920. We'll get back into the Niners. 888-957-9570 is the number. Patrick Willis going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Tomorrow, he'll be inducted with his gold jacket. Simone Biles, another gold medal. Sudie Lee, a bronze medal. She did an amazing job with gymnastics team. Team USA's back on the court tomorrow.
Katie Ledecky.
Yeah, no doubt. Katie Ledecky, you can't forget about her.
Even though she went to Stanford.
It's okay. I love Stanford. Stanford's got a beautiful campus.
That they do.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful campus. All right, let's get into a little Giants in Cincinnati. We'll see where Giants fans are at. Are we down and out with the Giants? Are we ready to turn the page on them? They did go 5-1 in the homestand. I'm trying to be positive here, folks. That's coming up, brought to you by Safeway. I'm actually excited about the Giants. What up, Adam and SF? We got actually some new rejoins. I got some new rejoins sent to me. New rejoins. Got a guy, my guy Turtle Pie out there. You know who you are, Turtle Pie.
Turtle Pie. That I need to know how that nickname came about.
Just don't you worry. Turtle Pie.
Your crew has some of the most eclectic nicknames that I've ever heard. Like,
gotta have good nicknames, man.
Is Big Dog City, Turtle Pie,
Philly
Wet
Zoo.
Wet, Philly Zoo. Like,
yeah. we got some names. We got some names. Mo Money, Banter.
Do you have a nickname in your friend group?
Yeah, it was Tater Mac. Yeah, Tater.
Why Tater?
I don't know.
Big potato guy?
Tater. You know, there's a bunch
I see,
of
like
other
Bun,
Tays.
Tater. All right, I see how it comes together. I don't know. All right. I don't know what that says about me. They go right to potatoes there. But.
Yeah, no, I look like a potato. Maybe I look like Potato Head when I was younger.
No. Not since SOTA, but.
You know, not since SOTA. A little Mr. Potato Head, Egghead, I don't know. But,
I rock Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, no, it's, we got to have nicknames, man. You got to have nicknames. Shout out to Bullet. He used to be a counselor for me at Young Life. And Bullet, one time I had his phone. We go in church, and he's like, hold my phone for me. And I picked it up one time, and it was a nickname. And then I started scrolling through his contacts. I was like 18 years old. And I'm scrolling, I was like, wow, it's just all these nicknames. He's like, oh, first of all, don't ever pick up my phone. And I was like, man, you got all these nicknames. He's like, yeah, for guys like you looking at my phone. So I started doing that. I was like, you know what? I'm going to put all these nicknames, like the front office. My boy, the front office. We got nicknames for everybody.
So your boy, is that Bob or Mike?
No.
Oh, okay.
His government name's Igor Spivak, but the front office. Got my guys Chuck Zilla. I got nicknames for days, dude. That's all I know of people. Sometimes I forget their real name, just call them by their nickname.
And does anyone here at the station have a nickname in your phone?
Butcher. Nice guy, Steven.
Don't pick up when I call.
He's just Sam Lovin. He's just been Sam Lovin for a while. I need to do that. Who else do I have? Started to piss me off. Guru. Guru's just Guru.
Yeah, he's Guru Johnson in mine. Yeah,
he's just Guru. Just Guru. Who else? Who else do I Any other nicknames? Fans, if you're out there, 888-957-9570. You feel me on this?
I am the system of this show.
Nicknames. You can't be good friends with somebody and not have nicknames for them.
Joe
you
Hawks.
just can't.
Joe Hawks, would you have nicknames that anyone put on you?
Hawk time?
Nah, folks just call me sometimes just by the last name Hawks.
Hawks?
Yeah.
Hawk time like Aaron Pryor? Hawk time? Former boxer back in the 80s.
Oh, trust. I know who you talking about.
Yeah, by the way, go down to the Terrence Crawford fight tomorrow.
Before me.
Okay, I can go down to Terrence Crawford fight tomorrow. It's a great card down in L.A. BMO Stadium looks beautiful. Cannot wait to fly down to L.A. with the homies tomorrow, man. We're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah, nicknames. You got to have nicknames. Look at our boy Zucci Mane. Zucci Mane. That's funny y'all mention this. This is on the Xfinity mobile text line, of course. I was mentioning Bonte to my boy the other day, and he was like, Bonte, is that a real person? Because Zucci Mane always has great nicknames for his boys. Yeah, sometimes there are people saying, what's a Bonte? If you look at 957thegame.com, the old thing, one of the first things I did here at the station was went around on the streets in downtown San Francisco and said, you know what a Bonte is? People's like, is it a fruit? So shout out to my mother for that one. Shout out to my mother for that one.
Right?
Some people are saying Sausalito Shasky. Nah, he hasn't been Sausalito Shasky this week.
No.
He's been Frisco Shasky. The Excelsior Shasky.
He's been a little shook up Shasky this week.
he's always shook. That's actually a good name.
I am shook.
That's actually a good name for him. Shook up Shasky.
Yep.
He's always shook up. He's always rattled, worried. Mm-hmm. The worrier of the show. That's either Guru or Shasky.
That's true. You got to have somewhere. I mean, it's sports. You're always going to be worrying it to some degree in sports. Like for the Giants right now, I'm really worried about the Giants.
Are you worried?
For a litany of reasons.
Are you worried?
A little worried,
Are
yeah.
You really worried?
I don't know what direction this team's going in. I was listening to an interview with Farhan on another station yesterday.
Why would you admit that
out loud? And it was just like...
why would you admit that out loud? To say you saw some quotes from Farhan?
Heard some clips.
To say you heard it from Alex Pavlovich. He had Farhan on.
That's true. Well, I wanted, something more hard-hitting. But, like...
Hey. Don't. Easy.
Okay, all right.
Easy.
Shout out my guy Pavs. He does do a lot of hard work down there.
Yes, easy.
So I see. Hey, no, I was saying I'm not gonna go full Shasky here and start throwing beat writers under the bus
Christ,
here.
You just
I respect my beat writers.
Just did.
I respect the work
just
that
get to the
Pavs
Giants.
puts in.
What are you worried about?
Anyway,
you gotta have a certain status to start taking shots at people. You're not exactly Teflon on these streets yet, love it.
All right.
I'm trying to help you out here.
But no, it was just
elevate you, man. You're already alienating yourself. All right, go ahead. Keep going.
No, I'm worried because it feels like the Giants have multiple directions they can go in, and they just don't know which direction they want to go in. Do they want to commit to these young guys? Well, okay, then why are you taking them out in the ninth inning and bringing in Mark Canha? Are we trying to compete for playoff spots? Well, okay, then where do the young guys fit in on that one? It's just, it seems like they're just being pulled in two different directions right now, and it's just like Shana Rubin said yesterday, they're a little too timeline-y right now, and the Warriors struggle with their own two timelines plan, and the Giants are doing far worse, I think, at their two timelines plan.
Well, we're going to see them because the Cincinnati Reds are a young team, and we saw a couple All-Stars from them this season. Hunter Green, good young pitcher from SoCal. He throws nothing but heat. Abbott today is a really good pitcher. I like Abbott a lot. He's got a 3.38 ERA for the Cincinnati Reds this season. They've got a nice young core. They have a nice young core, but they're in fourth place as well. They're 52-56. They have the same amount of losses as the Giants. Same amount of losses as the Giants.
Giants got two more wins. So
basically.
54-56.
Yeah. So tied in the loss column, game back of the Giants because of the two more games or the two extra games the Giants have played so far. So a big-time series for the Giants, and I think it's big for Kyle Harrison. Let's start with him. We talk about the youngsters here. You look at his last three starts. He has been sensational. Now, two of those starts have come against the Colorado Rockies. Well, Kyle Harrison, he could pitch against the Rockies. There's no doubt about that. But this ballpark, which is in bandbox. Now, Cincinnati doesn't hit for average at all. They strike out a lot, but if they get on base, they got a lot of speed on this team, and they can hit the long ball if they do connect. Kyle Harrison, I think this is the biggest start of the season for him, to start this road trip off with the bang. Now, you're in Cincinnati for 3, and then you go to Washington for 4. And it's going to be hot. Going to be really, really hot. Would you look at what Kyle Harrison has done over the last 3 games? Look, he had the rough start in Cleveland coming off the IL with the ankle injury. He only goes 3 1/3 of an inning, but then he goes 5 1/3 against Minnesota, gives up 1 run, strikes out 6. He goes against Colorado, 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, did walk 4, but he didn't give up a single run at Coors Field.
Which is not nothing, by the way. 5 shutout innings at Coors Field.
No.
I don't care how bad the Rockies are. If you can throw a shutout for 5 innings or more at Coors Field, like you're doing something right.
You're doing something well. And then you got Colorado at home, and you go 6 2/3, you give up 1 run, and you struck out 11. It was a game I attended. He was dynamic that day. He was electric. So 3.69 ERA. He's lowered his ERA in his last 3 starts. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens today as he goes on the road. It takes on a young Cincinnati team. Now, has the hype dissipated on Elly De La Cruz? Because last year he was the talk of the town. And he's still making some great plays. He's batting .262 this year. He's got the 18 home runs and the 45 RBIs. But, boy, he's got 55 stolen bases. Do the Giants even have 55 stolen bases as a team?
I don't think they do, no.
Seriously.
That tells you everything you know. No, I mean, Elly De La Cruz, I think there's still some excitement about him. When I still see him in the lineup, I'm not going to lie, I'm jealous that the Reds have him. I would love to have a player like Elly De La Cruz on the Giants.
Hold on. This is crazy. We're not to cut you off, Lubman, but the Giants have 38 stolen bases as a team.
Really, that many? Matt Chapman has been your stolen base leader this year.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
But to that point, though, Bonte, and this is something, I don't want to get too deep on the
Cincinnati,
stolen base
real quick, 156 stolen bases on the season.
What's about the stolen bases, though, the only thing that keeps me from really losing my mind about the lack of stolen bases the Giants are getting is ever since they moved into this ballpark, they have finished in the top 10 in stolen bases 3 times.
Yeah.
Twice they were 10th, and then once they were 8th. So my frustration there, it's a little bit not as intense just because the Giants have never really built teams around speed over the 25 years they played at 3rd and King. That said, though, where it does get me frustrated is, well, then why not start now, though?
Yeah, you should start now.
It's easier to steal a base now than it ever has been in baseball. You have bigger bases. You got rules for how often you can throw out. You could try and pick off runners. Like, if you could get a pitcher to, throw over twice, then you're gone as soon as the ball leaves his hand. You got to be more aggressive there. I would love to see Tyler Fitzgerald if they keep him in the leadoff spot, which classic Giants, they have him bat leadoff on Tuesday and they throw him, I think, the 6th or 7th spot on Wednesday, which is like, you wonder why I'm worried here. But I would like to see Fitz get on, try and use his speed a little bit more. He is the fastest guy on the bases. I've talked to him about that. And, earlier on in the year, he was kind of like, I think, dealing with some hesitation with, when to go and when not to go. When you're a rookie, obviously, you're going to be, especially on this team, you're going to be looking over your shoulder a lot.
Looking over your shoulder all day long here.
But I feel like you're starting to see Fitz get a little bit more confident on the base pass there. So that's something I want to see kind of develop these next couple months.
And I want to see the Giants start to develop speed and get more speed and athleticism on his football. Sounds like I'm talking about the Warriors, where you want speed and athleticism and size or whatnot. Yeah. Young athletic guys, you need speed. And in baseball right now, you do need a little speed. But if you can't get power hitters to come here, and if you can't sign power hitters to come here, then why not try to develop 5-tool players, guys who could get first to home, second to home, first to third, turn it to singles and to doubles.
We used to call it a ground attack.
Exactly. You get a double here, but you know what? I'm going to stretch it out to a triple. We need guys like that. Now, the frustration with Giants fans, where is it at right now? Because we had a day off to kind of cool our jets, take a break from the Giants after what has been an exhausting week of Giants baseball. Let's be real. Even though they went 5-1 on this homestand, just everything's centered around the trade deadline. Everything we've heard about the baseball team, it's a lot going on here, right? So Farhan's telling the other station, we expect Kyle Harrison and Hayden Burnsong to be in the rotation the rest of the way. So sounds like to me, there's going to be no innings limit. They're going the rest of the way.
Well, that's kind of interesting, though, that he would say that because, when I asked Bob Melvin about that on Tuesday after Farhan's presser, I asked him about that. He kind of gave an answer that to me felt like it's a wait-and-see approach, or we're going to monitor them as they go along. He didn't want to say any sort of hardcore innings limit or make any promises. It's just we're going to see how these things develop throughout the rest of the year and make adjustments as we need to. So now I'm kind of starting to wonder are Farhan and Bob on the same page with how they're going to stretch these guys out over these last 2 months?
Sounds like they're not on the same page. Farhan also said, He's going to point to the pitching. The offense is a little more of a question mark with the guys we have. We can get a couple guys hot and healthy. Even the best offenses, you're going to have good series and bad series. The one thing that can keep you competitive is great starting pitching. So we'll see about that. But Fleming joined us. What was it, Wednesday? Dave Fleming joins us every single week, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Fleming joined us. And again, will it be disappointing if they don't make the playoffs? Here's Flem's answer.
To me, the season is going to end in disappointment if they're not in the playoffs. I will be very disappointed if they're not in. Does that mean what you're implying? I don't know. They're in a weird spot right now. They are. And all of this, I've said this to you guys before, all of this is also framed by what's happening in LA.
Yep.
It's like, it's really hard to stomach. And we were just down there again. And I can't tell you how frustrating it is to be down there and to watch the whole thing. It just is. It's just a bad contrast right now. And one thing that I would like to see from the Giants, all of us, everybody, is to start taking that a little more personally, to start being a little more pissed off at what's happened down there. And the fact that year after year, they're sustaining that level of success. And we're trying our best to catch up, but the best so far hasn't been good enough.
That's Fleming the other day. And you could loop in the Padres with that if you want to.
Who have also more or less lapped the Giants multiple times.
I mean, the whole Bob Melvin, AJ Preller riff looked like Padres are like, hey, we kept the right guy.
Well, let's take a step back here for a little bit. Padres had a really good year under Jace Tingler, and then things fell off the next year.
No doubt.
And then Bob Melvin comes in. Padres had a really good team in 2022. They beat the Dodgers. That was the year they beat the Dodgers in the division series. They had a really good year. And then things fell off in year two. They're having a very fun time with Mike Schilt right now. Let's see how things go in year two. Let's see if AJ Preller can get past the honeymoon phase, because from conversations I've had,
he's redeemed himself. What are you talking about? Honeymoon phase.
They're 4 months under a new manager. Preller's been there for 10 years. He's had like 8 or 9 managers. So let's see what goes on here with the Padres, because again, like I said, they have kind of a history these last few years of great first year with a manager, things fall apart with the second year with a manager. From conversations I've had with people, AJ Preller is kind of a toxic presence in that Padres front office. How much that filters into the clubhouse, where you also got to deal with the Manny Machado situation as well. As great of a player he is, he's kind of a head case. So let's see. It's just the Padres. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see. But right now they're ahead of the Giants.
They are. No, they are.
We can't start throwing stones.
Overall, right now they are.
Who the hell are we as Giants fans to start talking about what the hell's going on with the San Diego Padres? All right, they got stars. They got pitchers. They have a vibe. They got a fan base that is all in with this team. And they're winning games, and they're beating up on the Dodgers, and they're hot right now. So the hell, I'm not throwing stones at A.J. Preller. They love A.J. Preller right now down in San Diego. He's eating for free down in the Gaslamp District. So I'm not going to kick on the Padres. We got lapped by them. It don't even make me bring up the Arizona Diamondbacks, who went to the World Series last year. So
they're a laughingstock just 3 years ago.
Who, the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, it was 108 loss season, 21.
And then what
like
happened?
Yep, they flipped it around.
And then what happened? Who's laughing now?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who's laughing now? Dave Fleming. Fans have a right to be frustrated right now.
You have the right to be frustrated now, because I am too. This is the San Francisco Giants. This is our ballpark, our franchise, our fan base, the franchise of Bonds and Mays and McCovey and Posey. Like, this is not some second-rate operation. Like, the fact that the Giants have been in the playoffs one time in 8 years is embarrassing. Like, that should not happen. We as a franchise, we are better than this. But if you can remove yourself from that and say, look at all the good things that have happened this year, you can get excited about where this thing can go.
That's Fleming. Can we get excited? Are we excited yet? We got to see it. This is a big 7-game series, and it's pretty ironic that they're playing Cincinnati and Washington, 2 teams that are basically rebuilding and bringing up their young core. They're bringing up guys. Nationals just brought up James Wood not too long ago. You have C.J. Abrams, a prospect they got over from the San Diego Padres. They've gone to their youth movements, and they played just as well as the Giants have this season and been a bit more exciting than the Giants this season. But Farhan is clearly banking on the rotation to carry this roster. Banking on a rotation to just shut teams down.
Which is interesting because, when we talk about, what is there to get excited about with this team, obviously, look like at the Reds, they got a very fun young core of Ellie De La Cruz, Matt McClain, Will Benson, Hunter Green, who we're going to see tomorrow night, Jonathan India, who has some of the best hair in baseball. That's a young core that you look at and you're riding with that core right now for better or for worse. And the Reds know that. The Giants, though, they got a core, too, of, Ramos. We'll see what's going on with Fitzgerald. Wisely showed that he might belong at the big league level. To what degree? We're still trying to figure that out. We've seen, Patrick Bailey, really kind of take hold of that catching position. The Giants have their own group of young guys here that we can get excited about. But then all the focus is on a pitching rotation that, it is pretty homegrown. We got Harrison and Birdsong there. But, when you talk about the pitching rotation, a lot of those eyes are on Blake Snell and Robbie Ray. So, you're focusing on the pitching rotation, but I feel like the excitement, the eyes, we really should be seeing more focus on what these young hitters are going to be bringing to the table going forward there. But right now, the feeling I get is just, I'm sure if we were to play the Truth Serum game, I love playing that game. If you can inject them with Truth Serum and ask one question, who do you like more, that Reds core or that Giants core? I feel like Farhan Zaidi would kind of say, honestly, I wish I could have that Reds core right now.
Yeah, you think?
And that's no disrespect to the core the Giants have right now, though. It's just they're not showing that same kind of flash that we've seen with what the Reds core has shown.
You're right. Ellie De La Cruz, we saw him last year. He's box office.
By the way, him versus Bailey this weekend, that'll be fun to watch. I know Bailey, last year, he was really looking forward to facing off against Ellie, so that's going to be a very fun one to see.
When you just look at the Reds as a whole, again, we just mentioned that the Giants have 38 stolen bases as a team. 38 stolen bases this year. 38. Ellie De La Cruz, 55. Spencer Steer, 17. Jake Fraley, 14. Stuart Fairchild, 13. Will Benson, 13. You brought up Jonathan India. He's got 10.
Those would be team leaders on the Giants.
They've got 6 guys in double figures when it comes to stolen bases. 6 guys. And so we'll see. And then they have some young pitcher now. They did give up Frankie Montas, the former Oakland A. They gave him up to, I believe, Milwaukee. But they're pitching. They've got some young pitching. They got some flamethrowers there. Hunter Green's got a 2.97 ERA, 1.05 whip, 138 strikeouts and 124 innings. Andrew Abbott, who we'll see today, another young pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. He's not bad. He's a lefty. We'll see what happens this weekend against the Cincinnati Reds. But get big caps and big facts ready, Sam Lubman. Let's get that right. I see the 49er helmet here. But Giants, we'll see what happens. We're in wait-and-see mode with them. We're not going to – look, we're frustrated as hell about this team. We are. Scoring 3 runs against the A's in 2 games, not good enough. You barely scraped by, split the series. You needed a sac fly to score a run in that game Wednesday night.
You need a shutout from Logan Webb.
But we will keep our eyes on the Giants because if they don't, if this rotation doesn't perform the way Farhan expects them to perform, then what the hell happens for Farhan? This is going to be fascinating to see down the stretch here with the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, before we move on to Big Cap, Big Fast, we'll play one more Fleming cut here where he kind of talked about how a season like this would have been much better to have a couple years ago.
If this year had happened 2 years ago, everybody would be ecstatic. Not at the record, but the stuff that you're talking about, Birdsong, Harrison, Bailey, Fitzgerald, Ramos, maybe Matos, and there are other young guys who have contributed. Jung-Hoo Lee, before he got hurt, looking like, okay, that can be a guy who can play out there for the next 5 years. There is now a core of young Giants who you feel like this can be the next really good Giants team. These guys can be the heart and soul of it. We have not said that for a long time. Like it's been since the championship era that we've been able to say that. That's the missing piece for this franchise. That's the ultimate thing. As much as, it's fun to chase after Judge and Harper and Carlos Correa and all these guys, that's how you get to where you want to go. And finally, we've had a year where that is starting to happen. Has it happened enough? No. But these guys, some of these guys especially, are really young, just starting their journeys. This would be a year. It's just frustrating that it's taken so long to get here.
Year 6 that is taken. Year 6, Lubman.
And what I want to kind of refute is this notion that, like, he needs more time. Like 6 years is enough time to turn things around.
God.
It feels like, Faith, you say, are the Giants behind schedule? Sure. Did the pandemic play a role in that? Maybe. I think that only gives you so much leeway. Like to say the pandemic set you back 2 years. Like, I get it. The pandemic ruined a lot of things, but
we can't. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Because I keep hearing this. The pandemic really set the Giants back. Everybody in baseball had to shut down operations during the pandemic. So why do the Giants get this excuse that,
see, I don't think that excuse died a while ago. You can't say that we're 2 years behind because of the pandemic. If you were like a year behind, maybe. But Bonte, I was looking at, in 2018, the Giants were the 10th worst record in baseball. There were 9 teams that finished with records worse than them. You had the Blue Jays, the Reds, the Rangers, the Padres, the Tigers, the Marlins, the White Sox, the Royals, and the Orioles. Since then, the Orioles, the Padres, the Rangers, they've completely turned their stuff around. The Royals, you're finally starting to see it this year. Bobby Witt Jr., he's big time, probably the best shortstop in baseball right now. The Reds, we're kind of seeing where things are at with them right now, but they've kind of turned things around to a better situation since where they were at the end of 2018. Like, all those teams who were behind the Giants at the end of that 2018 season when we saw the Giants move off of Sabian and Evans and on to Farhan Zaidi, those teams have passed you. Wow. The teams that have, not gotten any better right now, well, first, the Blue Jays, they're probably in a better spot right now, but we'll see kind of where they go in this next year or so because they're kind of buried in a very difficult division. But other than that, though, the only team since, 2018, they're the only team since Farhan arrived here that haven't really turned things around. You got the Tigers, the White Sox, and the Marlins. Now, the Tigers, they've been trying. They're a very similar situation to the Giants, I believe, in that, they've been trying to build internally. The development just hasn't caught on as quickly as it has. Spencer Torkelson hasn't really become anything like we expected. Riley Green shows some flashes. Tariq Skubal looks like an absolute ace. So they got something there. But the Marlins and the White Sox are absolutely embarrassments right now. And they've been, the White Sox had that 1 year in 2021, but you knew that they were going to be an easy out.
Well, they hired Tony La Russa, and they kind of set back their program, and all of a sudden, Jose Abreu got old overnight.
It fell apart fast for them,
Yeah, he can't stay healthy.
They've had some flashes here and there, but basically, the only teams that have not been able to turn their stuff around in the last 6 years are teams that are basically embarrassments to baseball right now.
I agree.
Like, that's the company that you are keeping right now. So this idea of, he still needs time to build this up. There are teams that have not only, like you look at the Diamondbacks, they were up at the top there at the end of 18, then they went down, and then they went back up again. Like, teams have gone through full rebuilds and gotten back into contention in the time it's taken for the Giants to get to a point where they have a core that we might be able to get excited about. Yeah, so, no, I refute this notion that Farhan needs more time, and unfortunately, he's probably going to get it.
No, I don't know about that. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure if he's going to get another season to try to fix it, especially if they fall flat on their face. So I'm looking at the September schedule again. It depends how it ends. How does it end for the Giants?
Yeah.
Do the youngsters slump their way to the end of the season? Does the rotation just fall apart? I'm going to wait and see on Farhan Zaidi. And not to mention, he signed Jung-Hoo Lee.
And that, you want to talk about being set back.
Oh, my gosh.
I know Shasky was really high on Jung-Hoo Lee. I was excited about what he could be down the line, but I always looked at Jung-Hoo Lee as having kind of my prediction with him was going to be a similar career arc as Ha-Sung Kim down in San Diego, where the first year it was really bad. The second year is better. This year, Kim looks like one of the better shortstops in the league. Yeah. I envisioned something similar for Jung-Hoo Lee. Now, if you're a Giants fan who is banging on the table saying, give me excellence right now, yeah, you're not going to be satisfied by that kind of explanation there when it comes to Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
I'm with you, Bonte. We'll see how it plays out.
Let's see how it would.
I'm just worried that if this team does struggle down the stretch, but the young guys are playing well, like, let's say they're losing games, but Kyle Harrison's pitching well. Elliot Ramos is hitting well. Tyler Fitzgerald, starts racking up more stolen bases. I am worried that ownership's going to be like, oh, well, we're seeing some development there, so come on back, Farhan.
I think that would be a PR disaster for the Giants if Farhan's back and they don't make the playoffs. That would be a PR nightmare, and that would hurt their bottom line by bringing him back. You talk about the lowest Q rating in years out here in the Bay Area for a front office exec, it's Farhan Zaidi. It is Farhan Zaidi. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Man, a correction. I guess I've been saying it all week. I'm going to blame Lubman for this, just because. Love this start. Pissed me off. Bonte, Niners play on September 9th, not the 11th. He said it like 11th. He said the 11th like 5 times this week. My bad. September 9th. They play the New York Jets week 1, not September 11th. Why do I keep saying 9/11? I don't know. Maybe it just rolls off the tongue. 9/11, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. 9/9, 9/9, 9/9, 9/9, 9/9. Aaron Judge. Just think Aaron Judge when the Niners are playing the Jets. 9/9. 9/9. 9/9.
There you go.
All right. Let's play some big caps. Big cap and big facts.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
Here we go. What you got for me, Loveman? Big cap, big facts. I got my helmet here.
Yeah, I've got a lot of Niners big cap, big facts going on here. So let's start off with this one. So next weekend, Niners are heading to Tennessee, take on the Titans, kick off the preseason slate. Big cap, big facts. By the time the Niners kick off at Tennessee next weekend, at least one of Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams will be signed and playing as much as one would be playing in week 1 of the preseason.
Well, they may not play in week 1 of the preseason, but one of these two will be signed by the time they take on the Tennessee Titans. Big facts. One of the two will be signed with the 49ers, either Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams. One of those guys will have the ink dry with new money coming to their bank account. Those are big facts.
If you had to take a prediction right now, which one do you think it would be?
Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I feel like that's Trent. I mean, Barrow said it yesterday. Trent, just part of it, he doesn't want to do the full training camp.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, which all right, you know what? You're 36 years old. You've proven that you're the best of your craft. So I guess we can kind of look the other way on that one. So I asked Cam Inman if the offense could be better this year, but we didn't really get a chance to ask him about the defense. So the Niners defense allowed 17.5 points per game last year. Under Nick Sorensen, the 49ers defense will do even better than that this year. They will hold teams to less than 17.5 points per game.
I'm going to go big cap here. Big cap. Big cap. Can I fit the helmet? Look like an old school player.
It does look old school.
I'm going big cap. I think they give up about 18 points a game, 18.5. I think there'll be some growing pains with Nick Sorensen early on as they get his system and getting his cadence down. He'll learn how to call games. They'll be better by the end of the season than they will at the beginning of the season. And Cam Newton dropping the D in depth, that does concern me here. It concerns me. Would I have to make another trade for another defensive end? I'm going big cap. They will give up more points per game, but it won't be dramatic. It'll be about 18.5.
Joe Hawks, I'm curious. Let's get in on this. Big cap, big facts. So the Niners defense will be better than 17 points a game, 17.5.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Bonte on this one. I think it will be just a tick above what they were what the defense yielded last year. I'm gonna say probably closer to like 18.5, 19. Just like you were mentioning earlier, growing pains with the new DC. But as the season goes on, I think they'll get comfortable, and it'll be probably like 18.5. I'll go with that.
There it is.
I think I would kind of agree with it too, especially, I mean, it's another tough schedule this year. NFC North, they have to play this year. That looks like a very loaded division. They got to deal with the Bills and the Dolphins too in the AFC East, both of those on the road. That won't be easy. So, yeah, I agree. I think it'll be closer to 18, 19 points game, but still a very, very good defense.
Very good defense. It's not like they're going to give up. They're going to be in shootouts every single week. I just think there will be some hairy moments early on or whatnot. And Sorensen, he's a first-year DC.
Yeah.
It was rough early for DeMeco Ryans. It was rough early for Robert Saleh. Remember the Fed bases were going crazy. Oh, man, these guys, get them out of town. And they turned out to be head coaches. So I think Nick Sorensen will be just fine. Yeah. But 17.5.
We're still trying to figure out kind of what kind of a coordinator that he is. That's been the biggest kind of mystery that we've had this offseason is just who is this guy?
And where's Hufanga going to be at?
That's
Dre Greenlaw's not going to start the season. DN depth could be an issue. Malik Collins is new here. Where's Javon Hargrave going to be? I do like the corners. The corners are looking good. I think this is the best trio of corners we've had in some time here, but I think there'll be some hairy moments early on in the season with this defense.
Cam Edmonds brought up Gross Matos, too, as being the offseason. Eater Gross Matos as the big offseason acquisition there on defense. So it'd be interesting to see with him and Leonard Floyd how they can, balance out Nick Bosa there on the other side. So we were talking about, how the 49ers had that little flirtation with Tom Brady after last season. Kyle Shanahan made it seem like Brock was very much on board with the move. Listening to Brock, though, it sounded like he was more tolerant of the move.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to relationships, is there a reason to worry that Kyle Shanahan pursuing Tom Brady will have an adverse relationship, adverse effect on his relationship with Brock Purdy?
No, that's big cap. They're fine. They're fine. Brock Purdy's still quarterback of the 49ers. He still almost had an MVP season. He still he broke a franchise record for most passing yards in a season for the 49ers. No, they're fine. He knows his business. They gotten over that. That was last year's news. And that news came out towards the tail end of the season. They're just fine. This may be the best relationship Kyle Shanahan has ever had with a quarterback. Yeah. It may be. So, no, I'm calling big cap on that.
Joe Hawks.
Big cap. Yep. Kyle Shanahan's already shown that he's the offense. He's the conductor of the offense. But Brock Purdy, you gotta love it that he up there stepped up and was like, "This is my team this year." Wanted to have more responsibility. So yeah, I can see the relationship not being a hindrance. I think there's going to be beautiful music being made between Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a cap on it too, only because I have faith in Brock to understand like it wasn't personal, and I think Brock is confident enough in himself that. He'll show that they never needed Tom Brady.
Yep.
So and Brock's smart enough to know like it's part of how it is. He had a bum elbow.
This is the deal with Shanahan, man. This is the NFL, not for long. You always got to be looking over his shoulder.
I think Brock could break Shanahan of his refusal to commit to a quarterback here.
Everybody can be replaced. Everybody can be replaced.
All right, a couple more here. So Juwan Jennings is going into his 4th season, which I thought Juwan Jennings was here a lot longer than that, but
feels like it.
Yeah, he feels like one of those guys that's been around forever. So last year, so he had about 270 receiving yards last year. His career high is 415. Big cap, big facts. Juwan Jennings will set a career high with over 600 receiving yards this year.
Whoa, so what's his career high before that?
415.
So you jumping all the way to 600?
Correct.
Oh, big cap. It's not even close. You kidding me? Too many mouths to feed. McCaffrey to pass game. Kittle to pass game. Debo, Aiyuk, Ricky Pearsall. Who knows about Logan Thomas? Big cap. He will not have 600 receiving yards. Not even close. And I love Juwan. No slander towards Juwan. I just don't think he's...
Yeah, no, it's not a knock on him. It's more just the system.
Yeah, it's the system. It's the players. Yeah, no.
Yeah, big cap. That is a huge leap right
jump.
there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go, I would say probably approaches about the same amount, about 400 this year, because it's too many miles to feed.
Yeah, no doubt. And when the Niners get ahead, Lubman, they're taking the air out the football. They're going to run it down your throat.
Yeah. Well, see, I think the way Juwan's been looking at camp, maybe 600's a little bit aggressive, but I'm going to go big fact on the career high part. Maybe not 600, but I think he'll break 415 this year just because I think he's playing well enough right now, and I think Brock's going to be more open to throwing his way.
Interesting. Yeah, I like Juwan a lot. I like the 30th in pass attempts last year. Are the Niners going to throw the ball more this year? Will they have to throw the ball more this year? I'm going to say, big cap on that one with the 600 yards.
So a few weeks ago, we got into a pretty interesting discussion about whether Deebo Samuel's an all-time 49er or not. Well, I'm kind of curious. Big cap, big facts. Christian McCaffrey is already closer to being an all-time 49er than Deebo or Aiyuk.
Oh, that's a great question. Joe, you get the first crack. I want to hear what you say. You get the first crack.
I'm going to still go with big cap on that one. I mean, Deebo, this is such a tone setter. I mean, for everything that CMC has done so far for the Niners, it's great, but for me, it's still Deebo. I'm sorry.
I bet you the fans love Christian McCaffrey a little more than Deebo. Some fans haven't gotten over the whole or some of the shenanigans that happened in the offseason before he signed his contract. But I have to go big cap. Right now, Deebo, come on, man. Deebo's been here longer. He sets the tone. He set the template. I'm going big cap. But that's a tough one because McCaffrey, if he has another season like last, oh my God. Oh my.
So I'm going to go big facts here. I think the season he had last year, when you have a season that's like kind of making Jerry Rice jealous a little bit, like You're kind of on the all-time conversations right there. I mean, the season he had last year was right up there with what Jerry did in '86 in terms of just non-quarterback players just absolutely balling out. So I'm going to go big fact there. One more here. It's a Giants one.
Debo's, don't forget about Debo's 2021. Don't forget about that.
That's true. That is true. Last one here. It's a Giants one. The starting rotation the rest of the year, these last 2 months, the best rotation in baseball, they will have a top 5 ERA over these next 2 months.
The starting rotation.
Yes, the starting rotation of
Take out
Webb,
the bullpen.
Snell, Ray, Harrison, Birdsong, maybe a cameo from Mason Black.
Oh, what about Jordan Hicks? Top 5 in all of baseball.
In all of Major League Baseball.
Oh, my gosh. I say, kid, I'm looking at that schedule in September. I'm going to say Big Cap. Big Cap. They may not be 5. They may end up being 8th, 9th, 10th, which ain't bad. But I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm factoring in the stress they're going to have to pitch with due to the lineup not being able to produce runs on a consistent basis. I'm going to go Big Cap. They will not be a top 5 rotation the rest of the way in 2024.
We got Joe Hawks.
All right, what you got?
Big Cap.
Big Cap.
Big Cap. It just seems like September's going to be a daunting schedule for the Giants, but yeah, probably finish probably around 9th. I'll go with 9th. I'll put a number right next to it.
All right, there it is. Wow, say it with your chest, Joe Hawks.
You know what? I'll zig while everyone else here is zagging. I'm gonna go big fact. I think they sneak in. I know, call me a homer, but I think the pitching's gonna be really, really good the rest of the way. I hope Giants fans enjoyed that Wednesday night win because I think you're going to be seeing a lot more wins like that these next 2 months. I feel like these next 2 months, it's going to be a lot like what 2011 was, just without, those warm, fuzzy World Series memories to keep us warm during these cold 1-0 nights.
Now that I've grown my hair out, man, this helmet gets tighter and tighter and tighter. That was Big Cat, Big Facts. Last one here, Mr. Relevance MC. Braden Willis will have a breakout year. Mark my words. I do like Braden Willis on the Niners, number 9. He looks the part. We'll see if he can play the part. But top 5 rotation the rest of the way. I don't know. All right, let's get to Doug Henderson, Wasserman Group, agent. Cam Jordan, he's got a great list. Marshawn Lynch, he's not doing a podcast with Marshawn Lynch and Gavin Newsom. Go figure, called Politicking. We'll get into that. And he has thoughts on training camps, holdouts, all those shenanigans. Doug Henderson, a good friend of the program. He'll join us coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
It's in New York.
Yep.
Post 9/11 Super Bowl. They had locked the place down. You're like, we got to go down to see Marshawn. I'm like, Doug, that ain't happening. Not a chance in hell.
So now we get down there. What's the first thing Marshawn says to me?
I will never forget. He doesn't look at any of us. He beelines to you. This is the Jerry Maguire moment. Show me the money. So I'm like, what the hell? I thought it was a joke. And Marshawn, it wasn't a joke. He was like physically getting in your face. And you're kind of smiling like, and you're looking at me like, this is not a, like, I had to back away. I'm like, oh man. Like, Marshawn, you were coming hot.
Man, that's my dog, man.
You just won the Super Bowl. How about take a moment?
So that was all the...
Doug yelling and screaming. We got to renegotiate the contract.
100%. He had 3 years left. I'm like, Marshawn, you just won.
Literally, you just won the Super Bowl, bro. Relax.
We did. I did enjoy it. I think I got left.
You know what I got? You walked away and you gave me your Super Bowl hat, which I still have.
You still got it?
If you need it back, bro, I got it.
So now here's the crazy part. So we go from that Super Bowl in New York. We have a great offseason. You do your thing. You have a great time, no deal. And as we get into your next season, remember, this Seahawks team is like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles.
Yeah.
It's electric. They go on an 8-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And this town's going nuts. Marshawn has the Beastquake. Okay.
No, that was in.
No, the Beastquake 2 against the Cardinals. He has Beastquake 2, and they go in the playoffs. They win the first game.
It's a lock.
And now we got the Packers. To this day, the best game I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
You shaking your head?
Yeah.
Marcel, why are you shaking your head? What about that game?
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
I'm into this one. I'm into politicking. Gavin Newsom, Marshawn Lynch, and Doug Hendrickson. First of all, I can't believe they got Marshawn Lynch to sign up to do a podcast. That's unbelievable in itself. But Doug Hendrickson, longtime sports agent in the NFL with the Wasserman Group. He's been awesome. Good friend of the program. Max Crosby, Cam Jordan, Kenny Clark, among others that he's helped lead as an agent. He's done this for a long, long time. Doug Hendrickson joins the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line here on the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman, Bonte Hill, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Doug, what is happening, my man? Congratulations on the podcast.
Thanks, Bonte. I appreciate it, man. It's been a fun ride, but first of all, congrats to your show, man. You guys have been killing it for a long time. And look, I told you before, but I appreciate your grind coming where you came from and where you're at now, man. So I appreciate what you've done and the hustle you've had, man. So much love to you, and thanks for having me on.
I appreciate the kind words, Doug. Executive Vice President of Wasserman, and hopefully you're at Fight Night this year at the Olympic Club of Politicking. So how'd you get – look, you got Gavin Newsom, and you got Marshawn Lynch. You got 2 heavyweights here. So take us behind the scenes of forming this podcast. Who came up with the concept? Who came up with the idea? And how'd you get these 2 heavyweights and Gavin Newsom and Marshawn Lynch to sign up and do a pod with you?
I know it's funny. So the guy that says I'm just here so I won't get fined now is a national podcast. But so as you know, Marshawn's been my client since 2006 out of Cal. I've had him my whole career. And, Gavin's one of my longest, closest friends. So literally about 6 months ago, Gavin called me late night around midnight and said, hey, man, I got a great idea. I said, what? He said, let's do a podcast. I said, come on, man. Don't what are you talking about? I hung up on him. Called me the next day. He said, no, let's do a podcast, me, you, and Marshawn. And so, for people who don't know, Gavin and Marshawn are also very close. And, he helped out with Marshawn back in the day with some stuff with Goodell back to 2008. And, Gavin's been a big believer in Oakland and what Marshawn's done and all that in his career. So we decided let's all do this thing together. And so then I go to Marshawn. He says, come on, man, really? And he didn't really believe it either. And then after about 5-6 months, we decided to get a podcast going, and the name Politicking came from Marshawn. Marshawn's like, listen, where I came from, we politic. He said, forget politics. We politic on everything, life, sports, women, business, whatever. So let's name it Politicking. And so we said, great, brilliant. And here we are on iHeartRadio doing Politicking.
No, I love it, man. I love the clip we just played talking about the Beastquake 2 and some of the things after the Super Bowl and how Gavin has the Super Bowl hat. And Marshawn's just a treat. He's just a joy. And you talk about players and dealing with Marshawn Lynch, and I think he was misunderstood for so long. Of course, Oakland, California, Oakland Tech. He goes to Cal. He's on the golf cart after a game, and he goes to Buffalo. And he does a thing at Buffalo. Then he goes to Seattle, and really was one of the heart and souls. We're talking about leaders, right, of this 49ers team. Who's a leader? McCaffrey, Purdy, Warner, and all that stuff. We brought up the Legion of Boom. And one name we didn't bring up was Marshawn Lynch. But now that I think about it, Doug, he had to be one of the leaders of that offense. And maybe not so much the rah-rah guy, but with the way he played, he led by his actions, by just running through people's faces, running through people, trucking guys left and right. He had to be one of the leaders of that Seahawks Super Bowl team, right, Doug?
Well, look, I mean, without a doubt, no question. And look, this is no knock on Russell Wilson, but during that heyday of Seattle, if you put Marshawn on the 20-yard line and Russell on the 30-yard line and say, go line up who's the leader, who you want to line up, everybody goes to Marshawn. I mean, without question, he was not only the heart and soul of that team, the locker room, but also, really brought that franchise back. Remember when John Schneider traded for Pete Carroll from Buffalo, they knew they were getting a good player, but they didn't really realize what they were getting. Marshawn changed the dynamic of that team. He brought toughness there. He brought the identity there. And that really turned that team around and arguably, should have been back-to-back Super Bowls, should have been probably the third one after that if things didn't unravel. But without question, he was by far and away the guy that led by example, was not the rah-rah guy that, hey, come on, guys, let's get him up. No, he led by example, pounding people, throwing people to the ground. And without question, that team lived and died with beast mode.
Hey, look, you don't have to reveal this, Doug, and I understand because you're close relationship with Marshawn Lynch, but when I watched that Super Bowl and they didn't give the ball to him at the 1-yard line, I'm thinking to myself, you got one of the greatest goal line backs, not just today's game, but in NFL history. Like, I put Marshawn Lynch in there in the category with Earl Campbell, Walter Payton at the goal line. They're sniffing the goal line. They're right there. They're getting into that end zone. Does Marshawn ever discuss that with you? Does he ever show resentment about that play? Because it seems like he doesn't on the outside here from afar, but does he ever just like, man, Doug, I just wish I got that ball down there in Glendale, Arizona against the Patriots?
Well, what's funny, he does, and I don't want to leave a cliffhanger here, but on the next episode of Politic, and we get into that Super Bowl week,
I love it,
and we discuss that at length, and so you'll tune in to hear it. But no, we go in depth about that week. We go in depth about the week of the I'm just here so one could find press conference and everything else. So it's very, very detailed and deep. But no, he goes into detail, and trust me, I was right there with him, greeting him when he walked out of that locker room. And you'll hear all about that stuff next week. But it's pretty powerful.
So obviously, Doug, we got our eyes really focused here on with the Niners, what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and him holding in. We're seeing Trent; he's holding out, not reporting to training camp right now as they seek bigger contracts. But I'm curious with you as an agent who's worked with players through these hold-in exercises here. When you're working with these players, what's kind of going through their mind during this whole process, especially when they're away from the team, not working out with their guys? Like, what is the mindset of an athlete like when they are not reporting to training camp as they seek a better contract situation?
Well, it's interesting. I think you have two guys. I think Trent probably is like, look, man, if I miss a month, who cares? He's in year, 15, 16, 14, and it's almost like big deal. I've been there, done it. And whatnot. I think with Aiyuk, it's probably a little different. But I think the hardest part for any agent is really not doing the deal. The hardest part is navigating the client, meaning, you got to know going in, if I'm trying to get X amount for Aiyuk, can I get it? Is it reasonable to get it? Am I going to get there? And what are you telling the client? And so a lot of the battle here is, navigating the client, the family, in terms of where it's going to be and what you might get. I mean, like Marshawn told me back in the day, look, don't come at me crooked, don't come at me sideways, shoot me straight, meaning that you got to know kind of where things stand. And so if you're telling Aiyuk as the agent, hey, I'm going to get you Justin Jefferson money, and you can't get it, well, then you got a problem. And so, the question is, what are they trying to get? Is it reasonable to get that or not? And if it is, then great. Then you hold out and you do what you got to do. But you got to look at all the different aspects and figure out, really where are we at with the team? What's reasonable to get? And is the holdout worth or not worth it? Because at some point, the end might come and you might have nothing to show for it. And so you really got to navigate this process and really be with the player to help them out. I've had a lot of holdouts in my career, but you really got to be patient with them. But more importantly, tell them the truth and let them know what's going on in the process.
Doug Hendrickson, longtime agent with the Washington Group, Marshawn Lynch, Cam Jordan, many others, Max Crosby's done this for a long, long time, joining us here on the Morning Roast on the River Islands guest line. So with Aiyuk right now, what's your client? You're telling them straight. How's that relationship with the front office? What are those phone calls like? How many times a day do you think, were you calling the front office a day when your player's holding out, Doug? How many times a day? What are those conversations like?
Well, you got to be tactful because you call too much, you're going to be like, hey, look, man, this guy really wants to come in. So you got to be kind of tactful with it. I back in my day, I had Michael Bennett holding out, and I went to the facility unannounced one day, and I sat in the lobby. And I know Pete and John very, very well, better than anybody probably. And I went in there unannounced, and I told the receptionist, I said, hey, I'm here to see Coach and John. They said, you have a meeting? I said, no, I don't. And they said, well, you might have to wait. I said, fine. I waited there 5 hours when I redid Michael Bennett's deal when he was holding out.
Wow.
So sometimes you got to be tactful. Sometimes you got to, come at them hard. Sometimes you got to lay in the weeds and let them think, hey, if Brandon doesn't come in, can we win without him? And so as an agent, you got to really think 2 steps ahead as far as, are they missing him? Are they not? What if we don't come in? And all those things. So it kind of depends on the situation, the pulse, depends on the team and all that. And look, I know the Niners want to win. They need him to win. The question is, how long can either side go before they get some resolution? Obviously, he's under contract, so he can't not play and whatnot. But as an agent, you got to really size up the team and know their owners and know the GMs very, very well to know what buttons to push and win.
Obviously, it's a new day and age, right, with social media, Instagram, Twitter. How do you advise your client on how to navigate through those social media wars? Because we see Aiyuk on social media, he's dancing, he's doing things, and the fans will say, oh, man, what is he doing on social media? You're being immature or whatnot. What is an agent say? What do you say to your clients when it comes to the social media and how to handle that?
I tell them to stay off it because here's the deal. Like, when players like unfollow teams, it's like, come on, like this is not third grade. Like really, you can unfollow a team. To me, that's childish. Like I just tell them to stay off it because even after a game, if a guy's a bad game, they get obliterated by fans. So to me, the social media aspect, stay off it. You don't need to get on it. Let the agent handle the negotiations and the team. But with social media, 9 times out of 10, something bad's going to happen on there. That's going to leave a bad taste in somebody's mouth. So stay off it for that time period. Clear it, let it go. Whatever you want to delete it, just don't look at it. But don't go on there and try to make a statement on social media about a contract or this and that. It's never a good look.
So there's the old phrase, it's nothing personal, it's just business. But I believe over the summer, Brandon Aiyuk said it was kind of hard not to take this personal. How do you coach your clients to not take these negotiations personally and kind of remind them that this isn't about who you are as a person, this is strictly just how this business works? How do you kind of keep them from feeling like they're being personally slighted here during these negotiations?
Well, it's funny, and that's a great question because, that's why it's hard for players. Some players represent themselves, and it's very hard because the hard truth is what you hear when you talk to owners and GMs about a certain player, this and that, or, hey, you're not as good as this player. So I always say, listen, it's a blessing to be in the league, number one. It's a blessing to get an offer. An offer is an offer. So it's a blessing to have an offer. It might not be the right offer, but an agent's job is to push the team as far as they're willing to go. So once you get the offer, then it's my job or any agent's job to say, okay, listen, my job to push it as far as we're willing to go until the team says we're not moving and we're done. And then the player's got to make a decision. And so, my job is really just edify them and educate them that, listen, don't get caught up in the emotions because, an offer might start really low, but it might end really high. All teams do things differently. So it's more about, look, taking the emotion out. It's a blessing to even be where you're at. It's a blessing to get the offer. Now it's my job to now go create and get the market for you that you deserve and you should get. Now, does everybody get it every time? No, they don't. And that's why some players don't take deals. Some players get franchised. Some players go to free agency. So it's about knowing the landscape, knowing the team, knowing the league in terms of where the market is and what could happen with Aiyuk down the road. If he plays the deal out, how much can he get elsewhere in free agency? Will they tag him? What are they willing to do right now? Are you better off taking a deal now than waiting? How much more can you get? All these things come into play. So you really got to sit down, whiteboard things to clients to educate them fully on the entire landscape of this business.
And it's got to be scary because if Aiyuk does hit the practice field without a new deal and say he gets injured, because it can't happen. We see injuries in training camp all the time that'll wipe out your season. How deflating is that for an agent? Has that ever happened to you where you had a client seeking new money and then he gets hurt in camp and then all of a sudden you look at that money, it's just getting flushed down the toilet?
100%. I had a player one time that I'd never forget. He was going to be the third highest paid corner in the league, and he wanted more, and I'm like, this is a phenomenal deal, and he can't risk taking it. And I go out there, and this is before we had I think it was before internet, it was back in the 2000s. I whiteboarded the whole deal, and I said, if you don't take the deal, here's what you have to do to make up for the deal. Anyways, he takes the deal. A week later, tears his Achilles. The next year, tears it again. So he never would have gotten paid if he didn't do it. But yes, I've had players that have turned down deals and have gotten hurt and never got paid again. So, what fans have to understand, Bonte, is that this is not baseball. A second baseman in baseball might hit 260. Next year might hit 253. Still going to get the same deal. Football is a brutal sport. So if you get one injury or a severe one, you might not get paid again. So when fans say, hey, you should play this and that, look, this is a brutal, brutal game. And the reason the ratings are so high and the league's so powerful is because all these fans want to see these hits and the gladiators that these guys are, so they have to get their money. And so then it comes down to, okay, where can you go? What's the money going to be and all that? But it is scary as an agent for sure to sit there and if you turn down a big deal, every single Sunday you're like, oh God, did this guy get hurt? What happened? It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I'm always pro player, Doug. I'm always, especially in the NFL. You got the $1 billion business and the owners making in money and the money's flying around in this league. Now, I'm always pro player, man. Go get your money. But I got to ask you, Doug, because, Sam and I were talking between the breaks. We're like, you see all these movies, right? Jerry Maguire, and you see Draft Day, and you see agents pitching. Guy like Marshawn Lynch, for example. How did you pitch to him to join you in Wasserman? What is your pitch like? What does an agent's pitch to a client when they're coming out of college or if they're looking for a new agent in the middle of their career? Take us through that, Doug.
Well, it's funny. Back to Marshawn. It's funny. Back then, I cold called Marshawn. He was a Cal in 2006. And I told him, I said, hey, man, do you want to go see Snoop? And he said, I'd love to see Snoop. So I had him come to the city. In fact, we met at the Westin on Market Street. He played right there at the Fillmore. And Marshawn comes with probably 20 of his crew, and we meet Snoop after the show. And I've known Snoop for a long time. And he told Marshawn after the show, he said, hey, man, this white guy here, you can trust him. He's family to me. And that's how I got Marshawn. But, that was the story for him. But nowadays, it's like what I tell players, listen, it's a personal service business. You got to have someone who has the ability to call every owner, every general manager, get them on the phone, and be able to do the job for you. Everything's changed now with social media and marketing and things like that. I get it. But the inevitable thing has never changed in regards to these players need someone they can trust, guide them, look out for them with integrity and reputation to handle their career the right way. And that's my selling point to them. Listen, nobody knows the decision makers better than me. So you come with me, I'll be able to talk to the owners, the GMs, get you drafted higher, position you better for your contract, and look out for you down the road when you're done playing ball, because that's when the cameras stop and the checks start coming in. That's when you have to be there for these guys 10, 20, 30 years down the road, and that's the mark of a good agent, in my opinion.
So earlier, a little while ago, we were talking, you kind of mentioned how, part of an agent's job is they kind of need to be realistic in terms of what deal they can get a player. Like, you're not going to say, I can get you Justin Jefferson money to a guy who isn't worth Justin Jefferson money. But I'm curious, on the other side of it, if you got a player who's coming to you saying, I want Justin Jefferson money, but they aren't, good enough to get Justin Jefferson money, how difficult is that conversation for an agent with a client to kind of say, like, listen, I love your confidence that you think that you're this good, but you're not on that level. Like, what is that conversation like?
It's tough, and that's part of navigating the client. You got to be real and honest with them. You say, listen, don't shoot the messenger, but you're not looked upon at that level. And this isn't me talking. Like, I'm not a football guy, so I'm talking to people around the league, and you're not at that level. Now, if you play another year and you do what you got to do and you hit and you're free agent, then you know what? Maybe you could. But right now, you're not at that level. You're not going to demand that kind of money. And so you just got to be real and honest with them, because what a lot of agents want to do is they say, oh, yeah, you're worth $35 a year, da-da-da, and then the team doesn't want to give them the money. Then what agents do is say, oh, the team's screwing you. They don't think you're worth it. You're the whole thing. And then they turn the team against the player. So, I always want to be honest and go through the front door and just say, listen, I hear you. I get it. But you're not looked upon in that level right now. Or some guys are never looked upon that level. You just got to be brutally honest with them. And if you have that kind of relationship, which an agent should have with the player, then they got to be able to take that in and respect it and know that they hired the agent for a reason, to be honest and forthright with them. And that's what you hope you have in your client.
Well, this is why you're one of the best agents in the business, Doug, with all that insight right there. A lot of good stuff there. Politicking the Podcast with Marshawn Lynch and Gavin Newsom and Doug Hendrickson. It's really, really good. I can't wait for the next episode. I've tapped into both. Yeah, Draymond Green, our great friend here on the podcast. He's on every podcast, so I probably wasn't a hard kid, man. Draymond's been on everything this past summer, but that was a lot of fun. Him and Marshawn are boys as well. By the way, you bring up Snoop Dogg. I mean, who lives a better life than Snoop Dogg? You see him at the Olympics. He's doing everything. He's fencing. He's swimming. He's doing everything.
He's the best, man. I've known him for 30 years, and he look, him and Marshawn are very similar. They do things their way. They love life. There's no BS to them. They don't conform to what people want them to be or do, and they just kind of do it. And they've lived it life. And we always say we're on borrowed time, Bonte.
Yep.
And we have quality time remaining. So we might as well live life, have fun, enjoy it, and do some good things along the way. And certainly Snoop has, Draymond has, and Marshawn has as well. So it's fun to see all those guys excelling.
Well, I see you at Fight Night next month at the Olympic Club.
I will be there, man. I will be. Look forward to seeing you.
Absolutely. Doug, hey, man, we're going to do this again, man. Really good insight. Our audience loves it. It's great to get a perspective. I don't think we've ever done this, Sam, having an agent on the show to give that perspective of what's going on here, but taking our fans behind the scenes of your perspective, because, a lot of people think agents are bad guys or whatnot. Oh, man, these guys are blah, 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 blah. By the way, Laura Wakefield says, what's up, Doug? Says you're a longtime neighbor, so Laura Wakefield down in Stanford.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Doug. Great stuff, man. We'll do it again soon, brother. See you soon, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Anytime. Doug Henderson here on the Morning Roast, Politicking Podcast with Marshawn Lynch and Gavin Newsom. Wow, that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of good insight going behind the scenes of what it's like with an agent and his client, his advice to guys like Brandon Aiyuk. He's been through the situation before. A lot of good stuff there. A lot of good stuff.
No, I actually thought that was really interesting. Just like having to be real with your client and tell him, like, I'm sorry, dude, you're just not that good. Like, I imagine that's got to be so difficult. And so I big respect for him to being able to handle those kind of situations, because I feel like, a lot of agents, they could be tempted to just try and gas these guys up and say, yeah, you are worth that kind of money. Let's go out and get that bag. And then he's saying, that'll turn, a player and a team, against each other. And I'm just thinking, like, that's just so messed up that you could create that kind of situation. Then you got the, and almost like then the agent kind of has to save themselves or else they lose their client. So it's, that's a very interesting peek behind the curtain on how kind of high stakes and cutthroat some of these negotiations can be.
Yeah, executive vice president for Wasserman. He's been doing this for a long, long time. Doug Henderson, man, good friend. Got to meet him last year. Got to meet him last year at the Olympic Club, and comes up to me at Shasky, and man, big fans of the roast and blah, blah, blah. So we've built a little bit of a relationship here. And he's a good dude, really good dude. You could tell a guy like that looking out for his clients, because not only did he mention the playing days, but he goes, look, I need to be there for these guys when the checks stop coming in. 10, 15, 20 years down the line. Hey, I'm going to help you save your money. I'm going to help guide you even after you're done playing. And obviously him and Marshawn Lynch is still tight. Marshawn Lynch, it takes a lot for him to trust somebody. And the fact that he trusts Doug, and the story going to see Snoop with 20 members of his entourage. And he's
I'm kind of surprised him and Gavin Newsom been friends going back forever. Like, I'm kind of curious how that friendship started up. Who bumped into who first there?
There's a clip on Doug's Twitter account where we could go find that out, where they all kind of linked up together. And what a crew. Politicking. Go ahead. What was that, Lubman? Where are you playing right there?
Oh, no, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Great questions, Lubman. Really good questions, man. You've had a week. Giants presser with Farhan Zaidi. Filling in for Shasky today. Yeah, it does feel like a long time ago.
I swear, like, Tuesday felt like a Thursday. Like, yesterday felt like a Saturday for some reason. It's just time makes no sense.
Yeah, see, yesterday was not real. Yesterday was a long day. Your boy went, in hibernation, man, for a few hours, and then woke up, was groggy, did some laundry, and then went right back to sleep. So
I passed out hard. I woke up, and there was a big old pool of drool on the pillow that I was sleeping on. It was a hardcore nap yesterday.
No doubt about that.
There's an image for you right there. Maybe that was a little too much. I don't know.
But, he brought it up. And, look, Doug wasn't just saying that because he's Marshawn Lynch's agent. But we're talking about leaders. And it just dawned on me. It's like, wait, what about Marshawn Lynch? And kind of explained it all there. That Marshawn, the way he ran the football, the identity of that football team. And Marshawn said it in the past on other podcasts. I think it was with Shannon Sharp on Club Shay Shay, where it's just like, Pete Carroll's like, hey, just, Russell Wilson, don't really yell at him. Like, he got treated with kid gloves up there. He got treated with kid gloves. And the fact that he had special rules compared to the rest of the team, when the rest of the team's like, wait a minute, this guy's a rookie. This guy's a second-year player. Russell Wilson's not carrying us.
No.
I'm carrying us with the run game, with the hard-nosed defense. Michael Bennett, that's a great story. Then you talk about cold calls, just going to the lobby. You got to be tactful. So you can't be just, hey, let me call John Lynch every day. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Got to be strategic with it.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Well, also, I think if you're calling a guy up and being like, hey, you want to go to a Snoop Dogg concert, I feel like that's another great way to
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
That's a pretty nice flex to drop there. It's like, hey, man, we never talked, but let's go to a Snoop concert.
Let's go see Uncle Snoop. And Snoop's like, yo, this white boy's cool, man. He's family.
Oh, yeah. If you get that, the seal approval from Snoop Dogg, you're living large for the rest of your life. So, yeah, I could easily see how a guy like Doug can get into Marshawn's good graces when, he's operating like that. So, no, I'm really glad we did that because we don't really hear that side of the business very often. I feel like the whole concept of an agent, it's kind of like there's what we see on TVs and movies, obviously, Jerry Maguire, Entourage, and, this romanticized version of how it's like. I know it's like the fun fact, that after Jerry Maguire came out, you saw this huge spike in people trying to get into the sports agency industry. And of course, a lot of people realize it's nowhere near as fun as the movies and the TV shows make it out to be. There's not that many Ari Golds out there in the world. So being able to go by and kind of feel the realism of it, the tough conversations you have to have. I really love that peek behind the curtain that we got there. Cause I feel like we hear it so much from the front office perspective because general managers speak so much more often, than agents. And so I feel like we got to get Doug on. Cause I'm kind of curious, like how contentious can these negotiations get with general managers, not just on contract extensions, but with free agency and trades. Like there's a lot of back and forth, the relationship building you have to have there.
We could have done an hour with Doug.
Oh, probably,
We could have done an hour with Doug because I wonder how many times he's had to hang up on the phone and, John Lynch is hanging up on the phone on him or whoever is in the agency. We think about all these agents and, it does get contentious. But I do wonder from the fan standpoint, because there's a lot of fans, including Shasky. I love Shasky. He'll be back on Monday, hopefully. Hopefully his headaches dissipate. A lot of fans will just say, you know what? Screw the player. I am shook. You're making a lot of money. Play for the money that you already signed the contract to. Play for it. And Doug mentioned, man, this is a brutal, brutal sport. This ain't baseball. One injury can change your salary in the future. It can mess with your dollars and cents. Now, it's a lot of dollars and cents, but this is the business they're in. This is it. Like, I'm going to a boxing match tomorrow with Terrence Crawford, and, Terrence Crawford was on the podcast with Andre Ward, and they talk about, we got to train, we got to go through the sparring. Now, we make a lot of money in those 36 minutes of action, a 12-round fight, but people don't understand these punches take their toll. Even if I don't get bruised up, they're still like, oh, my ribs are sore. Well, oh, man, my orbital bone's sore.
I mean,
oh, my gosh.
This is an extreme example, but the champ, Muhammad Ali, I mean, his body was completely beaten down at the end. That's the guy who at one point was, probably the greatest athlete on the planet. Then you saw him at the end, and did I think the phrase, punch drunk? When guys just get hit so much that, I mean, you see in the NFL too with all the head injuries. And
no doubt.
That's like every league, they'll always tell you, especially NFL, you have to get your bag. Leaving money on the table, there really is no benefit to it because you could show that, that courtesy to the team. But if you go out there and Brandon Aiyuk, if he goes out and he tears his ACL, the Niners aren't going to be like, well, hey, we're going to do you a solid and sign you anyway. No, the Niners are going to be like, well, hey, man, you're only as good as that, that knee of yours. So Aiyuk could say, I'll leave some money on the table to help the team out. It's rarely ever that help, that love is shown in return.
Exactly.
It's just teams do not give out those, we love you deals. Every now and then, maybe we will. The Giants did that with Tim Lincecum a few years ago. But that's a very, very rare exception. So
you're right.
This whole thing, it's like, these guys make enough. Well, first off, to us, it seems like they make enough. But we live in a capitalistic society, Bonte.
Yep.
And you are paid based off the value that you generate.
Thank you.
And whenever someone says, these athletes are so overpaid, I don't know. When you consider the amount of value that they generate here in capitalist America, you can make an argument that some of these guys are underpaid.
That's well said.
Because
that's well said.
These teams, I mean, the NFL's at a $11 billion a year industry. Like these players are out here generating $11 billion. Yeah, I want some of that pie. That pie is being made by me. So I'm gonna cut me off a slice there.
That's well said right there. And I'm thinking about just the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Steve McMichael, longtime defensive lineman for the Chicago Bears, can't even make it. His wife was there for him because what does he have, Joe? Does he have ALS, I believe? Is it ALS that he has or is it Parkinson's? But he's not in good shape. He's not in good shape. He couldn't make it because of all the hits, because of all the impact that he had to endure. And then when you think about it, after your career, who's there with you? Like, I think about these boxers that, you know, they don't have great guidance while they're fighting. They get all this money. And then 20 years later, what do they have to show for it? Like Riddick Bowe was one of the great heavyweight fighters of the 90s. He's slurring left and right. He took a lot of punishment. Now you look at him, he's wearing oversized suits, oversized jeans. And what does he have to show for it? A belt? Probably sold that to get some money.
That's always the saddest stories when you see guys like that to sell their Lombardis or sell their rings, or, you know, we're watching the Olympics right now. There's athletes who have to sell their Olympic medals just so they can keep putting food on the table. It's heartbreaking to see, and it happens far more often than you think. Like, you know, we love to look at, you know, the happy endings of guys like Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or, you know, Joe Montana, guys who sailed off into the sunset, you know, with their health and their wits and their money, and think that that's the standard. No. The average NFL career is like, what, 2-3 years? I mean, most guys are in the league for, you know,
short-lived.
a year, if anything.
Short-lived.
You know, a lot of these guys, I mean, in the NFL, they don't make these riches.
No, they
a lot
don't.
of these guys, they're in the league for a year or two. A couple years later, they're having regular 9-to-5 jobs just like us. So,
and then when it's time to cash in, you know, because we like to say, well, you know, everybody that works in this business, whether it's sports radio, whether it's print journalism, whether it's construction, whether it's being a security guard, whether it's being a cop, no matter what business, CEO of a business, CEO of sales, whatever it is, when it's time to cash in and get your bag, I'm telling you, I bet you 90% of, like, who the hell is saying, well, you know what, I'm going to leave something on the top for somebody else? But nobody's thinking about that in their negotiations. They're thinking about themselves. So how can we ask these players, man, play for the 14? So then if something does happen to Brandon Aiyuk on the football field and he gets hurt, who's going to be there for him? Who's going to feel sorry for him? Where's he going to get that money? Don't just explain that.
That love that he may have showed the Niners during that situation would not be returned. So, yeah, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm going to get your money. And the argument I always love to hear that I want to refute, well, if Tom Brady could take less money, what's your excuse? Tom Brady has a bunch of money on the side coming in. Yep. He was also married to an international supermodel who was bringing in far more money than him. So
I'm glad you said that. All the endorsements.
Giselle was the breadwinner of that house.
Yeah, not every player gets the endorsements that Tom Brady gets. Let's be real. Not every player is marketable like Tom Brady. Not every player is going to get the endorsements like those guys. So really good stuff with Doug Hendrickson, man. Really good stuff.
That was a really fun one.
Really fun one. Shasky's going to miss out. We'll play some of this stuff for Shasky. Of course,
we'll get Doug on again sometimes because I love to hear Shasky ask his pro team questions. So. But with that said, Fast Five.
Let's do it. All right, man, what a long week. A Giants baseball. We got Niners stuff. We had the Hall of Fame game yesterday. We got a lot of great Olympic track and field stuff happening this weekend. Got Team USA, so it's going to be a fun weekend. Terrence Crawford, shout out to the homies. We're all going out to go see Terrence Crawford at BMO Stadium tomorrow in L.A. Hopefully safe travels, but shout out to everybody out there who's having a good week, having a good summer. Have a safe weekend, and make sure, man, you take care of your mentals.
So
shout out Marshawn Lynch.
Take care of your mentals, take care of your chicken. So a lot of fun Olympic action that we're going to be watching over the weekend. I'm definitely going to be excited for the track and field stuff going on. I've had a litany of interesting sports playing above me this morning. But I don't have an Olympic final thought, Bonte, because we are one business day away from the Lowry Markkanen deadline. That's on Tuesday.
Ooh.
Kind of sneaking up on us.
Ooh.
So what's going to happen over the next, 72 to however many hours? Because I assume there's some sort of time on Tuesday that the deadline hits. I don't know the actual time, but we are in the final stretch for the Lowry Markkanen watch. So what's going to happen there? Could we see a trade this weekend? Is Jonathan Kuminga going to be on the Warriors in 4 days? What is going on there?
Yeah, what is going on?
So that's my final thought is Lowry watch coming to an end.
By the way, shout out to Estimated Eyes on YouTube. I'm so bummed I missed the show with Farmer Guns. That may be your nickname now. I might put you in instead of Sam Lubman. You may
Farmer
now
Guns?
be referred to as Farmer Guns.
I'll take that. Put a lot of work into them.
Joe, what you got, man? What you got, Joe?
Man, it's SummerSlam weekend, man. WWE, so I'm gonna be all over that. Plus the Hall of Fame inductions. Get to see Patrick Willis go in. Andre Johnson, you mentioned him earlier. He was just such a phenomenal player to watch. I'm looking forward to those Hall of Fame speeches, man.
Who else? Dwight Freeney, Julius Peppers,
Randy Gradishar from the old Broncos.
Orange Crush defense.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, that's going to be a lot of fun. I love Hall of Fame weekend. I love the speeches. SummerSlam in Cleveland, Ohio. Cody Rhodes, right? What's up with Roman Reigns, by the way?
Oh, it's still he may make. I mean, there's some type of rumors that he may show up, but I highly doubt it. But the storyline is that he is going to. He's still taking it off, but I think he may show up.
All right, we'll see about that. By the way, what's the over/under on breaking news for Evan and Guru? Brendan, are you going to sign between 10 to 2?
I think he's waiting for 10:01 to have him break the news. He's listening to the roast right now thinking, no, I need to help Evan and Guru out.
Oh, man. Hey, shout out to YouTube. Shout out to Twitch. Shout out to Twitter, man. Thanks for a great week here on the Morning Roast. We'll be back on Monday. Have a great weekend, Lubman. Hell of a job this week. Hell of a job today. Hell of a job this week. Joe Hawks as well. We'll love having you on the roast, buddy. Everybody else.
MVP of the week, Joe Hawks.
Yeah, MVP. There it is. Co-MVP, Sam Lubman. All right, that was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Evan and Guru next right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Final day of the week. It's a payday Friday, too. I'm feeling good, man. What's going on?
You know, it's my favorite day. I call this Christmas in the Johnson household.
You even got a haircut.
Yeah, catch me. Shout out Marky D.
Looking
catch
fresh.
me Monday, then I'm like, oh, boy.
Nah, you swimming
I'm going
today.
to enjoy these next 2 days, and we're going together.
Yes.
Kay couldn't get a day pass from the missus, but we're going to go see Otani at the Coliseum.
Yes, we are. Wait, Ken, you're...
I'm going.
Yeah, you're showing up.
Oh, my goodness.
My wife ain't coming.
Oh, early air on Aiyuk.
Egu. No, yeah, he's showing up in the Big 3 shirt. Logan, you got Mulder, Huddy.
Yeah. Go see some Dodger A's baseball.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, and no, it's interesting, too, because we also got a big giveaway, including our own Big 3 here. The Hoop It Up tournament's going to be coming up on Sunday, August 11th. We're going to be giving away 3 opportunities at 12 o'clock at high noon for 3 listener teams. So 3 people will get in to call in, and then you can have up to 5 people, 3 starters, 2 subs for the Hoop It Up tournament at Thrive City coming up on August 11th. So we got more information coming up on that as we roll throughout the show. But, Goo, look, today, look, the sun's finally out. The fog is fading. It feels like things are beginning to shine a little more on the Bay Area. And speaking of, we got our own getting enshrined tomorrow in Patrick Willis. And
Bad boy.
I mean, throughout the show, the 49ers, to me, are still top of mind. There's a couple of things to clean up, perhaps, on the Warriors front. The Giants are in Cincinnati getting ready to take on the Reds. There was something from Team USA that kind of bothered me. They're playing tomorrow, but I do want to get into that. Also, you got a gripe coming up at 1:30.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, we got some stuff to get off our chest. But the first place, I think just kind of, I don't know, expecting greatness is not, it becomes commonplace in the Bay Area, Goo, but it's something that doesn't happen everywhere. And someone like Patrick Willis is an individual and an athlete that has just always embodied greatness. I mean, it's kind of stuffed into a small bottle because he was retired by the age of 30, but 5 All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls in, 8, 9 NFL seasons. The guy was ultimately dominant and a part of one of the most dominant defenses that we've seen walk, well, at least at the time, on Candlestick Field.
No doubt. And I'll throw it to you. Ask me what I did last night, E.
What'd you do?
I watched the 2014 NFC Championship game. Again, one of the greatest football games ever to me. And it was with Justin Smith, Patrick Willis, Richard Sherman, Niners, Seahawks. And it just let me just marvel at how great Patrick Willis was. And I'm gonna be real early. Evan, I kind of forget. We tend to forget because the Niners, since 19 have been dominant. They got a new defense, but Patrick Willis was a bad boy. I'm happy for him. But Evan, the crazy takeaway was that team, as great and dominant as they were, and Kaepernick was in his bag, Alden Smith, before the trouble, that defense was so great. They didn't get it done either. They got close, and it kind of just is eerie when you look at this cast of characters in regard to this Niner defense and how great they are. Evan, the bottom line is Willis and the Cowboy couldn't get it done. They got close under Harbaugh, and I'm thinking, what defensive unit is better, that one or the one under Bosa? And it's a great conversation. There's no losers, but watching Patrick Willis roam the field like a Fred Warner, or better than the Fred Warner, I don't even want to pit them together, is special, and I can't wait for his enshrinement. And I'm sure we'll see tears, or not even tears, Evan, just emotion.
Yeah, and it's a reminder of once was. And I kind of want to use Patrick Willis to get into this idea of, I think a lot of people were understandably connected to those teams. I mean, they were full of life. Harbaugh was somebody that just injects and exudes confidence. And every team that he has ran, including the one that he currently is under, is a team that I feel like you have to have belief in. And I think there's a reason why Jim Harbaugh, for example, is going to be at the Hall of Fame enshrinement this weekend. He's going to Canton. I think he's taken his linebackers coach and former teammate of Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, with him. But just thinking about those teams, those Niners teams, like what connects you to them? What connected you to them? Because to me, it was this identity that in many ways was set by someone like Patrick Willis. When I think of Hall of Famers, I think of players that are synonymous and faces of franchise, are leaders, and represent the identity of teams. Patrick Willis represented the identity of toughness, this smash-mouth, hard-nosed football that the 49ers used to get to 2 NFC championships and, of course, the Super Bowl. They didn't win, but that was a supremely small window that I thought got just about everything out of that they could, except for, of course, the chip.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this, Evan, when you ask what connected you to that team, I think of the late Oakland Raiders in the 70s. They use intimidation as one of their tactics, but it was that natural, we got talent to go with intimidation. That's what that Niner defense was on both sides of the ball to me. So when you ask me what connected me to that Niner team or what made them successful, and I agree with you, Harbaugh I hated to see him go. Okay, that's a whole nother story. I think he's going to win where he's at with the Chargers. But at the end of the day, it was just, they were intimidating. That whole defensive unit that I talked about, Dante Hittner, a.k.a. Dante Whitner, Evan, they were powerful, man. And I felt like when you played the 49ers on both sides of the ball, even with Gore and the guys and Kaepernick, they had swag, but they also had that natural intimidation. I don't know if you ever met somebody that's naturally tough, and then you got the ones that want to be tough when they get some Henny or something in them, and it's like, dude, no, nobody wants to be around you. But then you have those men and women that carry themselves professionally, but it's that natural essence of you don't want to mess with Evan. You know what I mean? And there's something to that. And that's what that Niner team watching that game last night, and they didn't win that game, Evan, but it was a 15-round Frazier Ali. And I'm like, damn, the Niners have 2 iterations of dominant football that didn't culminate, not yet with Kyle, into a chip.
Well, and they're doing it different ways. Like, I think the Shanahan teams have evolved from kind of this defensive first group into now more of an offensive-driven team. But those Harbaugh teams were always built on their defense. They were always built on being able to win at the line of scrimmage. And Patrick Willis is kind of representative of it. Navarro Bowman might have been, the second best linebacker, at the time and was second on the Niners himself. But, what connected me to that team was a guy like Justin Smith. Because I always felt like he was somebody that didn't necessarily get the shine. He didn't get what, all the accolades were going, all the sacks were going to Alden Smith, all the tackles were going to Patrick Willis, all the interceptions were going to the back end. But this was a guy that just embodied the grit of those groups. And so that was a player that connected me to those teams. And I'm just curious, what connects fans to their teams? It's not always the best player. In fact, I feel like hardly it's just the best player. We love the Currys, but the reason why someone like Klay Thompson not being around hurts is because you feel connected to him. Everyone knows that Curry's the best.
Yeah.
But they feel connected to Klay. They feel connected to Dre. Maybe they felt connected to Andrew Bogut or, a player like that. And so I just wonder who connects fans to the Niners, both in 2012 through 14, kind of the Harbaugh era, 2011 to 2013, I should say. But what connects you to them? What makes you feel something when you watch them play?
I love this, Evan. And my father, Norman, told me, son, you can never judge feelings. If somebody's telling you how they feel, that's how they feel. It's not up to you to judge that. You sit back and hear it. And Evan, hearing you talk, I'm going to give you this answer and you tell me if it's valid. Harbaugh connected me to that Niner team. And our coach is off limits. I think coaches go a long way in people having confidence in the coach to get the said players ready and have an identity and attitude. And I thought that's where the Niners, you talk about the Cowboy, Alden Smith, Cap, Bolden, all that swag I felt like came from the head coach. So to me, my number one is Harbaugh, and I hated that he left, and I know he was his own worst enemy. You can't do what you did with your bosses. But, Evan, you tell me if that's fair. Think about it. All the great teams, a lot of time, Phil Jackson, wherever he went, because you felt like he was the dad in the room or the psychologist, and he had something that a lot of Popovich. So Harbaugh, to me, and that's why I was so sad that he left, because he couldn't finish the job. I felt like that was the connection to me to that was the stamp that this Niner team is Billy Badass on the field, but they got the leader off the field that sets the tone. I don't know if you find that valid or invalid, me going at putting it on the coach.
No, I think so. And 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Versteini with Goo. What connects you to a team? Is it an individual? Is it the coach? Is it just the way that they play? I do think there are certain individuals that symbolize the style of play, and Patrick Willis was one of those guys.
Man.
When you think about Hall of Famers, again, I think the criteria for me is somebody that you think about and you say, oh, that's Patrick Willis, 49er, defense, dominant. That's the first 3 things that pop up top of mind. And they all have to be aligned, and they all have to be without hesitation. And that's what Patrick Willis, I think, also brought every single Sunday. He brought an essence of non-hesitation, because that dude, in a way, like, he was one of the first linebackers that I saw. I'm sure there were ones before him, and there certainly have been them the linebackers after him. He was the first guy I saw that could run a 4.5 and could get you in space, got sideline to sideline, but was still as strong as an ox. Like, he was fast, but he was also a guy that you could not run over. He was, he tackled like Ray Lewis, but he ran like a free safety. And there just weren't players like that at that time. Now it feels like a lot of linebackers, just because the game is more pass heavy, you have to be fast in order to be a middle linebacker. You have to run a 4.5. But I also think that what he represented, he wasn't a guy that really chirped a lot. He wasn't a guy that talked. He let his play speak for what he did and who he was. And that's where I think I draw a lot of comparisons. I think people do too. I hear it a lot, him to Fred Warner. Like, Fred Warner to me is also very much a leader. And Patrick Willis was the ultimate leader of those defenses.
Man, I love it, Evan. And he also had 135 solo tackles. You talk about he wore Ray Lewis's number. You know what I mean? 52 and 135 solo tackles in 2007. But you got me to thinking, and Evan, there's no loser in this. If I asked you Warner and Greenlaw or the Bowman and Willis, which way would you go?
Willis and Bowman.
Yeah. And there's no shade at Warner. They're bad boys, but that just tells you the Niner fans have been spoiled when you talk about that backer position. Like, those are 2 sets of 4 studs in that right there.
And that's no slight.
Not at all.
That's no slight.
Right. I mean, one's going to the Hall. He'll be inducted tomorrow.
Yeah, Navarro Bowman was the first team All-Pro. That was a guy that once Willis had to prematurely step away, he stepped right in and picked right up where he left off. Not to say that Dre Greenlaw couldn't do that, but
he's a bad boy too.
He is, and that dude hits hard. This is from the 707, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Juszczyk is a man who embodies the Niners, and even just a good football player in general. Humble, tough, talented, and makes sacrifices. Well, I think the position, you need to make sacrifices to be a fullback. For the 510, saying Patrick Willis actually ran a 4.4. I mean, that's even more impressive. But again, that combination of speed and power was rare, at least from what I can remember about linebackers. Middle linebackers at that time were more built and kind of towards the end of, in the 2010s, still built to stop the run first. But Patrick Willis could do it all. You could put him on a tight end. You could get him downhill, and he would just absolutely blow you up. And there was also something about how natural and easy the game felt for him, that just watching him, it was, you see the muscles, you see the speed, you see the tenacity.
He had it all, man.
But it didn't ever look like it was difficult for him. He just always was around the ball, and he made the game of football, which is not, look easy.
Yeah, and again, I keep talking about passion, tears, or whatnot, and we talk about his career being cut short. But man, Evan, it just speaks to his brilliance on the field. That when you look, he didn't have a 12-year career. When you look at the log, he got the most of every game he played, and I'm sure we'll see passion out there tomorrow when he, gives his speech. But I just can't get past the version of the Niner defense now, which is dominant, and that version that got so close. And it's like, everybody plays, we hear the athletes say everybody plays to win a championship. Dan Marino didn't get one. Charles Barkley didn't get one. But, Evan, that doesn't stop, the football world to step back and know who's balling out. And Patrick Willis, unfortunately, doesn't have a ring, but he'll get a different type of ring when he's inducted into a fraternity that's second to none. When you talk about Hall of Fame, Evan, there's no higher honor.
No, there's not. Look, he's going in with a lot of talented players. Julius Peppers, Andre Johnson. There's a lot of talent going into the Hall of Fame. But I think also what I'm excited about, just sticking with Patrick Willis for a moment, is the fact that we get to hear him. And that was always, we've heard him now more that he stepped away from the game, and he's been on these airwaves. He's a fantastic interview. But I think because he was such a soft-spoken, humble type of person, out of Tennessee, came via Ole Miss. He's from the state of Tennessee, but went through Ole Miss. Was a guy that I just always felt like spoke with his play. And, even like the visual of him playing with the cast on, playing with a broken hand, but still just like clubbing guys left and right. And then not being the rah-rah dude that you expect at the podium. He is very presidential. And I love those players because there's something about the game of football that I respect more than any, where guys are able to turn the switch off. When they're on the field, they're monsters, they're dogs, they're animals, just the way that they're able to hit and heat seek specifically at that position. But the moment that they get off the field or the moment that the whistle blows and the 60 minutes are up, they just go back to being themselves. And Patrick Willis is a great guy. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing players, fly and take time off from their own schedule, going to Canton, Ohio to celebrate the greatness of this man and what he gave to this organization in San Francisco.
Yeah, Evan, well said. And that's the best part of it. When you talk about the effect and the relationships and the people that we haven't heard from, even Patrick for that matter, coming to town to support, something so great that he'll celebrate. But I want to hear about his journey. And I don't know how many minutes they have now, coming out of Brewston, Tennessee. And you mentioned Ole Miss is where he played. But all I know is he was a silent assassin. That's what I look at. And Fred Warner, you brought up Fred Warner. He has some of that. But I see Fred being more demonstrative now, Evan, even after tackles. But I was watching that game again last night, the 2014 NFC Championship. And when Willis would make a tackle or just stuff to run and pop a running back, he just got up and went back to the huddle. It wasn't that. But it still was menacing, Evan. He didn't have to do all that. I'm pointing at you, but you just knew that's a dude, and he ain't playing.
No, but when they do talk, you do hear that level of confidence. It's not an arrogance. It's just an understood, I don't know, self-confidence that just oozes. It emanates from all of these players that perform at that kind of level. And that's where I do think Fred Warner separates himself. And I think it's the reason why, just for example, yesterday we talked about the top 100 list. Fred Warner's the highest ranked player on the 49ers. And I think it's a combination of his level of play as well as, look, he's just the best at what he does. Patrick Willis, from the moment he stepped onto the field, he was first team All-Pro, led the league in tackles his rookie season. He was the best at what he did from the moment he took the field. While Fred Warner wasn't that immediately, he's now grew quickly, I should say, and has been at that level for a long time as the best middle linebacker, best off-ball linebacker in football.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what I'm looking for when I hear him talk, Evan. These guys put it all, their life on the line, per se, their health every Sunday. And he did that for multiple years, and he was great at his job. We've talked about it. But I do wonder, not being able to say I'm a Super Bowl champion, how that not impact, or it could be like, how much does he think about that? Or is he somewhere where, I'm content. I was blessed, and even to get in, because Evan, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think he had the duration. I didn't think he had enough years to where maybe they bypass him. So this has to be awesome for him and his family. But I do wonder, guys, and I mentioned the Marinos and the Patrick Willises that had Marino didn't have his career cut short, but the fact that they were so close to that ring and didn't get it, I wonder, is that something they just compartmentalize and move on? Or, Evan, do they think about it a lot, when they watch football on Sunday? Or are they further from the game than we actually think? And, you hear former athletes say once they're done, Evan, they don't have the remote in the hand. It's not 24/7 like fans. They kind of get away from it. So I'm curious to see if that will, rear its head, but just how much of getting close and not getting it done consumes them.
It probably holds a little place in where they are, but I also think with how they're accomplished. Right now you take a look at the 2024 class of Hall of Famers, and there's no quarterbacks. So there might not be as much limelight on this one because you're not seeing in recent memory, like a Peyton Manning go in, or I think, a Drew Brees who's coming up. So, but like Dwight Freeney is a Super Bowl champ. Boy. But I think he and Steve McMichael, of course, with the 85 Bears, are the only Super Bowl champs that are going in. Julius Peppers did not win a Super Bowl, though he played in one.
Carolina.
Patrick Willis obviously played in a Super Bowl, did not win. I don't think Andre Johnson ever got to a Super Bowl, but he did not win one.
Beat somebody's ass on the field. You remember that? Yeah.
Cortland Finnegan.
Dude, Evan, he put hands on that dude,
yeah,
man.
That was a bit aggressive.
Fight. Yeah, a bit aggressive. I love that.
Speaking of aggression, who was the guy that Patrick Willis just decapitated on the Jets? I think it was a tight end over the middle. Oh, I forget the name of the player, but he just absolutely rocked him.
You got me wanting to look it up.
No, I don't even know if you can make
Smith,
that.
I think was his name.
Brad Smith?
Look at
yeah,
we have the highlight somewhere. I'm telling Ken where it is.
Good job this morning, Lubby.
But you can't even make that hit anymore.
What? There you go. You can't even. You're off the game.
You can't make that hit anymore, man. It's just like. Oh, and speaking of, here's my favorite hit of Patrick Willis's career because it actually came in college against LSU.
And fits it all. He is brought down by Patrick Willis with some attitude.
Wow. They described him. Coach O described Patrick Willis as the best player on the team. He's played with a cast on the last couple of weeks. He got it off last week. And look at this. This is form tackling at its best. Take some of that. Tell you what, we're going to stand in here and fight toe-to-toe. That is classic. How you wrap them up, drive your legs, and if you can get under them, you get your pad level low and under him. Lift him up and give him another little taste of it.
I mean, that was just a WWE pile driver.
You're going to be doing that one day, Evan, and you got that. You got that in your repertoire. But dude, there's nothing like a hit, and then the announcers feel it and start talking. That was beautiful. Hey, I want to run this by you. Golden Harvest on the YouTube chat. I hadn't heard this. Maybe he'll touch on it tomorrow, if in fact true. Willis already said he regretted retiring early. I don't know. I hadn't heard that, but I could understand it. But I appreciated what Willis did when he said, I've set a standard for myself, my name, my family, my team. And if I feel like I can't be to that level, I got to go. And that's what I respected so much about him. But I hadn't heard, maybe down the road, year or two later, feet are better or whatnot. So maybe he'll talk about that. I don't know. But I hadn't heard that.
I also respect a player in football stepping away and prioritizing their health.
Damn, man.
I mean, there is, look, you're putting your health in jeopardy every time you step out on a football field. But to take as many licks as he did and to deal with the type of injuries that he had to deal with, it just would have been such an uphill climb that I respect him in a way for recognizing that, look, it was time. If he wants to live the life that he can, health, with as much health as he has left, it demanded doing what he did. And again, he's a Hall of Famer. It wasn't like he hadn't accomplished anything. And I also wonder, where the 49ers were at that time when he was forced to kind of step down and step away. He had already helped elevate them to a place that, look, frankly, not a lot of teams get to. And so he'd seen just about as close as you can football nirvana. Man. The only step left was to get to the Super Bowl. And I think because of a combination of things, Baltimore is one of them. The Seattle Seahawks, you could say, are another.
The Giants, your boy,
the New York Giants,
dropping the ball.
Punt returns.
Sorry.
Football happens, man.
Football happens.
And that is the tough part, I think, about being a defensive player. You obviously had an impact on the game, and Patrick Willis did more than most. But at the end of the day, it's what we talked about a lot yesterday. A lot of times it comes down to quarterback play. And in some situations, the Niners didn't have as good of a quarterback as the other team. And in some situations, maybe not as good of a head coach.
I know we're up against it, but Evan, I don't want to sound selfish. You and Kay and Lubman let me know. But the goal is obviously to win a championship. But the goal is also, as a young kid, to be the best you can be. Evan, if I gave you a choice, Hall of Famer, no Super Bowl, Super Bowl, no Hall of Famer. Because before you answer, Evan, I think I want to be a Hall of Famer. I want that chip, but if I didn't get it and I know that I was honored and I was in a class in a fraternity because I was the top tier, one of the best to ever do it, I think that would make me sleep better at night.
Well, yeah, I'd rather be Allen Iverson than James Jones,
Or Robert Horry.
Well, Robert Horry was, a big factor in 7 titles. It's a little bit different. But
I'd rather be Iverson than Horry, is I guess what I'm saying. And there's no shade at Robert, but
Well, Iverson shot a lot.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, though. Yeah, you know what I mean, Evan? Like,
I do.
He left it all on the line. It's just, that's how I am.
I do. And I also, I want to kind of extrapolate from Patrick Willis, bringing it back to the Niners of modern day. Look, Patrick Willis is getting tried on Sunday, going to the National Football League Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. He's going to have friends and family there. It's going to be a great celebration of his career with the San Francisco 49ers. The identity of that team. What was the identity of that team as it relates to now? What is the identity of this team? What is the identity of the 2024, this upcoming season, these 49ers? I can tell you what Patrick Willis's 49ers were. I want to hear what you think about these 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And that's what's coming up next on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
goodness. I'm not sure about this one. Somehow he gets to his feet. That was Patrick Willis who hit him high. Michael Lewis had him down low.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jim Nantz on the call, CBS Sports. Dude, he bent him like a paperclip.
He did, man.
These
dudes earn every dollar they get. I don't know, whatever your contract is, if you get tackled and you're in the NFL, Evan, it could be over in one play, man.
I mean, that was another part that was highlighted by the receiver doc, right? All those guys going over the middle, just getting absolutely slammed. I mean, they don't have any say in where their body goes once it's up in the air. It's dictated by the dude that's hitting you.
Yeah, I'll say this to that, though. Look at him, my guy. I'll say this to that. Quarterback, hold my beer. They get hit, Evan, and they don't see it coming. In the sternum, in the chest cavity. Like that receiver, Doc, there's nothing on the quarterback. Receivers get hit. They get popped. But flags are – these quarterbacks, they take it, Evan. I couldn't do it.
Well,
there goes Evan in the flat, and then pow! Like just, oh my gosh. Yeah, we got a first down, but nobody saw what I took. Years off my life, man.
Oh, and sometimes it's not even in the game. I mean, Justin Herbert just got plantar fasciitis, and now I got to think about Chargers not having a quarterback.
It's not athlete's foot, Evan.
No, it's not.
I can't believe people yesterday thought I was saying it was athlete's foot.
I can't believe it either. The people that think that we don't know what we're talking about on this show. I mean, it's
talk to them.
We got like 102% accuracy rate.
Yeah,
that's also a bit of a fib. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl Guru Johnson. Again, at 12 o'clock, we got our Hoop It Up giveaway coming up. 3-on-3 basketball tournament in Thrive City, second year, Sunday, August 11th, 9 a.m., 7 p.m., 95.7 The Game's putting together a team in the tournament, and we're paying for registration for 3 listener teams as well. That's today at noon. The Hoop It Up tournament owned and established by Kevin Garnett. Shout out to Lucas in the back there trying to pump it up. Director of Sports. It includes recreational divisions from ages 8 to 18 plus, adult divisions at all levels as well. 5 players, 3 players on the court, 2 subs. For more details, go to hoopitup.com/San Francisco. But here at 95.7 The Game, again, we're giving you an opportunity at noon to win a place for you and up to 4 friends. Again, listener teams, 3 listener teams we're sending on August 11th to the Hoop It Up tournament at Thrive City. And we're also going to get to our perfect 3-on-3 team in a little bit. Maybe we'll do that around noon. But right now we're talking about Patrick Willis, his enshrinement in the Hall of Fame, and just what that kind of represented for that section, that era of 49ers football, because his head coach, Jim Harbaugh, is also going to be there. I mean, to me, Willis, and he was the leader of that team. He symbolized tenacity. He symbolized toughness. He symbolized the grit that I think embodied that era of 49ers football. But if I asked you, Goo, what's the identity of the 49ers right now, of the San Francisco 49ers entering 2024? What is their identity?
Wow, I'm going to say talent. They're talented everywhere, Evan, I believe. I wanted to say physicality, but with Greenlaw going down, I'm starting to worry about what I saw in the playoff run. You didn't ask this, but I'm telling you, in the playoff run, what I didn't see, because I hold the Niners team on both sides of the ball at a upper echelon, and they didn't meet that for me. So I don't know, now that Greenlaw, we do know, won't be on the field Monday night against the Jets. I don't know when he's coming back, but I'm sorry, I can't get past that. That's going to hurt. And maybe they just knock that out the park and you don't even miss them. But that leads me to believe something's going on with this great run in regard to the Niners and the physicality component, because I saw Green Bay almost take you down. I saw Detroit do it. I don't know why you didn't win the Super Bowl. So when you ask me going into this season right now, the constant, the one thing that when I hear the San Francisco 49ers 2024, it's talent, Evan. That's their identity. And what bothers me about my answer is there's no definitive about, is that talent good enough to get it done, because you've been good enough, but you hadn't got it done. And there's a multitude of reasons why.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would refute you saying that the Niners have been the most talented roster over the last 5 years, just from top to bottom. Now, teams have been different. There's been different parts in and out. Other teams have had talent as well, but just as a whole, like, who's got more players? Who's got more dudes? That's what's been so frustrating about them not being able to get it done. This is from the 650. We, the San Francisco 49ers, play with an innovative and high-powered offense, particularly using the West Coast offense to emphasize short, precise passing, primarily featuring Christian McCaffrey, the best running back in football. Our strong defensive units, featuring standout players like Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, are crucial in controlling games and applying pressure on opponents, forcing them to turn the ball over or give it up. We combine a rich tradition of excellence with a passionate fan base, creating a formidable and dynamic presence on the field.
Well, wow.
That's well put.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I'm going to boil it down from that, along with what you said, Goo, the identity of this team is continuity. And what I struggle with is if that continuity is good enough. That's the question that we just have. Is that continuity, the chemistry, the core? Because not only have they had the most talent, I think they've also had the most players that have remained since 2019. As far as players on offense, players on defense.
Thought about that.
They got the same amount of guys. Well, not the same amount, but they got the most guys from that first Super Bowl run. That's a long time to keep this thing together. And it's produced a lot of NFC Championship games, 2 Super Bowl appearances. But is the continuity good enough? Like, what can kind of shake up this team? Or do people not believe that it needs to be shaken in any direction? It just needs to be laid down and try and walk the path towards hopefully winning it all.
I love that word. Let me throw this to you when you talk about continuity. Do the holdouts or the situation of Aiyuk and Trent Williams, do they impact the continuity, or is it just nothing to see here for you, Evan? They'll get back. Whenever they get back, they'll be ready to play. Or are you kind of like, that's what I'm talking about? It does take a hit because these two dudes they need. Nobody can sit here and look anybody in the face and say they don't need these 2 dudes. We're assuming it's going to be Larry Krueger. We'll play this down later. He was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday, said Aiyuk is going to get traded. Filipponi in Pittsburgh. He thought that, again, hey, just tell us how you feel and what you see. But, Evan, does that impact continuity, things off the field before the actual games, these holdouts?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why I do think, number one, they want both of those players back in the fold. And number 2, they need both of those players back in the fold because that is the strength of this team. That is their identity. It's continuity. If you don't have the same pieces, I'm not so sure what I'm supposed to believe in. Now, they still have McCaffrey. They still have Kittle. They still have a lot of things.
Right,
but
Devo.
They still have an embarrassment of riches. Which apparently has been ruining a lot of viewing experiences for Team USA. With more on that in a little bit. But the embarrassment of riches in San Francisco needs to stay together, at least until you have to break it up. And I see no reason why they have to do anything outside of continuing to run this thing back and see how far it goes.
It's funny you go there because I put your face. I just erased your face with the curly hair and put Steiny's on your shoulders, and he would say what I'm about to say. He would be like, Guru, you got to step back. You got to have perspective. But watching that game again, the Patrick Willis Niners, I'll just call it that, the Jim Harbaugh Niners, Evan, they were so dominant on both sides of the ball. We were watching, Michael Vick-esque calling Kaepernick do things that we hadn't seen, not just in the regular season, in the playoffs. And you just talked about it. It ended with Heartbreak Hotel once on the biggest stage, and then 2 other times on the next biggest stage, the NFC Championship games. And then, okay, Harbaugh's gone. You're on hard times. You build it back up with Kyle, but I can't shake Niner fans' heartbreak from here we are under Kyle. You're right. How many times, Evan, have talking heads and pundits said the Niners have the best collective roster? They've earned that. Kudos to John and Kyle. But damn it, here we go again. Multiple NFC Championship losses and a Super Bowl loss just last year where you were up 10. The similarities are scary. And the question I have, Evan, is when does it finally happen? Because the Niners at one point were 5-0 when they went. And now, under different regimes, in this regime, you've lost 3 Super Bowls and multiple NFC Championship games.
But when does it change? I mean, I think there's only really one part of this team that can change, that can grow, and that can separate this team from those past 3 that you talked about that came up short. That's the quarterback. And that's why if the identity is going to change, if it is going to move from continuity into something else, that has to be driven home by Brock Purdy. And that's what I find fascinating about this season. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I think he's the most intriguing player in the entire National Football League because the 49ers have been knocking at the door for what seems like the better part of my life, but they haven't been able to kick the door in. They've had everything, right? I mean, if I just lined up the teams right now,
yes,
I lined up the teams right now, and you asked national media, you asked local media, you asked fans, I feel like 90% of people would tell you that the best roster in the NFL is in Santa Clara.
There's no doubt.
One of the best head coaches in the league is in Santa Clara.
And there's kudos in that. I'm not blind to that fact.
None
of
best,
us are.
I mean, the spine of this organization is about as strong as any. From top to bottom, they got it all. So what can be the difference? What is the difference? I think the thing that Patrick Willis's team, to go back to them, was missing was a quarterback that could get them over the top because they had it on defense. They had a great running game, had a solid offensive line, good head coach.
Now, Evan, that was good cap. They got him to the bowl and but that was good cap in the Super Bowl. I mean, he was at the prime of his peak of his powers.
Colin Kaepernick was maybe the most dynamic quarterback that the Niners have had in recent memory. But, I mean, on that day, he got outplayed by Joe Flacco, in my opinion. Man. Colin Kaepernick was a sensational talent, but he flamed out quite quickly, at least for, kind of looking at the totality. Yeah. Now, for very different reasons, but even before all this stuff with him happened, I'm not so sure that he was going to be wearing a gold jacket the way that Patrick Willis was.
So when just back to your Purdy point, because you are right when you use the word intrigue, is there any fear involved in that intrigue in regard to can he do more if he needed to, Evan? Or we talk about the future and this check and this payday that we're assuming he's going to get, and right now he's going to get it. How much, we don't know. But to me, it's intriguing, but in that word, is there fear or wanting to know more about just how good he is?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about, and I'll actually let Brock Purdy speak for himself because he was on with Tim Kawakami via the Odyssey original podcast earlier this week, the TK show. Here's what he had to say.
It's not like I've walked in and go, all right, year 3, my third year playing here, now this is my responsibility. No, it's been something over time that, I think I've earned the respect of the guys here by the things that I've done, just how I carry myself in a humble manner, and they want to go to war with that kind of guy. And so it's sort of just naturally come about. But for me, it doesn't mean change or be a rah-rah guy, but be myself and be that competitive leader by nature. And guys want to follow that and go to war with that. So that's how I look at it.
See, when I hear Brock Purdy defining what his leadership role is or how he's taken the next step forward, a lot of those qualities, I think, are qualities that Patrick Willis had. Now, they're very different players. They're different human beings. They play different spots, have different physical gifts. But the idea of just gradually building himself into a leader with his play, not being the rah-rah guy, being competitive, having that fire, that's something that Patrick Willis was. No?
No doubt. And I'm not going to tell you, just for me, Evan, that's a prerequisite, like being the opposite or a Draymond Green, a guy that's very demonstrative and, draws attention to himself, like a Ray Lewis. I don't prefer one or the other, but I guess
whatever gets it done,
no doubt,
basically.
But the bottom line is, as great as Willis and that Niner team was, and 3 years into Purdy, Evan, they haven't got it done. And I'm damn sure not saying it was Willis or Purdy's fault, but the one constant in Ninerville is close but no cigar.
No, first of all, this is his third year. He's really only had one full season to prove it. But that's why, I think there's a lot of urgency surrounding, at least for me, this season. And I don't know if fans feel like there's urgency. I don't know if Purdy feels like there's urgency.
What would Aiyuk say? What the hell's going on, man?
I think there's urgency for Aiyuk to get his money. And he wants to win.
Yeah.
But there's urgency from Trent Williams.
I'll never know what's going on here.
Both
are
of
they
those
hooking
players
him up,
are
Evan, just to stay at home.
Who, Trent?
Yeah.
No, well they can't. No, they literally cannot not fine him.
Wow.
You can only choose to pick up fines for players that are on their rookie deal, I believe. Trent Williams is not on his rookie deal.
Man.
So he's stacking 50 G's every single day. And he's making a lot of money, so he'll be okay. But he also wants to make guaranteed money to make sure that he's all right. I mean, the point about Aiyuk I think is interesting is like,
what's going on?
Well, I mean, what's going on is I think he's just waiting right now. And I don't know, they could have a wink deal behind the scenes. I feel like it's important that just optically Trent Williams gets his money before Aiyuk gets his. Maybe I'm off base there.
And that's all predicated and based off of just importance to the team, right? Because I feel like we could see a scenario, as long as both get done, I don't care who's first. But you feel like they're intertwined. Like Trent's going to get handled before Aiyuk. Because it's funny now, when I go back to that video, which I assumed Carter sent you, Ken, and I'm thinking, by the time I wake up this beautiful payday Friday morning, Aiyuk will have been signed. But then hearing you just say what you said, I'm thinking, well, we would hear there would be two bulletins out in regard to Trent. Because you think he's going to go before Aiyuk or get taken care of before Aiyuk.
And maybe they happen on the same day. I just also, number one, I think Trent Williams is more important than Brandon Aiyuk.
No, we all do.
And secondly, McCaffrey got done pretty quick. So that also happened before, obviously, all this went down. I think McCaffrey restructured his contract in June. So that happened a while ago. And as we heard from Jennifer Lee Chan yesterday on the River Islands guest line, is that it just comes down to money. So I don't know when both of those deals are going to happen. When I saw the tweet from Coward yesterday, my eyes were raised, but my eyebrows were raised.
There you
I didn't
go.
really I don't know.
Good try, Colin.
Well, I think it means, along with everything else we've seen, that it is going to happen. And that, I don't know, that should make, I think, most 49ers fans feel good, because that means that Aiyuk's not going anywhere.
Well, I don't want to pit Kruger against Cowherd, but our own Larry Kruger said, he's there every day, Evan. He feels like Brandon might be traded.
Well, do you want to just do that right now?
I would love to.
All right, so Larry Kruger was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday via the River Islands guest line, and here's what he thinks will happen with Brandon Aiyuk.
I think we're reading into it too much. I mean, you got to think of it this way, Grandy. The two most dialed-in football people in the world are probably Rap Sheet for the NFL Network and Schefter for ESPN. They both are reporting that a deal is not imminent. So what was that? What did we see there? And I'll tell you, I don't know. I don't know if that was, a hug of, hey, we've climbed a major hurdle in the negotiation and the rest is just dotting I's and crossing T's, or if that was more like, hey, you know what? We're going to move you on somewhere else. And I hope for the Niners and their fans that they're getting this deal done and he's not moving on. But if I was wagering based on that video, I would say there's a very good chance he's traded. That would be my thought.
And nobody's wrong in this. Nobody has an answer, but we're not even talking about deal. He was saying maybe they cleared the hurdle and a deal is imminent. But Evan, this is crazy. There's no world, there's no bulletin board you could take me to and say it makes sense or the Niners are equal or even better without Brandon Aiyuk.
No, they're not. But the devil's advocate position of it, and I know I generally occupy that position by the man who sits in this chair. He'll be back on Monday, by the way.
Tiny.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, yes, like on its face, the Niners are not better. Ricky Pearsall he could be impressive. He looks really good for a rookie. They're not better without a guy who was a second-team All-Pro receiver last year. But what you also have to weigh is, well, what else am I giving up? In fact, so we started this day talking about the identity of the Harbaugh teams.
Yeah. Physicality.
Defense. Yeah, I felt like they were a defense-first team. Okay, well, if you pay Brandon Aiyuk and you continue to invest this much money in your offense, you might take a step back on the other side of the football. Someone like Charvarius Ward is a free agent after this upcoming season. So is, I think, Diamador Lenore. You have to make decisions about your defensive line. How is your safety room going to look? Hufanga is up at the end of his deal. So if you choose Aiyuk, you're right. You're better this year than not having him. But how much does that hurt you down the line? It's probably the same thing that they're trying to figure out with Trent Williams. Not that they're going to pay him or not, but how much and how much does he want? How much guaranteed money does he want? And how does that impact our flexibility moving forward when we already have to table all this money for a quarterback after next summer?
One of my favorite stores I used to shop at growing up, Evan, the Gap. There's everything you said is spot on, but there's obviously a gap in regard to the money Trent and Aiyuk are asking for. And right now, as it stands, what the team is willing to pay. And I know you guys kid me on this show all the time about, oh, Guru, you'd bankrupt the team. You wouldn't be a good GM. But Evan, you said something to me that if we were playing ping pong, I would have hit it back super hard. I don't care about the year. I care about this year. I care about this team in its window, regardless if you believe it's open or not. But if you allow the finances to make you lose Aiyuk, to me, that just makes trying to accomplish your said goal this year way more difficult. So I'm not mad at Larry. I'm not mad at Cowherd. I'm just blown away. It's where it's at now. And that video had to mean something. Or was he saying, hey, let's go get Slurpees at the local 7-Eleven when we're done? I'll meet you. Like, how did that not produce a deal 48 hours after?
No, and I'm not saying, look, I want Brandon Aiyuk on the team. I think he's a hell of a receiver. But, yeah, I also want to think about this season. But God forbid the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl, which I hate to break it to people. It hasn't happened since I was a year old. Then you do have to think about not just this year, but thank you, but also the next year and the year after that, because you want to be competitive. The 49ers have done, I think, a really good job of pushing some, but not all of their chips in for maximizing this window. And I continue to hear that, this is the last year. This is the last year. And I do think that this year and next to some extent, it is big. You want Brandon Aiyuk back and Trent Williams under lock and key.
Continuity. That was your word.
You want the continuity, but what is the cost of the continuity? I think a big reason why, the Niners have always been able to operate with the most talent in the league because they haven't had an answer at the quarterback position.
Wow.
Even Jimmy Garoppolo, his contract by the time that they were into their Super Bowl window was very manageable. When they paid him, he was the highest paid quarterback. 2 years later, he was not the highest paid quarterback. He certainly was in 2021 when he led them to the NFC Championship game. Right now, they are looking at a quarterback that is going to, I think, reset the market. And so that finally is a position that factors into their decisions.
Wow. But he's not the one holding out, Evan. I guess I'm having a problem with that premise of we're worried about something down the road. How much continuity can you really have if you let price cost you talent?
Well, it's already costed you talent. I mean, Eric Armstead's not on the team anymore. I would rather have Eric Armstead playing nose tackle or defensive tackle than Malik Collins.
You wanted no part of a pay cut.
No, and I can't blame him for that.
But see, I feel like his departure, Evan, they miss him, but it wasn't impactful like an Aiyuk, possibly.
Well, unless this year you can't stop the run. And Armstead was banged up a lot of last year, and they weren't great against the run with him. But the year before, the sliding him from defensive end to defensive tackle, that was a big difference in them being able to stop the run. Right. I think their defensive line having a rotating cast of characters is a big reason why they've been successful. They have less guys or less impactful players beyond the kind of 1 through 4 than they have in years past.
DeForest Buckner too, Evan.
And that's because you've had to make decisions about paying guys like they're deciding about paying Aiyuk and Trent Williams. But again, I do want to get back to the identity of this team because I see a lot of good text in the Xfinity Mobile text line. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to call in. What do you expect to be the identity of this team coming up in 2024? How would you define this season? And how much urgency is on it? I see from some people, I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz on a Payday Friday with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Here's why you're beautiful. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Feeling good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that from earlier today?
No, Steiny's not here. Get money. This
got
is
cut
a
up, though.
banger. Yeah. Marky D hooked me up at DNR Barbershop. You look good, too. You in the city.
Yeah, I mean, look. I probably get my hair cut every couple months, few months.
Yeah, Mia was like, Evan looks handsome on the video about who wouldn't return a text. Then she said, because she knows you're single, like baseball, she goes, did he fall in love in Sweden? I said, I'll ask him on air. Did you fall in love in Sweden?
Too many times.
Oh, look at him.
Too many times. Dude, the amount of, this is both for men and women. The people over there are just beautiful.
Are they, Evan, for real?
It's not fair. It's
unlimited possibilities.
That's
is that true that you like?
I wish I was the system. You know what I mean? No, they're beautiful. Like, I don't know. It's just the way they live, the way that they walk, the way they just carry themselves. It's not arrogance. I don't know.
I'm be humble in this one.
I don't know. It's just a confidence that a lot of Americans, and myself included, don't have.
Are they nice to go along with the looks? Are they? Is it like New York subway station? Remember I told you, it's like, I thought I was in the pen. I mean, people were just rude. Women, men, and women.
Yeah, people are nice, but I'll say this. And actually, I was thinking about this coming back into the city because a lot of people will say that, I don't know, like in San Francisco is a transplant city, right? So people come and they go. They have jobs. Maybe they have a relationship. There's something that's here, and then eventually they go somewhere else. That's the same across the world, I feel like. A lot of people that live in Stockholm, for example, it's a city of 2 million people, head down, they're busy. So by American standards, they're very nice. Like, I think they're approachable, they're kind, they're willing to speak English and help me with whatever I do. But if you talk to a Swede about a Swede, they'll say that the city slickers are just the way that we view a lot of people around the city.
Wow.
Like, they're on their own schedule. They just got to get to where they got to get to.
Wow. Interesting.
They say, if you want to meet, real nice European women, you want to go outside the city, you want to get to the countryside.
And you did that.
Yeah, I got out to the archipelago, which is true. Yes, and people a lot nicer outside the city.
I love it. Glad you had a good time, Evan. And saw a lot. Yeah. Eye candy.
Why are you trying to get me in trouble?
With eye candy.
No, you're trying to get me in trouble, though, man. There's eye candy everywhere.
Best type of candy. What?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, but I also we got a lot of love. We got a lot of love for the city too.
Got you.
A lot of love for the city too. Santa Clara, if anybody's out there listening. Yeah, no, don't worry.
Evan, I'm throwing this continuity back at you about these holdouts, but I appreciate you being honest. You were like, it does impact that.
Well, it
get
does.
This thing done, man.
But so I guess when do we really worry about these holdouts or hold-ins impacting football?
Case said the second what's the dress rehearsal of preseason? Normally it's the third game, but that was his metric. Like,
well, their first game is next Saturday, right?
Yeah,
they play August 10th.
But I don't think Aiyuk would be playing, nor Trent for real, had they both been back. So that's cool. But I think it was Barrows or somebody in the Athletics said Brandon's doing everything but practicing. That's all there is practicing. What else is there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want any soft tissue injuries or any hammies barking, anything like that, Evan. And again, I'm not worried. I am just perplexed that in a year of revenge where you want to get back and you have to know, we might be without Debo. The money's coming. Money's going to make it an issue. I just don't like the books of the Niners that now have Trent along with Aiyuk not at practice. Just my 2 cents.
Well, how much does the potential of Aiyuk getting traded send you back and make you feel something about DeForest Buckner? Because in hindsight, that was the wrong decision.
It was the wrong decision, but yet you were still, my word, after you asked me what describes this team, you had so much talent, you still got you got back to the big dance, had a 10-point lead. It should have won a Super Bowl or two. You know what I mean? So it's what the Chiefs did that the Niners didn't do after losing Tyreek Hill. They lost talent, but they still won. The Niners lost talent and didn't win, and now you're putting me on the spot. I ain't telling you, Evan. I'm like, damn. Maybe he strip sacks Mahomes or whatnot in the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is they got back without DeForest Buckner a couple times and still didn't get it done. So I think there's a bigger issue that just won somebody. But when you're telling me Brandon Aiyuk, who on my piece of paper is the best wide receiver you have all around. What are we doing? There's a word I can't say on air because I'll get fired. Quit messing around.
Well, this is where I'll meet Larry Krueger halfway. And again, he was on with World and Dibs yesterday on the River Islands guest line talking about how he thinks that if he has to really read and parse the video of Aiyuk dapping up Shanahan and Lynch, he thinks it's because Aiyuk is going to be traded.
Wow. That's heavy.
I don't read it that way. But I do believe that because you brought up Tyreek Hill, if Brandon Aiyuk could fetch you the type of haul that Tyreek Hill got the Chiefs, I do think the Niners would trade him. I think that's part of this also, is that Brandon Aiyuk, what he's worth to another team is not as much as he might be worth to you. Tyreek Hill was worth multiple first-round picks.
Yes, he was.
And you could free up your books by getting off of him and moving him to Miami. They have since turned those first-round picks, I think, into a starting safety, into a lineman, into other positions where you can get cheaper. And that's part of why the Niners, I think, are also in the position where they have to really manage their books tightly, is quietly, they haven't really drafted that well.
Okay. Wow.
They haven't drafted that well the last couple of years.
Look at Trent Baalke.
I don't know why I'm whispering. But they
I like it.
Seriously, they have not hit on enough draft picks to remain cheap at the positions they need.
Okay.
I
That's
think,
deep.
compared to the Chiefs.
And I don't know, what do you think? A second for Aiyuk, could he get you that? Or do you think some are like, they're giving you that?
I think teams would be willing to give up a second for Aiyuk.
I know I would.
But I wouldn't trade a second round. I wouldn't trade Aiyuk for a second round pick. Again, I think a big hang up at the draft was that the Niners weren't able to get as much as they wanted. Like, I think they shopped Aiyuk. Hell, they sniffed around Justin Jefferson this offseason, according to reports. Like, they were looking for upgrades or movement at that position. And, of course, they used the first-round pick on a wide receiver. But I do think that if Aiyuk was worth as much as the Niners wanted for him, I do think there's a very good possibility they'd move him.
But that's why I come up with the word confusion. If that's the case and you didn't get what you want because you feel like he's more expensive than that, but yet on the flip side, you don't want to pay him, like how, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to, like, if we find out today before we get off, there's a deal, or when I see you again on Monday, Evan, and I was telling Kay this, I am interested to see the numbers where it finally ended and because what's going to happen, right? You tell me if I'm wrong, is what they offer you is how much they feel you're worth, your job. You know what I mean? So on paper, those zeros are going to tell us what they really think about Aiyuk. But if you don't, or you're afraid to give him up in a trade because you feel like he's worth more, but then on the back end, you don't want to pay him what he thinks he's worth, like, how big is that gap?
Well, it's big enough that it's a holdup.
Yeah, man.
Or hold in, I should say. But look, you've done this dance more than I have, and I don't want to get too deep in your business, but when you're negotiating your contract, you're going to try and get everything. And even if it's a small gap, until you finally have to budge, I don't know that you would. I mean, I wouldn't, right? Like, if I'm trying to get more money and the boss didn't want to give it to me, well, then there's a gap. It doesn't matter how big that gap is. It could be $2. It could be $2 million. Yeah. But I want every last penny. And that's what I feel like I deserve.
Yeah, I'm Team Aiyuk. I like him hold it. I hate it for the team. I almost hate it for him in a sense, but I understand, dude, you get rolled up or tear a AC, whatever. Dude, you are done, and you have limited yourself when it's time for you to re-up next year with another. You have become less attractive, Evan, and that's RISK. That is a risk. And I think—
Great board game.
Here I go. You're going to call me naive. I believe if your family and the team that drafted you and you're homegrown and you guys have gotten close a few times, why the hell would why would Odyssey ask or Nahegan ask you to do something where they know at the end of the day when you walk home or you're going to your car after your shift, your mind goes to a certain place of, man, I am really putting it all on the line, more so than Goose, Steiny, and anybody else that works here. Why wouldn't I try to take that stress off your plate? And that's cohesiveness. That's continuity that you talk about. And that's why I'm kind of shocked that the Niners are talking, and maybe they offered 26 to have him avoid that thought on the walk to the car in the parking lot. But damn it, Evan, I just can't believe they would be so tough to have him play on that 5th year to where one bad play or one bad injury, Aiyuk, you've lost all leverage, not just with us, with the rest of the teams.
Well, I don't think the Niners would be afraid of him playing on the fifth year, but if I'm Aiyuk, I would absolutely be afraid of playing on the fifth year. I don't think any player wants to do that.
At all.
Well, it's the one advantage that teams have by taking you in the first round is that you get the option for that extra year. But players don't want to do that. They want guarantees. They want a cushion. I think that was the big hang up, I think, between, say, like the New York Giants and Saquon Barkley. We found out during Hard Knocks that they were trying to figure out if they could get Saquon at this number. Could they get him at that number?
And he called to get me out of there.
He said, fine, dude, I'm going to go see what I'm worth. And he's worth a hell of a lot of money to Philly. And he makes them a lot better. And I think the Giants got a lot worse.
Can I ask you a football question about a specific said game?
We got some time.
All right. That's a 4.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If we went in a room here, a vacant room, and I just pressed play on the Super Bowl, last year's Super Bowl, how would you describe Aiyuk's performance? And the reason I bring it up, Evan, is people are saying he was a no-show. It's bigger than that. But my question, and why I'm bringing it up, Evan, is how fair is it to judge Brandon Aiyuk in totality on one game?
Well,
I'm not doing that.
It's not one game, but he hasn't had. Can you remember a standout game that Brandon Aiyuk has had? I can recall a moment.
Detroit game, the ball off the head, and the Green Bay game, the 3rd and 5, to where Kyle, you're going to punt or go for it in the rain to keep the drive alive. But I'm going to give you the point. You are right, but he's not in that type system, Evan.
Well, he was during the regular season. He had 1,300 yards. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't put up numbers.
But never in a way to where he went for $188 for one. You know what? The Justin Jefferson type, the CeeDee Lamb type of games, or the Tyreek Hill on a good Sunday type of games.
No, but we're accustomed to seeing production, maybe not the volume of catches, but the volume of yards. What he had that game against Tampa Bay where he had like 5 catches for $150 and 2 scores. It's like those are the games that he had to have. Didn't have him in the postseason. And that's not necessarily on him. And that's why let me ask you this, Gil.
That's my biggest point. All right.
Now, if I was just go down the list of National Football League teams this year, I want you to just tell me who you think their leader is. Could be the GM, could be the coach, could be
I love it.
Someone on the team. All right. The Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen.
I would agree. The New York Jets.
Aaron Rodgers.
I agree. The Cincinnati Bengals.
Joe Burrow. / Jamar Chase.
Baltimore Ravens.
Lamar Jackson.
Kansas City Chiefs.
PM.
What about the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry Jones.
Okay. So that's our first non-quarterback we've gotten to.
And that's a team that's in dysfunction.
Let's see here. Oh, the Los Angeles Rams.
McVay.
Okay.
That one... But I think they're on their way back, and they got a Super Bowl here the last 3 years. But I don't know if that – would you argue with McVay on the Rams?
No, but I think it'd be between him and Stafford.
Okay.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow. A.J. Brown, and I don't like it.
Okay. No, I'm glad you said that, because the first team that we've gotten to that didn't include a head coach or a quarterback you don't like. And I agree. It's why a team has to have one of those two spots be their leaders. And you can make the case that the team that has the head coach as their leader is not in the most optimal position, because the majority of teams that we talked about that are successful, quarterbacks are their leaders. All right. Who's the San Francisco 49ers leader?
Wow. Deebo Samuel.
It could be him.
Trent Williams.
Could be Trent Williams.
Or do I dare say, I'm really thinking of... No, Fred Warner.
I'm shocked that you haven't talked about their quarterback.
Because he's so new, Evan. He's so new. And he said it to TK. You played the sound of, I'm going into my 3rd year. Would you say Brock Purdy?
I'll say this, because I do think, again, the identity of this team is continuity. And continuity has gotten you close. It's gotten you to 2nd place. If the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl this year, by the end of this season, the answer to the question I just asked you has to be Brock Purdy.
Man,
It has to be
then
unequivocally.
That's the standard you're holding. That's why you say intrigue.
100%.
Evan, that's a high bar, man.
Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has to be the leader of this team, and there can't be a doubt about it. And that's the only way that they change this thing, that they move from being, a team that's just known for having the same great group of guys that are productive and operate at a high level, and Kyle Shanahan gets them almost to the finish line. Brock Purdy's got to be the guy that drives the nail into the coffin of the Super Bowl.
What are you describing leadership by? Is it numbers, Evan? Or is it what we talked about with Patrick Willis and guys like that they don't have to be demonstrative or loud? Tell me what goes into when you say he has to be the leader. Is that numbers? Is that play? Is that in your face? Debo, why didn't you catch the ball? Aiyuk, you ran the wrong route?
It's this.
It's not like I've walked in and go, all right, year 3, my third year playing here. Now this is my responsibility. No, it's been something over time that, I think I've earned the respect of the guys here by the things that I've done, just how I carry myself in a humble manner. And they want to go to war with that kind of guy. And so it's sort of just naturally come about. But for me, it doesn't mean change or be a rah-rah guy, but be myself and be that competitive leader by nature. And guys want to follow that and go to war with that. So that's how I look at it.
It's been a gradual build. So it's been about 1.5 seasons since he's taken over. I think it's time for that build that's come gradually to get to the point where he is – like he's on the face of every single 49ers promotion. Man. Like it has to be Brock Purdy. That's tough, right? Because look, they got Fred, they got Nick, they got Debo, they got Kittle, they got CMC, Trent. Well, ideally, they got Aiyuk. Ideally, right. It's got to be Purdy. He's got to lead this football team in a way that's been different than any quarterback under Kyle Shanahan.
Oh man, you got me. That's interesting. Evan, I guess what I'm saying is those are a lot of people to skip. Shout out Skip Bayless, his last show today on Undisputed. But what about Kyle's presence? Like, I think he's the emperor. He's the Darth Vader. He has to do what you're putting on Brock Purdy because, Evan, Brock didn't do those things the last 2 seasons, and they still almost got there. I mean, they got there. They got to the Super Bowl, and he was knocked out the Philly game in the NFC Championship game. So, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know if one man can bypass all those guys you just listed, plus the coach I'm adding to be that guy.
But Kyle Shanahan doesn't put a helmet on. He puts the headset on. But he can only do so much. And don't get me wrong, Kyle Shanahan, I think, has done a lot. And he's clearly, transformed this organization into what it was under Harbaugh, what it was perhaps even before then. And that's a team that is really, really good, that is supremely talented. That's why we're going to be talking, about Patrick Willis going to the Hall of Fame tomorrow and being enshrined in Canton. Supreme talent, but not quite enough. Like you said, Goo, the identity of the team is talent, but the question is that talent good enough? I think the only option right now that I can see to put that talented team over the top rests in the hands of a guy who's going to be making, less than $1 million this year, but a former 7th round pick.
You know what? I'll tell you what. Now if you're correct, Evan, and that's your prerogative.
I hope so.
I am more nervous now about the Niners reaching the ultimate goal because of that. If you have, because you're a smart dude, if you have broken it all down and your formula it comes down to this young man in year 3 with the intangibles, and plus just the play element of it, because the dude's he's pitching a perfect game to me. But this is big. They got so much tape on him now. The offense in the playoffs, not blaming him. I didn't like it. So I'm watching intently. But Evan, if you're telling me that's what it boils down to for them to be successful or even get back, I'm more nervous now than I've ever been.
Because you don't think that Brock can do any more?
Or because this will be the first time he's put in that position, and I don't know what that looks like when he drops back to pass. All of a sudden now, when you're telling me he's throwing 5 interceptions into practice, and it's practice, now I'm like, Well, is that because you know what I mean? And he don't have his left tackle. He don't have his wideout. I get it. But Evan, I wonder if all that's setting in. The impact of, well, this ain't like before. I was getting paid what I was getting paid if I threw 100 touchdowns or 100 interceptions. You can't tell me this dude is blind or deaf to the fact that what you do now, son, starting week 1 at home against the Jets will impact that blank check. And right now, you are humble. Kendrick Lamar, you're doing everything, you're saying it. But Evan, I do wonder if the natural stress of what position he's in will impact his play.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though.
I'm just being honest, man. I could be wrong.
No, you are, Ben, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because, I think he's going to get paid. I think he's going to get handsomely rewarded, but it's because of what I believe he can do. And I believe that he can be a different quarterback than he was last year. Look, Brock Purdy wasn't the problem with anything that happened last season.
Well said, man.
But I believe that he can be the solution to this season. He was fine in the Super Bowl. I think his playoff run was fine. At some points he was a little bit down. First half of Green Bay wasn't great, but he led him back. He had the drive. Second half against Detroit, I thought he was spectacular. In the Super Bowl, he had some moments. He missed some throws. He wasn't perfect.
He didn't lose you the game.
He didn't lose you the game. But I need him. I need my quarterback to be the guy that wins me the game. Because that's what the guy on the other side did.
Damn, man.
Mahomes didn't play a perfect game in the Super Bowl. He threw an interception. But when it was winning time, he was the guy. And it's because he's been in that position before. And that's why I think when I hear Brock Purdy talking about this gradual leadership that is kind of it's been thrust upon him, but it's not like he's just the guy that goes out and tells people what to do, and he's not a screamer, at least, not to the public eye. But now you've gradually built yourself to the point where, all right, you've been in a Super Bowl. You've tasted defeat.
Yes.
You've been in 2 NFC championship games. You've come from behind in the postseason. He's checked about every single box that people thought he couldn't check.
Back.
Exactly. He has faced so much already and not even played 2 full NFL seasons. So now if we can gradually build to the next stage, I don't know if it will result in a Super Bowl, Goo, but I need to have the confidence built in me this year that by the end of year 3, that by the end of his second full season as starter for the San Francisco 49ers, that Brock Purdy is unquestionably the leader of this team. That's what I want to build to. Man, that's my goal for this season for him.
Man, Evan, that excites me, and it excites me because we are going to find out coming into this season, but also I got to do a little math. I got to put it in reverse. Yeah, this is his 3rd year, Evan, but only his 2nd is a full-time starter. I feel like, it didn't pop off that way when he came in after an injured Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm excited more now, but I'm also worried for Niner fans too, Evan, because of what's at stake, what's on this man's shoulders. And when you play that soundbite with Kawakami, he seems to be taking it all in. He's saying everything perfect, but pressure, you know what pressures do to pipes. So we'll see.
It's true.
And Evan, what's so funny about a starving-ridden fan base just around the world? Now, all of a sudden, practice is a game. And now you got me thinking, were those 4 interceptions maybe because he's thinking about his contract? But that's not fair. I know it's not. But, Evan, I'll tell you what, Monday night, if he happens to throw 3 interceptions against the Jets, you better believe you're buckle up, bucko. People are going to say it started in practice. So then it would look like it had meant something, that we saw something not good rear its head early. And I know that's a stretch like a first baseman, but man, oh man, I am excited about some football because they have a whole lot of questions to get answered. And 2 mainly, when you're going to get Trent back and when is Aiyuk, what are you going to do with him?
Well, on the other side, also tell you why there is a lot of pressure, not just on this season for the 49ers, but specifically on Brock and where he is in his position, in his career arc. There is a lot riding on year 3, and I'll tell you why on the other side. All right, also a half hour away from our Hoop It Up opportunity, a 3-on-3 basketball tournament returning to Thrive City for its 2nd year on Sunday, August 11th, 9 a.m., 7 p.m. We're putting a team together, and at noon, half an hour away, we'll give you the chance to put together your own listener team. We're giving away 3 spots. 3 listeners can call in and win, and then put together their own teams, a max of 5 players, 3 on the court, 2 subs. For more details, go to hoopitup.com/San Francisco, an established tournament owned and created by Kevin Garnett. Recreational divisions, 8 through 18, adult divisions as well. If you think you can beat our team, make sure to listen at noon. We're giving away 3 spots in the tournament, and if you win, you'll be able to field your own 3-on-3 team to take on the competition. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl the Guru Johnson. Also, make sure to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
agosto on 95.7 The Game.
Blackheads, not acne, Evan.
Camera.
Shout out. Oh, good God. Shout out my girl, Catherine Leverett. She does my facials. Anytime you want to get a facial, Evan, she'll take care of you.
What? I feel like, all right, cut this. What is a facial?
Things to where you exfoliate. They put the mask on you. They put the hot steam on you, and you get all that dead skin off, and then you're shining.
Wait, so you get facials? I feel like your skin's already, pretty clean, man.
But you got to maintain it.
Well, I don't. I mean, I just use like, I don't know, some shower gels and soap wash.
You're young. You're doing good.
I mean, sometimes I got the beard, sometimes I don't. I feel like
I'm jelly. I can't get the beard. Like the beard's in.
I got
ugly dudes got the beard. They get the girls.
I got blind spots though. No, but I feel like a beard is nice when you're trying to hide attention from other things. Like.
Oh no, you don't come off as you got it going on.
Well, at least for right now, and then I might shave it off. But then it gets scratchy and just. I don't know. It's just too much to maintain. At least for me, I'm lazy. I just gotta let it go every couple weeks. Yeah, man.
Kay asked me, "How do you spell my?" We'll get to the Niners. Daryl, how do you spell your name during the break? I go Daryle.
Yeah,
it's kind of rare.
LaMonica,
like my steak. There's my guy. After the Raider, great quarterback Daryl LaMonica.
Did you know that, Ken?
He just found out during the break, and I asked my dad, Norm, why wasn't it Malcolm X? Or Martin Luther King. He was like, why wasn't it
could have been Malcolm?
Right. Hey, something I think about, Evan. Like, why wasn't it King or Malcolm X?
My dad almost named me Clinton.
Wow.
Yeah. Which actually, I don't. So when I was a kid, I thought that was a dumb name.
Bill, yeah.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
Or George.
Yeah.
Or
That's
Eastwood.
A 3. Look at him.
But the first name, Clinton, I wouldn't have had too much of a problem with, because now that I've grown up, I've come to appreciate some of the, the older parts of my life. Like, I'm down to be calling Clint. Like, Clint's a cool name, in my opinion.
Yeah. You think? Not to me, Evan.
Giving it a 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the 510, this is basically what we're talking about here. Shout out to myself. I love me some me. It's funny you brought up your name, though, especially with Daryl LaMonica. Like, I was going through some of the all-time quarterback archives, just like, statistics, stats, wins.
What did you see?
Well, there are only 2 quarterbacks that have a better win percentage in history through their first, I think it's 25 starts or 25 games than Brock Purdy. One of them is Daryl LaMonica.
Okay.
Now, it's also 25 with their first team, so I'm not sure if it's the beginning of his career. But the other guy is Otto Graham, Automatic Otto.
Man.
From the 1950s with the original Cleveland Browns. That's all there is. There ain't many names up there that can compete with Brock Purdy as far as winning games. And that's why what we're talking about here is, okay, the identity of the Niners, talent, continuity. We've seen a lot of different people chime in with their own suggestions of what this team needs or what the identity has to be to win. I don't know about the identity needing to shift, but to elevate that continuous talent, Goo, I think it does fall squarely on the shoulders of Purdy, not because, I think like he doesn't have to do it all by himself. But he clearly was able to elevate this offense. He was able to give it a different dynamic, a different flair than we've seen of any quarterback with Kyle Shanahan. And I don't think that he's done improving. That's why I guess I would have the expectation, not expectation, but I think he's ready for that expectation because he's given me no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. I love that. And you tell me if I'm being unfair here. The Jimmy Garoppolo era, nobody can strip him of his win-loss record as a 49er starting quarterback. Nobody can say he did not start in the Super Bowl and multiple NFC championship games. I'll leave that there. But I know, because I know ball, we know ball, he processes, the Wi-Fi is quicker and faster than Garoppolo. He's younger than Garoppolo. But what I'm starting to get a little, I got to be careful, Evan, not bothered, but something is starting to flash, or a little red light is, Brock Purdy came into a ready-made system.
Sure.
Trey Lance, we didn't get enough of it. I don't even know why I went there. But I'm wondering, Evan, the fact that Brock Purdy early on got to those same stages as Jimmy, but the result has still been the damn same. Now, you could say, Goo, you just answered your own question. It's a short sample size. here's year 3, here's year 4, here's year 5. But now that you add, I don't want to say you're adding, you're telling me what's on your metric when you look at him in regard to growth and what you'd like to see him do a little more of. Evan, I'm starting to wonder if he's going to get just, overwhelmed with just the football process of it, part of it, and then now the intangibles that you would like to see on display. That's all. Because you guys, we can laugh, but we saw the real Jimmy Garoppolo last year. It wasn't good. And it makes me just like Kyle more with what he did with Garoppolo and what he's done early on with Jimmy. So I say that to say, Evan, nothing's really changed. Does that sound so nothing's really result-wise at the end of the day? Another lost Super Bowl, another lost NFC Championship game. Not blaming anybody. Just the results are the same that you had with Jimmy. So how great is Purdy really? I know he's good. I can't rob him of it. But I'm in result guy, and it's the same as the Garoppolo area thus far.
So far, but anybody that watches ball will tell you it's different. I mean, history, if the Niners don't ever win a Super Bowl, this Shanahan era will be remembered for, like, Purdy will be thrown in the group with other guys. But he's clearly going to stand out as number one. And it's because he's just flat out better. Now, the other part you brought up about this, about the system, he fell into a system. That still applies to this season. And in fact, that might still apply to next season. We're going to find out if he can recreate and sort of shift the system and grab the reins when eventually he gets paid and is not going to have as many weapons alongside him. But that's not a reality he has to deal with today. The reason why I think there is urgency, however, on this season is because in the salary cap era, under a rookie contract, for Purdy, it's a little bit different. Most first-round picks, you have that extra 5th year, and that can kind of extend some things a little bit. But for Purdy, he gets 4 years, his 7th-round pick. Year 3 is the year where you generally have your best team, that you have your best chance. And that's why I didn't buy the whole, this is the final year last year for the Niners, and why I do kind of believe that this might be the last best dance this upcoming season. Is because when I look at the quarterbacks around the league that have been paid, I look at their rookie deals. Patrick Mahomes, the first year he won a Super Bowl, 2019, was his 3rd year in the league, 3rd year in his rookie contract. Jared Goff, 3rd year in his rookie contract, was the first year the Rams got to the Super Bowl under McVay. Right. Even Josh Allen, when he's gotten his furthest in the postseason, his 3rd year with Buffalo, that was the Bills' best team when they lost to the Chiefs in the conference championship. Jalen Hurts got to the Super Bowl last year, 3rd year in his rookie deal. Justin Herbert, even his only postseason appearance, and a player that people compare to Purdy a lot because of his physical gifts, his best team, his 10-win season, was on the 3rd year of his deal. So the 3rd year of a rookie contract is extremely important because this is the last best group of talent. That system you talk about with Purdy being dropped into, that's going to eventually have to dissipate. And this is the last year, based on the rest of the quarterbacks around the league in this new salary cap era, this is the best team that they've had. This is the year that Purdy will have to maximize, in my opinion, and why I want to believe that at the end of this year, that he is the leader of that group, because I think that can be the difference between the Niners sitting on their couch right now wondering what happened in the Super Bowl last year, and potentially hoisting the trophy at the end of this season.
Man, a lot of that was a lot of great information, great numbers, but I do wonder this, and I asked Steiny this. Evan, are you implying that when they do sit down to pay Brock Purdy, regardless of what happens or transpires this season, that some of the numbers or some of the calculus will boil down to what are you going to be without weaponry? Because it's almost like getting married to somebody, for better or worse, and wondering, well, how is Evan going to look at 50? When you get married, you don't know that. You know what I'm saying? So like Steiny keeps hammering that point, and you kind of didn't hammer it, but there's no way the Niners are going to say we're not going to give this guy $60 million because we don't think without receiver A or B, so we got to subtract. Like, how does that work and sound? We like you now, bud, but we're going to lose some things down the way, and we don't know if you can be that guy, so we're going to knock that 60 to 45. Does that make any sense to you? Because you can't, to me, negotiate on something that you're not going to have a concrete answer to.
No matter what, the Niners are going to have to probably take the leap of faith.
And I think that's every except like Bosa and all the big, but I think that's every contract this big.
I mean, even if Purdy wins a Super Bowl, I'm sure there'll still be detractors saying, well, once he gets paid, he's not going to be the same guy. And at that point, it won't matter because he has a deal. But, the moment you start to give out big dollars, again, it strips away your ability to remain productive at other positions. And because the Niners haven't drafted as well to replenish their talent pool, I don't feel like they're in a spot where, look, they've had to rely on their core. They've had to keep guys in the same place. Number one, because they're good, but also number two, because there hasn't been any. If the Niners had a replacement for Trent Williams, I don't think that we would be into this drawn out conversation of, well, Trent needs to get paid. They got to give him this. They got to get it back on the field. If they had a replacement for Brandon Aiyuk, they drafted one, but I don't know how good Ricky Pearsall is right now. If they had a productive wide receiver ready to step in, then they might feel comfortable with trading Brandon Aiyuk. Again, I think all of that can kind of be softened a bit. If you lose guys, it can be softened a bit if you have a quarterback you believe in. And that's really how teams remain competitive. We talked to Stink on Monday. And again, the Stink and Truth original, Odyssey original podcast is where you can find his great content. But he said that, well, the window is open for the Patriots for a long time. That's because they had an all-time head coach and all-time quarterback. So if you have those things, I would be okay with in a year maybe moving off of a Debo or Aiyuk, or in a couple of years maybe letting Kittle go, doing some things. But because there hasn't been a quarterback in place, I just feel like the Niners, their best path has been to keep things together around the quarterback until ideally we find one. And I think they found one.
Oh man, I'm right with you. A lot to. I need to see a lot more, and I'm sure they do too behind the scenes, Evan. But at the end of the day, I cannot hate on the success, the winning that Brock Purdy has displayed. But I do want to just go against something you said in regard to they feel like they don't have anybody to step in for Trent. I'm totally with you. And that's what makes me it's more maddening that you're playing around with him. Or are you hooking him up so he doesn't have to come to camp? But you can't if you're getting $50K a day, as you mentioned, the fine money. But for Aiyuk, I still go back to draft day, Evan. Ricky Pearsall out of Arizona State. Nobody had the Niners taking a wide receiver. I'm just wondering, when Larry Krueger, Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh from 93.7 The Fan, they may be wrong, but when I hear the trading of one Brandon Aiyuk, and he's not at practice, Evan, and I go back as to why was Ricky Pearsall drafted, I guess what I'm saying, partner, on this Payday Friday is I still have on my chessboard the possibility or my bingo card of Aiyuk being moved. And that's crazy because it doesn't, to me, make them better if you think a rookie wide receiver could step in and give you Brandon Aiyuk. Now, you could say, well, what about Juwan Jennings? It'll be a combo. Okay, good luck with that. I just don't think that would be the right move, and that's why I don't think there's a trade. But what if there is? Because there's no solution yet, E.
But the Niners haven't drafted well enough for me to feel confident that they can just go find a guy. Now, they've drafted well over the course of the last 10 years, right? They have a bunch of homegrown talent. The only few guys that they've brought in that have been the impact players, like McCaffrey, they traded for. Trent Williams, they went and traded for. The rest of the guys are relatively homegrown. But the last two drafts, the only impact player that they've taken was the final pick in the draft 2 years ago.
Man.
And even 3 years ago, Hufanga was a hit. You could say Banks is a hit because he's a starting caliber lineman. But they have not been able to replenish their talent pool as quickly as other teams. That's why, again, the continuity is such an integral part of their system, because they just keep running it back. And they've been able to just keep running it back because they haven't had to spend the biggest amount of money at the biggest position. But now they'll eventually be forced to do that. And so Purdy's got to at least, again, my goal for him by the end of the season would be to become the unequivocal leader of this group. Whereas right now, I feel like that's probably Fred Warner. And I guess I asked the question a little while ago, but I'll answer it. Yeah, who's the leader of the 49ers entering 2024? The leader to me would be Fred Warner.
I'm not mad. I do believe
that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I do believe on the field, Evan, is Fred. And you might laugh. You tell me what you think, all of you. But when I watch the boombox come out and the two guys in front and the guy that's been in front is Deebo Samuel. And when Deebo was hurt, along with Trent, he's right behind him, they lost 3 in a row, Evan. So I don't know where we divide, and I'm not asking you to tell me how you do it, but does that matter to you, the guy that leads or the guys that lead the team out the tunnel when adrenaline and everything is coming to the forefront? Would that supersede, or would that qualify for you that maybe it's more than just on the field with the play? It's kind of getting the guys ready in that mindset to just go be Lawrence Taylor, crazed dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Purdy. Look, it's also difficult for someone like Brock Purdy to step in and just immediately, grab the team by the reins and just say, "I'm your guy." Right? Number one, he was the 7th round pick. He came in as the 3rd quarterback. Now he got everyone's attention quickly, but he wasn't given the opportunity until injuries happened at the position. Also, because of the amount of talent and the amount of money that's at other positions, I do think it takes more time for those guys to they'll believe in him. He's their teammate. They need him to succeed. But to say, all right, this is the dude, as opposed to Fred Warner getting the defense ready in the huddle. I don't think Brock Purdy's the rah-rah guy. But like he said to Tim Kawakami, it's been a gradual build. And again, year 3, I think, is a very important year in a rookie deal for a quarterback. It's generally the last time you have your best roster around you. Because after that, you have to make the decision about the quarterback. So either you move on from the quarterback or you move on from the players. Yeah. It's either the player or the playmakers. And you kind of have to make that choice, especially with how much quarterbacks are making.
Yeah, and I think you said it yesterday. I'll copy you, Evan. The most important position in sports is the quarterback, to me. Sounds like to you, too. So you know who I'm choosing if it had to come to that. I cannot throw away something that I've drafted and is proven in 2 years that he can play to, get us to the promised land. I'm just not taking that for granted.
Well, in 10 minutes, we're giving a couple listeners the opportunity to choose 2 to 4 teammates to represent in the Hoop It Up 3-on-3 basketball tournament. It's coming back to Thrive City, 2nd year in a row, Sunday, August 11th, from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We at 95.7 The Game are putting a team together in the tournament, and we're paying, more importantly, for registration. 3 listener teams will get to participate as well. Again, that's 10 minutes away on the other side of the next commercial break at noon. You can also go for more details to hoopitup.com/San Francisco to learn more. But 5 players, 3 on the court, 2 subs. It's a Hoop It Up tournament established and owned by the former Timberwolf and then Boston Celtic champion, Kevin Garnett. If you think you can beat our team again, listen, in 10 minutes, we're giving away 3 spots to the tournament, and if you win, you can field your own 3-on-3 team to take on the competition. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. And let's get out to San Francisco. Talk to our guy, David. David, how are you doing on Friday? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? Evan filling in, and Goo, what's going on, fellas?
Baby, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I ain't in the city, though. I'm in the Bay. I'm in San Jose right now, just driving on lunch.
Right
not
on.
here nor there. It's all good.
Yes, sir.
But, I was talking about the draft. Let's talk about the Niners a little bit. And so I agree with you guys completely. You know how long it took us to find a quarterback? We don't ever give up on that quarterback, man. That is just stupid. I mean, let's not go that route. But you guys hit me a point when on the draft. And, again, it's hard to draft when you're drafting 31st or not even having a first-round pick every year. And there have been some huge misses, Trey Lance being the most obvious one. But I think we're averaging an all-pro a year, since Lynch and Shanahan came in. Now, they're in the 5th round, 3rd round, and I would even put Purdy in there. I know he's not going to beat out Mahomes and, maybe a Josh Allen or whoever else they're going to put over him. But, to us, he's definitely an all-pro. So I have to give him credit for those drafts. I hear you. They haven't replenished, per se, but they are finding these gems, man, and they're going a long way. If you look at who they're hitting on, it's almost an average of all-pro a year. Now, we still need someone to come out at 23 in this year's, but it's still relatively new. The other point I wanted to make, Goo, I heard you're a baller, man. You're in this basketball. You guys keep saying that KG established and owned. But didn't Hoop It Up was around just Hoop It Up coming back under Kevin Garrett is why you guys keep saying established?
Yeah, from what I know, he rebranded it. But yeah, 3-on-3's been around forever and the Olympics. But
yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Kevin Garnett. Oh, boy. What do we got? What do we got, Evan?
The 3-on-3 Team USA men's basketball team. What are we doing? What are we doing?
What is going on here?
Fitz, we're trying to figure. And where can I find Fitz?
What I'm talking about is Team USA men's basketball. They play tomorrow. Steve Kerr's led them to a nice little start.
8-15.
He's pissing off a lot of people apparently on the team. But the 3-on-3 Team USA, they haven't won a game.
Dude, do we know who they are?
They're 0-3.
Who are they?
It doesn't matter. We invented the game of basketball. You can't go winless.
That's not.
This isn't Olympic, soccer or European
3-on-3
football.
at the Olympics.
If
do that at the local Y.
If the USA soccer team can make it out of the group stage, why can't the men's 3-on-3 basketball team do so? Are we that dependent on Jimmer Fredette?
Yeah, wow.
He's been hurt. He went down. We haven't had him. Our women's team seems to be doing okay.
I'm going to be out there the 11th, but 3-on-3 at the miss me, Evan.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
I do have some thoughts, by the way, coming up in a little bit.
Laurie Matthews said the same thing he did real quick, Evan, about Niners have been good, so they've been drafting at the back end. But Laurie, Trey Lance, they moved up. You know what I mean? That was for you, Laurie. They moved up, and that was a blunder.
Yeah, but there are also teams that pick at the end of the draft. Like, for example, the Baltimore Ravens last year. Okay, they took Zay Flowers. He stepped in and was their best receiver immediately.
It can happen.
2 years ago, the Baltimore Ravens took Kyle Hamilton, who was first-team All-Pro this year at safety. Tyler Lernbaum, offensive line, in the tail end of the first round, Pro Bowler, first year. So, there are teams that also pick towards the end of the draft or that, have later picks that are able to hit on them. They have not. I mean, Isaiah Likely is, a tight end in the fourth round. He plays for the Baltimore Ravens.
But I get what she was saying. But still, the Niners,
they mortgaged a lot of their top picks for a guy that they did not hit on.
Yeah.
And that means they're in a situation where they have not been able to get as many picks. I mean, look at, the Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago took Trent McDuffie, All-Pro.
Man, baller.
And I believe that was a pick that they got in for trading Tyreek Hill.
But look at Hufanga. Come on now. I know he got hurt, but come on. Bam.
There might have been George Karlaftis that they took, but he's got 16.5 sacks in 2 seasons.
Dib sent us a text. Rick Barry's kid's in the 3-on-3.
Oh, sweet.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
Rick Collins.
Well, I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
But
you want to win.
You want to win something.
I got to catch that. I hadn't caught one yet. I'm going to check it out.
A game. Oh, wait, sorry. We're not allowed to talk about the Olympics.
And what do they go to?
What?
21? 12?
Not enough, apparently.
Wow. We wouldn't know, huh?
They go to 21.
Okay.
Yeah, they go to 21. Win by 2.
Dibbers.
Win by 2. Yeah, Dib's going to be coming up later on today with Mark Grandy.
Kruger on their show yesterday. I can't shake it saying he thinks he's going to get traded. Aiyuk.
It's just so interesting to me how people read that kind of stuff. And look, we can continue on the other side, but I also do. Look, I think that right now, to me, if I'm thinking about this season for the Niners, I do think there needs to be a little more urgency. And I think that Brock Purdy's positioned well to get them to that position. I think this is a big year for him. I think it's a big year for the Niners.
Yeah.
And I want to see him grab more of that leadership type of role this season. So we got that coming up on the other side, along with your chance to represent in the Hoop It Up 3-on-3 tournament. We're giving away 3 listener team spots. We're paying for your registration. Wow. Listen on the other side with Evan Giddings, in for Matt Steinmetz, and Daryl the Guru Johnson. That's what's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
I choose.
What is a facial?
Things to where you exfoliate. They put the mask on you. They put the hot steam on you, and you get all that dead skin off, and then you're shining.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I choose you, Evan. Yeah, this is one of my favorite songs.
Well, I'm glad we're coming in with this song. I got a nugget on this in a second, but I do want to remind people again, we will in a few minutes. You got to keep listening because we're going to give you a chance to play in the 3-on-3 Hoop It Up tournament August 11th, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Thrive City. Second consecutive year of this. We're giving you your chance. 3 listener teams when you hear this sounder.
They got cheese in the trunk. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on.
I guess that's a sounder.
Wow.
That was Daryl the Guru Johnson. But did you know that, so the International Players Anthem, so that first part during Andre Three Stacks' verse, Pimp C was pissed at him.
Why?
Because the song was supposed to be about players. It wasn't supposed to be about love and matrimony.
Okay. Wow, I didn't know that.
And Three Stacks puts together this like beautiful ballad and then about how he's walking to the altar and he's seeing the love of his life walk down the hallway. And then it goes right into Pimp C's verse about whatever.
Man.
Yeah, apparently he wanted him to rewrite it, but he said no.
They played this in, I hope you've seen this movie, The Mac, filmed in Oakland, California. Max Julian, rest in peace. They played that song in there, I Choose You. Tell me you've seen The Mac.
The Mac?
Yeah. He was pimping.
I haven't seen The Mac.
Oh, you got to watch it, man. It's a class. Richard Pryor's in there.
All right, I'll watch The Mac this weekend.
Oakland. Yeah.
You go watch Fresh. How about that?
It's done.
You can swap some stuff.
What happened?
Oh, I was just reading something. Oh, apparently, that's fine. But all right.
If it's an error I made, I need to know now. What?
No, it was an error I made. That's okay.
Okay, what is it, Evan? I want to hear it.
I guess it was a slightly different version of that story. Bun B was mad because he cut the beat out. I'm pretty sure I read Pimp C wasn't happy with
I like your version. Let's go, baby.
Nah, they both could be true. We'll see. Look, that's the thing. You got to be willing to admit when you're wrong, okay? Not, wholly. Like, if there's something that, I don't know, I feel like my opinion is correct, then I'm not going to back down from it. But if I get something factually incorrect, I'm willing to fess up to that.
I'm the poster child for it. Yeah. Come on now.
Yeah, we react to new information. That's what we do. The new information this season with the San Francisco 49ers is that, look, they're gearing up. I want to place emphasis on year 3 of the rookie deal with Brock Purdy because based on the salary cap, the new era quarterbacks that are getting paid, and there's 8 $50 million per year dudes right now, a lot of those guys have had their best chances to win a Super Bowl, or I should say their best teams, the best collection of talent in year 3 of their rookie deal. That's why teams are trying to build as quickly as possible. It's why a team like we saw last night, the Houston Texans, I think have been so aggressive in free agency and in the offseason, going to get Stephon Diggs, bringing in Joe Mixon. A team like the Chicago Bears, able to get Keenan Allen, paying DJ Moore, drafting Rome Odunze, trying to build their core around Caleb Williams. So right now, Brock Purdy, I think this is the last best collection of talent he's going to have at his disposal. Either because guys are getting a little bit older or because they're going to have to make decisions surrounding the amount of money they pay Brock Purdy.
No doubt. Or if he morphs into what you want to see, a guy that has major growth and he becomes the modern day Tom Brady to where he doesn't need, a top tier receiver like Mahomes last year. Remember how that offense was struggling, but he was the one constant, saved them, and they won the Super Bowl. But I'm just saying, Evan, if it gets to that point and we're assuming that Brock Purdy gets paid just this enormous amount of money and you're going to lose talent, you don't need an Aiyuk or Debo in a perfect world with the Brock Purdy because he's going to make up for it with what's between his ears. Now, I wouldn't want to go that route. I want Justin Jefferson on the outside. I want Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. But it's just a thought. If he does turn into that guy, just from I know you talked about it, a leader standpoint, but what comes along with it is a maturity to where, hey, we still can get to the ultimate goal if I don't have a top tier or top flight receiver on the outside. They got cheese in the trunk. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on.
All right, so that truth-speaking sentence by Daryl the Guru Johnson is your cue to get to the contest line right now at 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652. That's our contest line for 95.7 The Game. The first 3 listeners that call in will get a chance to have their registration paid for the Hoop It Up basketball tournament 3-on-3, which returns to Thrive City Sunday, August 11th from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We're putting a team together and sending them out there, and you get your chance to do so as well. Call in 415-523-4652. That is the contest line. Also, for more information, go to hoopitup.com/San Francisco. If you think you can beat our team, again, hit the contest line, 415-523-4652. Get your guys or your girls, gals, women, together, and we'll see you right there on August 11th.
Let's go, baby. And we're picking up the tab for 3 teams.
Sounds like the ship.
Yeah, look at you. Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir. Look, it's all, I mean, it's a payday Friday. It feels appropriate, Gil. You know, I mean, I know you might have got a little bit early, but that's fine. The rest of us, sliding out today, which
honestly, we have been, we've been drying out this whole week. I've been going to the gym. We have not. Usually we'll get a little salami sandwiches, a sandwich. But so it'll be better today, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Not having that same hamburger every day. When you kind of back off it, and then when you get it, it's like, yeah.
Well, that's what, I'm looking forward to 2 o'clock. Looking forward to hanging out with you, with Kim, with Carter.
2:11.
Yeah, well.
Got the
11 or 12.
Well, it's kind of fluctuating here lately.
No, I'm a guy who needs a heart out. If I need to get out 2:12 or 2:10, I need a heart out. I'll throw the bag over the shoulder and do my Steiny impression and just get up out of here on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for my cricket button.
Oh. Hey, Goo.
Freaky Friday. I got you.
Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby? Talk to me.
What's the most surprising sports move that's happened in the Bay Area this summer, you think?
Wow. Evan, that is...
I knew I threw that curveball at you.
No, I'm going to say it. And Klay Thompson leaving. That shocked me. I understand it, but you're telling me now the big 3 is gone? Finito? And Klay was the one gone? How weird is that? So, Evan, I love the question, #random. That shocked the hell out of me. Just think about it. Klay Thompson is no longer a Warrior.
I think at this time last year, if you told me that Klay wasn't going to be on the Warriors, that would shock me. But the way that everything unfolded this season, I wasn't surprised, especially after all the breadcrumbs leaking and kind of being laid out that he wasn't happy and it was trending towards this. By the time it happened, I was not surprised. And in fact, I think I expected it. What surprised me this summer was the Niners drafting Ricky Pearsall.
Damn, that's
not as big of a name as Klay Thompson. But because I thought we'd get to this point, Goo, where Brandon Aiyuk was going to be dapping up Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I also think I thought he'd be putting ink to paper.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, like if I told you on draft night that we'd be in this position where you and I both believe that Aiyuk is still going to be here this season and is going to get a contract, wouldn't it be surprising that they would draft a wide receiver in the first round?
No doubt. Super surprising. And I don't want to, it's no victory lap because I don't want it, Evan. But remember, you, myself, and Steiny did the show where we said Klay stay or go, Aiyuk stay or go. My answer was they both go. And Klay's gone. And I don't want to be right. But Evan, how can you be a team on the cusp of trying to win a Super Bowl? One that would, I love Kyle. We should have been to 3 and 1, 2. How can you defend the drafting of Pearsall when that's supposed to be a position of strength? Why am I up here flabbergasted about what's going on with Aiyuk? I think what I need to hone in on the fact that he hadn't been traded draft night or up until this point. So the Larry Krugers of the world, and I keep going to Philadelphia, Texas, and like, Evan, do I sound stupid? Like, maybe that's why they drafted Ricky Pearsall, because they were going to get off of Aiyuk, and they don't want to meet his demand financially.
Well, I would never call you stupid, but I don't think that's an uninformed thought. Like, it is kind of strange now. If it was almost to protect yourself, I wonder, like, that can't be it. I don't think the pick was just to protect themselves from Aiyuk leaving. I think they believed that Pearsall was probably the best player on the board at that time, and there was dual motives because whether it was Aiyuk or Debo, you might have the need for a receiver, but Ricky Pearsall is going to play in the slot. And he didn't, I don't think at Florida he played much on the outside. Like that's his role, and he's really good at it. And I hope that Pearsall is going to turn into a nice player. But I just find it hard to see that if Debo's healthy, if Aiyuk is back and he's healthy, and of course Juwan Jennings is healthy, I don't know how Pearsall gets on the field much. And that seems like a lot of draft capital to invest in a player that, like, he might help you on kickoffs, which we found out yesterday are kind of interesting.
I kind of like it.
You do?
Yeah, because the collisions won't be as vicious, and I'm thinking, come on, go get out of here. I'm thinking about guys' lives down the road, but Evan, I think we're going to see a lot more returns and less CTE and top of the line collisions. So that's why I'm excited. If you watched last night, it's going to sound crazy. I kind of text you on the thread. It's like a run play almost. Like, dude, they can't move until the kick returner gets the ball. So I feel like we're going to see some, he taking it there, 30 minutes right. I think we're going to see some of that. I'm excited about it. And nothing's worse, Evan, than the touchback. Why even waste our time if you ain't bringing it out? Dude's kicking it way in the stands. But I got to go back to what you just said. I'm all over. I'm excited. I can taste it.
It's Friday.
Evan, it's almost like if they keep Aiyuk, you almost wasted a pick. In a sense of bang for your buck.
Yeah. I can't say that they
had to go there.
No, I can't say they wasted it because who knows? Pearsall could turn into a really nice player. But
the odds of that, Evan, on a team that doesn't throw it like the Detroit Lions or the Dallas Cowboys, Well,
and this is from the 408, the Xfinity mobile text line. Pearsall has nothing to do with Aiyuk. They need depth at receiver. They played Chris Conley in the Super Bowl. I mean, fair, but I also think that there are other positions in which their depth is either just as, if not more, depleted.
O-line.
Offensive line. I mean, you could even look at the defensive line after losing Armstead. Malik Collins is a serviceable player. They brought in Leonard Floyd, signed Yetur Gross-Matos. But this is a team that invests a lot in their defensive line. And maybe there wasn't a guy there that they felt comfortable with.
Well, that's the company line that we're hearing. Okay, I get it. But, Evan, real quick here, am I overestimating the talent of one Juwan Jennings, who made a touchdown in the Super Bowl and a big play to keep their season alive against the Packers? Am I missing something in regard to, did you need Pearsall so bad that Juwan Jennings couldn't have been your fill-in? You know what I mean? What am I missing on Juwan Jennings? Am I overestimating his talent? That's what makes it more, just peculiar that you got Pearsall when Juwan Jennings, when you needed him, showed up more times than not.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Maybe you can help us figure this out. Again, I just kind of threw it out there. The most surprising sports move that a Bay Area team has made this summer.
That's a good question.
Kind of coming to a close. We're starting to see things become crystallized a bit. And look, Aiyuk is not under lock and key yet, but... did you have one?
I want a do-over.
Okay.
The trading of one Solaire from the San Francisco Giants. Seriously, man. You won one...
They won the game.
I don't understand it.
On to Cincinnati.
Sports, man. Yeah, okay, that's how I'm feeling. You need offense. It's hemorrhaging. It is below standard. And you go give away a guy that on a good day could be your bopper.
Yeah, but if I'm going to be real, the poster boy for the offense operating below standard is Jorge Soler. I mean, seriously.
Not Chapman? I mean, I put them all in.
No, but I mean, Chapman hasn't been...
It's a collective.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chapman hasn't been Nolan Arenado in his prime. He hasn't even been Matt Chapman in his prime. But at least he plays defense. Like, Solaire's your DH.
Oh, man.
His only job is to hit.
I'm not mad at that.
And he hasn't hit. Now, if you're saying surprising from the big picture standpoint of you moved off him a year after giving him multiple years, that would be, like...
We thought they were going to buy.
At the beginning of the season, if you told me they shipped Soler at the deadline, I would be surprised.
Wow. And that would signal to you this year went all bad.
Yes, and it has.
Right now, it is.
It's kind of the way that I felt
4.5 back.
Chris Paul at the beginning of the Warriors season last year.
Talk to me.
If they had traded him at the deadline, it meant the season went horribly wrong.
Interesting.
And they ended up, I guess, just using him to save some money.
And the season still went horribly wrong. Bottom feeder.
Yeah, no, the season was not great.
I don't want to hear about 46. Did you qualify? Nope.
Damn it, you're turned into Steiny.
Yeah. Bottom feeder.
I want to fight both.
Curry used, I couldn't believe he used that term. If you want to be a bottom feeder.
Do you think he believes they were a bottom feeder?
When you don't make the playoffs, what are you? I'm being real. Forget the Warriors. If you don't make the playoffs, that's Scrubville. That's Lotteryville.
Oh, they didn't have a pick.
Well, but you earned it.
Yeah.
So you think he just so happened to say bottom feeder and had his team not in there? That's what made that so cryptic.
That's true.
They won 46. I don't care. What did it get you into?
They were so close. Oh, they were so close. I mean, look, they
the Niners are the Bay's only hope right now. Let's put that right on the table. Brought to you by Atco.
Whoa.
Let's keep it real. The Giants are a mess. The Warriors didn't make the playoffs.
Whoa.
And no, I'm just for real.
The only hope?
Right now.
Luke Skywalker?
I was going there. You beat me
to
it.
Or Ben Kenobi, sorry.
Right now. That's it.
I don't know about the only hope. There's no hope for the Warriors
whatsoever. I'm talking about the cycle that is just passed or the one we're currently in.
Slow-mo.
Yeah, good. He was
coming
great
in to save the day.
It's bigger than them. We need the big boys. Who's going to be the starting two for the Warriors? Just like when we go to the cafeteria, pour me a double just on that question.
Pajemski.
And then Kerr saying, we got 4 or 5. This is going to be like it's tryouts? This ain't Lake Merritt College. Like, come on, man. It's the Warriors. You shouldn't have openings.
Hey, look, man.
I'm being real. I'm letting it all out before it's time to get back.
I'm going to be real, too, then. Steve Kerr's holding tryouts for Team USA. Why can't he hold tryouts for the Golden State Warriors?
Why don't I care?
We don't even know what the starting 5 is for tomorrow's game.
Who cares?
Well, we do, but it's different from last game.
Do you think people are really mad that Tatum and Embiid are playing?
Probably. Yeah, Boston Celtics fans are pissed off.
Our society it's messed up.
Embiid might be mad. I don't know.
He won the game by 30 almost.
He's running an AAU team, basically. That's the best in the world.
Oh, my God.
The parents are pissed off because their kid's not getting in the game. You can't play everybody. George Kittle's not going to have 150 yards each week.
97 on Madden, by the way.
Why? Not that good.
Because he blocks.
He's not that good.
I told you what happened at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame event. Bonte, John Taylor, and I, we talked about a good hour.
You keep bringing that up.
Because he was telling Kyle that Kittle needs to be involved more in the passing game. And I can make one argument or two that's why they haven't won the Super Bowl. But he was running open in the 19 Super Bowl. Kittle was like deer in the field, and Jimmy just missed him. So the ball didn't even come his way. And then the one he got right before half, and they called offensive pass interference. So I'll let that there.
I did read that John Taylor just wants the Niners to pay Aiyuk. I mean, just give him his chicken. Although that doesn't necessarily shock me because Taylor was the number 2 receiver, right? It wasn't the number 1 option.
Gotcha. He was a bad boy.
So he's going to stick up for those guys. He's going to stick up for the Aiyuks. He might be the best receiver, pure, but he's not the number 1 option on the Niners.
Man, I just came in today, went to bed after coming from the Cairo. Dr. Jojo Jolly, my chiropractor in Newark. I mean, I feel like I could dunk right now.
Well, you look brand new. You got a haircut.
Yeah, but the shoulders are up. The neck ain't drooping. Like, I'm ready. My boy put hands on me. But listen, when Larry Krueger says, our own Larry Krueger says,
and we love him,
he might get traded. Evan, until we find out there's a deal, that's on the table, bud.
Well, yeah, he also might get signed. But again.
Right, but I'll tell you. Yeah.
Actually, I think right now that would be the biggest surprise of the summer. If Brandon Aiyuk gets traded to me, that would be
good call.
The biggest surprise so far of the summer. And again, that's what we kind of want to get into right now. 888-957-9570. There's been some moves that have happened to the Bay Area sports scene. What's the biggest surprise to you? And we got one of our favorites, BPA, Palo Alto.
Right
from Palo Alto on the line. BPA, what's going on, man? How are you?
Guys, how you doing?
What's up, baby? Talk
good.
to us.
Hey,
Yeah, I actually changed my mind as I waited, but my biggest surprise is the Warriors' failure. The Warriors' failure to secure a second or even third option for Steph.
Wow.
To help Steph. That, to me, is my biggest surprise, especially when they had sort of made a decision to move off Clay or not prioritize Clay. I thought for sure, right, you would actually get Steph some help, and they didn't. And now they're saying they're good. They don't want to get him. They don't want to get him help. And I'll pair that with my next thought, which is don't be surprised if Steph Curry publicly asks for a trade after the Olympics. That's my prediction.
BPA, I'm going to leave you with this one.
Oh, damn.
As down as last year was for Warrior fans, if you're telling me right now we don't know who the starting two guard is, I'm turning into Steiny on this Friday. I mean, how frightening is that? Steph doesn't even know who his starting two is. Just think about that. And I'm in the world of, I'm Mr. Optimistic. But I'm telling you, Evan and BPA, if he's still listening, that's scary. Evan, they don't know who their starting two is. Let me tell you who does know.
Yes, they do.
Who?
It's Brandon Pajemski.
We don't know. I want him to be the guard, the backup point, the Chris Paul.
I feel just as confident in Brandon Aiyuk being a 49er this year as I do Brandon Pajemski being the starting two guard.
Do you mean that?
I do. I seriously do.
I feel like you don't.
Well, no, I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm not sure that Pods is.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the kid. I love him.
Yeah, I think he's a good player.
But is he a starting two on a championship team?
Who else? Like, seriously. Wow. I mean, maybe Melton.
Let's be honest. Let's put some respect on his name. Before the back injury, Melton was a baller. I've seen him do it.
The back injury is the only reason he's a Warrior, I think.
All right. Well, then you're given the stamp of approval when healthy.
Yeah,
but do you want to even put Pods in that position? I'm sure he wants it, but I think he's a PG. He gets others involved. He's a good passer. Why wouldn't year two be, hey, I'll come off the bench, provide that energy? But Evan, that's like feeding him to the wolves. I believe the starting two.
I don't know if it'd be feeding him to the wolves. I mean, all those things you just mentioned are things that Steve Kerr values. So whether it's the right choice or not, I just think they like his game a lot. The way they talk about him, and I'll say this too, because the name Markkanen has been floated around. Evan Siddery, I believe, of Yahoo Sports reported earlier today or yesterday that all signs of that Markkanen signing long term with Utah. That's going to be expected next week.
That's today.
I think he has until August 6th, but yeah, that was the report by Siddery. And, they're expecting $40 million.
Run it back.
But that's because the Warriors and the Jazz were never close on a deal. And I think a big reason is because the Warriors don't want to part with Pajemski. And I'm going to be honest, if maybe not the Jazz, but if I'm a team that is trying to, instantly improve and get better, because of the contract situation and because of the rookie control, I do think I would rather ask for Pajemski than Kuminga. No matter what you think of Kuminga and how good he's going to be, I would rather have Pajemski on my team because he's more plug and play.
Now, I got to ask this because I love me some Pods. Is that more financial flexibility and the bang for your buck you're getting for the finances? Or that's not in a 100% attraction to Brandon's game for winning basketball.
How about this? I'll tell you why on the other side.
All right, there you go.
We got to hit a break here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Again, we're talking about the biggest surprises of the summer. We've heard about Clay. I think it's Ricky Pearsall, and I'll dig into that deeper as to why on the other side as well. And that's what's coming up on the game presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Don't tell me what I've seen. I'm 50 years old. I know what I've seen.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're having a lot of fun here on a Friday. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Guru here as always. Time to be back next week from London. Dude,
Think he'll be in a good mood?
I actually think he will.
Yeah. He's been in a great mood here lately.
He told me before we left that he was like, man, when I see you, I'm going to be down bad.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Well, yeah, if you keep telling yourself that.
You're ready to load on me.
Sorry, that dude.
I got to throw this at you, though, Goo. We're going to get to the calls in a minute, 888-957-9570. But, so, at camp today, Niners are out practicing. Kyle Shanahan described the hug that was between him and Aiyuk as a bro hug, how they greet each other. But I also saw this from our timeline. Deebo Samuel signed the forehead of a newborn baby. Is that fair or foul? Like, I don't have kids. I think everyone in this room, well, Carter doesn't, but both Ken and yourself both got children. Would you ever let an athlete sign your baby?
Now, first, I want to call Child Services. With all the stuff going around, I don't know, was it a Sharpie?
Yes. Sharpie just signed the forehead.
Hey, I'm the biggest sports guy there is, but come on, you don't put anything on the kid at this young infant stage. Ugh. Now, I'm not mad at Deebo, but the parents, good gosh.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, Ken. It's from, what was it, the candidate?
The campaign.
The campaign, yeah. Will Ferrell signs the forehead of a newborn baby.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
That can't go. I'm sorry. Yeah, I understand a Sharpie might be, like, you're not actually infecting the child. You know, it's not going to hurt it. But seriously, there are a lot more things that you could sign. Number one, that are permanent. Number two, that I feel like would be more appropriate to sign than a newborn baby.
You're always bringing up race. I doubt those were black parents. they ain't. Come on, man. You can't. A brand new baby? Come on.
Oh, man.
You don't do that, Evan.
Well, you're right on the money.
Come on.
It was one of my fellow Caucasians.
Well, do you got a picture?
Yeah, I'm checking it out right now. Yep, a fellow light-skinned person.
What about Carter coming in answering your question with the A's moving to Sac is the shock?
Oh, yeah. The most surprising thing that's happened in the Bay Area sports scene this summer. The A's moving to Sacramento. Them moving, I guess, wasn't shocking, but them going to Sac, that might have ruffled some people.
To play in a AAA stage. You know I love me some Sacramento. We're going to see Ohtani tonight.
Yes, we are.
But come on, Evan. I'm dreading that. Visiting teams are going to have to play in a AAA park.
Well, number one,
because Oakland couldn't handle their business and Wolf's an idiot.
There's just a lot of logistical things. Yeah, John Fisher doesn't know what the hell is going on, but there's a lot of logistical things that just won't work. Like, there's no tunnels from the dugout. So can you imagine this? Because this is going to happen at some point next summer.
I didn't even think about that.
So let's say, like, the Yankees are coming to Sacramento next year. Aaron Boone gets ejected. You know what he's going to have to do? He's going to have to walk from the dugout all the way out to left field through the gate to get to the clubhouse. So the entire game is just going to have to stop.
This is how your boy Fisher wanted it, man.
It's going to be the most minor league thing that we've ever seen. Wow. That certainly is a surprise to some people. I didn't expect Sacramento, but I didn't expect
it was Vegas. Like, I
it will be Vegas.
I don't think it will, Evan. I think this...
It's supposed to be,
okay,
I guess.
You read the tea leaves. Hey, wake me up when it happens, but that's a great one. But the Klay Thompson one, that's the leader in the clubhouse to me, man.
I think so. And speaking of the Warriors, Alonzo in San Francisco wants to ask you a question, Goo.
Uh-oh.
Let's get out to Alonzo right here in the city.
Zo.
What's going on, my man? How are you?
What's going down? You guys are doing great today.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know what his explanation is, because we all know it's going to take the max money to keep Kuminga after next year, right? So I want him to explain why he thinks Kuminga should get the max money, which probably like $200 million or something crazy, right? So why does he get that max money? Why does he deserve the max money? I don't get it.
Well, was that to me, Evan?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm with you. I would be petrified to give Kuminga, who's not a finished product, that much money. But what we're learning in sports now is you get the pay before you get the proof. And that's one Jordan Love. He's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and he's got as much question marks as Brock Purdy. And Brock's up. So he must have misquoted me or misheard me. I've never been in the camp of pay Kuminga. I was willing to deal Kuminga because I don't think he will get the polish and the moxie enough to be a Kevin Durant type of scorer, even Paul George. Love his athleticism, but I believe the Warriors have nothing in regard to the future in their cabinet if they let one Jonathan Kuminga go. So if it's not this year, Evan, it's going to be next year. Somebody's got to get paid and somebody's got to be deemed the future. And right now, he's the leader in the clubhouse, to me.
Yeah, but by process of elimination, I think that's the hesitance that a lot of fans have. Also, I would say, yes, I mean, Love hasn't proven a ton yet.
And I like him.
But all the quarterbacks that have gotten paid have proved more in their respective field than Jonathan Kuminga has. Now, you could make a case that's because he hasn't gotten much opportunity. Yeah. But you are right now, if you choose to extend Kuminga, paying him more on what you think he will do as opposed to what you've seen, because we haven't really seen that much. Like, you can make a case in this last season that we saw more from Brandon Pajemski. You know, and that's why I think that during trade talks this entire summer, why, sure, Kuminga's name is involved, and teams that are rebuilding would like a piece of that potential. But if you're asking me, would I rather trade for JK and pay him, or would I rather trade and get Pajemski and plug him in right now? I think I would lean more towards Pods. You know, I don't think that Pods is going to turn into James Harden, but I know what I'm going to get from him.
Man, Evan, when you put it like that, I do agree. And again, I was a guy going to support my son, team manager at Santa Clara, watching Pods play, and to see what he's blossomed into, it's incredible. But Evan, when you put it the way you just put it, I'm with you. And I know Steiny always talks about Kuminga didn't pick up a basketball and start playing, in his teens or whatnot. But Evan, at the end of the day, man, this dude, I think there's too many roadblocks. There's again, if BPA is listening, I think there's two timelines again. Kuminga's timeline, which I think he'll never get to, playing with Dre and Steph. And if this were a Rocket team or the Toronto Raptors and it was open gym and Kuminga could do what he excels at, run and show those athletic gifts, Evan, I would write that check. But now we need him to use the IQ. I'm not saying he doesn't have it, but he gets lost on defense. And when he told the reporters last year around Christmas time that he got to think of his computer goes to the OGs first, I don't think he can just let it all hang out and be the best Kuminga he can be. So that scares me about the Warriors is you may have to pay him, but also he'll be batting a basketball version of seventh instead of third and fourth, where ideally that's what he is. But we can't find that out because Steph's here. And I get why Steph's here, but it scares me. I watch these games, Evan, and I'm like, man, he'll never be the name on the marquee. And Kuminga's the type of player right now, to me, that's where we're really going to find out, does he have the goods? But I always think he'll never be able to get the big piece of the pie until Curry and Dre are gone. And I could be wrong.
No, but unlike the Niners, and look, there's more roster spots and all the rest, but the Niners have a lot of, older, cornerstone players, but they've also established now kind of a nice little group of younger up-and-comers that are more established. I think Bosa's been around for a while, but he's 25, 26. Purdy, obviously. And they're looking for more than that. Most of their guys are right in the midst of their prime. The Warriors don't have that situation. Unfortunately, I do think that, no matter what you think about Kuminga or Pods, I do think both of them, just like Aiyuk, will remain with their team. Because of the news we found earlier today from Evan Shittery, national NBA reporter from Forbes, basically saying that it doesn't appear like Lauri Markkanen is going anywhere. The Jazz are expected to give him a contract extension next week before the deadline on August 6th, and he's probably going to be a $40 million basketball player by the time that the season starts.
And I'll say this, Evan, if you look at the books in regard to marketing, a lot of people scoffed. We don't want him here. Dude can play some damn basketball. And if you're going to say Utah is not good and put it all at his doorstep, that is so unfair. Dude, 7 foot, could put it on the floor, create his own shot, make free throws, shoot the three. Like, I was all in, But it's just maddening again if the Warriors were really trying to do all they could to get a Paul George, and now if Lauri Markkanen, who it makes all the sense in the world, like, Evan, I would build around Markkanen if I were Utah. Like, it makes sense, but I guess I'm just mad at myself for, biting another pill of, man, maybe this thing will come to fruition. Maybe it'll happen. And it looks like right now it's not going to. And the old Fitz model, when he joined our show and set it on fire with, Draymond doesn't get suspended, yada, yada, yada. But now Clay's gone. So, that energy he exuded now needs to we need to get a remix.
Yeah.
To now there's no Clay. Are you still that confident? And they'll probably be like, yeah, Goo, but this is not the offseason I thought thus far. And if they don't get Markkanen, then it's a wrap. The only thing that's going to change is the trading deadline, but that's after the ball tips in November. Damn it, Evan. I'm here for it. I'm a root, but boy, running it back looks like that's what it is, man.
I don't think they are running it back, though.
Whoa, no Clay?
Yeah, Klay Thompson's in Dallas. I mean, they have 3 brand new players on this team that essentially make what Klay Thompson made or would have made. And I do think they're in a better overall position. Now, the question is how much better, and we're going to find that out. To me, though, and that's what I think one of our callers, might have been BPA, brought up, like that is the most surprising part of the summer. The fact that they moved Klay and basically don't have a replacement as a number 2. I can see that. I mean, to me, I still think the most surprising part about this summer for me is them drafting Ricky Pearsall. In fact, I'll take it a step further.
That's a good one, man.
Because I do think that Brandon Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan talked about at the podium a little while ago that's just how they greet each other. It's a bro hug. Might not mean much, but
I've never seen it before.
I'm reading in. I don't think a player that believes that they have a chance to get traded or is going to get traded would be as jovial as Brandon Aiyuk was yesterday. Maybe that's just me. But if that's the case, and Ayuk's going to have a contract, well, if I'm looking at every first-round pick, the only other pick that's more confusing to me than the Niners taking Ricky Pearsall,
give it to me,
is the Falcons taking Michael Penix.
Wow, man.
Because they also have a court.
Yeah.
But it's...
Gave him $100 million.
Now, that one is confounding. I do not get it whatsoever. I don't see the vision.
Damn.
I don't know why he's on that team. But the second most confusing pick from this most recent first round, if Ayuk's on the team, it's Ricky Pearsall.
And I don't like that. Like, let's just say you're proven wrong because I'm in the same boat with you now. Nothing to do. But Evan, why would you put that spotlight on your team when it's Operation Get Back? Maybe you need a corner. Maybe you need somebody to replace Greenlaw because it'll be a little... O-line, we all can admit they needed that. But to re-up Jennings, who's shown he's big time, and go that way with Ricky Pearsall just tells me that wasn't the right pick. That was not the area of need. So if Aiyuk is back, and I want him back, Evan, you are right. And let's say they don't get to the heights again. I don't think it's unfair to double back and say, what the hell were you guys doing? And then when, all I think of real quick here, Lynch on his phone, Brandon put fire emoji. What the hell? I just playing that back. How could Brandon send fire emoji? That's what he sent it, but he doesn't mean that because he's got to be thinking about his chicken and he's got to be thinking about his boy from Arizona State might be his replacement. And now look, months later, he's at practice on the sideline, but we're supposed to believe the DAP was, what you doing tonight? Watch Fresh on Netflix this weekend. It's baffling, man. It really is.
No, the other part, too, is, okay, if your argument is that they needed depth at the position, well, that's fair. I mean, they also drafted Jacob Cowing in the 4th round. That's another wide receiver. If you're looking at how they distributed their draft this year, the 2 positions or groups that they spent the most on would be wide receiver, Pearsall and Cowing, and then the secondary. They drafted Malik Mustafa in the 4th round, who...
people are saying, Larry says incredible.
Larry Kruger's very high on. And then, of course, in the 2nd round, Renardo Green. So those 2 spots, they didn't spend much on the defensive line, and they didn't address much at the linebacking position because they signed Devondre Campbell. So, look, they drafted 2 linemen. They got Pooney in the 3rd round. They got Kingston in the 6th round. They even, took a running back, Garendo, in the 4th round. So like they kind of spread it out. But again, you also drafted Gray a couple of years ago in the 3rd round. Well,
boy.
Apparently he's not somebody that's going to be able to get on the field much. Ronnie Bell was a 7th round pick last year. He did get on the field last year.
I liked it. I thought he was doing okay.
But maybe he's not your answer there, apparently. And, Chris Conley was, signed last year, but isn't a guy that you want to depend on. I just don't know how much depth they really did need at that position in terms of a top-end talent.
All right.
And if you're telling me that there was no one else there, like I guess I'll hear it. But to me, a first-round pick is supposed to be a hit. Yeah. That's supposed to be a player you feel an impact from, ideally, immediately. And if Aiyuk is back...
That ain't immediately, bud, unless you're running 5 wide.
There's going to be a lot of practice jerseys on for Ricky Pearsall.
Again, that well said, Evan. And can I tell you my worst? You didn't ask me, but I'm just going to volunteer it. Evan, can I tell you something eating at me that I don't like about this Niner season and the word continuity that you brought up, and it was perfect? Evan, I'm sorry. I don't like Nick Sorensen. His name could be Evan Giddings. I don't like that they got a new defensive coordinator. I don't like the fact that Saleh and DeMeco Ryans parlayed this great defense into head coaching jobs, and they deserved it. And now here comes Nick Sorensen without the services of Greenlaw early. I'm just telling you, I don't like it. And it's nothing against Nick, Evan, but now we got I'm one of those guys foreshadowing the future. We come in here and the Niners have a bad defensive game. It's like, who's calling the D? Is it Staley? The eyes? Like Jennifer joined us yesterday, and she said he was, Lenore was saying this guy's great. He's giving me great insight. But, Evan, it has all the ingredients if the Niners D takes a step back of, oh, boy, we had a great run, no Greenlaw. Now we got 1 coordinator, or do we got 2? Do we got 1.5? And you can say I'm being negative, but that's not continuity. The fact that you went and got Wilkes and he's had a good Super Bowl. People think he got a raw deal, but it's just little stuff that and maybe you say, "Goo, you're too negative," but I could just, one Monday morning we come in here, whose defense is it? I don't like that they got Staley even around, and it's nothing against Staley. It's like, I'm your DC or bust.
Well, I first want to take a look at the idea of a different DC. I think that was necessary. Now, I didn't think Steve Wilkes did as bad of a job as a lot of people described, but there's clearly a disconnect between him and Shanahan. And as much as
And Bosa.
And Bosa. And look, you're going to acquiesce to the player. You need to kind of figure out who they feel comfortable with. And if Wilkes wasn't the guy, I didn't pay Steve Wilkes $30+ million. I paid Nick Bosa. That's what we talked about with Dibs yesterday during the crossover. We'll talk to him again at 2:00
Dibbers.
At 1:48-ish till 2:12, hard out with him and Grandy. But I didn't pay Wilkes that amount of money. Just like I don't have to put everything on the defensive coordinator. If I'm giving Bosa that contract, I need him to be better. I need the defensive players that I'm paying big money to play better.
All right.
And it is the coordinator's job to put them in positions to succeed. But I guess I'm just a player over coach kind of guy. I believe the players dictate how the season goes, not the coaches.
I'm not mad at that, but just tell me what you think. And I hear you. I feel you. I tell you what, had Bill Belichick took that offer of becoming the defensive coordinator, there would be no eyes in the sky. And again, everybody's not the hoodie, but that's what I mean, Evan. Nick Sorensen, he may turn out to be the next coach of a future team and be great at his job. But what I don't like is you got somebody looking over your shoulder in a sense. But had you got Bill Belichick, it was his job and nobody's looking over his shoulder, if you kind of catch my drift.
Well,
it's like, Nick, you're our guy, but hey, here comes Staley. Just like you can't. I've been around the block, Evan. There's ingredients of uncertainty because Nick, this is his first time doing it, and if you had Bill or Wilkes even worked out, he didn't have anybody. Well, I guess he did looking over his shoulder, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to be positive and spin it like nothing to see here, but boy, if somehow the Niner defense wasn't as strong as it's been,
Well, let's check in on Kyle Shanahan from Dave in Fresno. Dave is next up on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
Good afternoon, boys.
Hey.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yes, sir. So, I was listening to you guys earlier talking about the leader of the team, and we got a lot of leaders at different levels of the team. We're in a pretty good spot in that standpoint, but I think the leader needs to be Kyle Shanahan. What I mean by that is that we have the top left tackle in the league. We have the top running back in the league. We have a top 2 tight end in the league. You have a top 2 linebacker in the league. You have a top 5 corner in the league. You have a top 5 edge rusher in the league. You have an up-and-coming quarterback. I mean, I don't know what else. We need to get the job done. So we need the coach to be the leader and get this team over the hump. I'm not saying you can't, but that's who needs to be the leader because all the pieces are in place. And who knows what this team looks like next year. So we need Kyle Shanahan. You need to lead us. We need you. We need you not just in the regular season, not just against the Eagles in the rematch game or against the Cowboys. We need you when we have to face the Ravens and the Chiefs and the Bills and the Bengals. We haven't looked so good against those teams. So
let me jump in before you hang up. I think I know your answer. This is why I'm jumping in. Who do you blame the Super Bowl loss on?
I put that on Kyle. I think we were fully healthy. There was no excuses. We're the superior team at that point. I know they had the best player, but I feel like in these situations, Kyle's shown that I don't know if he just gets tight. I don't know. I don't see the same Niners and Kyle in these I do say against the Eagles in week 5 of the regular season.
I think
that's interesting, E.
I think Kyle Shanahan has been the leader of the 49ers, and that has shown us that as a leader, Kyle Shanahan can only get you so far. I think Kyle Shanahan, if he is the leader of this team, has shown you how far he can get you, which is really damn close. I think he needs someone else to lead him over the mountaintop and into the promised land. That's where I look at Brock Purdy. That's where I look at Brock Purdy.
Make a play, you mean?
Kyle Shanahan isn't under center. Kyle Shanahan doesn't run routes. Kyle Shanahan doesn't tackle. Kyle Shanahan doesn't block. It's Kyle Shanahan to call plays. And I think he does it better than almost anybody in football. I say almost because there's a guy who's beat him a few times that does it, I think, a little bit better. But Kyle Shanahan has shown you that he can get you there. He can put you in a position. He can put a very talented team in the right position. But he's also shown that sometimes he gets a little tight.
Way. Yeah.
That's where I need the human element to come into play. That's where I need the player element to come into play. And that's where in a perfect world, I need guys to run better, to run faster, to throw the ball quicker, to make quicker decisions, to block better. That's where I need someone else to step in and lead. And I think the man that is most appropriate for that position is Brock Purdy.
Man, well said. Wow. I don't disagree, but you said block. I just thought of the third down the Niners had. Could have scored, and Chris Jones just comes free, and they kick a field goal, Evan. So that happened in the Super Bowl on the biggest stage. Was that Kyle's fault? No. But you're right. Do your job.
It was also it might have been his fault. His team didn't know the rules. Like there are the coaching gaffes or whatever that we talked about.
Yeah.
But speaking of coaches, because you mentioned the hoodie, you mentioned Bill Belichick. He actually had something to say about what I believe was the biggest surprise of this summer from the Bay Area, and that was the drafting of Ricky Pearsall. If Brandon Aiyuk is back with the 49ers next year. I want to play that sound on the other side. Make sure to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, make sure to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is the biggest surprise of the summer in the Bay Area? Does it have to do with the Warriors? Is it the Giants? Is it the Niners right now? What has surprised you about this summer? I want to dig into that and more on the other side. Again, Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
show us that they can get busy. And, Evan, it just feels like a run play because they're so close to you and they don't get that 40-yard running start, man. And the collisions, if you're into that, I really believe, okay, I can see that. Special team.
But we're not going to have any more Devin Hesters, right?
I'm thinking we might have more. The birth of Devin Hester. Yeah. By the way, Devin Hester going into the Hall.
He is.
Yeah, he was a bad dude.
If a kickoff returner can get into the Hall of Fame, why can't O'Neal?
Because they act like O'Neal didn't exist.
I guess.
That's weak.
I mean, I don't know. Again.
Lolo.
I know. We're looking forward to seeing him around this year.
Losing weight. He's as skinny as you.
No.
Yeah.
He's just big. He's just naturally
used to
stacked.
be big. I had a Facebook reminder. Milo and Joe Fortenbaugh did the morning show. Evan, this dude it feels like 400 pounds more than he is now. Good for you, Lo.
Well, we're all trying to do our thing. Dude, you've been getting in the gym this week.
Yeah.
Last few weeks.
Went to the Cairo yesterday.
I came back from Europe. You look slim. You look svelte.
Well, I'll take that. Somebody else said something about it, but
what, the chiropractor?
No, that I look a little slimmer.
Oh.
I was like,
you didn't like that?
No, I did. But when I look in the mirror, I'm still fat boy. But it's coming. I'm going to be ready for the 11th.
Dude, the mirror is your worst enemy.
Dude. Not when I was your age.
That's
I
Lex
used
Luthor.
to just smile at it coming out the shower like,
hey, what's up, fat boy?
Hey, easy, Steiny.
Hey.
Easy.
Dude, I got mad at him for that one.
Yo, yeah, because he was trying to say it was a nickname. That's not a
then
nickname.
when you're at the age where you run past the mirror, it's like, oh, God. Can't escape it.
Brush your teeth in the closet?
Or with clothes on. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Well, that's a surprise.
Man.
Speaking of,
visuals.
Biggest surprises of the summer. Actually, so we were talking about, my biggest surprise of the summer was the Niners drafting Ricky Pearsall with the assumption that you're going to have Aiyuk on the team. That was surprising to me. Your surprise of the summer was Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors.
/Solaire, if you allow me.
That's right, Solaire. I know we've had a few other good ones. A surprise that the Warriors haven't made a bigger move this summer, that they haven't made a trade, although they've been apparently trying to. Some people I've seen chime in saying the big surprise was the Giants' just season. After spending so much money, they were surprised that they've been this, boring or bad so far to this point. Though they do have 52 games left, I guess. To try
Are we
and turn
really
that around.
surprised, though, Evan? Just real quick about the Giants season, when you talk about one playoff appearance in the last 8 years, they went and spent the volume of pennies. That was a surprise, but are we really shocked that they're where they're at right now? 3 games under 500.
Well, anything can happen. I mean, I'm surprised. I expected them to be better.
That's all I ask.
I'm surprised that this team is as non-competitive as they've been this year. I would assume that they'd be at least, again, they've been above 500 for 4 days. If you told me that when they signed Snell, Chapman, Solaire, Lee, I would be shocked.
4 days, bro.
Yeah, there's been more days of training camp so far. But do we have that sound by Bill Belichick? Oh, I see it right
hoodie.
here. Yeah, so you brought up Bill Belichick last segment. Kyle Shanahan made a call to him this offseason about becoming a defensive coordinator, but he actually had some pretty interesting things to say about Ricky Pearsall and what I believe to be a perplexing pick.
Here's the thing, and but you know this.
Ricky is
you can't play wide receiver at San Francisco unless you will block.
You gotta block your ass
If you don't block, you're not playing receiver there. So whoever it is, it needs to be good with the ball in their hands, which Pearsall is, and has to be tough and willing to block, which he'll do.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit smaller, but I think he's going to block. He's going to have to block.
Aiyuk blocks, Bill. I get it.
He does, but I don't know if Aiyuk always blocked. Maybe that was the issue why the first couple of years that he and Kyle didn't see eye to eye.
Well, I know what he morphed into, and it's a guy with a great catch radius, acrobatic, can get off the ground, can beat you at the line. Aiyuk is a stud. Again, I love the hoodie, but damn, if draft an O-lineman, if that's why you drafted a receiver because he can block, come on, Evan, I need more than that. And I'm not saying he doesn't have that trait, but, dude, I am so sick of this. One thing about the Kyle offense is I honestly believe one of the nicest and biggest team players in Bay Area sports is one George Kittle. Because that dude is such a stud, I believe, sacrifices so much, puts up numbers, but sacrifices so much of his game for the greater good of the team that any other. We've seen Kelsey almost go to jail for knocking over Reed because he wasn't getting his targets. My point is,
right.
he's always blocking. And Evan, I'm sorry, that's an indictment on how I put my team together. If I need my mismatch stud tight end in his prime, blocking. That don't pass the S test for me. But I get it. But George Kittle's a great guy, and he's doing whatever it takes for the team. But Hoodie missed me with, we drafted a receiver. He can block. Aiyuk blocks downfield. And I'm not saying what you said wasn't true, but now we've seen the maturation of Brandon Aiyuk and what he's turned into, and he's a stud. I guess, Evan, what I'm saying, I say all that to say is I don't want my best attribute from a wide receiver to be blocking. First, you got to catch and then if you block like Jerry Rice, I got you. But the number one ingredient I need is, can you catch it? Can you get by guys? And, that's not a ringing endorsement because he blocks Bill.
Well, that's kind of a newer development, right?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
The idea of being more of a
newer development. I like that.
Yeah, every tight end now's got a catch, but that's not the way it always used to be. I mean, I think George Kittle is just as good of a pass catcher as he is a blocker. He's really good at both. I think that's also why their offense is so difficult to read, because you never know if a player is going to be blocking or catching.
But until the playoffs, though. It didn't look like that for the Packers. Savage catches a pick six early. What is that game? Like, guys were invisible in the Super Bowl. Kittle, so was Aiyuk. Indeed, they were nullified. And that's why I'm asking the question, is that Kyle getting too cute? Or did Baltimore on Christmas Day say we can man up, get in these receiver grill, and throw off their timing and make them look normal? That in Kansas City kind of dared them to do the same thing. So that's why I'm, as we get further down the road, is it the players? Is it a combo? Or is it Kyle to where you can get up on these receivers' face and get in their and throw it off? The timing thing that you talk about, like when they're in their zone, Bonte's talking about the 94 Niners, and so am I, and now I'm not.
But that was, if we're going to go back and revisit like the game plan, that's what the Chiefs do. I mean, they had, I think, the second best pass defense in the league last year. So the way to beat Kansas City, or the way to stay in the game against KC, now they beat the two teams preceding the Niners to get to the Super Bowl, but I thought Baltimore lost the AFC Championship because they didn't put it on the ground enough. I thought Lamar was loose with the ball. They turned the ball over too much. Buffalo gashed the Kansas City Chiefs on the ground. So the way that the Niners, I think, wanted to approach that game was by running the football. And so that means you're not going to throw it as much. And I thought they had to throw it just because, the situation's kind of later in games. But in a perfect world, I think Kyle Shanahan would have ran the ball 50 times against KC.
Hey, I like that. But then, Evan, you did at one juncture, again, have a 10-point lead. So you had the ball, you had the momentum.
Yeah.
It's like coming down on a fast break if you're Jordan. Am I going to pull up, shoot the three, go by you? You know what I mean?
Got options.
So it wasn't like they were down 10 and you had to abandon the run. That is the one thing about the boy genius. I'll say, even against the Rams, the fourth quarter, you got a 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game to go back to the Super Bowl. And if you're so great and on top of your timing, you know what? I really believe geniuses, and I believe Kyle's an offensive genius. Sometimes they're so smart they get in their own way. Evan, I believe when you're up 10, you get too cute. And what you just talked about and how you laid it out, I agree. But when you're up 10, you got all the momentum in the world. You get an interception right after half of the great Patrick Mahomes. Dial something up to where you're kind of playing with house money in regard to if we punt, we're still up 10, but they never could capitalize.
No, I mean, look, there's a lot of would have and could have about the Super Bowl, and unfortunately, Kyle Shanahan has had a lot because he's been to a lot of those big games, and he hasn't won enough of them, and certainly won either of them in the Super Bowl. So there's always a lot that you can second guess about those games.
Monday morning quarterback, because Jay Passer on the chat real quick, Evan is saying, "Goo, who you replacing him with?" No, I'm just passionate. He's not worthy of being replaced. He's great.
No, but just because you don't want to replace him doesn't mean you can't criticize him.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. Just because a player, look, all of these athletes are great in some respect, but we're talking about the best of the best.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah, we're talking about the best. The Niners have the most talented roster in football. With that comes an expectation to be the best team in football. And we're not just saying that because we're trying to blow smoke up your keister.
Yeah.
Dude, Kyle Juszczyk said it last year, Super Bowl or bust. George Kittle has talked about having his eye on the prize.
Fred Warner, Dibbs,
Debo Samuel, Kyle Shanahan.
I love it.
These guys expect a Super Bowl.
I love that, man.
So why shouldn't we?
That's it, and that's all. Now, am I going to be an idiot and say, oh, they haven't won as much as any other team? Come on, man. A lot of teams would trade. But we're not talking about that fantasy land. We're talking about the fact that Kyle has had 10-point leads, and I expect a Jedi to close it out. And he hasn't.
No, but maybe he's got a Padawan that can help him out. Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Maybe this year can take the step to becoming a knight. And there's probably too many Star Wars references for a lot of people.
Anthony telling me quit calling him a genius when he's failed in the biggest moments, Goo.
He's an extremely smart individual.
Because you can't deny their offense, but now I'm true detective. It's incredible.
Yeah.
But I do want to know why I can sit here and throw out the word genius. Look at that offense. And the biggest mystery, Nancy Drew, is what happened to that offense in the playoffs last year. I know they're about to play their first preseason game next week in Tennessee. It doesn't matter. But, Evan, it really still does to me. Guys that still have those games on my YouTube TV, and I dial them up at night. And I'm just like, what happened to this offense that was a machine? You think that's valid?
It definitely looked different. And, look, they played differently. They didn't put up the numbers that they did the regular season. And some of that has to do with, maybe a rain game against Green Bay, a good opponent in Detroit, and arguably the best defensive football in the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not so sure.
When you put it that way, it's like maybe they really did struggle. It was Raiden, won. Detroit, you came back. And now maybe I sold the Chiefs defense short. Maybe that's why the Super Bowl, the lack of production from your Debo was null and void. Aiyuk had 6 targets, 3 catches, and Kittle was an afterthought.
Yeah, McCaffrey
could have won.
McCaffrey was your best offensive player, even though he fumbled the ball.
Yeah, that first drive.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, there's someone on the line who wants to talk to you about Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, boy.
It's Rich and Hayward.
Okay, Richie.
Rich, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Shanahan is no genius. Or, how many times have you brought up we had a lead? He has no killer instinct. I mean, because if you gave anybody I looked at that top 100. We have so many players on that top 100, and I looked at what Mahomes had. I can't even name one of his receivers or his running back. They're not on the list. It's up with Kelsey, and that's not a receiver. And then we had the lead, and it's like, it's not. You got to do that, and we don't even have a quarterback really because you don't know it's a BS system he put together like he did with Jimmy G. And then now you want to pay him $50 million next year. And you got Aiyuk wants to get like $28 million. I'm like, if I was Trent Williams, I said, dude, I need that money, and I'm not coming back till I get it. And that's what he did. $50,000 a day. I mean, this is big trouble. And I'm not saying that he can get you to a certain spot, but he just doesn't have enough to put you over the edge. You can blame that defensive coordinator all you want. You had it, dude, and it's like fool's gold.
Oh, great call.
Matthew McConaughey.
Look at you. That's a 3. Evan and Anthony keeps, I love that name, Lambda. He keeps coming at me on the YouTube chat. I'm the guy that is Rip Kyle, and I keep telling Steiny and anybody that'll listen, I'm mad at him. I'm mad at him because what that caller said, it's more than a rinky-dink system. It's so great that it got the likes of the not the most talented Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl and Mr. Irrelevant. I'm on Kyle's neck just because you're so great. You get so close. Why can't you get it done? And the 2019 Super Bowl was years ago. You were your own worst enemy. You threw the ball when you should have been running. So I am holding Kyle to the heights and the greatness that I put him on. I'm not going to be fake, but don't come at me like I'm giving Kyle a pass. I believe he's the biggest reason he hasn't got the bling. And I think that's fair.
No, I think it is too. But now we're in a position where the one thing I don't think he ever really had was a quarterback that he trusted. And he has that now. And we've seen him get close with other quarterbacks that he's trusted. But, okay, in Atlanta, he was a coordinator, wasn't the head coach. But he ran into the GOAT. I know they blew a 27-point lead, or 24-point, or whatever it was.
Is he still the GOAT 25. If you're up 25?
Okay, but, all right, so if you're going to say that Kyle blows leads, he also came back down 17 in the NFC Championship.
That happened.
So do you want to give him that? He came back against Green Bay. Now, I'm not dismissing those failures, being up 10 and however many situations or whatever. But if you're going to say that, you also have to give him credit for being down 3 scores at halftime. And in fact, that game was a blowout. Like Detroit, that game was not close by the end of the third quarter. That was an absolute stampede. They got rolled by the Niners.
Yeah.
They folded at Levi's Stadium. And a big reason of that is because of how good the Niners played.
And coaching decisions from Detroit.
And the adjustments they clearly made in the locker room. Some of it perhaps was on the defense and Wilkes, but I also have to give Kyle Shanahan some credit for that. I think, again, I believe that Shanahan has shown us how far he can get the Niners. That's why I turn my attention to Brock Purdy and his quarterback. And that might be an unfair expectation, but I don't see what else can get the Niners over the hump outside of more exceptional quarterback play, because they've had everything else. They've had a great run game. They've had, maybe a decent offensive line, but they have the best left tackle of the last 25 years,
And it's good
perhaps.
enough to get you to the Super Bowl multiple times in the last 5 years. People throw rocks. I'm one of them at the O-line, but miss me. We're in a big game more often than not.
They've had great defenses. I think this defense will look a little bit different than last year, but I see no reason why it can't once again be a top 5 group. So if I'm looking at everything that Kyle has had, sure, it's fair for you and fans to say that, he's come up short and he's had all this talent. Why can't he get it done? Okay, well, that's fair. I don't want to do that dance again. I don't want to sit here and depend on him to all of a sudden turn into a different head coach, because I know he's not. I think he is a good enough head coach to get you to the precipice. I need a quarterback to get me to the top. I need somebody under center with the live bullets flying that is calling plays that can be the difference between what Shanahan has not been able to do and where he wants to get to, and that's win a Super Bowl. That's on Brock Purdy.
Wow. But you put some mustard on that, spicy mustard. I feel like on the Guru computer, what you just described is Andy Reid with Donovan McNabb. Lost, Super Bowl, NFC Championship. Andy Reid with Patrick Mahomes. Super Bowl. Like, but we can't be, it's not that cut and dry too, Evan. We can watch how it plays out to judge, do you really believe it was a bad look for Juszczyk to say they didn't know the overtime rules? Did that really cost the Niners the game?
But I'm glad he did tell us, because I know that they didn't know the rules.
But there was a bad look, no doubt. But did that really cost the Niners the Super Bowl? It was...
No, it was a collection of things, from McCaffrey fumbling in the first half. I thought they should have had a much bigger lead at half. Yeah, muff in the punt. Next play, Mahomes throws a touchdown. The game completely flips in terms of the momentum. They had chances. They didn't get it done. I also thought that the Chiefs could have lost before they got to the Super Bowl. If the Ravens didn't turn the ball over 3 times, if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble through the back of the end zone.
But that was a big win.
Niners might have been playing Baltimore.
Yeah. But they can't be mad that Baltimore went number 2 on themselves. That's what you do in life, and take advantage of a situation. And you know what I mean? Kansas City shouldn't apologize. They went in there and won it. Even though Baltimore went away from that's just crazy. But, Evan, you know what I'm saying? Kansas City got the trophy. Although they were the benefit, they benefited from Baltimore doing Lord knows what on offense.
No, but you can make the same case for the teams that the Niners beat to get there. Green Bay could have won the first game in the divisional round. Detroit was up 17 after running for 170 yards in the first half. I was in that press box. I remember a lot of people, including some people at the station that will remain nameless, walking around saying this game is over. The Niners season is done.
I thought it was done too. How could you not? And the coach,
because you had a half left.
The aggressive coach also. You're right. They boat raced him, Evan, and it got they got back so fast because of, I believe, overzealous and bonehead, look at me decisions by the coach for the Detroit Lions. That was a part of it. You're right. Niners did their part. But, Evan, he made some thirsty-ass calls when you're up in a playoff game.
But that's who they've been. And that's who the Niners have been. And who the Lions was good enough to get them to their first NFC title game in like 30 years. And who the Niners have been has been good enough to get them to the Super Bowl, but not to a place where they can win a Super Bowl. If I'm looking at this team in order to win one, and we'll get into it more on the other side, we have a short segment coming up before the crossover with Dibbs and Grandy. I need to know who the difference maker is, and I only got one guy right now in my crosshairs. All right, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, make sure to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Now I'm back on the crackhead diet.
Yeah. Well, you can lose weight that way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if I like this energy set by Kim.
Dude, he is on fire. 957.
So he, along with one of our esteemed engineers here at Odyssey, Justin Beltray, East Coast guys.
Yeah.
New York City, New Jersey area. Justin also hosts kind of like a power hour, one of our sister stations at 5 o'clock. He fills in for Chewy Gomez.
What?
Now, I know this because I'm a friend of the station. I support my guys. Unlike some.
What's the subject matter? What do they talk about?
Well, no. It's music. Like
okay, gotcha.
He DJs.
I love it. Yeah.
But he, along with Ken, only play New York stuff.
Oh, that's where you're going.
That's what I hear all the time.
I got you.
Stuff from the East Coast. Oh,
give us some E40.
Can we have something from the Best Coast, please?
Too Short.
Not
Larry June.
Oh, yeah.
Yuck Mouth.
You sent me a nice Larry June beat the other day.
V-Down, Richie Rich.
I think it was from The Alchemist. Really good stuff.
I appreciate you watching my videos because I'm the type of guy, Evan, when I recommend a movie, I feel like I directed the movie. And when somebody says it was a good movie back to me, I get a little charge of like, I made them. You know, it's just weird like that. Like this Pete Rose doc Bonte has me on. Yeah. It's incredible.
Well, I hope that also doesn't mean when I don't respond. It's not like you didn't send a good video. It just means, I might have missed it.
Yeah. I don't take it personal. I got you, man. I know you got a life.
All right, get us going. Steven Sunnyvale is going to get us going. Again, we got the crossover in about 10 minutes. Dan Dibley, Mark Willard coming up here at about 1:45. Before then, Steve Sunnyvale, what's up, man? How are you?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
Good.
All right. So first time calling. Just wanted to kind of jump in on the Shanahan talk.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of points everyone's made on him. And like on one hand, that 3rd and 4 in the fourth quarter that 2-minute warning. I mean, first of all, if someone picks up that blitz on McDuffie, or if he sees it faster, gets to do his hot route, Niners convert. I mean, the game is essentially over. Right? So really, I mean, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, like a handful of plays that could have won the game. Then this conversation about Shanahan isn't even happening.
Yeah.
But, I mean, was that the right play call? So, but my point is, I want to pose this question to you guys. How close the 49ers have been to winning the Super Bowl under Shanahan? He's definitely had a Super Bowl roster here, and he's had for about 3 seasons or so. This is probably the end of the line for this carnation of the 49ers roster, being able to win a Super Bowl, and this window's closing. If they don't win it within this year or the next year, then what do you do with Shanahan? I'm going to pose that question to you guys.
Wow. And Evan, can I go first? Ricky Henderson.
Of course.
That's the scary part of this, because what you've done so eloquently today is talk about Brock Purdy and his growth. But if you're starting or you're going to lose pieces, then he's got to step his game up. Now, the question is, can he? And then also on the flip side, it's not just the players, it's Kyle. Just think about what he said. Trent, how many good years do we have left with Trent? If you tell me more than 2, okay. But, I mean, he is right. I don't want to say time's running out, but time's running out with this iteration of the Niners, Evan.
If Brock Purdy is, as we've discussed today, the leader that I believe him to be, and the leader that I hope he is by the end of this upcoming season, I actually don't think we're running out of much time. And I don't mean, like, the Niners... Look, are they going to have this good of a roster after this year? I personally don't think so. I just don't see things unfolding that way for them, financially speaking.
It doesn't mean they can't win.
But if you pay Brock Purdy what we all believe he's going to get paid, why would you hesitate, or why would you even think about moving off of the head coach who's put him in a position and extracted the amount of production out of him to the point where you do want to pay him that amount of money?
Coach is not going anywhere, Evan. And again, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, again, like I hear the point, and it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Because a lot of people believe that Shanahan is, I don't know, Steiny said it, like he's never going to win a Super Bowl here in San Francisco. Andy Reid was really close in Philadelphia for a long time. It took Andy Reid 21 years in the NFL to win a Super Bowl. And now we regard him as one of the greatest head coaches of all time. So
did you say 21?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Steiny and I's biggest fight was Andy in Philly.
Took him 2 decades to win a Super Bowl.
And he now has 3 since our inception of our show.
So, and that's kind of my point when I say that I believe that Shanahan has showed us how far he can take the Niners with this talent. I think it's upon the quarterback now to get him the rest of the way. And I think that's the same case with Reed. I think Reed is a really damn good Hall of Fame level coach. But even he needed a quarterback to get him the extra mile.
Wow, man.
And yes, he found one, kind of stumbled into Mahomes. Well, he identified him and traded up for him, but he got his guy. And Kyle Shanahan, not the same situation, Brock last pick of the draft, but he's found his guy. So now it's up to you to go get it done. I don't think that Shanahan has felt confidence in a quarterback to the level of Brock Purdy with any of his other guys. I think he's more confident in Brock than he's been in any quarterback, perhaps since Matt Ryan. But he didn't get to mold Matt Ryan. He inherited him.
Yeah, all right.
That's the difference.
No, I love it. And I do got to say this to that, Evan, because they're two different things, but I'm hearing you. And those are good points. But I know what you're going to throw back at me before I pose the question is Goo is here. He's going into year 3. We got time with Brock. I would say the results are still the same because they got into that game and they got into the NFC Championship. But I would be I know I'm being unfair if I say, okay, it's 3 years or 2 years and they haven't got it done. I do want to throw that to you like, well, he trusts him so much is love, but yet in the big game, for whatever reason, it's the same result that you had when you loved Jimmy, but not like that. You didn't trust him like you did, Brock Purdy. And we just saw in February, the same thing kind of happened over again.
Well, Kyle has also told us his confidence level in Brock Purdy, and it was after, 7 games in his first season through elbow surgery. The only dude that he was willing to go out and get was Tom Brady.
I know we're up against. I want to throw one thing at you real quick, or I could save it.
A bottle?
Nah, well, yeah.
Beer glass later.
Evan, honestly, and I know how we get down, you and me, the dynamic of our relationship. If I honestly asked you, and we were in radio in Venus, not the Bay, McVay or Kyle,
sure,
whose career would you take right now?
McVay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't think.
Steiny would have said Kyle somehow.
Really?
I believe so.
I think he's smarter than that.
Dude, you're right. McVay, just think about that.
Well, I have them on equal planes. I mean, obviously the difference is McVay has a Super Bowl.
And that's why he gets the edge, right, yes.
But, again, McVay had a quarterback, and I talked about this, Goff's third year. That was the best Rams team that they had with
the
Goff.
Super Bowl, you're right.
Went to the Super Bowl. They lost. They lost to Belichick and Brady.
3.5.
And then McVay and Goff and their relationship soured, and he found another guy that went and traded for a quarterback. But once he found his dude, Stafford got him over the hump. McVay was always good enough to get and help that team and put them in a position to win a Super Bowl, but he needed a signal caller to take him the rest of the way.
So hopefully Purdy's Kyle Stafford.
I think he can be. Huh? He's shown me nothing so far that I would believe he can't do it. Statistically, he's been one of the best quarterbacks, both in terms of wins and as well as all passing metrics since he stepped foot onto the NFL football field, and our entire limelight has been on him. I
get it.
Is he better than Mahomes? No. Is he as physically imposing as, I don't know, even Jalen Hurts? Probably not. Or Lamar? No. But Brock Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. And that's what you need to win a Super Bowl. You need one of the best guys. The days of the Brad Johnsons and the Trent Dilfers, I just don't think are around anymore.
Wow, man.
Or you need someone to play like one, a la Nick Foles.
But I'll tell you, Purdy's in a good system. He's in a good system.
Might be in the best system. We'll see how good that system is. I know, look, Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy.
I can't wait.
They're waiting to pounce. I don't know. They've been listening to the show. They've always got something up their sleeves, and I can't wait to hear what it is on the other side. We also got, of course, What's Bugging You? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And I know you got something in the chamber for that, so I'm looking forward to that as well. That's what's coming up next, the crossover with Mark Grandy, Dan Dibley, in for Wildern Dibs. What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. And that segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. It's with Dale the Guru Johnson. What's going on, boys? Happy Payday Friday.
Happy Friday. What's up?
But let's put it right on the table early.
Early
if what
rat.
was said during the commercials
Brought to you
would
by
go
Atco.
live, all kind of stuff would pop off. So I'm glad we got the
sometimes you
not
gotta,
hot mics.
Sometimes you got to pop off and show.
That's a one.
I'm going to give you a 2.
Whatever. It's more than a one.
Yeah.
It's because I was able to convert
It's
it.
number one hit. What that?
Is it still?
Probably.
Well, it's funny because I heard that on like a pop station. I was like, really?
Oh.
And it's like,
it's like I'm tired of that song.
Well, do you know, like Good Kid, Mad City has been one of the number one most streamed albums for like the last 10 years. Like that one album just gets rerun over and over and over and over. And same like that song. So I guess I would just take the Curry stance at this point. It's like we do have other songs in America. You know?
Sure. But the Curry stance is, Curry can come up with a new celebration.
Well, he better be on fire tomorrow, 8:15 a.m.
Well, he might be coming off the bench.
Still number one.
I would love for him to come off the bench because Steve Kerr, he's in his bag.
Oh my!
And all the criticism of Steve Kerr.
Do you think it's was Stephen A. that? Are people really that mad?
Of course they're that mad. And when you have a team of not only all-stars, but if you look at that roster, how many of those guys on the team will not be Hall of Famers? If you look at the entirety of the roster and you want to...
Halliburton's the first one that jumps, or maybe he's on
Derek White.
He's got a good chance.
Okay,
Derek White. So good, though.
He's
good, but he's not near Hall of Fame.
Derek White, not a Hall of Famer.
Drew Holiday.
Drew's going. Drew's going to the Hall of Fame, Evan.
Drew's
going to
two rings now.
No doubt
Drew's
about it.
got a chance. He's multiple defensive all.
I believe that. He's going.
But that's my point, is if you look at his
everybody
roster...
in.
So Steve Kerr, well, as you know...
everybody's going in.
As you know, the Basketball Hall of Fame, virtually everyone gets in.
High school,
and
they take into account.
And it's international. Evan, don't you get it?
Yeah,
I'm getting you ready for Monday. So I wonder how many Hall of Famers they have on the team. At least 9 or 10. So what's Steve Kerr supposed to do? We're going to start 8 guys, and we're going to go ahead and take the technical foul because I want to protect these egos. He's in his bag. He's doing great.
We'll see.
Against South Sudan.
They're undefeated. What more do you want from them?
Well, they've been better than the 3-on-3 team. I can tell you that.
Well, and I had to text into Guru because
I read it too.
Yeah, Canyon Berry, because you guys were both like, "Who's on that team?" And it's funny because Grandy and I were watching the other day, and I said, "Hey, Grandy, you know who that is, right? That's Rick Barry's kid. Not Scooter, not Brent, not John." But Canyon.
He came to our San Ramon Canyon. Remember, we did the summit in San Ramon, and he came out. I don't know if you remember
Canyon
that.
Came?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Or was it Scooter?
It was
the older one.
Scooter.
Okay, okay, my bad.
Clean up on aisle goo. Clean up on aisle goo.
We don't got no more mops.
That's an old that was an old pandemic bit where we would do clean up not on aisle 2, but on aisle goo.
Ask me what I did last night real quick. I'm going to tell you, Grandy and Evan. Evan knows.
You
watched the 2014 NFC Championship game, one of the best NFL games ever. Niners at Seattle.
Great game.
And sometimes I think I'm my own genius. I know I got flaws, but dude, I looked at Patrick Willis, who's about to be inducted. Incredible. The Cowboy, early Alden Smith, Kaepernick in his prime. It's a travesty that team didn't win a Super Bowl.
Alden Smith today, 4 o'clock.
Are you kidding me?
All day?
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I didn't mean to cut you off because it's it's not normally my bit.
Car's still running. I'm ready.
Alden Smith, we actually had a chance to meet him at the Dwight Clark Legacy event down there in San Jose, and I can't wait. We interviewed him, and then off the air, I was able to grab him, not physically, but emotionally.
He's doing well, dude.
We did about 10 minutes together, man to man, and I told him, I said, you know what you've done as a human being, your comeback story from the brink of suicide. And I told him, I said, dude, I didn't think you'd be here.
Well, people are giving up on him.
I didn't think I'd be here either.
Man, how powerful is that? I can't wait. 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
I can't wait.
Alden Smith.
But I looked at that defense and that offense and that team under Harbaugh, and I just mirrored it with this team here with Kyle. They've gone to the bowl, lost one, couple NFC championship games. My question, guys, is what defense would you take? I got to go with the Patrick Willis, Alden Smith, the Cowboy, and you'd mentioned the corners, Rodgers.
Oh, Carlos Rodgers.
Oh, my gosh.
Do they have Nate Clement on that team?
Deshaun Goldson and Terrell Brown.
And Whitner was on there.
This
I think
guy's
I would
memory,
take that. I would take that team.
My poor brain is I'd say it's punch drunk, but I haven't been hit, so it's something drunk. But Grandy's brain is usually fresh.
But the parallel was Heartbreak Hotel for Niner fans. They were arguably the greatest team that didn't get it done, and it continues to be that now.
It's that old defense for me, Goo.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I was watching like, oh my gosh.
Well, and if you think about like the Hall of Fame, and P. Willie's going in, I like his chances coming up tomorrow, but. Justin Smith is a guy who's probably close but no cigar. And Alden Smith, if you want to look at his first 4 years or 3 years,
he was on
a track.
Yes,
He was on a first ballot track.
Yeah,
he was on a bananas track. Like he was on a track to break all the records, which is why Alden Smith at 8'4". When I talked to him about like where he's been and where he is now, to go from I might be the best ever at my position,
99.
To the lowest of the low, to now to be able to come back and go to a Niner event and be able to show your face and be like, yeah, I'm better and I'm working on it. That to me is
Hall
the most
of Fame
impressive
life.
thing. Yeah,
no
totally.
doubt. I'm tuned in.
Well, no, I think there's only a couple players, obviously he's included, that I can recall being that electric out of the gate at that position. And for very different reasons, Sean Merriman's really the one that comes to mind because that guy was an absolute
What was the
stud
dance?
as well.
I forget.
The lights out dance. Yeah. But I mean, he racked up sacks at a rate that Alden Smith did that we just haven't seen before at that age. And to do what he did for that team, I don't know if they expected it, but he catapulted them into a different atmosphere. And he's reached sack totals that no Niner has reached, I think, before or since. So, the only guy that can, I think, probably get into that category would be Nick Bosa. Yeah, I don't know about this year's defense. I look around and I see maybe some more holes than even last year.
Maybe 19, Evan.
The 2019 defense was going to be the one that I kind of brought up. I think that one would be able to challenge.
Wow, man.
But even then, it's just hard when you think about there's a Hall of Famer at the middle linebacking position. There's borderline Hall of Famers at other positions. And there was also just something about that being the identity of that team and representing an era of 49ers football that was just smash mouth, in your face, incredibly gritty, nose in the dirt, and pretty much just going to kick your ass up and down the field, right? What they had that streak of no 100-yard rushers.
Yeah.
I mean, and really the
spanning like multiple seasons.
And I think the only reason we don't remember that defense, nationally speaking, is just because of the one that they lost to being the Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
Being slightly better.
Man. And this defense and the 2019 defense, very physical, and they kind of pride themselves in that. But that era, the Harbaugh era defense, Goo and Dibs and Evan, that's a different kind of physicality. They were just in your face. They'll run you over. Willis and Bowman combined. God.
And they said a lot of Alden's sacks were because of what the Cowboy was doing.
Oh, no,
he was eating off of that.
Took two offensive linemen.
Good God. It's a travesty. That era didn't win. They had their chances. And it just goes back to this one, like, how long does a window, who constitute the window staying open or not? But it's just starting to eat at me and bother me that if you keep thinking and nobody's doing it, you're obligated, you're going to be healthy enough to keep getting back. You're one injury, and that's across the board.
Of course,
but things change, Dibs, and the Niners under Kyle have had ultimate winning chances.
Yeah.
Come on now.
And you got me thinking about this year and like Nick Bosa and the fact that he's not going to have as easy a time unless Javon Hargrave can really start to eat on the interior. And Mark talked about it yesterday with Armstead being gone and your interior D-line being a little bit more of a question mark. Last year you had Cleveland Ferrell, and then you got Chase Young, and it felt like you had a little bit more opposite of Nick Bosa. And if I'm an offense now this year, I'm going to go ahead and pretend like I'm in the Missouri State and say, you're going to have to show me everyone else.
Wow.
And I'm going to double Nick every time. I'm going to hold Nick because we know we're not going to call holding ever. And so I'm going to make sure that Nick doesn't beat us. And if I can just get an extra half a second for my offense with no Dre Greenlaw, I think that the offense is going to have a little bit of an easier time against this defense unless these others, as you like to call them, the others, if they can step up and help Nick Bosa.
Man, we came into last year at this time, and I was telling Evan, this is the best D-line ever. Then they went out and got Chase Young. I wasn't mad. You're always trying to get better. Randy Gregory, I wasn't mad, but I was like, why do you need that? But as the season played out, they weren't as deep as we thought. And Bosa, unlike my guy in Vegas, What's my man's name? He does not take a play out. Bosa in the Super Bowl third down. Give me that mask and get out there, even if you're tired. Like, come on, Bosa. We're watching now more so ever than his career because of that.
The top 10, NFL top 100, the top 10 coming out as voted on by the players. Max Crosby will be in the top 10. Bosa fell all the way down to 27.
That's just Evan.
From 4 to 27 was the fall for Bosa over 1 year.
Still higher than Brock Purdy, though.
Yeah, well.
By one spot.
Sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
Brock 28, seventh highest quarterback.
How can you be mad at what
I
you
think
see
Dak
for
was like
Brock?
14th, right? Or 16th?
Yeah, Dak is up there.
Dak is whack. But what about, let me change it real quick before we get to what's bugging you. Larry Krueger saying that Aiyuk might get traded is incredible.
That's an interpretation.
We got Andrew Filipponi from the sister station in Pittsburgh, does a morning show. He thought that video was reading it was goodbyes.
Of course he would think that.
But yeah, he's been wanting it all summer. Dibs, do you think there in any world Aiyuk's getting traded?
No. For who and for what? So let's just play this out. So you're going to trade Aiyuk and you're the Niners. So what are you going to get back? Are you going to get back picks for next year? How does that help you in the Super Bowl window?
It doesn't.
Are you going to get a player back? Okay. So what does Pittsburgh have that you want to plug in right now and really help you? Well, the answer would be TJ Watt, and they're not trading TJ Watt. And they still have Minka Fitzpatrick, if I'm not mistaken. So
no, there you go.
Right. So does Pittsburgh have somebody that you can take and you can say, yeah, now we're better without Aiyuk?
Justin Fields.
We're going to get this player.
But
and now
what if
suddenly
that's not
we're better?
their goal because they drafted Pearsall? And to me, if you keep Aiyuk, you're not getting immediate dividends from a rookie wide receiver when you're trying to win.
But you don't need immediate dividends. You don't need immediate dividends from Pearsall. You need future dividends. And I can't help but think about Green Bay, and I've made this comp so many times. And Green Bay, with all their guys on rookie deals, it's Romeo Doubs and the rest of them, and they're good now, but they're going to be good next year on rookie deals and the year after on rookie deals. And so they've got a window with a quarterback making $50, $55 million. They don't have to worry about that. For the Niners, you have one more year of, yeah, Brandon, we can give you $25 million now, which, by the way, doesn't kick in. It's the Jordan Poole effect. So you can give Aiyuk $25, $27 million now, and Debo's making 28, and at the end of the year, you can then decide what you want to do. So for me, it's about this year. You're going to keep Brandon Aiyuk. If you wanted to trade Aiyuk, you would have traded him before the draft, and you would have gotten a first-round pick, and you would have used it on a receiver, which they did anyway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, I don't know if that's what is bugging you necessarily, but if you didn't know, it's tick season. Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit ATCO Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at ATCOPestControl.com. All right, boys, who wants first bite at the proverbial apple?
I'll go first.
All right, get off your chest,
go. And I'm as American as anybody else, but
you got the star on.
I don't want to step on any toes, but I'm just going to put the rat on the table.
Oh, boy.
The Olympics. Every sport is not an Olympic sport. 3-on-3, as much as I love it, and I'll be out there for the station on the 11th at Chase. No, we got the 5-on-5, Team USA. Miss me with the 3-on-3 in Olympics. Just stop it. And then something you call table tennis, which in the Yun we call ping pong, is not an Olympic sport.
Oh, come on,
Stop it. Where's pool at next? Who's shooting the 8-ball in? And then handball? What are we doing? Steiny said, the great Matt Steinmetz, just because you can do something doesn't mean you need to do it. When does it stop? And then I used to ride Red Devil in Union City, dirt bikes, BMX, dirt race. What? These are 4 things. Like, what are we doing? Those aren't Olympic sports. What we're watching, Sha'Carri Richardson and all the wonderful athletes out there, the track and field, those are Olympic sports, not 3-on-3 hoop.
I think the men's is one.
Pong. Come on, guys. Handball?
First of all,
what are we doing?
You know what we're doing is we're looking at the world globally. And first of all, it's not ping pong. That's a racist term. It's table tennis. It's called table tennis because you play on a table.
Did you two know
and
that?
It's like tennis. I've tried to educate people about that.
Wow. Table tennis, then.
It's table tennis.
Yeah.
And just because we're not great at it doesn't mean it's not a global game. And if you watch table tennis, it's incredible. You should really direct your ire toward things like breakdancing. Breakdancing is now an Olympic sport.
Takes more athletic prowess to breakdance than to play table tennis.
But you know what? You know what, Evan? My problem with the Olympics, and I'll get to it, is
speed walking.
Too many sports where we have to judge. Too many judgment sports. That's the problem. Team handball is an unbelievable European game. You obviously haven't watched it, and I walked Randy through it yesterday.
I don't want to watch it.
You should watch it because
you can bet on it.
Incredible. Team handball is an incredible sport. And you know what? 3-on-3 basketball, you're only mad because Team USA sent a couple of broken down nobodies as our representatives. If we would have sent LeBron, Steph, and KD as we should have, you would have been all in on it.
That's my problem. Like, what pool did the handball selection people come from? No, like the 100 meters, like, oh, you're fast. You deserve to go. Handball and BMX racing, like, you didn't have to do anything to qualify. That's why I don't. Ping pong? Where do they hold the tryouts at?
It's Southern table
LA?
tennis.
I don't know. Table tennis.
Thank you.
Come on, Dibs. You're not the best of the best like Top Gun.
Team
like
handball
these others, the
is
swimming and all that.
Team handball is a global game. It's a team game, and I would encourage you to.
Where are the tryouts in the States
we have
for team handball?
Why isn't cricket in the Olympics?
Let me know.
Cricket probably will be soon.
Soon, okay, cool. That's like one of the biggest sports in the world.
You like badminton in the Olympics?
Badminton, I'll let you in.
So not table tennis, but badminton.
Breakdancing, which I did know, come on.
You know what they're doing?
Newly added.
If you look at the newly added sports, they are skewing toward the younger people. Things like breakdancing and surfing and skateboarding is now an Olympic sport. They're trying to bring in the younger audience, and that's why they're making these decisions.
By the way, Team USA men's 3-on-3 just beat France.
Don't
a few moments
spoil
ago.
it.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Who outside of Barry do we know is on that team? Do you know?
What?
Do we know anybody but the Barry son on
Jimmer
that team?
Fredette.
Yeah, I think he's hurt though.
So is he?
Yeah.
I don't watch.
Also, is he an American athlete who plays for the Shanghai Sharks?
Could be. Yeah, could be.
I'm
I'll
going to
go
lay
next.
off after ping pong.
It's table tennis. Table tennis. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but what I'm mad at or what's bugging me is the haters. And you've got an athlete in America in the Olympics who may be on the Mount Rushmore all-time of greatest female athletes of all time. And Serena Williams is there, and we can talk about Billie Jean King, whatever your Rushmore is, but Simone Biles has been unbelievable what she's done. But one of her former teammates, Michaela Skinner, has come out before the games and talked about how Simone's old, the team is old, they don't try, they don't work hard, they're going nowhere. And then Team USA wins the gold, and turns out that Simone Biles, who just won the individual all-around last night, and even though I knew the results, you spoiled it, Evan, didn't matter.
No. My fault.
It didn't matter because I watched it anyway, and you watch how incredible she is, and you realize that she is one of the GOATs, and you also realize that the team motto for the U.S. women's gymnastics team was F around and find out. And it was because of this hater, Michaela Skinner. So Michaela Skinner, who is a former teammate, came out and talked all this mess, and then the U.S. women went out and got gold, and Simone Biles told her, F around and find out.
Yeah.
And she did find out. So I'm down on all the haters. If you're not a part of something anymore, don't hate, appreciate.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm with you. And for my what's bugging you could basically took the words out of my mouth, Dibs. I was going to go down the same exact road. I'll just tack on. In addition to a hater being her former teammate, a former Olympian who was on that stage, the general public, so many haters in the public as well. One hearing about the team name, F around and find out what happened to being classy, to being humble. You got to act like you've been there before. By the way, she's been there before and she's won there before.
Yeah.
And then after she won the all around yesterday, she breaks out the diamond goat necklace. And everyone's seeing it on social media, on Instagram, on Twitter, like, oh my God, you're being, you can't brag like that. You got to be humble. I'm sick of it. One of the greatest champions in American history, Simone Biles, she deserves to celebrate however she wants to celebrate. She is incredible. And just like you, Dibs, I'm sick of all the haters. They're bugging me.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
And, those same people should never want a player to dunk again. Just lay it in gently. And no more bat flips. Put your head down and run the bases. And when you score a touchdown, just flip the ball to the referee. Those days are over.
Have some fun.
Exactly.
Come on.
Celebrate your greatness.
But
it's
hating
okay.
is a sport now. It's the easiest
Olympic
thing
sport?
to do. No, it's just now American
In 4 years
sport.
it will be. Yeah.
People hate.
I give that hate an 8.5.
The Americans will win the hating Olympic sport, no doubt.
Yeah.
No, we do have the most medals. I don't think we have the most golds, though, right now.
No,
I think China's
which
still
is,
leading.
don't get me started on that.
Oh, start.
so-
Yeah.
Like,
Don't worry,
we're
track is-
leading the medal count.
track
No,
is
you're not.
starting.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're not number one. China is. Currently.
We'll clean up on track and field.
Yes.
This shit's getting started.
Yeah,
We'll
there
be
you go.
fine.
Noah Lyles, Kerry
We'll
Richardson.
take care of handball. Yeah, we'll do. We got
Also,
it.
handball does count now, as long as we're number one.
The sniff was a
Dude,
4.
handball.
If we don't win breakdancing, there's a
dude.
problem.
First of all, it's
Actually, we have no
team
chance in
handball.
breakdancing.
Do me a favor. Do your homework.
I got it. I did it. It's on print. I was like, man.
You haven't watched it, though. It's an incredible game. You would love it. If you saw it, you'd be like, damn, this is pretty
Before
fun to
Evan
watch.
goes, I'm
We're
looking.
fourth in golds, according to Carter Chickert. What are we doing here?
Hey, before Evan does his, I've been looking for Fitzy. I can't find him. All the sports I have you heard, Fitzgerald on the Olympics.
He does all the rest of the game. So if Team USA is playing, it'll be Noah and D-Wade and Kareth.
All right, gotcha.
And then I listened to him do Germany Japan earlier. Yeah, he'll do.
I don't know why I thought he was doing Team USA hoops. I'm like, no, where's Fitz?
He used to.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, go ahead, Evan.
Anyway, so what's bugging me? No, well, not quite the Team USA broadcasting schedule, but I'm not gonna lie. It's the human body, because it's about that time of year where pause. It's about that time of year.
Pause.
Where Mike Trout's body breaks down again. And it just sucks, because I love the game of baseball. I remember when this dude broke in 2011 and put together one of the most electric seasons that has still ever been put forth in the history of baseball. And if you just look at what he accomplished through his 20s, he's right up there with the man who passed away earlier this year, Willie Mays. He had the second, in fact, actually the best start to a career for a center fielder ever. And if you look at all the metrics, his best 7 seasons, he's up there with Bonds, he's up there with Mays, with Mantle, all the greatest, and his body just continues to fail him. He tore his meniscus, he's officially out for the year, and I don't get to watch him play baseball, which I love to do. So what's bugging me is the fact that Mike Trout's body is failing him, because he is the greatest player I've ever seen up until Shohei Ohtani, and I don't get to watch him play baseball anymore, and it bugs me.
That was great.
It's a shame.
We're going to see Ohtani, me and my man tonight.
Nice. Okay.
Last A's game for me. Yep.
Enjoy that. Yeah.
Bringing him out to the town.
2009, I was doing color commentary on local TV for the Giants, San Jose Giants, with Joe Rizzo. And in the World Series, it was Brandon Crawford for the Giants against an 18-year-old punk kid.
The Millville
Trout,
Meteor.
Mike Trout.
No way.
Rancho Cucamonga.
What did he do that game?
Dude, it was bomb fest. He opened up the game with a bomb, and he hit like 3 bombs in 2 games, and then Crawford's hitting bombs. It was basically Crawford v. Trout, and the Giants won it in 5.
The human body, Evan, dude, was great, and he was on a rehab assignment from coming back from being hurt, but
can't even get through that.
Now it's just
Blame the body, blame the player, do your homework, work on your body, get stronger. The dude's brittle. He obviously didn't
talking about
bad take, Dibs.
You know what?
He's got to be playing.
What are you talking about?
Bike riding, Goo. What he obviously didn't do the work necessary to get himself durable enough to be a major league player.
Well, he's got to go to Germany to get a new meniscus now. Maybe he'll do that.
He's already, his bust is already in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, his bust.
USA finished second, Goo.
Wow.
But the fact that he might be in the Hall of Fame already is ridiculous in of itself, because you have to play through. But so he's played just about half as many games as Willie Mays played in his career.
Wow, man.
And he's not going to get to 3,000 plus or whatever, probably, because his body's going to fail him. But this guy is, okay, so from 2011, I think, until 2019, was either first or second in MVP voting 8 of those 9 times. And the only other time he didn't place in the top 2 was 4th. Like, seriously, after Bonds, that's the greatest player I've ever seen. And the only reason that Ohtani is number 1 is because he also happens to throw 98 and can go out there and get you 12 strikeouts and shut out an opponent. But Mike Trout is a freaking badass, and I'm just
Bro,
sad.
you paid that was
Pilates, yoga, they all work. You know?
So your injury history, Dibs, is all your fault?
That's why I was like, you think he would
it's
have
all my
love
fault.
for him, but
Your body didn't fail you?
My body failed me because I didn't do the homework to get myself strong enough. He's a pro athlete. to have a meniscus and to have all these injuries.
But he's been an MVP, Dibs. He's been. You act like he hadn't done anything. That's what's so sad. He could have been the best player in
the history of the game.
But his body. So are you mad at it? I'm just at Anthony Hardaway.
I'm not mad at his body.
Sean Livingston,
Brandon Roy.
All these dudes that body betrays them.
Sure.
Greg Oden.
I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at their body. It's just the breaks. Them's the breaks.
Literally.
Well, that sounds softer than he should have took care of his body.
Well, I mean, I don't know what he's done in terms of getting healthy, but the last, 5 years
Not everybody
of his
can
career,
be LeBron.
Yeah.
The last 5 years of his career have been riddled with injury.
Well, the only year he was healthy hit 40
Derrick
balls.
Rose, you mad at D Rose?
I'm not mad at anybody, Goo.
But you would just say you didn't work
mad.
hard. That's why your body betrayed you.
Mad at the creator.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Before we get out of here, real quick.
I blame God.
Seconds.
Yes, Evan.
No, I was saying his
Ohtani
mother.
or Judge?
Oh.
Which one would you take? Ohtani or Judge?
Right now?
Yeah.
If I was taking a team?
Just for pleasure. You had to just watch them play baseball.
Pause.
Well, I don't like. You know what? I don't even. I'm out. I can't even. The summit. You can't even talk anymore.
Well, the summit.
You're paying for the cum, dude.
Oh, boy.
That's a gambling term.
Holy phrasing for the next 4 hours.
You can't even have fun anymore,
2
man.
to 6.
Yeah. Put my finger. Like that's not. I don't like that stuff, man. Grow up. That's what I guess I'm saying, Evan.
Well, can we go to the cafeteria, Go?
Yeah, we can.
All right, we'll be listening to you guys. Again, Alden Smith coming up at 4 o'clock with Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard, Dan Dibley right here on where? 95.7.
Joy Ohtani. It must be Friday. It must be Friday. Everyone's in a good mood. Welcome in. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Goo and Evan heading out, getting ready to head to the Collie to see Ohtani. Maybe hit a couple of bombs.
First the cafeteria.
Get the win, though,
Then
A's.
the Collie.
Come on. Get the win, though,
Yeah.
A's. Beat the Dodgers. Not that it matters to the Giants, because Giants ain't catching the Dodgers this year, Dibs.
No.
They got a big game, though, today. Big series kicking off in Cincinnati.
They do, and I wonder about that, and I kind of texted the show thread earlier today about how I'm going series to series. Like, if they win this series, okay, I'm still in. If they lose this series, well, maybe I'm back out. I don't know. It feels like for the Giants right now, everything is so tenuous. It's so tentative. It's like, how do they do in these 3 games? And then how do they do in Washington? And how do they do coming home? If they go 2-5 on the road trip, then maybe we can all agree that it's probably a wrap. But if they take 2 of 3 in Cincinnati and then 3 of 4 in Washington, they come home 5-2, which I know is a little bit of a long shot because they've been so bad on the road. Feels to me, though, like everything for the Giants is really on that razor's edge of not only series to series, but game to game, because coming off of Logan Webb on, what would that be, Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday's game, it felt
Complete
like...
game shutty.
Yeah, exactly. And the offense was terrible, but who cares? You won a game. And so you won a game, and you split that series, and now you feel like a little bit better than you did the day before.
Yeah, no doubt. It's Giants-Reds today. Blake Snell on the bump. Maybe he gets his first win as a member of the Giants. It's hard to believe we're still talking about that, and it's August 2nd at this stage.
Wow.
But welcome into Willard and Dibs. No Willard this week. He's back on Monday. Maybe he's home listening to us right now. We don't blame him if he's not, though. It's Mark Randy in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get into the Niners. We'll get into Patrick Willis. And as you heard on the crossover teased a few times, Alden Smith, former Niner, I don't know, is it right to call him legend? Great. He was great for a few seasons. Incredible for those few seasons, but he'll join us to talk about what it was like being a teammate with Patrick Willis. And if you don't know his story, I'm sure he'll talk a little bit about that as well. An incredible human being and what a life he's lived. That's coming up at 4. We'll talk about the upcoming Niners season. We'll talk about Patrick Willis and all of that. But let's dig in here, Dibs, with the San Francisco Giants and what they got coming up. Because, again, you got the Reds. The Reds kind of in a similar spot as you. They're 4 games under 500. It doesn't really seem like they are intent on trying to make a postseason push. They traded away their number 1 pitcher, Frankie Montas. The Giants didn't trade away their number 1 pitcher, but it's not as if they went out there and got markedly better. We might see Mark Canna in the lineup for the first time today. When the lineup does come out, we'll let you know. But this is an important one, and we'll see if the Giants can follow the lead that Logan Webb, led them down. And by the way, we do actually have a lineup for the Giants. It just came out. Mark Canna is playing first base and batting second. Tyler Fitzgerald is back to leading off. And you got a new face in the lineup as well. They just promoted from AAA, Gerard Encarnacion. So he's going to make his Giants debut today as well. We'll see if the offense can figure things out a little bit here in the Great American Ballpark, or the small park, as I know you like to call it. See if they can get a couple home runs going. But Logan Webb was just awesome on Wednesday, and it's something I wanted to get into yesterday, but that Niners conversation just carried us. Baseball, and specifically the Giants, Dibs, they need more Logan Webbs. Guys who just, no matter what the circumstance is, give me the ball, Skip. I'll go out there. I'll eat 7 innings for you. I'm at 95 pitches. Put me out there for the 8th. I'll take the 9th as well. What Bob Melvin said after the 8th inning on Wednesday, he didn't even go and talk to Logan Webb. He walked past him in the dugout, didn't say a single word because he knew Logan was ready, and he knew he was going to go out there, take the ball, and put up a 0. And it wasn't just like Melvin had a short leash on him. He said post-game, I'm going to keep Logan in there until he gives up a run or gets the third out of the inning and ends the game. That's the line here. A runner on base, he's staying in there. 2 runners on base, he's staying in there. Bases loaded, Logan's staying in there. And in this day and age, Dibs, of baseball, where you've got so many starting pitchers that don't even get to 5 innings, and that's what this Giants rotation has been at times this year, and even still is. You got a couple of youngsters who are approaching innings limits. You've got Blake Snell, who historically never even finishes 7 innings, rarely even finishes 6. You've got a guy in Robbie Ray who's coming off of Tommy John. Logan Webb is the only kind of old school pitcher the Giants have, and it's becoming a rare breed across baseball. So I just wanted to get that out. Baseball needs more Logan Webbs. The Giants need more Logan Webbs. If they had more Logan Webbs, they'd be a much better baseball team.
But baseball doesn't have many Logan Webbs, and you mentioned it. What did he end up with, 106 pitches for the complete game shutout? So it's not like he was above 115, 120. And the way Logan throws, it's not that he's not going max effort, but he's not a guy humping it up there 98, 99 with a wipeout slider at 92 and a changeup at 84. And he pitches like the old pitchers used to. A little bit of Greg Maddux in his game. Location, everything is down, everything moves, nothing is too overwhelming. He throws a ton of strikes, and he gets a lot of ground balls. And so he's the kind of pitcher who can go deeper into games. And you mentioned Blake Snell. He's never going to be built, and he's never been built as a guy who can go deeper than even 7 innings. And if he goes 7, that means he probably has a one-hitter. And he's got 10 strikeouts and no walks, and he's already at 103 pitches. He doesn't pitch the way that Logan does, which is 2 pitches and an out, 1 pitch and an out. The kind of guy who can pitch to contact and keep the ball down and really produce the kind of longer outings that you need. And Robbie Ray is the same. And your other 2 guys, Birdsong and Harrison, are both relatively young, and even Jordan Hicks, when he was pitching, he's not built to go deep, and that's partly why you lead Major League Baseball in bullpen innings. And so I think what Logan did was big, not only in the win, but also what it means for your bullpen, because nobody had to pitch Wednesday. Nobody pitched yesterday. Yeah. So now you go into Cincinnati, where you would figure you probably will need some bullpen arms because it's a hitter-friendly park, and you got everybody fresh.
I wouldn't expect Snell to go the distance, no doubt. He still can pitch really well, right? But even 6 innings maybe,
and then over the weekend, and then so you got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I think you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Washington, and then Friday you come back here for Detroit. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I do think that you've got 10 games in 10 days across 3 cities, including one very hitter-friendly ballpark. So to have your bullpen be fresh going into that was huge.
You actually play all the way. Your next day off is 2 weeks from today, actually.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this weekend in Cincinnati, 4 in a row at Washington.
Yep.
So that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday at home against Detroit. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at home against Atlanta. Then a day off before 2 in Oakland. You have a day off Friday, 2 weeks from today.
Okay. So that is 14 days, 14 games in 14 days.
14 days consecutive with games.
In 3 cities. And, one of them, it starts out in a place where you would figure you're going to probably need some bullpen help because Cincinnati is a very hitter-friendly ballpark. And, Washington's not great offensively. They're one of the few teams to have fewer runs than the Giants this year. So you feel like maybe you could get into a couple of games there that are going to work out. And also the thing about the Cincinnati trip is there's weather in the forecast. So you may have a starter go 2 or 3 and there's a delay.
That's a good point.
And now that starter can't pitch anymore. And now you have to go to the bullpen earlier than you would have liked based on weather factors as well. So I do think that the Logan Webb outing was big for a number of different reasons.
Yeah, you're right. And that the weather could be a factor. Maybe it interrupts the game in the third inning and Blakestone isn't able to go anymore. You got to cover a lot more, or maybe it happens Saturday or Sunday in this series. But regardless of how you feel about the Giants' chances and what you wanted them to do with the deadline or any of that, it's past the deadline. Nothing they can do about it now. It's go time. And you got to get some wins if you're going to make the postseason. And it starts now. You can't be losing any more games. Then we made a gigantic deal over the loss to the Oakland A's right after the trade deadline, but it was still a 5-1 homestand against 2 of the worst teams in baseball, Colorado and the Oakland A's, but 5-1. You could look at that as a whole as mission accomplished, a 5-1 homestand. Very, very nice, ultimately. The issue was what happened right before that when you lost 3 or 4 to the Dodgers. You lost 2 or 3 on the road to that same Colorado team. But it's not as if the Giants are coming off of just a truly terrible homestand. You might not be necessarily happy with what happened, not necessarily on the diamond during that homestand, but during the actual game play, they went 5-1. If they could string together a few more wins, you get a little bit of help in the standings. You fast forward a week, they gain a couple of games, you might have a little bit of a different outlook, but there's no doubt, Dibs, this thing is far from over. It doesn't look great, but if you're going to have any chance, you got to string together some wins right now, and it all starts tonight. This is go time.
For sure, and you've got the next 3 series against teams that are below you in the standings. Cincinnati's below you, Washington's below you, and Detroit doesn't have the same record that you do. It's close, but they have a .473 win percentage, and that's at home. The big challenge for me is the fact that you're on the road, and you have the 3rd worst road record in the National League, and that's one that makes me scratch my head because it feels like you should be better than that on the road, yet you look at what they've been, and they're 21-33, and only Miami and Colorado are worse on the road than you are, and that's unacceptable. So if that doesn't change, then forget it. What are we even talking about? If you lose the series in Cincinnati and you even split in Washington and you come home 3-4 on this trip, well, then you're in a spot where you could start to really think about next year, I think.
Yeah, this might be over relatively soon, but it's not over right now. No doubt.
It doesn't have to be over relatively soon if you handle your business.
If you struggle, then it could be over really soon. If you bottom out right now and you say on this road trip where you got 7 games, you go 2-5.
Well, yeah.
Okay, then it's over.
Yeah, and if you go 4-3, which, maybe you take 2 of 3 in Cincinnati and then you split in Washington, not ideal because Washington's not great, but you come home 4-3. Well, now you're just a game below 500 and you're still kind of hanging around in that. Right now, before you look at the wild card standings, for me, your battle is with 500. Get to 500, and then we can talk about where you are relative to the wild card.
Yeah, but if you're a Giants fan who's maybe been struggling with, I don't know, finding the motivation to sit down and watch games every night, I know I have at times this season, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more on the other side. Lock in for this road trip. I mean, there's again a chance that the team struggles, and then it's basically all but over, and the only thing that matters at that point would be developing your young talent, seeing what you got with Luciano. Maybe you call Luis Matos back up and you figure things out. By the way, they DFA'd Derek Hill, who they just acquired. So he's a stopgap for like a week, just like every other transaction they make, a stopgap for 1 week. Congratulations. He hit a triple one time. Way to go, Farhan. It worked out well.
He's a forever Giant.
He's a forever Giant, Derek Hill. All right, we got to take a break. We'll get more into the Giants coming up on the other side, but we will get into everything Niners. Patrick Willis going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame tomorrow. We have one of his former teammates, Alden Smith, joining us at 4 in about an hour and a half. You're not going to want to miss it. Alden Smith has led quite a life, and I'm sure he has some stories to tell about Patrick Willis and a whole lot more. That's coming up on Willard and Dibs. Today, it's Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy with you. We are sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game. I'm not feeling the same way as I am right now. And I know full well that this might not be a very popular opinion or a popular take, but I'm just going to go out and say it, Dibs. Leading up to the All-Star break, I wasn't rooting for the Giants to win baseball games.
That's crazy. That's crazy. that to me is spoken from a guy who's not a real fan. If you're rooting against your team, and I know why you were doing it. You were doing it because you wanted them to sell and you wanted them to try and get better for next year, but that to me is cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's not real fan talk, and
it makes me feel bad.
Disappointed to hear that. Disappointed.
It makes me feel bad. I don't want to feel that way, but it's the way I felt. The way I approached this going into the trade deadline. I was not of the opinion that this Giants team, as presently constructed, was good enough to make a legitimate run. And before I even dive further into this, if you want to call me an idiot, call me not a Giants fan, call me a fair weather fan, call me whatever you want. Say you're on Dibs' side, whatever. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We'll go to all your opinions, even if you want to call me names. Just keep it clean, or otherwise you won't be able to call back into the radio station. So, leading up to the All-Star break, Dibs, I wasn't terribly confident that this was going to be a Giants team that was going to be able to put together a run. So, for me, if I'm not believing that that's even really much of a possibility, I would rather begin to look towards next season, as painful and as difficult as that is, because I feel like in the Farhan Zaidi era, the only thing that we've been promised around the deadline every single year is the promise of next year. This year, for me, hasn't really felt any different. But the other issue is the Giants haven't really made any moves to actually set themselves up for more success in the future when it comes to deadline moves. They've either just stood pat, or they've done kind of some minor buying-ish. They haven't really done a lot of selling and getting rid of some assets to help yourself in the future. Now, to Farhan Zaidi's, I don't know if this is a credit or, disservice, they haven't really had a lot of high-priced assets to sell and get something big in return. Maybe that's part of the issue overall, but I didn't think that was going to happen this year, that they were going to be able to compete. And I was concerned if the Giants entered the deadline the way they were, which was kind of a coin flip. Well, we could make a run. Oh, we might not be able to make a run. I wasn't confident that they were going to leadership was going to make what I thought was the right decision. And in my opinion, the right decision was sell Blake Snell, sell Robbie Ray, sell Matt Chapman, get something back for 3 guys that might opt out and you might be left with nothing. Like the worst case scenario is if you miss the postseason and all those guys opt out and you're left with nothing for any of them. And I know this is doom and gloom and, well, that might not happen. They might make the playoffs and maybe one of these guys opts in and then you're looking silly for arguing the way that you're arguing right now. Okay, that very well might happen. But I was concerned that the Giants would not be able to make that decision, bring themselves to make that decision if they were kind of in a coin flip in the middle of a postseason race.
I get that. Yeah, but
So I wanted them to lose so they would be forced to sell and build for the future. Finally, just put an end to this nonsense, to this mediocrity, and actually build something for the future instead of just standing pat and doing nothing.
It's wild because when you think about like 2010, 12, and 14, they were never the best team in those postseasons, and yet they got in and they went on a run and they were able to win the World Series. And you look at Arizona last year, they were not the best team. They had to fight and scratch and claw to be a wild card team. And then they went on a run and they got to the World Series. They didn't win it. But Texas, for their part, same thing. They were not a dominant team in the regular season, yet they got in, they went on a run, and they actually did win the World Series. So thinking about the Rocky series last week where they had 4 games at home, were you hoping they lost all 4?
I was hoping they didn't sweep.
You were hoping that
I was hoping they didn't.
Were you hoping they got swept? Because if they got swept,
they would have no doubt sold.
It would have been crystal clear, exactly. And Farhan might not have survived the deadline.
If that's what it would have taken to get them to sell, yes, I was rooting for it.
But instead, they did sweep, and then they came out and they split with Oakland. So you're right, a 5-1 homestand, which is one game away from. It looks great, even though it's Colorado and Oakland. Whatever, FP would tell us that these are pro teams, and you don't ever look at what happened and. You don't ever look at those results and think, oh, boy, of course we should have won. You won 5 of 6. And so you're no closer to being in the race than you were before those games came up. But if you would have gone 1-5, well, then you would have been about 8 games out, and then you definitely could have been much more of a seller at the deadline. So I get that part of it.
I also just can't wrap my head around the possibility that sweeping the Colorado Rockies over a 4-game homestand at home changed their plans. If that changed their plan, Dibs, sweeping one of the worst teams in baseball, and I get FP's point that you just brought back up. Like, these are all professional players. Okay, whatever. They're the worst professional team in baseball. One of them. Okay, the Chicago White Sox are the worst team in baseball, but the Colorado Rockies are not that far behind. If sweeping that 4-game series right before the trade deadline was enough to really change the direction that you were planning on going at the deadline, oh man, that is such a terrible miscalculation. You have all year beaten up on the Colorado Rockies and been subpar against nearly everybody else. You can't possibly let that change your opinion, which is why I just so desperately wanted it to bottom out early so they would be forced. You couldn't even look at this team and have a realistic opinion that this team was going to go somewhere. I hope I'm proven wrong, because now that the deadline's gone, Dibs, and there's nothing that I can do about it, nothing that anyone can do about it. This is the roster for the rest of the season. You can't sell Blake Snell. You're just going to have to hope he pitches well, or maybe he pitches poorly and therefore opts in, or pitches well and wants to re-sign, or pitches well and leads you to a postseason berth. Whatever the case is, now I'm back on. Nothing I can do about it now. I want them to win and go to the postseason. Yes. I still think it's very unlikely, but that's not how I felt a week ago.
Right, and do you feel bad, and do you feel a little dirty about the fact that you wanted them to lose a week ago and now you're all of a sudden
feel good.
Back in?
It did not feel good, no doubt.
It's a little bit of a schadenfreude where you are like rooting against yourself. It's a little bit of that level of self-hatred, and then you get through the deadline, and now all of a sudden you're all in on the Giants doing well, and so
I don't have a choice now.
Right, and you had a choice then, but I would argue you made the wrong choice, because you want them to win and do well now, because you don't know what the future holds. And yes, Snell could opt out, and Ray could opt out, and Chapman, they all could opt out, or they could go on a little bit of a run. And you've got Snell and Ray pitching, and you've got Chapman, a great defensive third baseman who can provide some hitting at times, and maybe you have a spot here over the next week or even 10 days. You've got Cincy, Washington, and Detroit. Those are all winnable games, and maybe you go 8-2, and all of a sudden you wake up and you've got Atlanta coming in again, and you find yourself a game and a half out of the wild card, or a game out, and all of a sudden you're right there.
Yeah,
it's possible,
and I'm in on that now, because
now you are.
There's not a deadline coming up next Tuesday.
Right,
there's nothing they can do about it. This is their team.
Yeah,
I don't want the worst case scenario to happen now, because there's nothing you can do about it. If the worst case is now you struggle, you miss the postseason, Snell pitches well enough to opt out, Robbie Ray pitches well enough to opt out, but they don't lead you to a postseason berth. Maybe Chapman ends up opting out. They all sign elsewhere, and now you're looking at the incredibly successful offseason you had, finally being able to sign free agents. The only one that would still be on your roster beyond one season was the guy who hurt his shoulder in May and hasn't played since May.
Yeah, that's less than desirable. I admit that. And if that's the way this goes, then you're probably going to have a new president of baseball ops. And if you get to the offseason and you wind up 79-83 or whatever the Giants record typically is. And
right around there.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe you're 81-81 and you wind up 4 games out of the wild card, whatever the number is. And Snell realizes that, he didn't love the way that the Giants tried to rush him back. And so he's out. And Robbie Ray's thinking, damn, I'm finally healthy. I can make more than $25 million, so I'm out. And Chapman's thinking, geez, I want to go somewhere where I can actually hit home runs, and so I'm out. If all those things happen and you're left with a bunch of young guys and Logan Webb, well then, yeah, you're probably looking at a completely new direction. That's not ideal.
So let's at least make it worth it.
Yeah,
let's at least make what they did at the deadline worth it, and go out there and at least fight for a freaking postseason berth and hopefully make it and see what happens after that.
And it starts tonight with their new acquisition, Mark Canha in the 2-hole.
Oh, God.
Let's go, Canha.
I mean, the lineup features Mark Canha. It features Gerard Encarnacion not making his MLB debut, but making his Giants debut. It features Casey Schmidt. That's your lineup.
Yeah, young players, and I think it might be Harar, but we'll have to await confirmation.
Like right on Hispanic pronunciations.
Exactly, but of all the Encarnacions, he's probably not the one that you would think that that you would eventually have. And I didn't even know he was in the organization, which is more typical Farhan moves than ever before. You bring up a guy who most people hadn't heard of a day ago, and now he's immediately in the lineup.
Yeah, he came up with the Marlins, got his MLB debut with them a couple of years ago in 2022, played 23 games, hit 182. But if you look at, if you're into checking in on the farm, what he's been doing in Sacramento, his season has actually been really interesting, but he's been tearing the cover off the ball in AAA this year, hitting .352, 10 home runs, 33 RBIs in 33 games.
Okay.
An RBI a game, and he's hitting .352. See if he continues that. But, I mean, the last couple of games for the Giants offense, pretty dang ugly. 2 runs against Oakland in a loss. You didn't really score anything until the very end of the game when you were already down relatively big. And then you just eke across 1 run on Wednesday to back Logan Webb's complete game shutout. And it was on a sac fly. Didn't even get a hit to drive in a run in that game, and you won the game. The offense has got to get things going.
No doubt.
Otherwise, there's no chance, even if this offense, as Farhan says, or this pitching staff, as Farhan says, is the best in baseball. If you don't score many runs, it ain't going to matter.
Well, and if you're looking at a place to do that, Cincinnati would be the spot to go ahead and get your offense heated up because it's one of the easiest hitting ballparks in Major League Baseball. So, yeah, you're coming off 3 runs in 2 games, but you did get 1 win, and you've got 3 games in Cincinnati, pending weather. Hopefully you can get all 3 of those games in and, heat up the bats and give your pitchers a little bit more of a cushion.
But I think that you're right in all of that. I'm trying to get to why I'm even feeling the way, why I felt the way I felt. And it was I was rooting for the Giants to lose games leading up to the trade deadline because I wanted them to be forced to sell. And I'm just trying to come to the conclusion of how I even got to that point. And it's something that we talked about earlier in the week with FP when he was in with us Monday through Wednesday. And it was how prideful, and historic this Giants organization is. And I haven't really felt that same kind of aura around the franchise and around the team for the last couple of years. And I can't believe I was anywhere close to a point where I was even considering thinking, well, maybe the Giants losing could be the best thing for the organization. Like, this isn't coming from a position of they've lost me as a fan. I hate them now. I want Farhan out. Down with the Giants. I'm now going to be a San Diego Padres fan. Like, that's not where this is coming from.
Right.
This is still coming from a place of me being a gigantic Giants fan. I think the best thing for the organization and the future of the organization would have been selling your pieces and getting as much as you can to help out in the future. And I think we look at the idea of selling at the deadline, Dibs. We look at it as like the comparison of what the Spurs did to get Victor Wembanyama. We think it's similar to tanking in the NBA. I don't think so. Maybe it's not necessarily going to help you win baseball games down the stretch of that year when you do sell. That would kind of be counterintuitive. But it's not as if the idea about selling at the deadline is to get a better draft pick in baseball. Like, you're not actively trying to lose baseball games. You're just trying to, as FP would put it, acquire value and get value into your organization.
But mostly that value is going to be value for next year or the year after. I don't know if you could have gotten value for this year, so it does feel a little bit like, the NBA model of a punt. And in the NBA, you go out and you try to get a lottery pick, and that lottery pick, a lot of times, like Victor Wembanyama, can come in and be impactful. He came in at 18 or 19 years old, and he immediately was their best player, and it didn't lead them to being better than they were the year before. I think they won 22 games each of the last 2.
The future is way more bright now.
The future is way more bright. And you've got a guy at the major league level in the NBA.
Yeah, the immediate future is bright.
Exactly.
Brighter.
And also the distant future, knowing that he's a guy who's going to be a real good NBA player at 7'5" and all the rest of it. So if you do that in baseball, it's a lot more of a question mark. Like, you're going to get a prospect, and you don't know if that prospect is going to come up and be any good now or later. So it's a little bit tougher to be in sell mode and also tell your fans that, hey, we're still in this window where we're trying to win. And I think that's the hardest part for the Giants right now is they spent all that money and your young guys are now up. Schmidt and Luciano and Matos and Ramos and Bailey and Doval and, Webb to an extent. You do have a young core of guys who are ready to be major leaguers. So you don't want to just make them wait another year or two while the next group of young guys comes up. So I do think it's tougher to sell for the Giants now than it would have been a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I do think, though, say you went out and you traded Blake Snell and you traded Robbie Ray, and maybe you considered Chapman, or maybe you held on to Chapman because maybe you think he has the most likely to opt in or whatever the case is. But maybe you move off of Conforto or Yaz or both or whatever the situation is. Maybe you get a decent offer for Lamont and you consider that, whatever it is. You take all those prospects that you got, because no one's going to be giving you major league ready, current major league players for those guys. Or if they are, they're going to be, back end of the bench guys. So they're not going to be anything for the future. But you do that to replenish your farm system, Dibs. And if you are confident that they're going to be future stars, okay, maybe they're worth investing in and developing and waiting 5 years until they come up and start helping your baseball team. Maybe. But what you can also do is use those pieces you just got, those farm hands you just got, and go out and use those, or at least make you more willing because you now have a deeper farm system to go out and trade for someone in the offseason or trade for someone at next season's deadline. Part of the reason why the Giants, I think, have fallen behind so many other teams, like the Padres are a great example of this. The Dodgers as well. The Dodgers farm system hasn't been as great lately, but they're perfect examples of this. They have consistently been developing top-end talent that sometimes comes up and helps them in the major leagues, but also they're just developing enough of those guys that they feel like they're able to ship away a couple of them and their farm system will still ultimately be okay because they have depth there. The Giants don't have that kind of depth. How do you get that depth? Hopefully you draft well. That's kind of a longer way to do it, but you can also move off of some of your veteran pieces now who might not be contributing to a team that's going to win anytime soon, potentially, and then flip those pieces to get more proven major leaguers who are under longer-term deals. And you could do that in the offseason. You could do that next trade deadline. You could do that next May if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can do it in the winter.
But maybe your depth just isn't strong enough right now to where you feel like you're comfortable giving up your 8th best prospect because your prospect list is already so much weaker than everybody else.
Well, and also you went all in on this year, and so you went all in on Snell and Ray and Soler, who you've now traded, and you went all in on Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee. You signed to a long-term deal. So I do think that what you're saying makes sense, but not for this year and this team and this situation with Farhan Zaidi, who's got 2 more years under contract, but really it feels like this year is kind of a make or break for, the future of his job with the Giants. So you went all in, and when you go all in, you can't get to the deadline and suddenly go all out. And if you do, well, you'd better have the security of knowing that you're going to be able to be the guy here to rebuild it for another year or two. So I do think that based on Farhan's contract and you have a new manager and where you were this year, you kind of went for it this year. You spent over the tax and you brought in all these high-priced guys again, and you did it last year, and those guys didn't work out, and so you rebooted it, and you brought in more players this year, and so you're kind of pot committed, I think, on the guys you brought in. And yeah, Snell could opt out, and Ray could opt out, but in the meantime, they also might be able to help you get into the wild card and help you go on a run, which I think would solve everything for Farhan Zaidi.
I hope you're right. I hope they get into the wild card.
I do too, and I think that this next week becomes, as big as the last week, and we talked about the stretch before the deadline, and then the deadline happened and nothing really took place. You got Mark Canha and you shipped out some pieces, and now coming out of the deadline, you've got these 7 games on the road. You've been a bad road team, but you've got Cincinnati. You got Snell going tonight, and Snell's been amazing. So you figure tonight's a game that you would expect to win. You've got 4 in Washington. Those are games you should win. You'd like to think over the next week, you come out of it 5-2 with a little bit of momentum heading down the stretch.
What do you think the FanGraphs Giants make the playoffs odds are at this stage?
Probably about the same, about 17%.
11.4.
Even lower, wow.
So it was 17 after the sweep of the Rockies.
Yep.
Just before the trade deadline. I guess right at the deadline it was 17%. Then they lost to the A's on Tuesday night. And that night is when everyone around the Giants in the wild card race won. The 6 teams ahead of them and the 1 team behind them won. Their odds fell from 17.5 to like 10%. So it dropped like 7% after one day of baseball games. One day in a 162-game season dropped their odds, according to FanGraphs, by about 7%. Now the win, a couple of other days, an off day yesterday, a couple other teams around you in the standings lost, is up to 11.4%. The Giants' current postseason odds. That sounds about right to me.
Yeah. That's a 1 in 9 chance, which is not great, but
go on a 9-1 run, and then that chance will.
Or even if you go 5-2 on this trip, and it's all about winning series now. You win a series in Cincinnati, you win the series in Washington, you come home, you have Detroit, you win that series. Maybe you wind up going 7-3 in the next 10, and you feel like you have a little bit of a better chance as you get down the stretch.
What are the odds you think those three guys that we're talking about are opting out at the end of the year? Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Matt Chapman. They all essentially have player options. Some of them are a little more complex and convoluted than others. I think Robbie Ray has 2 more years on his potential deal. Chapman, similar. I would imagine Blake Snell, almost no matter what, it seems like Blake Snell is going to be opting out.
Everyone thinks so. And I mean, if he pitches like this down the stretch, then you would imagine that he would. But he's making $32 million, and he's got $32 million next year. So depends on what he wants to do with his agent. Because last year he went with Scott Boras, and how'd that work out for you? It didn't work out well. You signed very late into spring, and you came in and you weren't healthy, you weren't ready, and you got hurt twice. And so if he fires his agent, then I think he's going to opt out. That's my read on it. If he keeps his agent, I think that he opts in.
Interesting. It is kind of weird how you try to figure out what the market is going to be for Blake Snell, and you wonder, well, yeah, if he pitches great the final 2 months of the year, he's probably due for a nice payday. He came off a Cy Young award last year, and he ended up taking this deal with the Giants. And again, maybe part of it was the Scott Boras impact, and he was encouraging his guys to wait and wait and wait and wait. The offer you want is going to come, trust me, and then just never came. Maybe they'll learn from that experience, even if Scott Boras stays as his agent through this coming offseason. But if he didn't get the offers that he was asking for last offseason, even if he pitches great to close this season, why would he get him now? He had a much better season last year, almost no matter what happens these final 2 months.
Completely. And he is going to be 32 in December. So you get to that point where you might think about opting out and get that last 4-year deal. Yeah. Maybe you get 4 years and 120, which would be $30 million a year, which would be a little bit of a pay cut, but at least you get 4 years guaranteed. I think it depends on what you think the market is going to be out there. If I'm Blake Snell and I'm looking to opt out, I'm looking at just a 4 or 5 year deal. Not no matter what the money is, but just get me like 125 guaranteed for 5 years and I'm good. Instead of having to go through what he went through last year.
Yeah, it's almost kind of, I guess, maybe kind of like a Brandon Aiyuk situation where if you don't try to get the extension done now or you don't get it done, and in Snell's case is if you don't opt out and get the long-term contract now, you're also going through a whole nother season where there's a chance you could get seriously injured, and maybe that hinders the rest of your career in this league anyway.
True.
So maybe it's taking a little bit of a risk too if he even opts in. Be decent payday now, but anything beyond this season, it's up to him being healthy next year.
And that's the Robbie Ray thing, I think even more so the idea of injury, because he's coming off the Tommy John. So if he puts 10 good starts together, he might be looking for that last guaranteed payday coming off an injury.
True. Yeah. All right, we got to hit a break here on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 if you want to yell at me for saying I was rooting for like a week for the Giants to lose some games so they would be forced to sell at the deadline. We also got to change gears and get into the Niners. Patrick Willis is headed to the Hall of Fame. He will be enshrined in Canton tomorrow. It's going to be quite a sight. I'm sure very emotional for him. Jim Harbaugh is chartering a plane to get out to Canton for him and a couple of Patrick Willis's former teammates, including Navarro Bowman. I'm sure that's going to be an awesome flight. Jim Harbaugh with some old Niner buddies. That's going to be a lot of fun. And we're talking with Alden Smith, one of those teammates of Patrick Willis. That's coming up in an hour at 4 o'clock here on Willard and Dibs. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Welcome back. No Mark Willard today. It's Mark Grandy alongside Dan Dibley. Mark Willard will be back on Monday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. It's a nice day in the city. Hope everyone is gearing up for what should be a fun weekend. I want to hear from you guys all afternoon long. We're chatting with Alden Smith coming up in an hour at 4 o'clock. Former Niner, put together the best 3-season stretch that a pass rusher maybe has ever had as a San Francisco 49er. He was key in the Niners' success, and he played on the same defense as Patrick Willis, who was being enshrined in Canton as a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend. That's coming up tomorrow. And Dibs to gear up for that ceremony, seeing Patrick Willis going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame at Canton. Jim Harbaugh, his former head coach, chartering a flight to take him, Navarro Bowman, Delaney Walker, some other former Niners all the way out there to Canton to see Patrick Willis, the leader of that defense, the leader of that era of Niner football, really the first player who kind of changed the culture of that era of Niners football. To see him go into the Hall of Fame, it's good to see Harbaugh, who's now head coach of a different team, and checks notes. Pretty busy this time of year. Yeah. Take off a day to fly out to Canton to watch a great go into the Hall.
That's
pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, very cool. And that gives me a little bit more of a thought of points for Jim Harbaugh for having the perspective. And he's a guy who loves his team, and he's always been a player's coach. But to take time out of his own camp, and I know we're not exactly deep into camp where you're getting ready for week 1 and all the rest of it, but to have that thought, to take that time and get Delaney Walker and other great members of that team and fly out there and support P. Willie, that's awesome. It's good to hear.
If there's anybody who thinks that this week of training camp is the most important week on the face of the earth, it is Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh thinks every day of every second of training camp is the most important moment that he's ever lived. So the fact that he's willing to take off at least a good portion of a day to fly out there, and let's see, it'll be, of course, Navarro Bowman, along with Jim Harbaugh, Mike Upati, Deshaun Goldson, Jonathan Goodwin, Will Tukuafu, and Delaney Walker will be on that jet rented out by Jim Harbaugh.
Perfect.
It's awesome
and
sight.
Yeah, and a lot of memories. And you think back to the Super Bowl year of 2012, which culminated in the Super Bowl in 2013. And, we were actually out there. I was doing a show called The Rise Guys at the time, and 95.7 The Game was in its relative infancy. And our PD at the time, Jason Barrett, decided that he would fly the whole team out there. And so every show, we went out to New Orleans, and that's awesome. We spent the week, and we did shows at the media center, and we went out to the convention center, and ultimately we went out and had the press conference, what they always do with the Super Bowl halftime performer, which happened to be Beyonce. And I remember sitting in that room and watching Queen Bee walk in, and everyone's like, everyone had their phones out, and the cameras are clicking, and Beyonce's taking questions, and it was like, oh my God, this is incredible. The Niners, New Orleans, the Super Bowl, and then, of course, the power goes out, and they kind of gave them new life in the second half, and they were so close, part 1 to winning a Super Bowl, and now here we are, 3 Super Bowl losses later, and it feels like they've been so close, Mark, 3 different times, and they just can't. They haven't been able to get over the hump.
Maybe. I mean, this could be a storyline as we get further on into this coming football season. The Super Bowl again this coming year, New Orleans.
Yeah, good call.
The same building.
And I wonder if our PD now will send all of us out there.
Yeah, Nahigian, you listening?
Nahigian, yes. Send. And back then it was 4 shows. It was mornings.
Yeah, so you don't have to send as many people out there.
Yeah, there was 2 midday shows, and there was an afternoon show. It was Rise Guys, and I'm trying to remember. And in the midday, they had a show. I can't remember their names. And then the afternoon was, we're getting a no.
Stop talking about it. Move on.
No, it's a no as far as him sending the entire station. So there you go. Maybe one show. Butcher and Vontae got to go to Philly, so maybe it's the afternoon's turn.
Yeah. Well, they were also at this past Super Bowl, which was awesome for them.
Very good for them.
I was a little jealous.
Totally. And, Steiny and Goo got to go to Vegas, so... Willard and I got to go to Linden to recruit.
How'd that work out?
To try and get Aaron Judge to come to the team. Whatever. I would love to have them get back to New Orleans, but just thinking about Alden Smith, and you mentioned Harbaugh and Justin Smith, and of course Colin Kaepernick, and Kendall Hunter and Frank Gore,
Kendall Hunter,
Michael Crabtree, and all the other names. It just brings you back to another time when the Niners were so close to getting it done.
Yeah. The stories that I'm sure are going to be shared on that flight as they all head out to Canton, Ohio. I would love to be a fly on the wall inside of that plane that Harbaugh is renting and chartering out to get to Patrick Willis's Hall of Fame enshrinement at Canton tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun, and can't wait to hear his speech and what all the others say about him as well. But thinking about Patrick Willis and his career and what he meant to the 49ers and those shortcomings in the big moments, that Super Bowl loss, the 2 conference championship game losses, the first one to the New York Giants, which felt like, oh my God, are we on this stage? Like, this came out of nowhere. I can't believe we're even here, but it still ended in heartbreak. And Kyle Williams muffing that punt, fumbling that punt.
God.
I'm mad that I even had to say that, but that's how it started. And then the following year, you come back in the NFC Championship game against Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Roddy White, Tony Gonzalez, and the Atlanta Falcons on the road. You came back from down 17-0. You win that game. Then you go to New Orleans in the Super Bowl to take on your own brother, John Harbaugh, leading the Ravens, Jim Harbaugh leading the Niners, Colin Kaepernick, who's been lighting the NFL on fire with his play and his running. And you get behind big in that game. And then Jacoby Jones opens up the second half by returning the kickoff for a touchdown, and it nearly got kicked out of the back of the end zone. He took it 109 yards for a touchdown, and you're thinking, oh my God, this game is over. We're going to get blown out in the Super Bowl. Then the lights go out. 35-minute delay.
Jeez.
And you come storming back. Vernon Davis, Colin Kaepernick, Michael Crabtree, Frank Gore. You're working down the middle of the field. You get all the way down. You're about to take the lead, and you could not connect with Michael Crabtree, and you fall just short. And then the following year, you don't have as good of a regular season. The Seahawks, the up-and-coming team, they win the division, Dibs. You got to go on the road to Green Bay. You win in the frozen tundra. Then you go to Carolina. You beat the upstart Panthers and Cam Newton. And then you go to Seattle for the showdown in the NFC Championship game. And we all know, of course, how that one ended. Richard Sherman deflecting the pass away, interception to close the deal. The Seahawks go on to win the Super Bowl that should have been yours. And in that game, Navarro Bowman messes up his knee. And the next year was rough. You only win 8 games. Harbaugh's out, and then out of nowhere, Patrick Willis retires, and it's all over.
Right.
Just as fast as it started.
All over.
All gone.
Yeah.
And just thinking of how that Niners era came and went, and it's kind of bookended by the beginning and end of Patrick Willis's career, it makes me extremely nervous for this upcoming season of 49er football.
Man.
Because you never know how long this window is going to stay open for. It closed awfully shut for the last one.
The way you portrayed that, the parallel to Dre Greenlaw getting hurt, and, you know, Navarro Bowman is kind of the Dre Greenlaw character, and, you know, Dre Greenlaw got hurt in the Super Bowl, and I know Bowman got hurt in the conference championship game, a little bit different, but similar to where Navarro Bowman's career was never the same again, and I hope Dre Greenlaw is able to come back from this, but the parallel would be for, you know, what you were laying out, this season would be a disappointing year. It would be an 8-8 kind of a year, and, you know.
And then Fred Warner would retire.
Right.
That would be the parallel.
That would be the parallel.
And like, that sounds absolutely.
It sounds ludicrous.
Yes.
But even at the time, it didn't seem like Patrick Willis would retire. But then again, Patrick Willis did have a really bad injury. He had the foot injury, and he just could not get over it. He couldn't stay on the field. He couldn't get healthy. And you got to the end of the year, and Harbaugh left, and you thought, well, I mean, at least P. Willie's coming back. And then he decided that, you know, I'm good. I'm going to call it a career after 8 years. And it did happen very abruptly. So you got me a little scared now when you think about it, because when you look about the parallel between those two eras, you're right, because before they went to the Super Bowl, they lost that game to the Giants. And I'll never forget that game, because I was coming back from an overnight trip in Napa with my then wife, my now ex-wife, and we're listening to the game on the radio, and I said, we have got to watch this game. So we stopped at a restaurant called The Dead Fish. I don't know if you're familiar with The Dead Fish.
I am not.
You know the Carquinez Bridge, right?
Yes.
Which connects Vallejo to Crockett. Right when you come across the Carquinez Bridge from Vallejo, on your right, as you're crossing the bridge, there's this place called The Dead Fish, which is a wonderful bar restaurant. It overlooks the Carquinez Strait. And so I told my then wife, we have got to see this game. We pull off.
Pull over.
We walk right in to a 200-person Filipino wedding. So the place is just completely packed. It's a party. There's a band. There's dancing. And I'm in the bar, and I'm locked in on this game. And it's an absolute nail-biter, as you remember.
Yep.
And it was just one of those crazy games where I'll never forget where I was. And you're thinking, all right, Niners, you're going to get the ball. Oh, you're not going to get the ball back. And I know, Grandy. I'm sorry, because you at the time were probably
2011,
like
I was 15.
Yeah. Which is peak, like, super fan era.
Peak, like, this
is
game.
The most important thing in my world.
The result of this game will make me happy for a year or sad for a year.
Totally, at 15. And then Kyle Williams, God love him, with a second muff punt, and the rest is history. But you think about that era versus this era in terms of lost opportunities, because that team, they had an opportunity there. And then the next year in the Super Bowl, they had a chance. And then the year after that against Seattle, you had a great chance. You had 1st and goal at the 7. You had 4 cracks from the 7-yard line and couldn't get it done. So,
oh man!
And I'm not trying to make you feel bad or other Niner fans, but
I mean,
you're drawing parallels to Patrick Willis going to the Hall of Fame and Alden Smith coming up here at the top of the hour, and it just reminds you of what you're saying, that nothing is guaranteed. Just because you have a good team doesn't mean you get to go back every year.
Yeah. Some love, by the way, for the dead fish on the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Zucci Main says, driving past the dead fish right now, Dibs. 510 chiming in. It's an excellent place to eat and have a cold one. You're right, Dibs. But going back to the Super Bowl and the 1st and goal from the 7, Super Bowl wins this, or a touchdown wins the Super Bowl.
Right.
And you win the Harbaugh. Jim beats John, and the rest would have been history. I remember thinking, because I think it was either a long completion to Vernon Davis down the left sideline to get 1st and goal, or maybe it was a long run by Frank Gore. But I remember thinking, Tibbs, and maybe we can blame this all on me. I remember thinking once they got 1st and goal at the 7, because they got the ball with not a lot of time and they had to go the length of the field.
I'm looking at it here. They got it back with 4:19 to go at their own 20. And they're down 34-29. You need 6.
So ideally, you would just have a 4-minute, 15-second drive. You kill the entire clock. You punch it in at the buzzer, and you win. You don't even give them a chance. And I was thinking...
Gore goes for 8. Okay. Kaepernick goes for 8. Incomplete to Vernon, 2nd and 10. Pass to Crabtree for 24. Now we're in business at the 40-yard line. Frank Gore, left end for 33 yards.
That was it.
Tackled by Ed Reed. 2:39 to go.
And I'm thinking, oh my God, we're going to score too early, Dibs. We're going to give Flacco and Ray Rice and Anquan Bolden and Jacoby Jones and Dennis Pitta, we're going to give them too much time. We scored too early.
1st and goal at the 7, 2:39 to go. LaMichael James goes for 2, and they let it go down to the 2-minute warning. And then Kaepernick, incomplete to Crabtree on 2nd and 5. Niners call timeout, and that was the big one. They called timeout
They couldn't get the playoff.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Baltimore had a chance to ramp up the D. Incomplete to Crabtree. Super Bowl over. Season over. Dream over. Grandy in his room. Door slammed. Tears
just
for sure.
Lying
flowing
on the living room floor, crying.
Shout out Windsor. 3 straight passes to Crabtree. 3 straight incompletes. And the Niners... 1st and goal to 7. And the criticism then, and the criticism probably still now, is where was Frank Gore? You went LaMichael James and then 3 passes to Crabtree. You had timeouts, and you didn't give Frank Gore the ball at all. It still burns. I can see your face.
It burns.
It burns. Oh, it burns.
And that pain is very similar to the pain of what this Shanahan era team has been dealing with. Now, there are a lot of parallels as we've been laying out, and this isn't like gloomy, like because this team never got it done, this team will never get it done. There are obviously a lot of differences. I don't anticipate Kyle Shanahan driving Jed York so far up the wall that Jed York says, well, you've been highly successful, but we're going to get rid of you. I just can't handle you anymore, like is what happened with Jim Harbaugh and Jed York. Also, Jed York has learned from his experiences and is a much better owner and leader of this organization now than he was back then. So there's clear differences. And as long as Kyle Shanahan is here, Dibs, I think the Niners will continue to be a well-run and a well-oiled machine, and they'll have chances to compete. I don't anticipate this window just absolutely slamming shut like it did for the 49ers. I mean, they went from a conference championship loss to being 5-11 in 2 seasons. In 2 seasons. And then after 5-11, you were 2-14.
Right.
Off of a conference championship loss, where you went to the conference championship in 3 straight years. Once you went to the Super Bowl, 3 years after that, you were the worst team in football, 2-14.
Well, it's because of a number of factors. One, Jim Harbaugh openly and blatantly disrespected the owner, and they had a meeting, and he told the owner, this is for men only, and so Jed York had to leave, and, much chagrined, and Harbaugh alienated so many people, and he went 8-8. So then it was like, you got to go. And when
we could deal with it if you're going to conference championship games.
Of course.
But if you go 8-8,
well, he's got to go. And then their fallback plan was, not Bochy, but Jim Tomsula. So you didn't have a fallback plan. So you go to Tomsula, and then after that, again, you didn't have a fallback plan. And you went to Chip Kelly.
Go Ducks.
And go Ducks, but go home because he was an embarrassment.
He was very bad.
And not only that, but the roster had fallen into complete disrepair. So you went from, having a great team. Some of your guys aged out. Willis retires. Your quarterback turned out to be, either ostracized, not good enough, or both. Probably both, quite frankly. And you wound up with nothing. And so it was a complete rebuild by the time that Kyle Shanahan took over.
Yeah, that 2016 Niners team, do you have any idea who the Niners' leading receiver was that year? 2016.
I think that it was somebody really good, not Anquan Bolden, but
he led the 3 prior years. So he hung around for he hung around for the last Harbaugh year and then the Tomsula year, but he was no longer a Niner after that.
Oh, wow. I'm just looking at it. Jeremy Curley?
Jeremy Curley was the Niners' leading receiver in Chip Kelly's year.
Yeah, and I mean, that was whatever. I mean, Colin Kaepernick was not great that year, but he was a lot of it was the byproduct of what he had around him. And I'm looking at the roster right now, and Raheem Mostert as a rookie on that team.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize he was on that team.
Yeah, didn't get a lot of chances, but you had Gabby and you had basically nobody. Torrey Smith was the name I was thinking about as a guy who might have been leading receiver. But the roster that Kyle Shanahan inherited was so bad that it definitely took him some time to rebuild it, slowly retool it. And now you're in a spot where you're right, Grandy. Even if this doesn't work out this year, it doesn't feel like the bottom would fall out and, they would suddenly plummet into being a mediocre team. The roster's too good for that.
No doubt. No doubt. And, this all started by kind of reminiscing on Patrick Willis's retirement because he's about to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame tomorrow, and it's very well deserved. He retired after 8 seasons in the NFL at age 29. Obviously, the comparison for that era, Patrick Willis, this era's Patrick Willis is Fred Warner. Fred Warner, 6 years, age 27. The equivalent would be Fred Warner playing 2 more seasons and hanging it up. Like that's how shocking it was. And again, there was the injury, again, that Patrick Willis dealt with near the tail end of his career that kept him out for the majority of that last final season. And every year that Fred Warner has played, he has not missed a single game. He's played in every single game because that's who Fred is. And I'm not saying I anticipate that. And of course, I'm not even rooting for that. But these things are entirely out of the 49ers' control. And this is even before we're talking about the contract and the money of it all. This is just individual who's maybe thinking, all right, it's all over for me. I'm going to hang it up and this thing's done. There's so many things that are outside of your control as a team that need to go right for you to have a chance. And one of those is your middle linebacker not retire a little bit earlier than you were expecting because he's the linchpin of this whole thing defensively. And as the Niners found out when you didn't have Patrick Willis anymore, suddenly that defense became really, really bad.
Yeah, and you didn't have Navarro Bowman either. So you lost both your linebackers, and that would be akin to Fred Greenlaw not coming back and then Fred Warner also stepping away from football. And just to give some perspective to Patrick Willis, we talked about him playing 8 years, 7 Pro Bowls. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year, and he was an All-Pro in 6 of the 8 years. Fred Warner, 6 years, 3 Pro Bowls, and 3 times he was an All-Pro. And this past year, he was top 6 in Defensive Player of the Year. So as good as Fred has been, and he's been very good, Patrick Willis was even at another level of how good he was. He led the league in tackles twice. And as I mentioned, he was a Pro Bowler multiple times. Pro Bowler in every year except his last year when he got hurt. So Fred Warner is a 91, a 92 out of a scale of 1 to 100, but Patrick Willis was a 98. So that's even as we compare the two, Fred Warner he's not the same player that Patrick Willis was. Yeah. And that's no disrespect to Fred Warner. It just tells you how incredible Patrick Willis was in his 8 short years.
Man, he was so good. Like, if you could dream up a middle linebacker, you would come out with Patrick Willis. If you could create a middle linebacker in a lab, 6'1", 242, and he ran as fast as the defensive back. He could cover any receiver, most receivers in the NFL. He would just absolutely stick on any single tight end in this league. He was so incredible, and there are so many similarities between what he was able to do and what Fred Warner is able to do. But there was and this is absolutely not a knock on Fred Warner, but there was just a different level of ferocity with Patrick Willis. And he obviously was bigger and just a little more physically imposing and daunting. Fred is incredible, but you're right. Patrick Willis is just that prototypical old school gigantic triceps, biceps, shoulders, just absolutely incredible. There might not be another Niner linebacker like Patrick Willis.
Right, and a little bit of a different scheme, too. I think they ran a lot more 3-4, and this team is a lot more 4-3, and so Fred Warner is asked to do things that Patrick Willis wasn't asked to do, and, Fred now in coverage a lot more than Patrick was, but different era, certainly, in just 10 years of football, but if Fred Warner continues on this trajectory, he's got a chance to go down as a Hall of Famer, especially if this Niner team can find its way to get in a Super Bowl, the one thing that Patrick Willis was unable to get.
No doubt. I think Fred's on the path to the Super Bowl or to the Hall of Fame. Honestly, I think if you were to, try to put a percentage chance on any Niners current defenders that's headed to the Super Bowl, I think Fred has a higher chance than anybody else.
Of being a Hall of Famer?
I think over Bosa for me.
No, not me. I think Bosa has a better chance, but the hard thing about the Hall of Fame discussion in football is you only get 5 or 6 a year to go in. So even this year, when the class gets inducted tomorrow, take some time out to look at the list of guys who were finalists.
But didn't make it.
Yeah, and even guys who were semifinalists who didn't even make it to that last group. To make the Pro Football Hall of Fame is tougher than any of the other Hall of Fames relative to how many people play the sport, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and I get... It's difficult to get in, and oftentimes you're probably left with someone who maybe you feel like should be in but isn't. But it also amplifies the meaning of being a Hall of Famer in the NFL.
Our coworker Lorenzo Neal, he should be a Hall of Famer.
The best fullback ever.
He's up there, and
he should be in.
If you look at this year, there were 7 true fullbacks nominated, and you could look at all 7 of them: Moose Johnson and Larry Centers is among them, Max Strong and Lorenzo Neal. A lot of these guys deserve to be in, but we don't look at the fullback the way we look at offensive guard and offensive tackle, for example, which is a shame.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. Coming up in a half an hour at 4 o'clock, Alden Smith, teammate of Patrick Willis's, P. Willie, going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame tomorrow. We'll talk with Alden Smith about that and maybe reminisce on some of those memories from back in the day, comparisons of that Niner team to this Niner team, and a whole lot more. That's coming up in 30 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number to call if you want to join the conversation. And be sure to join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park on Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. More coming up next on Willard and Dibs. 2012 defense or right around that time, any of the Harbaugh years, really. Those first 3 years of Harbaugh, that defense was absolutely incredible. Picking a defense, one or the other, picking individual positions is really difficult as well. Like, which position group are you taking? P. Willie and Navarro Bowman, Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw. Probably P. Willie and Bowman because you have a surefire Hall of Famer there, and those two guys complemented each other so well. But it's incredibly wild that Niner fans, within the last decade, a little more than a decade, the last 12 years, have a linebacker core that you would pick kind of easily over Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw. That is just wild.
Yes, it's wild, but it gives you an idea of just how good they were. And if you want to talk about, the defensive front, and we're going to talk to Alden Smith coming up here in 20 minutes. And you had Justin Smith, the Cowboy, and Alden Smith. And if you want to compare them to Nick Bosa and, I guess, Eric Armstead, if you want to go back to 2019 or DeForest Buckner or however you want to parse that out, it feels like you still would take that old school defense as well. And the one thing that may give that other defense an edge as well is Richard Sherman. And I was just looking at his Hall of Fame monitor score.
Oh, I'm sure that's up there.
And it's the Hall of Fame monitor methodology. You get points for first team offense or defense, second team offense or defense, Pro Bowls, and you get weighted value based on if you're all defense, if you're all pro, and if you win a championship and all the rest of it. And just looking at Richard Sherman, if I asked you about Richard Sherman, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
So you go automatic yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Interesting, because his Hall of Fame score is at 83.13, and the average is 98. But the only players above him who are not in the Hall of Fame, the only guy is Patrick Peterson, and he just retired 2 years ago, and it feels like he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but below Richard Sherman, or right at his same level, Dave Grayson, Lester Hayes, not Hall of Famers, Earl Thomas, eligible this upcoming year. Eric Weddle, not eligible yet. So Richard's a little bit in that tweener area where I do think that his reputation will help him get into the Hall of Fame, but he's not necessarily, based on these metrics, a surefire guy.
I think he's getting in. Probably not first ballot, but he was so good. And, when you have an iconic defense like that, like the Legion of Boom, and they won a Super Bowl, and they should have won a couple of Super Bowls, and then he did it again with the Niners, and obviously if he won that Super Bowl, maybe his score would be a whole lot higher. But Richard Sherman was the linchpin on that Seattle defense that was so good, that dominated the league for like a 4-year stretch. Only that one Super Bowl again, but they could have easily had another. They could have easily had a couple more.
And there are guys below him in score that have gotten in, such as Rondé Barber, who just got in, Darrell Green, Ty Law, and a guy by the name of John Lynch.
Oh, wow.
John Lynch further down in the Hall of Fame monitor score, who also has gotten into the Hall of Fame. So I think you're right about Richard Sherman. I do think that he eventually gets in.
Yeah. We do have a text from on the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 925. I think baseball is the hardest Hall of Fame to get into. That's fair. I do think whatever your opinion is, I think most of us would agree it's definitely not basketball, though. True. It's either football or baseball if we're talking about the three big sports.
Right, and I was basing it on the percentage of players versus those who do get into the Hall of Fame. Because in baseball, especially now that we've gone away from the small hall, we're going to a more of a bigger Hall of Fame where, voters now get 10 votes. And as a result, you're seeing bigger Hall of Fame classes. So I think the texter's right historically, but now if you look at Hall of Fame classes, we're starting to see 3 and 4 players per year get in. In baseball, remember, there's only 25 or 26 people on an active roster. Football's got 46, and even if you expand to the 54-man roster, so relative to roster size, I think it's a lot closer than you think.
Yeah, we kind of got off it on tangent here talking about Hall of Fame, but I think the larger point, and give us a call and tell us, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, who's more likely to go into the Hall of Fame, comparing eras, what defense would you take, that Harbaugh era defense or maybe the 2019 Niner defense, 888-957-9570. I think the larger point here, Dibs, is this Niner team has, at least on the defensive side and certainly on the offensive side, we're talking specifically defense here, but this Niner team has future Hall of Famers scattered throughout this roster. Trent Williams is certainly a Hall of Famer. Christian McCaffrey is going to be a Hall of Famer. Early returns for certain other players, you can make the case. You can make a case for George Kittle. I mean, one of the best tight ends of this era and maybe the best all-around tight end of this era. He's certainly up there. It's him and Travis Kelce. Kelce's a much better receiving tight end, but Kittle is the best blocking tight end this league has seen in quite a while. Kittle's up there. On defense, we're talking about Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. There's a lot of talent on this team, and when you compare it with what happened to that older era of Niners teams, the 2012, the Harbaugh era, and how quickly that window closed, Dibs, thinking back on that era, it's kind of leading me to this feeling going into this season of, don't get me wrong, I'm excited, and I can't wait for football season, and, we're going on the quest for 6 once again, trying to get that 6th Lombardi trophy. But I almost am going into this season, Dibs, because of how my brain works and how I remember that Harbaugh era and everything we've talked about for the last hour plus. I'm almost going into this coming season with more of a feeling of nervousness than excitement, because I'm just honestly scared that we're going to go through potentially another era of Niners football where you don't get the glory, you don't get the ring, you don't get the Super Bowl, and all these players ride off into the sunset without it. And I'm not rooting for it not to happen, of course, and this is a fantastic chance to get it done. The Niners, I think, should be Super Bowl favorites. Not that it's automatically going to happen that way. Of course it doesn't. But because of what happened to that older era and how this team has fallen short a couple of times, and knowing that windows aren't open forever, I'm almost going into the season with like an overwhelming sense of nervousness as opposed to excitement, because I'm just so scared of what might happen if they fall short once again, and who knows if they have another chance.
It's an interesting word to use because, and we talked about this on the show thread a little bit, you're not nervous about the Giants right now because you're kind of resigned to what the Giants are and where the Giants are. If they make the wild card, you're thrilled.
That's great.
And you're surprised. And it's, whatever happens from there, happens from there. And the Warriors, coming off a year where you're the 10th seed and 2 years removed from a championship that was a complete surprise to many, and you've got 4 titles, well, you're not nervous. You would love one more run. But honestly, if the Warriors never play another playoff game, if they never win another playoff game, if they are in the lottery every year between now and 2030, you're a little bit bummed, but you can always step back and say, wow, what did we have? We had the greatest run. We had 4, and this goes from before you were born, and I remember all the years in the 80s and the 90s and the aughts where they were miserable, and the high water mark was when Barron dunked on Kirilenko in a series that they lost in 5. And when you think about it from those terms, what I've already experienced as a Warrior fan, I'll never be nervous again. Even if they get to the finals and they go on a run, it's all just icing on the cake. It's the cherry on the sundae, whatever the analogy is that you want to have. But for the Niners, they haven't won a Super Bowl in 30. And that's before you were born. And that's, a bunch of marriages for me, a bunch of kids. I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. I've had 17 jobs, whatever I've gone through. I barely remember what that was like. So I'm with you. You have this team, this window, this roster, these expectations. It's nervousness a little bit. And I'm not nervous yet, but when we get to, and I think about last year in the Green Bay game where you should beat Green Bay and you're struggling with Green Bay and you're trailing Green Bay and, oh my God, you're going to lose to Green Bay. And then Brock gets the ball back with 6 minutes left. I was nervous.
Oh, my God.
Every play was like, they've got to find a way. And Brock was cool, and Brock got it done, and you won the game, and you thought, okay.
Thank God.
Whew. And then you got Detroit, and you're thinking, all right.
It all happens again.
But Detroit's not ready. You're going to beat Detroit, and then whop, 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 whop. You fall, thank you. You fall behind Detroit again, and it's
I'm like, do my stuff.
Oh, my God, you're going to lose to Detroit of all teams? I'm nervous. And then they come back, and the second half is remarkable, and you beat Detroit, and it's like, okay, just get to Kansas City. It's the Super Bowl, and I said all year last year, if you go to the Super Bowl and lose, I will not hold it against you because only one team wins it. Just get there, and they got there, and then you're in it, and you're in the game, and McCaffrey fumbles, and you're like, oh my God, they have this game. They should win it. And then you get to overtime, and I'm nervous again, and they go down, and they should score a touchdown, and they don't, and they settle for 3. And at that moment, it was like, oh boy, I'm nervous, but I'm also a little sick to my stomach knowing what the likely outcome is going to be.
Yeah.
And so when it goes the way that it goes, you're bummed. And now skip ahead all the way to now, August 2nd. And I'm with you, Grandy. I'm thinking about the year, and I'm nervous because not that they should win the Super Bowl because it's not that easy, but they should be good. And they should be in a spot where
they should be like one of the final 4 teams standing.
Right, come January, we should be nervous again. And so I think you put it perfectly. It's a little bit of nervousness as opposed to the other 2 teams.
Yeah, and the 707 on the Xfinity Mobile text line summed it up well. High stakes, it's anxiety. Like, that's what comes with the territory, and there's no doubt about it. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'd rather go into a season nervous about whether, is this the last chance we have to win a Super Bowl, than already be resigned to the fact that my team's going to be terrible. This is obviously a good problem to have, but there's also this other half of, and it was, you summed up the feeling very well, watching that Green Bay playoff game, and I can't imagine how the players feel. Maybe they don't feel that way in the moment because they're so locked in and you're focused on just trying to get a win. But I'm sure what most people in Levi's were feeling and what I was feeling watching the game here at the studio, getting ready to do our post-game show last year, it was, after all that, after that 17-game regular season, after you fought tooth and nail to get the 1 seed, after Brock Purdy put together a near MVP season, after Brandon Aiyuk introduced himself as a number 1 wide receiver, after Fred Warner put together another all-pro season, after you got through all the Bosa drama of the offseason, after all of that, the 3-game losing streak, you lose Debo, you lose Trent, you get him back, Debo then gets hurt again in the Green Bay game. After all of this, you're just going to lose in the first playoff game you play? And then you start thinking, okay, they won, then they won again, and then you lose in the Super Bowl. And now you're at a point where you have to just lace them up and do it again. It's so incredibly daunting. As a fan, I'm exhausted already just thinking about the climb that this team has to go through. Yeah. I can't imagine what the players and the coaches are feeling like, and they're the ones who actually have to exert the energy to actually go out and make it a reality. It is incredible to me that these guys are able to compartmentalize and deal with the disappointment of that past year and just be willing and ready to say, all right, we're starting from ground zero again. We're ready to go. Let's get it done. That seems so just difficult for me to even contextualize how hard that must be.
Yeah, and you use the dis word saying disappointment, and they use the dis word meaning discipline, which is you get to a point, whether it's the next day or you give yourself a week or maybe you take a month, and then you realize, okay, I've got to do ABC all the way through Z to get myself ready to go out there and do it again. And my teammates have to do the exact same thing, and the draftees and the free agent signings and the coaches and the ownership and Parag Marathe and Al Guido in the president's office. And everybody's got to go about doing it again. And you all have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And at some point, you either watch the Super Bowl or you don't watch the Super Bowl. You do whatever you have to do, and you realize, all right, come April, or the draft is coming, free agency's coming. I got to work on my body. I got to get healthy, and when we get to camp in mid to late July, I've got to be ready. And part of it is the dread of doing it again, but part of it's also the thrill. And I'm not going to compare what we do to what they do because physically it's not even close, but I do think about like Sunday night when you get through your weekend and you start to look at the week that we do, or anybody in your job. It's like, all right, what do I have to do this week? If you're doing construction, it's like, okay, this week we're doing the foundation, or we're framing, or we're doing whatever we're doing. And so you start to lay out your week. And if you're an NFL player, you get into July and you're like, okay, here's our schedule. Here's the camp schedule. Here's what I'm trying to do. Here are my goals. Here are the team goals. Let's go. And it's exciting. And if you like what you do, and I know that I love what I do, and I know you do as well, you get into a week or you get into a year, or for us, it's a ratings quarter or whatever it is, and you realize, all right, we got to go out there and do our job. And that's part of that is human nature, but I'm with you in terms of being a football player where you're that close. It's hard to not look back and think, man, if Burford would have blocked, or I think it was Burford, not Brendel. If Burford just would have gone the right way, and if you're Aiyuk, you're thinking, man, if he would have just looked at me, I was open, and if Moody would have made this kick, or if this would have happened, all these little things, we could have this, that, and the other. But then you got to realize life goes on, and you got to get back there and do it again.
Yeah, you're talking about a player looking back. I also would, if I was in that position, and it's hard for me to even imagine being a professional football player. I wish I was as good at anything as any of those Niner players are at playing the game of football. I would have a hard time not looking ahead as well.
True.
And knowing, like, all right, we've got 9 players in the NFL top 100, and 7 of them are in the top 30. 7 of these players are in the top 30 of the NFL 100. We are destined to win the Super Bowl. This is the year it's going to happen. And of course, you can't think that way, because if you do that, there's no chance you make it. You got to take it day by day. And it's the cliche that all of these athletes say, but there is absolute truth in it whenever they say it. Take it day by day. Take it step by step. You were talking about a construction worker. Before you can build the house or build the building, you got to lay the foundation. It's step by step. Then, goes up the support beams and all of that. And you do it step by step. It's the only way you can get the job done. But if I was in their shoes, if I was in that Niner locker room, if I was on that roster trying to win a Super Bowl, I would have a really hard time not looking ahead, because you know how talented you are. And that's where I think the challenge comes in for the coaching staff, for the leaders of the team, for Fred Warner, for Nick Bosa, for George Kittle, for Debo, for Aiyuk, for Trent, for Brock, for all these guys to have the right mindset going into this kind of season, because those are the kind of expectations that if you believe them too much, it might ultimately be your downfall.
Exactly. And you get caught slipping, and something happens early that derails you from what you're trying to do. And, I've coached a little bit, coached some high school teams, and I had a team that 2001 North Coast Section Finals, boys volleyball, we lost on the road at Dublin in 4. It's a day that I will never forget.
It's a rough loss.
It's actually, we won the first set. And so we were thinking we were about to pull off a stunner. We were a year ahead of schedule. We lose in 4. And so we go back, and I'm grinding over it all off season. And we get to that first practice, and I had everyone back. I lost one player off that team. So I knew we'd be good, but your instinct is to start at square 11 because you were just there, but you realize you got to go back to the basics.
So hard.
We got to run through everything again. We got to build it back up. We got to start from scratch. And so that becomes the difficult part, because like the Niners are going through right now, we were nasty last year. We were one play away, yet everyone else is getting better. You have new players. You got rookies. You got to start the whole process over again.
I'm so nervous.
You got to start from scratch.
I'm so nervous.
You look nervous.
I'm nervous. I'm scared.
You got a full month until the Jets come in. So the only thing I'm nervous about right now is just getting everyone healthy. That and getting Brandon and Trent into camp.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan did speak today. You mentioned Spencer Burford and him missing that block in the Super Bowl. Broken hand. Does not need surgery, though. So there is a little bit of good news. Does not need surgery, Spencer Burford. Got to hit a break here in a second, but we do also have an update. Kyle Shanahan asked about his handshake.
I hated this answer.
His handshake with Brandon Aiyuk. Let's just take a listen. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
I had a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and it got national media attention because it signaled something. What did that signal?
This is usually how we greet each other, honestly. You guys would see maybe a lot more hugs if we had a film for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug, nothing more, nothing less.
Where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates. Same with Trent.
Just a bro hug. Just how we greet each other.
The correct answer is, well, he's about to sign and stuff, and so I wanted to congratulate him and stuff, and he's going to sign a big deal, and I asked him if I could borrow $5 million, and he said sure and stuff, and so it's kind of what happened there and stuff.
That would have been a better answer. I agree.
Much better.
Yeah, I would have liked
hug.
that. Come on, Kyle. It's how they greet each other. He hadn't been on the field a lot lately.
And if you see me around the office, Grandy, I'm a big bro hug guy.
I know you.
Not so much with you and Lucas, but I just wrapped up Carter during the break. I had to apologize.
That was not a bro hug.
You missed it. I was a little out of pocket. I had to bring it in.
Looked like you were behind the wheel in some traffic is what it looked like.
Yeah, it might have been had some anger there.
All right.
Road rage.
We got to hit a break. Alden Smith is coming up on the other side. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Niner great. He had a great stretch with the Niners. Alden Smith, he's coming up on the other side. Former teammate of Patrick Willis, who's going into the Hall of Fame tomorrow. That's on the other side on Willard and Dibs.
And there are very few things.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Mark Willard here today on 95.7 The Game. He'll be back on Monday. It's Dan Dibley and Mark Randy with you here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, celebrating tomorrow's induction of Patrick Willis into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Of course, it is much deserved. And joining us now on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, and that is none other than one of Patrick Willis's teammates during those Jim Harbaugh days. It is the great Alden Smith who joins us now. Alden, appreciate you taking out some time to talk about Patrick Willis. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much. How you doing, Alden?
Hey, I'm doing good, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Great to hear from you. I know the Niner fan base absolutely loves you, and they're going to be happy to hear from you. We want to talk about Patrick Willis and who he was. Obviously, you being in that locker room for years, I'm sure you got some stories about the great Patrick Willis. First of all, no shock to you that he's finally getting the call, deserving of being enshrined in Canton. When was it obvious to you when you walked in that building? How long did it take for you to realize that Patrick Willis was destined to be a Hall of Famer?
I have been watching Pat since I was in college, and he was on every big hit highlight film that I used to watch before games and, to get myself up. So I didn't really need to see too much for me to know who he was and what he was about. So it's no surprise to me that he's going to be putting on that jacket.
What were those defenses like with you and the Cowboy up front and then Navarro, and you had Patrick Willis in the back end and a great secondary as well? Did you guys take the field with that feeling of supreme confidence that the offense had almost no chance against you?
We definitely had a crew of guys that were like-minded, and we knew we had jobs to do out there. And, Pat being the guy who was making sure that we were in the right spots we were supposed to be in, and would get on you if, you jumped a gap and maybe he ran into you on a blitz or something. But it was really amazing being a part of that. And I remember Justin Smith actually saying, maybe it was my second year in the league, and just letting me know how fortunate, we were to be in this situation, and how it doesn't happen that often where you get this many guys that are, enjoy the game and they play together and can make it happen on Sundays.
Alden Smith, former 49er, had a great few years with the San Francisco 49ers during the Jim Harbaugh era, and one of the teammates of Patrick Willis joins us here on the River Islands guest line on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Alden, obviously Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer, Navarro Bowman, as Dibbs was talking about. When you have a linebacking core like that that maybe you're going to be able to make up for some mistakes if you guys up front ever make them. How nice is it to have that and know you have those guys to rely on? Is for someone like you in your position as a pass rusher, as an edge rusher, what is it like and how freeing is it, or how much easier do they make your job as a pass rusher?
I don't think I knew how important, I guess, not just saying it, like they were, but everybody was, until I kind of jumped around and moved teams more. And you kind of realize what you had, and then you appreciate those guys a little bit more than maybe you had. But they did a great job at like I say, everybody did their job at a high level, and they did it consistently. So him, Navarro, and Navarro, he really showed people a lot, and I was excited to be able to play next to him as well.
Let's go back to that second year, and we heard some Lil Wayne coming in, and it flashed me back to being in New Orleans and seeing him at one of the Super Bowl parties performing, and you guys make it all the way to the Super Bowl, 19 and a half sacks that season. What was that whole year like as a defense, as a team, with Kaepernick taking over and you guys going all the way to the Super Bowl?
We were in sync, and once again, I was new to all of it, and so I didn't know anything different, and so it was something that's special to be a part of, and we didn't get the outcome we wanted down in NOLA, but to have that experience as well was pretty amazing.
Alden, we obviously, us as fans and in the media, we see those highlight reels that you were talking about, like the big hit compilations, and Patrick Willis is all over those. We know how ferocious he was on the football field, how good of a middle linebacker he was, how fast he was, and he could run with receivers and tight ends and running backs, but he could also just absolutely light someone up and knock the ball free. So we know about him, the player. What about him as a leader? And I think a lot of us also know that he's a really, really awesome, nice person off the field. But as a leader, what did he mean emotionally to those teams? And did that potentially, his leadership, did that potentially rival his ability as a linebacker? What was he like as a leader of that team?
You said it well. I mean, I would definitely, it's Hall of Fame-ish as well. And I remember early on, me and Pat kind of, I didn't know how to take. We didn't know each other that well, so it was easy to misunderstand certain acts of leadership or kindness or whatever you may call it. But nonetheless, it was still trying to put whoever he was talking to, me, in the right direction. And honestly, me and Pat have gotten a lot closer since he, has put the cleats up, and we've been able to connect and share some commonality. So I'm happy and proud to be able to call him my friend and somebody that was my teammate. But no, he's done a good job.
Yeah, that's awesome. And have you had a chance to connect with him since he got the call to get the gold jacket, and even a chance to touch base with him a day before he's going into Canton to get his bust? I spoke with him maybe a week ago. We stay in touch. I was going to try to make it to Canton, but I'm not going to be able to. But like I said, man, I'm super excited for him, and it's not a surprise. It just makes sense. So it's cool to see that things are working out well, and he's getting to be able to put that on.
Former Niner and teammate of Patrick Willis, Alden Smith, with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Alden, you're talking about how you wish you could have made it out to Canton for this tomorrow. I don't know if you saw, but I'm sure you're aware, your former head coach, Jim Harbaugh, is putting together a charter plane of a bunch of your guys' old teammates to go out there and support Patrick Willis. And you were talking earlier about, you guys were in sync on the field. It also felt like that culture that you guys developed was so strong. So not surprising at all that former head coach, who's pretty busy right now this time of the year because he's coaching up his own team right now, willing to take out some time to go out and support Patrick Willis. That just speaks to the kind of impact that Patrick had on everybody in that building, right?
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's definitely nice. Glad to see what's going on.
Yeah, it's just impressive to see that the bonds still hold strong. And Alden, you and I had a chance to talk at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series a few months ago down there in San Jose, and I've just been struck by the man that you've become. Have you had a chance to continue to connect with alumni from the 49ers and fellow teammates, and to try to reestablish some of those bonds that you had some 12 years ago?
I have. I've actually, I was in the Bay Area to support Keena Turner. He had a golf event, and I went there, and a couple of the players were there that I played with, and then guys from before I played. And then actually I spoke with a couple of guys last week, Justin and CJ, and just catching up with them and seeing where everybody's at and what they're doing. And it's just funny because it doesn't seem like that long ago sometimes, and then sometimes it seems a little bit longer. But it's cool to be a part of a fraternity like that.
Yeah, and it's great to have you kind of back in the fold. And I guess it begs the follow-up question is, how is your golf game, Alden? Big, long arms, strong. You've got to be a pretty good golfer, right, Alden?
Yeah, no, we all have our weaknesses. You know what? I don't give it enough time, and in Texas, golfing for me just doesn't sound like the thing to do with the heat, and I'm not that good at it. So I prefer to, do something a little bit more, I don't know, relaxing.
With air conditioning involved. Yeah, I get that.
Alden Smith with us here on Willard and Nibs on 95.7 The Game. Alden, we were talking about, those Niners defenses led by Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, yourself, Justin Smith. You had some great players in the secondary as well. Patrick Willis is the first of that group to go to the Hall of Fame. You might be biased, but who else of that defense, that era, deserves to get that gold jacket in Canton?
I want to say everybody on the D line, but I think Navarro should get a tug. I'd say he had a really good career in my opinion. He had some guys from the secondary that played well. I mean, like I said, one year we had nine guys make the Pro Bowl, and so it's hard for me to pick one person when you have defenses like that.
And this team has 9 of the top 100 as voted on by NFL.com going into the year. And Mark, my partner, and I were talking about expectations and pressure. And when you're on a team that's that good, do you as a player feel an extra amount of pressure knowing that you've got a roster that is completely nasty?
Oh, I don't think it's pressure. I think, if anything, it brings the best out of you because you have the peers that are bringing their A game, and iron sharpens iron.
Alden Smith, we'll get you out of here in just a second. Maybe your counterpart on this era of Niner football. I know you guys kind of have different body types, but it's Nick Bosa, an incredible pass rusher right out of college, has had a ton of success, has been a big reason why this Niner team has been as successful as they are, not dissimilar to your impact when you first became a 49er. What do you see when you watch Nick Bosa? How is he similar to you? How is he different? How good is he? What do you think about Nick Bosa?
I'm going to be totally honest. I don't watch that much ball. When I've seen him play, I know he plays very strong. He has a high motor. We both had that in common. He's a playmaker. I do know that much, so we got that in common. And he's been consistent from what I've heard in the bits I've seen. And so, I mean, that's I have those things in common. He's had a lengthier career than mine, and I hope he continues to keep going out there and doing his thing because he's a very important part of that team. And it's good to see people go out there and make plays.
Yeah, still waiting for him to have a game where he has 5.5 sacks like you did, Alden. So maybe this year he can make that happen. Hey, Alden, before we let you go, I just want to say kind of what I said to you when I met you in person a few months ago, how happy I am and how proud of you that so many of us are, that you've been able to navigate the difficult times in your life and you've come back into the Niner fold and you've done it with such class and such self-confidence. I just want to say I'm really proud of you, Alden, and thanks for joining us.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. Thank you, Alden. We appreciate the time. Wow. The great Alden Smith.
Yeah. Awesome.
You said it well. You said it very well. Everything that he's gone through in his life.
Yes.
It's amazing that he's turned it around, that he's still with us.
The challenges that we all face are unique to our own journey. And if you're, want to put yourself into Alden Smith's shoes, and I was on the set actually at a show called Chronicle Live down the street.
I remember it, yeah.
It used to be Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, and I was doing a show with somebody who we all know, and we were doing a draft show, and the Niners took Alden Smith, and the person turned to me and said, "Who?" And I immediately had my phone out, and as they were going live to Matt Mayoko, and I was Googling it, I'm like, guy looks like he's a good player out of Missouri. And next thing you know, he's got 14 sacks as a rookie, 19 and a half in his second year. And we all were thinking, and that was the Super Bowl year, and you're thinking, oh my God, this guy is on not only a Hall of Fame track, but he could be one of the greatest players ever. And we all know what happened, some off-field difficulty, some challenges, some real-world issues. And for him to go from where he was to come back and to be able to be, a healthy, active, and contributing member of society, I'm I'm impressed, and I'm really proud of the way that he's been able to right the ship in his own life.
Yeah, no doubt. Well said. And you were talking there about kind of the moment that he broke onto the scene. I remember, and this was obviously later in the season, but it was 2011, the 49ers in 2011, and it was a Monday night game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Niners-Steelers, 2011. And the Steelers were like really, really good that year. I mean, that was kind of the peak of the Roethlisberger era. Maybe a little bit before, but they were very, very good for a very long time. And it was kind of like Niners, new kids on the block a little bit, Monday Night Football, you're on ESPN. Are you going to be able to knock down the mighty Steelers? And I remember, in my memory, I thought it was a little earlier in the season, but the win put the Niners to 11-3 on the year. But in my mind, it was like the moment the Niners arrived as like a legitimate player in the NFL. And I remember it as Alden Smith's coming out party. He had 2.5 sacks in that game. He just absolutely dominated. He had Ben Roethlisberger running for his life the whole game. Niners went 20-3. The defense just absolutely dominated the Steelers. They got a field goal in the third quarter. That was it. I will always remember that game as like the first moment in my lifetime that I can remember. Obviously, the Niners went to the playoffs in the early 2000s and with Jeff Garcia, but I don't really remember it that much. This was the first moment where I allowed myself to think, my Niners are a Super Bowl contender. It was that game, and Alden Smith was a big part of it.
No doubt, and I'm looking at the box score right now, 7 QB hits, 2.5 sacks, which gave him 13 on the year, and that was his rookie year. And he came out, he played in every game. And
dominant.
You had, the Cowboy, and you had Alden Smith, and just watching him, he looked like a physical freak, and he was. He was so tall, so long, yet so strong, and just completely unstoppable on the edge. And what a tandem, because you had Justin Smith in the interior absorbing and dominating double teams.
The Cowboy.
And Alden was able to make his way on the outside, getting one-on-one coverage a lot. And you're right, Grandy, that year really felt like it was going to be something. And then you had that game against New Orleans in the playoffs where Dante Whitner put Pierre Thomas to sleep on the goal line with one of the biggest hits in 49er history.
Yep.
The hit man, and Thomas fumbles it. A hit now that not only would be flagged, but
he might get ejected.
He might be
and
jailed.
Suspended.
I was thinking about jail time for Dante Whitner in 2012. But yeah, those were not the glory days of my youth, but certainly for your youth. And, Alden said it, hard to believe that that's now 12 plus years ago where, he was a rookie and he was dominant, and his second year was dominant. And, you can't help but wonder what if, but I'm glad we don't have to wonder what if with Alden Smith being either behind bars or, even worse, you know?
Well said. And I think we got someone on the line who wants to share similar sentiments. Steve in the city joins us next here on Willard and Dibs. What's up, Steve? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, fellas. Just wanted to thank Dibs for having Alden on. It's as extraordinary as the 19.5 sacks were for those of us who remember them. What he's accomplished since then off the field sounds like it makes the 19.5 sacks pale in comparison. So it's really cool to hear that he's doing well. So thanks, Tim, for having them on.
Yeah, Steve, I wish I could take credit, but it's Director of Sports Lucas Alexander and Carter behind the glass. It's a team effort, but yeah, Steve, it's funny because I met him in person 3 or 4 months ago, and I just kind of had that moment where we were off the air and I got to spend 5 or 10 minutes with him and just got a chance to just go eye to eye and man to man and tell him how much I was impressed by the fact that he was even alive. Because I have a couple of family members who have dealt with addiction, and you see them in their spot where they're on the brink. And I mean, it's either you make a decision to change or you go further down the road and that's it. Not only is your career over, but your life is over. And the fact that he's still alive, I do think is maybe a miracle's too strong, but very, very impressive that not only did he make it through that, Grandy, but he's putting himself back out there publicly, knowing full well that everybody knows, like, it's different than if you or I goes down a road of addiction and failure and whatever would happen to us. That's not in the public domain. Everybody knows what Alden Smith went through.
Yeah.
And yet to go through it, to get better, to rehabilitate yourself and then go back in the public eye, That to me is really impressive.
It really is. And if you are maybe one of us out there that aren't entirely sure what we're talking about when we just kind of briefly say Alden Smith's journey, it's a relatively dark journey, and it's not the easiest thing to hear at times. But if you want a little more of that context, just Google search Alden Smith, Willard, and Dibbs, because you're talking about when you met him 2 months ago, the Dwight Clark Legacy series. Not only did you meet him in person and talk, but he also came on the show a couple of months ago, sat down in front of you and Mark Willard, and had detailed his recovery journey and all that, and he shared a lot more of those personal details, and he was very kind to do so. And we're very, very honored that he was willing to do that on this show and on this station. But you'll be able to see it if you just search Alden Smith, Willard, and Dibbs. The YouTube video will pop up. Not only will you hear all those stories, but you also get to see Dibbs in a button-up shirt and a sport coat.
Your pants, too.
There you go. Well, we don't get to see the pants.
Yeah, but sport coat.
Yeah,
it was one of
looking
those
good,
events,
Dibbs.
well, it was one of those events where your boy had to clean up a little bit. And, I like to wear shorts every single day of my life. It's kind of one of the things that I love most about my career choice.
You wearing shorts today?
Always. And I've always wanted to have a job where I could wear shorts to work, and I'm lucky that the PD doesn't sweat me on that. Previous PD would come up to me and say, "Shorts, eh?" And be like, "Yeah, dude, I'm on the radio. I'm wearing shorts, Team Canada, and you're going to have to deal with it." And so, but it's just, I always wanted to have a job where I could wear shorts to work.
Oh, congratulations.
Anyway.
You got the job done.
Well, and that day I had to wear pants and a sport coat because we were down there.
It's fine every once in a while.
Rubbing elbows with Steve Young, and Alex Smith came by, and Ronnie Lott. And it's like, you can't be in full schlub mode at that point.
Yes.
I'll schlub it up for you, but not for Hall of Famers.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
You hold
Well,
yourself
you're in a
to a
hoodie,
different...
exactly.
Yeah, I'm in a hoodie. Go Ducks.
Yeah. We have different standards here in the studio, but
no doubt.
Always good to catch up with Alden. My only regret is that he's not watching ball, because this team, and I doubt he's watching any football. He probably might be too soon, because really he's only 34, and he's only, I think, 3 years removed from his last comeback attempt. So it might still be too fresh on the palate. Yeah, 2020 was the last time he played for Dallas. I don't know if you remember that year. He played 16 games for Dallas, and he actually looked pretty good. And you thought, okay, Alden, let the comeback continue, and then that was just it. One and done.
One and done.
But it might be too soon for him to, go back and watch ball, but I'd love for him to watch this team, because Bosa, and you put it perfectly, different players, different body types, but equally impactful.
Very successful in their own way. Yeah. Alden Smith was just like this long, thin, crazy athletic. He just, and lightning quick. He just get around you before you could even blink. Bosa is just like so incredibly flexible and obviously strong, when he'll just like bend over around you to avoid the block, and he'll get low to the ground, and he'll sneak underneath your block. But Alden Smith would just absolutely just run right past you. There's nothing you can do about it.
And Bosa also will get inside you and just drive you back. He'll absolutely, push you. He can go around you. Like you said, he can bend and get the corner. Alden was just a tall, long, strong, athletic freak.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number to call. We've been talking a lot about the 49ers. Not necessarily excitement, although there is excitement, but some nerves for this upcoming 49ers season, expectations. And if you got to say something to celebrate Patrick Willis on the eve of his enshrinement in Canton for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you can let us know, 888-957-9570. It's time for a break, but before, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, check out Cam Inman's conversation with Bonte and Shasky earlier today on the Morning Roast for all things from Niners training camp. More Willard and Dibbs with Dibbs and Grandy coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Randy in for Mark Willard on Willard and Dibbs. He'll be back on Monday. Dan Dibley here, as always, though, on 95.7 The Game. And we got some Olympic action going on. Don't worry, I won't spoil it. You just turned me on to Olympic trampoline.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. If you haven't watched the trampoline event at the Olympics, it's basically gymnastics on steroids. I'm not saying that they're on steroids, but imagine your best trick on a trampoline and go ahead and times it by 1 million, and then do that trick 7 times in a row.
That's incredible.
Incredible. And these guys and these ladies are going about 25 to 30 feet above the trampoline, and it's triple flips with a double twist, land it, and go ahead and do a double back with 3 twists and land it, and then do something else.
Difficulty of that routine was 18.
Yes.
That was pretty, is that the most difficult you can get?
Wang Zhizhe, terrific. I like the player. I like the routine.
You know what it reminds me of? It's obviously a different sport. I'm not sure there's a trampoline video game or a gymnastics video game. There might be a gymnastics video game out there, but it reminds me of like those skateboarding video games.
Yes.
Where obviously, the professional skateboarders, Tony Hawk, who I think was in attendance to watch Simone Biles yesterday, which was cool to see. What you do in real life on a skateboard versus what you can do in a skateboarding video game where you can do like 8 different twirls and flips and all that. That's what these guys are doing on trampolines. What I do with my little avatar on a skateboarding video game. And they land it every single time.
Every time. And, they land it and they immediately launch into another trick. And I like this camera angle from straight above because you can really see exactly how high these guys are going.
It looks like their head's about to hit the camera that's on the roof of this place.
Yeah, and they got mats just in case somebody goes askew. And, just in case somebody goes off the mark. Yeah. You don't want to have anybody
could be dangerous.
Get badly hurt, yeah.
It is always funny watching these kind of competitions at the Olympics or any other like big sporting event. Trampoline where you have judges, gymnastics where you have judges, all those sports, because I watch some crazy athlete who's been training 20 years, their entire life to do this, and they pull off something I could never even imagine up in my brain. And I'm like, oh my God, that was perfect. Like, it could not have been any better. And then like 2 seconds later, the broadcaster says, oh, and that's a major deduction there.
Totally.
It's like, what?
Right.
That was the best thing I've ever seen. How was that being deducted?
Yeah, and I was watching Simone Biles last night on the replay of her balance beam exercise, which ultimately launched her into first and helped her get the individual all-around gold medal. And the things that they're doing on a balance beam, which I think is 4 inches wide. And
incredible.
It's flips and round off back handsprings and all the rest of it. Gymnastics move that I could never dream about doing on a trampoline, on a floor, whatever. And they're doing it on the beam. It's mind-boggling what these athletes can do in their discipline.
And then you see what Simone does on the floor, on her floor routine, where she consistently gets higher than she jumps higher than any other athlete, does, I don't even know what the technical term for it is, more spins and twists and flips than anybody else. And the broadcast did a good job of it if you were watching either primetime last night or when it was live earlier in the day, saying Simone Biles, as high as she gets, given her height, is like if LeBron jumped up to 14 feet.
Exactly.
Like, that's how incredible what Simone Biles, and there's a little bit of a pad on the floor. It's not like you're jumping off of a hardwood basketball court, so it's not entirely fair, but how short she is and how high she gets, there might not be anything more athletically impressive than watching Simone Biles do that.
Yeah, and I would love to see her in the dunk contest. Let her do like a round-off double backflip with a basketball.
Oh my
Have somebody
God.
throw up a lob and watch the 5'1" gymnast be able to throw it down.
That would be incredible.
Yeah. So anyway,
amazing.
Olympics, I geek out on it, and it's fun having it on here in the studio while we're working.
Yeah.
So get a chance to watch, Canada and Spain and hoops, which all this is now recorded. It's 1:30 in the morning.
I know the result of this game.
You can spoil it.
I didn't even think about it.
Is that Aaron Brooks?
It's Dylan Brooks.
Oh, Dylan Brooks. Aaron Brooks is the duck, yeah.
Dylan Brooks is the duck.
Aaron Brooks I thought he also was a duck.
Aaron Aaron Brooks also, from he must 06 or something
like that, yeah.
Yeah, the short point guard.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks, public enemy number one in this area.
Totally.
Also an Oregon Duck, and yes, when he was at Oregon, he was my favorite
Canadian,
player.
which there's a bunch of sneaky Canadians.
The Canadian
Kelly
roster.
Olynyk, I didn't know he was Canadian.
Canada's got a squad, quietly. They got a squad, and they're doing battle with Spain. They did battle. It's currently airing right now, but it is already over.
Yep.
We were talking a lot earlier today about kind of the pressure on the Niners this season, and I know Alden Smith, at least in his experience, didn't really call it pressure. And if you missed Alden Smith last segment about 40 minutes ago, you can rewind on the free Odyssey app. If that's where you're listening on our YouTube stream, go back and find it. It'll also be up on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts, under the Willard and Dibbs section. It'll be up there shortly, and you can listen to it that way as well. But generally speaking, there's some pressure on the 49ers to get it done sometime soon, because you're not always going to have this perfect situation. And this is very likely the best roster that Brock Purdy will have at any point in his career in the future. He probably will never have a roster as good as this around him. And that's not, a knock on anybody. It's just the reality of the situation and what happens when you have a high-priced quarterback. And it also brings up, I think, something else, and this was something you and Mark Willard talked about last week. I wanted to run it past everyone again to kind of set the stage for the conversation. But you remember, Dibbs, last offseason when Brock Purdy was coming off of his torn UCL, and there was a question of not only there's probably Niner fans and people out there who were not sure if Purdy was, first of all, even when healthy, good enough to be the quarterback of this team. But you also were unsure if he was going to be healthy enough to begin the season at any point in the season, and this was a really important season for the 49ers. So what did Kyle Shanahan and the Niners do, Dibbs? They called up Tom Brady, and Kyle Shanahan tried to find out if Tom Brady would come and be the quarterback of the 49ers. And Kyle Shanahan earlier this offseason, pretty recently with Tim Kawakami, was trying to sell that off as a compliment to Brock Purdy. You remember all this, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So I always want to play. It's a longer cut. It's Shanahan on the TK show, Tim Kawakami. I want to run through his thought process behind this, because then, something we have not done yet on this show, we can hear how Brock Purdy responded to that idea. So here's Kyle Shanahan with Tim Kawakami on the TK show last week, explaining why the 49ers went after why the 49ers went after Tom Brady.
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong, kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. After the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. He was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine, and I knew how good he was. But I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far, and to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision, but I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy, but it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week one, that he'd for sure come back the right way. There was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him, and I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. Like, the only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment, and Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well, and Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
Trying to get Tom Brady to come here last year, Brock, that was a compliment to you. You buy that?
I totally buy it, because he's saying that you get the keys, except if I can find the greatest of all time to take the job, and then you'd be QB2. You don't have to worry about Trey Lance anymore. You did so much that we're giving you the keys unless I can get Tom Brady. So that is a compliment. It's not like he was saying, geez, if we can get Blaine Gabbert back, or darn it, if Nick Mullins is available, then we're going to have a competition.
Maybe we can get Josh Johnson back in here.
He basically said, you are QB1. You did so much, although, if I have a chance to get Tom Brady, the greatest to ever do it, and the guy who just won it in Tampa, if I can pull him back for one more year, not knowing if you're healthy, by the way. They didn't know if Brock was healthy at that point or not. He hadn't even had surgery yet. He was coming off the NFC Championship game loss, and they were hoping the surgery would go well and that he'd be ready to go in the fall, and history shows that he was ready, but at the time, he was thinking about his fallback plan and stuff, and so he thought that Tom Brady was the best possible option, and so if he could get Brady, then that's the only way that Brock wouldn't be QB1. I do think that that's a compliment.
Maybe the bigger storyline here is this whole thought process for Shanahan last year, just admitting what we already knew, that him deciding to go with Garoppolo again after the 2019 season instead of Tom Brady, maybe that was the biggest mistake of the Shanahan tenure, of the Shanahan era. But he didn't want to make the same mistake twice, and he tried to get him back. Last time, Brady wanted to be here. Shanahan didn't want him. This time, Shanahan wanted him here, and Brady said, no, I'm done. I'm officially retired. I don't want to come back anymore. And so the Niners swung and missed on Tom Brady twice.
Yes, and the first time you can understand, and his rationale, I think, is right, where Jimmy Garoppolo just led you to the Super Bowl. And so if you bring in Tom Brady and, a hamstring or something happens and you kind of messed up Jimmy because Jimmy took you to the Super Bowl, and then now Jimmy gets shuttled to be the backup again, by the way, behind Tom Brady. So if you had Brady at that point and Brady didn't work out for whatever reason, and now Jimmy G is his backup again, having led you to the Super Bowl, what does that do to Jimmy Garoppolo? And so that's why at that time, which is interesting because that's when Brady wanted to come here. And the Niners basically said, nope. Yeah, it's going to be a no from us, dog.
We believe you're kind of done, Tom. Sorry.
Right, and we believe in our guy who led us to the Super Bowl. And Tom was coming off a bad year. And so Tom goes out and wins the Super Bowl.
And you're like, oh, no.
And Jimmy G, basically shows himself as the quarterback that he probably always was, which is good, but not great. And now he's not as good as he was then. And so now you're in a spot where you've got Brock and you want to go after Tom again. But this time you have a quarterback that you really like, but this is Tom Brady. And it's clear that Kyle Shanahan's got his eyes for Tom Brady and has for the majority of his career. And it's like, the one guy I've always wanted to coach and the one guy I've always wanted to have is Tom Brady. And so you had a chance once and you blew it, maybe. And then the second time you went after him and you didn't get him. So that's probably one that's always going to stick with Kyle.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. A year ago, Kyle Shanahan chasing Tom Brady. Is that a compliment to Brock Purdy? You buy that? You buy what Kyle Shanahan is selling? I think it ties into the theme of the show today, Dibs, and it is Kyle Shanahan. I mean, obviously, you're always willing and you should be at least willing to do whatever it takes to try to win a Super Bowl and make your team as good as possible. But if there was any kind of concern that it might, I don't know, hurt the relationship with Brock Purdy or whatever the case is, maybe you'd be a little less tempted to do it. But why you would be more tempted to do it is you understand you got a little bit of a window here and an opportunity. Obviously, they'd be paying Tom Brady more than they're paying Brock Purdy, but still, it's not like he's going to be commanding $60 million, I would imagine, if he was to sign with this team next year. You got a little bit of a window with this roster, all this talent, to get something done. So I think it's relatively obvious as well, Dibs, that there are people within the Niners organization that understand the pressure that is on them to try to make sure to get something done here over the next year or two.
For sure. And you've got a quarterback on a rookie deal, which colors everything. And we should take a moment while we're talking about Tom Brady to wish him a happy birthday.
Today?
Tomorrow.
Oh.
47.
Wow.
47. So as we're having this conversation, and I know it's more of a reflective convo about what has already happened and what might have been, but August 3rd, tomorrow, he will turn 47. So, I mean, even to think about that, it seems ridiculous to even bring up, but Tom Brady just played a couple of years ago at 44, I believe, his last year. So,
yeah,
it's not that far-fetched. It is far-fetched because what you talked about, your quarterback's on a rookie deal, and that to me is where the majority of this window talk lies, because Brock Purdy's making just about $1 million, and that allows you to spend the entirety of the cap elsewhere. And you had a great stat yesterday about only 2 quarterbacks ever have won the Super Bowl while making more than 14% of the cap.
Only one.
And it was just Mahomes. I thought Brady was the other one.
Brady was, I think, just a tick under 14%. I can find it again.
No, you had it right. And that's where the line was set at 14%. So, you've got a quarterback this year who's making about 1.3% of the cap. And so, yeah, that's where your window lies. And all these other quarterbacks, the high-paid guys, they're all making between 18 and 24% of their team's cap, and it makes it harder for them to build around that high-priced quarterback.
Yeah, Mahomes last year, his cap hit as a percent of the team's entire salary cap, what they're paying their entire roster. Mahomes is the highest to have ever won the Super Bowl, 22.7% last year. It's crazy he's the highest to have ever done it. Patrick Mahomes is on, other than Brock Purdy, the most team-friendly contract in the NFL, considering the output from that player. Tom Brady in 2021, when he won with the Buccaneers, the second highest cap hit percentage ever to win a Super Bowl, 13.7. So just a tick under that 14%.
Yeah, and there you have it. And you look at this year, and we ran through the list yesterday of all the quarterbacks from, Josh Allen and Tua and Cousins and Deshaun and
Herbert,
Calamari, and all these other guys who are making upwards of 20%. And it feels like that trend is going to end because there are so many good quarterbacks who are making more than that. But maybe Brock Purdy keeps the trend alive by finally winning Super Bowl number 6 for the Niners.
Yeah, maybe. He's his current cap hit percentage, 0.45%.
0.45.
It's the lowest Purdy in the NFL.
Jeez.
The only other that is even in his neighborhood, the only other that's less than 1%, is Russell Wilson, and he's only there because the cap hit we're only counting is the team that he's playing for. The Denver Broncos are still paying Russell Wilson a ton of money, but the Pittsburgh Steelers are paying him just about what Brock Purdy is being paid. So Russell Wilson's cap hit against the Steelers, 0.47% of their entire cap. Brock Purdy, 0.45.
And I think that Brock Purdy's making less than Tanner Mordecai on the team. And I have to confirm that, but Mordecai signed a 3-year, $2.855 million contract. His average annual is $951,000.
I think it's a little more than Brock. Yeah.
So if you look at the average salary for this year, Brock Purdy is ranked below some guys you've never heard of, including QB4 for the Niners, Tanner Mordecai.
He might not even make the roster. We'll see.
Larry Krueger, a friend of the program,
loves him.
He loves Mordecai. So, and if Mordecai, and this is where these exhibition games become tricky, because if you love Tanner Mordecai, you don't want to showcase him thinking that you can have him wind up on your practice squad, or you play him a lot and he looks good, and then you cut him, and then another team picks him up, and then he's no longer able to be on your practice squad.
Yeah, because you still got Brandon Allen. You signed Josh Dobbs this offseason. Those are the 3 quarterbacks most likely you're going to carry into the regular season, which means in order to keep Tanner Mordecai, you either have to cut someone else you've given guaranteed money to, or you have to hope he makes it through, and then you can add him to your practice squad, and then you can keep him that way. But it's kind of the predicament the Niners found themselves in with Brock Purdy a couple of years ago, when ultimately they said, well, this guy's good enough. We don't want to take the risk. We're just going to make him our 3rd-string QB, and you cut, his name is escaping me, a guy you signed that same offseason. You gave him some guaranteed money, and he ultimately became the quarterback.
Sudfeld.
Nate Sudfeld.
Sudsy.
And then they cut him, paid him to leave, essentially, because they had guaranteed money, and he became a backup for the Detroit Lions. Maybe there's a similar situation approaching the Niners this offseason. However, they probably feel a little bit safer about their current quarterback situation than they did a couple of years ago when it was Trey Lance, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo, and then Brock Purdy.
Yes, or you could get to the same spot that you did last year where the 49ers wound up trading Trey Lance for a 4th-round pick, and that happened in August. So you might get to a spot where, Dobbs looks good and Brandon Allen, but you like Mordecai, and so you wind up trading either Dobbs or Allen to make room for Tanner Mordecai to be QB3.
Yeah, Tanner Mordecai.
It's possible. And you look at your quarterback situation and you're hoping for Brock Purdy to start 16 of the 17 again, and that 17th game being like it was last year where you don't need it. You're already the number 1 seed, and so you got Sam Darnold a start where he looked okay, and ultimately he landed on his feet, and now he goes somewhere else to get a chance to be QB1, and you hope for the same thing for Josh Dobbs this year.
Yeah. An update on Brock Purdy, it was part of the show yesterday, was all those interceptions at training camp, big deal or not. We heard from Kyle Shanahan earlier today, gave us an update about Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. He said there's no update, just a bro hug, nothing special. Kyle Shanahan was, however, asked about Brock Purdy's interceptions. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about Brock's propensity to turn the ball over in training camp.
Always stats are made a big deal in practice, and I know that'll stick out too. And, we never want a lot of picks in practice, regardless of who it is. But, Brock's never really had an interception problem. He's protected the ball pretty well in this league for his 2 years, and he also isn't scared to let it rip too. When you're in practice, if we were really trying to fix that, and if he had a problem, and you come out and that's all we're focusing on, and he still has some stats like that, then that's something that concerns you. But that's something I really haven't been worried about with Brock on, and that's why those stats are also something that hasn't bothered me at all.
Shanahan unbothered by Brock Purdy's interceptions, as he should be.
Right, and I like your use of propensity, and I also like what Kyle said about let it rip, because that's what you want to do in August. You want your quarterback to just let it rip. You don't want him to get back there after his drop, hit the back foot, and think, oh boy, the last thing I want to do here is throw a pick. Mayoko and Barrows and Cam Inman, they've got their pens out, and I see David Lombardi, 6'5" over there, and he's watching me.
Oh, call me too.
And Whitley Sandretto, she's running.
Carter Chickering.
I mean, they're all watching me. I can't throw a pick right now. So just get back there and let it rip. And, practice stats to me are among the least useful things that happen in the sports year. I don't even know what a good comp would be. Maybe plus minus in the NBA
for like a single game.
Right, he was a -7 today, and the team won by 11. That must mean that he's not playing very well. No, it just means that when he was out there, the other team scored more points. But practice stats for me among the most meaningless things that are out there.
I'm with you. Shanahan not worried about Purdy's interceptions. Neither are we. But did Brock Purdy think Kyle Shanahan chasing Tom Brady last year was a compliment? If you heard that sound earlier, Kyle Shanahan explaining it, he did say to Tim Kawakami, I don't know how Brock would feel. You'd have to ask him. Well, guess what? Tim Kawakami asked him, and we'll let you know what Brock Purdy said, how he answered that question on the other side. As Willard and Dibs continues, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Final hour of a week. Happy Friday to everyone out there. You're driving home after your week of work. Get home safe. Hope you have a good weekend. It's Dibs and Grandy here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard will be back on Monday, reacting after a big weekend of Giants baseball. Who knows? At the end of this weekend, we might be ready to wave the white flag on the Giants season if things go terrible in Cincinnati. If things go great, maybe we're all back on the bandwagon. We'll find out, and Mark Willard will be back on Monday to break it all down. A gutsy win, Dibs, for Team Canada in basketball over Spain.
It's not over. What are you doing to me?
Oh, you knew the result?
I didn't know the result. I've been locked in on this game. It happened hours ago. We're watching it on USA.
You're joking.
No, I'm serious. I'm not that locked in, but I didn't know the result.
Oh.
Canada up 1 with 3.1 to go. And, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Go ahead and turn it off. I don't even know who has the ball, but, doing radio, we got 3 TVs around, and then if there's not something that's really compelling to watch, it's just on, and, you might glance up. If Willard is doing one of his 3-minute bits, I might glance up and see what's going on, but this is a game that I kind of was watching.
Well, it's kind of funny because you came to the defense of Evan Giddings yesterday.
I did.
Who spoiled what happened in gymnastics in the all-around event yesterday. You came to his defense, and now I spoiled something for you. So give you a taste of your own medicine
totally.
There, Dibs.
Canada's got the ball anyway, so Spain's got a foul.
One with 3 seconds. This game's over. Shea will make them both. I think that's Shea, right? Yeah, that's Shea. But on the other team,
Canadian?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Canada has a squad. They have Jamal Murray coming off the bench.
Part of the fun of watching the Olympics, especially in basketball, it's like, oh my God, that guy's Slovenian?
Exactly.
Especially with, Canadians, because I'm not that locked in. I know that Andrew Wiggins is Canadian, but
the Warriors said, no.
It's funny because I don't even know if he would have made this team, because that Canada team is good.
Jamal Murray coming off the bench.
Right.
Kind of a decision. Whoever the Canadian head coach is deciding to start Lou Dort, defensive stalwart for the Thunder, and Dylan Brooks. Not a fan of, doesn't have a fan around here, but very good defender in the NBA. And I think the international game, the FIBA game, the Olympic game is kind of fits what Dylan Brooks does as a basketball player. They're starting those 2 guys over Jamal Murray. So Jamal Murray coming off the bench for Team Canada.
And if we can just stay in Olympic basketball for just a moment and talk about Steve Kerr, I do think it's interesting and partly hilarious, the criticism that he's receiving in some corners about, Jason Tatum didn't play the first game, right? And everybody was just appalled. And Steve Kerr, what are you doing? Imbecile and this and that.
He just won the finals and signed the richest contract in NBA history.
Steve Kerr's job is not easy, and I think that he's done a good job early on of shuffling the starting lineup, and Kevin Durant said as much. Steve Kerr is kind of picking and popping. He's matching their team up with who the opponent is, so it's not as easy as, play the 5 best guys and play them a lot. You got to balance egos, and you also have to balance skill sets in a very short tournament such as this one.
Yeah. And I think we got a piece of sound here. I'm putting it on my board. Stephen A. Smith on ESPN. And this is, I think, probably maybe the number one person that you're talking about here who ripped Steve Kerr for what he did to Jason Tatum. Let's just take a listen. It's Stephen A. doing Stephen A. things. Yeah. Ripping Warriors and Team USA head coach Steve Kerr.
The Boston Celtics are the reigning defending champion. Who's the number 1 option? Jason Tatum. Who defers to Jason Tatum? Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Derek White. 2 players from the Boston Celtics that defer to him 8 months out of the year. He playing behind. That don't make no damn sense. Steve Kerr.
Why do you think he made that move?
Because Steve Kerr is looking at his patterns, his substitution, and they know this better than me. You get addicted to what you orchestrate. Well, we got this starting 5, and then after that, we got this 5 coming off the bench. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about Team USA. They're not a team. They're a collection of individuals who are great. And as a result, they have the talent to overcome it. And you're telling me with a straight face, Steve Kerr, that I got 10 dudes in the world that I'm going to put on the court before Jason Tatum. And it ain't the game situation and what evolved and what developed. He told him before the game, well, you might not play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have played.
And Tatum said it was a humbling experience.
I would not have advertised. I'm not supporting Jason Tatum doing this, but I would not have blamed him if that brother decided to take a flight back to the States. I'm serious. You can't embarrass him like that.
Oh, my God.
Take a flight back to the U.S.
That's it.
Because you didn't play in one measly group stage Olympic basketball game.
Exactly. And then the very
against
next game,
who was even the opponent that day?
That was not South Sudan.
Yeah, it was the game before South Sudan.
It was the opener, and I think it was the Joker's team. Was that Slovakia? Serbia. Serbia, I'm sorry. It was Serbia. And the very next game, Jason Tatum was in the starting lineup. Yeah. And I'm sure Stephen A is thinking it's because of me and all that pressure I put on Steve Kerr. His bit is great. Stephen A is fantastic at what he does, but I look at Steve Kerr's job, and I was saying during the crossover, of the 12 guys on the team, how many of them are Hall of Famers? And you could easily look at it and say, well, probably 10. I mean, are trending toward it.
Yeah.
Bam Adebayo, not sure. Anthony Edwards, long way to go to get there. Tyrese Halliburton, maybe if he continues this up for a long time. Derek White, probably not. But everyone else, Booker, Curry, AD, KD, Embiid, Drew Holiday's, I guess, a maybe, but I think that he is, the career he's at, and then LeBron James. So what are you doing here when you've got 12 really good players and you only want to play 10? A couple of these guys are going to have to sit.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you dive into like what Steve Kerr is doing before every single game, you dive into the matchups and what's going to work for an individual game, guess what, Jason Tatum? I'm sorry, you're not playing over LeBron James, and you're not playing over Kevin Durant. And guess what? They're not going small. They need either Anthony Davis or Joel Embiid, although Embiid's been bad. So generally, you need Anthony Davis because in that game against Serbia, you're going up against Nikola Jokic.
And Bam Adebayo as well is going to play
as well. You need a legit 5 in there to defend Nikola Jokic. And you're going to need shooting. So again, you're playing Durant over Tatum. LeBron is the captain. That might be maybe the most one that maybe you're most upset about. Even if you are upset about anything, LeBron's still amazing. But no matter what, LeBron is playing, even if he's playing poorly. That could be one that potentially, if LeBron struggles, you could get upset by because LeBron is going to play. He's LeBron freaking James. But I think Steve Kerr, the funniest thing is there's all these conspiracy theorists. Well, first Steve Kerr doesn't pick Jaylen Brown. He picks his teammate, Derek White. And now he's not even playing Jason Tatum. Steve Kerr is trying to get inside the Celtics locker room and kill them from the inside.
Right.
It's Steve Kerr. He's figuring it out. He's using dirty tactics to take down the defending champions. No, he's just making a basketball decision, what he thinks is going to help his team win. And guess what? They've won both of their games so far.
And pretty comfortably, too. And by double digits in each game. And Jason Tatum starts the second game, and who knows what's going to happen in the third game. One more game of pool play, I believe, and they've already qualified for the quarterfinals, so they're going to be moving on to the knockout stage anyway. And so, yeah, he's just trying to figure out combinations and lineups, and I just think it's hilarious when you look at reactions like Stephen A. Smith, and we're so appalled, and, people who
get on a flight.
Right, and we don't even know, if they're going to face the Celtics next year in the NBA Finals. That's now 10 months away, if they can even make it back to that level. So Steve Kerr's trying to plant a seed 10 months out. It just is ridiculous to me.
He's just trying to win basketball games. And then the change, the next game, maybe that Stephen A. Smith is taking credit for, potentially, or all the other haters that were hating on Steve Kerr for this, and you and I were in lockstep during the crossover. What's bugging us was the haters that were trying to downplay all this incredible athletic achievement for these historic Olympians. Steve Kerr, I guess, not technically an Olympian. Those are the athletes. Oddly, he won't get a gold medal if Team USA wins gold, but he's the Olympic Team USA head coach.
The coach doesn't get a gold medal?
I think we talked about that with Steve Kerr when he was named Team USA head coach.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I'll check on that in a second. But the change that was made for South Sudan after they had lost, if you recall, to South Sudan in their USA Basketball Showcase before the Olympics, they realized South Sudan, very long, quick, athletic. So what's the change for Team USA? Okay, maybe that's where you don't need your center. You don't need Joel Embiid. That's when you go a little bit smaller and you need the athleticism, the length, the quickness. That's when Jason Tatum is needed more. And surprise, surprise, that's when Tatum started and played, and he played well to his credit. But Steve Kerr is just playing the opponent in front of him. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and we talked about pressure before as it pertains to the 49ers this year, coming in as favorites. One of the favored teams are favored in every single game they're going to play this year. The amount of pressure on Team USA as they now advanced into the quarterfinals, and you've got basically one more game of group play. Doesn't matter as much as the bracket play. You got to win 3 straight to win a gold medal that everybody expects you to win. They were minus 500. You had to lay 500 to win 100 on Team USA to win the gold medal in basketball. So that, to me, is the real pressure that sits for Team USA.
Yeah. I mean, we can defend Steve Kerr here for all of these decisions and starting lineups and what rotation is he using and all of that. We can also, if we're going to play devil's advocate for a second, Dibs, we can also say, well, to be fair, no matter what your starting lineup is, as you laid out, you have Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers all over the place. No matter who you're starting, you should be able to beat South Sudan and Serbia. I know with Serbia, you got Jokic and a couple of other NBAers, but your Team USA, full of the best players in the world. Steve Kerr, pick 5 names out of a hat. That starting 5 might be good enough to win you any game in this tournament anyway.
Should be, but then again, you get 40 minutes and it's international rules, so things are a little bit different. You got Puerto Rico tomorrow, and that game is at 8:15. I believe 8:15 our time, so chance to wrap up Group C, and then from there you move on to the quarterfinals. And no matter who you play, and you were touting Canada, and you're right, they're 3-0, and Germany's 3-0, so there's still some good teams out there. France looks pretty good. Australia's got a lot of current and former NBA players, so when you get in the knockout stage, one bad quarter or one bad half, it can knock you out. You do have to be sharp.
Yeah, and by the way, I have confirmed, my memory was correct, coaches do not get Olympic medals even if the team they're coaching medals.
Okay.
So Coach Krzyzewski, Coach K, doesn't have a gold medal. And if the Team USA wins it in Paris this year, Coach Kerr will not get a gold medal. Just the athletes themselves.
That makes sense. If you take that to gymnastics, Simone Biles' coach doesn't get a gold medal for the U.S. winning the overall. And if you're the coach of a diver or a fencer or a wrestler or a boxer, you don't get a gold medal. Yeah. So why would a coach in a team sport get one? It makes sense.
It does feel a little bit different for team sport coaches, though. Maybe it's just, I don't know, the way that us here in the States think about it, or the way our sports are I don't know, organized as opposed to elsewhere. But
also we know who that is. If I asked you who the men's soccer coach is for the Olympic team, which got embarrassed and knocked out by Morocco,
3-0, 4-0. I turned it off when it was 3-0.
Right. I mean, I don't even know who the head coach is.
I don't know either.
Right. And so it's apropos of nothing other than to say I can understand why coaches in the Olympics don't get medals.
Yeah. Yeah. So one end is Stephen A. Smith absolutely ripping into Steve Kerr, and congrats, Stephen A. You got Jason Tatum in the starting lineup for the next game. We'll see what happens tomorrow when Team USA plays their 3rd game in group play in the Olympics. But on the other end of the spectrum, Dibs, you have someone like Brian Windhorst, also of ESPN, who wasn't upset at Steve Kerr. In fact, he was praising Steve Kerr. Here's Windy talking Steve Kerr at the Olympics.
Steve Kerr came out after the game last night, Greeny, and basically put out a sermon and said, this is not the NBA. This is not the soap opera. This is not drama. What we have here is a chance to win a gold medal over the course of 2.5 weeks. There's only a chance of 6 possible games, and he's going to change his lineup whoever fits the best in those each individual games. He's not going to care if a player gets upset or if a player isn't thrilled, because he doesn't have to worry about the player asking for a trade or getting re-signed or going to his agent. They are going to put out lineups that can win. And against the South Sudan, who plays a very athletic, spread the floor, speed game without much size, Joel Embiid didn't make sense. Jason Tatum made more sense in a wing-heavy lineup. He's going to continue to do this. In fact, he announced Jason Tatum will be back out of the starting lineup, and Joel Embiid will be back in on Saturday when they play Puerto Rico in their final pool play game. He's just not focused on what the rest of the world is focused on. He said none of the social media reaction to the way they play matters. The only thing that matters is that they get victories. And I'm going to tell you right now, Steve Kerr is dropping aces. All of his game plans have been working. His lineup changes have worked. Even Derek White, the player who was criticized for replacing Kawhi Leonard instead of Jaylen Brown, he's played 2 brilliant games. He's plus 33. Greeny, Steve Kerr's on a hot streak right now. If you're criticizing him, you're in a bad spot.
Oh, if you're criticizing him, you're in a bad spot. You better look out, Stephen A.
You better be careful.
You better be careful.
And I love it. He dropped it in at the end. He's a plus 33, plus minus. And I love plus minus when it serves my point.
Yeah.
And I use it all the time during the NBA season. I weaponize plus minus. If I want to talk about how bad Andrew Wiggins was and I see he's a minus 17, I mention it. Or if you want to talk about a player like Moses Moody, he needs to play more. He was a plus 9 in 12 minutes.
But then someone uses it against you, and you're like, well, plus minus.
It doesn't matter. Totally. Plus minus is definitely one of those stats where you use it when you need it, and when someone else uses it in an argument, it's like, one game.
Please.
Doesn't matter.
Please. I love the line, Brian Windhorst defending Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is dropping aces.
Totally.
And he's on a roll right now.
No doubt.
And beating South Sudan. Congratulations.
Well, you can only be 2-0 after 2 games. You can't be any better than 2-0. And I do know that they have a great plus minus point differential is actually a thing in terms of seeding if there's a tiebreaker. So USA should beat Puerto Rico. They should win the group, and then they go on, and we'll see who they face in the knockout stages.
Ooh, the knockout stage when it gets real.
Yeah.
Do or die.
Well, and
single elimination tournament.
You lose into quarters and you can't even sniff a medal.
Yeah.
You got to get to the semis to at least get into that bronze medal game. If you lose, which last time out in the FIBA World Cup, the USA got into the medal round and lost both games and got no medal.
Yeah.
They took 4th. So
pressure's on, Steve Kerr.
Big time.
Get it done,
pressure.
Steve.
Yep.
Bring the gold back home, although the only gold coming back home to the Bay Area, if it happens, would be Steph Curry's gold.
The chef.
And that's it.
Yep.
Who, by the way, kind of hasn't had a great Olympics so far.
Good second game against South Sudan.
Hasn't been shooting the ball very well.
Right. He's used to chipping and putting this time of year. His body clock's a little off.
Not used to playing basketball in the month of August. Speaking of American basketball players, on one of the TVs in here, Dibs, we have men's beach volleyball going on, and one of the stars of the American duo, Chase Buttinger, former NBA player. How about that?
Arizona, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Is where he went collegiately, and
played on the T-Wolves, maybe the Rockets.
Yeah, not a very glimmering NBA career, but I do know that he was a high school and I think a college volleyball player at Arizona, and then ultimately found his way to the NBA. Basketball and volleyball have a lot of crossover.
Oh, yeah.
And in fact, that, not to toot my own horn, toot, but when I had my dynasty at Archie Williams knee Drake High School up in Marin in the early aughts, I took over the team, and I had a senior named Shannon Levinson, diehard listener. What's up, Shannon? He told his brother, who was a freshman basketball player, and all his freshman basketball teammates, you all are playing volleyball or else. And so my program got jump-started by basketball players. And then the next year, I got another group of freshman basketball players. They fell in love with the game, and it turns out athletes who can jump are good at volleyball.
Yeah.
So my dynasty was born on the back of athletes like Chase Buttinger.
If you're tall, you can jump, you're agile.
Coordinated, exactly.
Good basketball player. Sounds like you'd be a good volleyball player, too.
Volleyball is a pretty easy game to learn. There are only, I think, 8 different skills, from the pass, the block, the set, the spike, dig, and simple foot movements. It's not a very complex game to learn if you're a good athlete.
Yeah, I don't know the result of this one. It's obviously not live right now. It's the first set. Spain's ahead, but I don't know how this match ends. You could spoil it for me if you want.
Yeah.
But you don't have to.
Well, I do know that Chase and his partner, they lost their first match, so and I don't think that this is that. So they've been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done. Yeah, they're 1-1 entering the day in Pool F. We'll see if they can get to 2-1. But we were talking earlier, the previous segment, about Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, and Shanahan trying to pass off his chase of Tom Brady a year ago as a compliment to Brock Purdy. And I know you buy it. I'm not so sure I do. What does Brock Purdy think? Brock Purdy was on the TK show, Tim Kawakami, earlier this week, and he asked Brock Purdy, what do you think about Kyle Shanahan saying him trying to acquire Tom Brady last season? That's a compliment to you, Brock. What do you think?
He was saying, we bring him in and you could heal up and then learn from, the best of all time and then be the guy to come in after. So I get the compliment of it, but at the same time, it's like, man, I'm ready to play right now and help this team win right now. So there's two sides of it for sure.
I get the compliment,
yeah,
but...
Well, yeah, of course. And you're coming off a year where you got the job and you led your team into the playoffs, into the NFC Championship game, and you played amazing. You didn't lose until your arm fell off. And so you think, all right, this is my job now. And you're heading into surgery, which is a bummer. But you know that the surgery, if it goes right, you'll be back throwing in 3 to 4 months. Plenty of time to get ready for camp. And then the coach calls you with that bit of news. Yeah, I'm sure your immediate thought was not, oh, what a compliment. Coach, yeah, thanks for really building me up by telling me you're looking to replace me with the GOAT.
There's more Brock Purdy continuing to discuss the Niners' pursuit of Tom Brady. This is on the TK show with Tim Kawakami.
How I took it was, I understand. I was hurt, and there wasn't really a certainty as to when exactly I'd be back. Would I be back for the season? Would it be midway through the season? Like, who knows at that time? And so I totally understood, the fact of Kyle and the team needed a quarterback for next season. And so when he said Tom Brady, I'm like, all right, that's cool for your sake as as a head coach and for a team to bring in, the best of all time. But yeah, a little bit of me was like, all right, well, I just proven that I beat this guy, this past year, and that I'm good enough to, take our team to, at the time it was an NFC Championship. And so there was a little bit to me where I was like, I can obviously be the guy for this organization. So, why not? But given the circumstances of me being hurt and, having some certainty at quarterback, I understand why he, was willing to have that as a thought.
I like that from Brock. I mean, you could tell he was a little peeved. A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he said, all right, that's cool for your sake. I just beat this guy, is what he said. I just beat Tom Brady that season. My first start as a professional, I beat the GOAT. I beat Tom Brady, and I thoroughly outplayed him. It was my first career start. I'm the guy now, Kyle. You're going out and trying to get someone else? I want my quarterback. I want my potential franchise guy to be upset by that. Sounded like Brock was a little pissed.
Yes, and he should be pissed, but at the same time, when you're Kyle, you're looking at a quarterback who is hurt, and he's going to need surgery, and you don't know how the surgery is going to go. And when he had that elbow injury on his throwing elbow, it's no guarantee that you're going to come back 100% and be ready to go for camp. So if you're Kyle, you got to do everything you can to make sure you have insurance, and your first insurance policy quest was going to be the GOAT, Tom Brady, a guy you've always wanted to bring in. And I think that it's great that Kyle has the self-confidence and he has the morals to go to Brock and tell him that straight up to his face, as opposed to, rumors, the nastiness and all that, the whispers. And then Brock Purdy's got to wonder if this is true. Kyle straight up told him, yeah, we're trying to get Tom Brady, and you're still the guy, but if we can get Tom Brady, you'll be the guy after a year. You go ahead and get healthy and you heal up, and, if something happens to Tom, then we're going to go back to you, but I'm going after Tom.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if you're going to do this at all, you got to be upfront about it, because otherwise you're going to create some problems down the line, even if it doesn't happen. But you kind of like Shanahan goes out and gives Tom Brady a call and tries to get him here. Ends up not happening, but Purdy later finds out or hears from somebody else that it was going down, or that Shanahan wanted it to go down. I could imagine that might get a little difficult for Purdy to deal with. The other thing that's interesting is I think it was Shanahan said on the TK show that he made the call, or maybe he didn't make the call to Tom, but he told Brock he was going to try to get Tom Brady like a week after the season ended. A week, fresh off of the NFC Championship game loss. This would be before the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl even happened. At that point, Kyle Shanahan is already thinking so far ahead, like, all right, Brock, you just tore your UCL. You're not even close to being able to have surgery yet. We're 7 days removed from that fateful day in Philly at the Link. I'm calling Tom, just so you know. Get well. We'll talk to you when OTAs come around, Brock.
Yeah.
Like a week after they lost.
It's a tough conversation, but you got to turn the page, and that's what you got to do if you're the leader and you're the head coach. And I just think that it's admirable that he did it up front and to his face. And how many tough conversations do we have in our life where you don't actually have it, and maybe you do something behind somebody's back and you hope they don't find out what happens, and you make a decision and you never actually tell them face to face what you're doing. It's hard to do that sometimes, to confront somebody with bad news and tell them a decision that you're going to make and try to explain it, knowing full well that that person's going to be pissed off. It's not easy to do. I admire Kyle for doing it.
Trying to think of the other franchises in the NFL who maybe wouldn't have the decency to handle the situation that way. First of all, there's probably not a lot of organizations who would think they have a legitimate shot to go and just approach Tom Brady after he retired and be like, hey, you want to come? You want to come play for us? And I mean, off the cusp, like Washington, they wouldn't handle it that way. They wouldn't. Right. Maybe, who knows how the new Washington regime is going to play out? But last year's Washington regime, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, definitely wouldn't have been willing, probably, to approach their current quarterback and say, "Hey, sit tight. We're going to try to get Tom Brady." They would have just went behind closed doors, I would imagine. A couple of other poor run franchises. I don't know how, say, Jerry Jones and the Cowboys would handle things. They seem to maybe be willing to do a little bit more things behind closed doors.
I do think about Kyle when they were going to trade up to draft Trey Lance, and the story is that they called Jimmy Garoppolo and told him what their plan was. And that's another one where, you did the right thing. You did the classy thing by letting the player know what your plan is. And that's an even tougher one because you're drafting a guy to replace Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe not immediately, but so you call Jimmy and you say, hey, just so you know, we're taking 2 first-round picks for 3 first-round picks to move up, to get a first-round pick, to take a quarterback, and we want him to be your replacement. Maybe not week 1, maybe not week 6, but this guy's coming for you. We're drafting your replacement. Have a good afternoon. And I'm sure it was a voicemail message because Jimmy doesn't answer the phone famously, but they at least made that call, right?
Yeah.
And that's classy.
Yeah, and there's like this instance, Shanahan trying to chase Brady, as you heard him, we played it earlier in the show, trying to sell it off as a compliment. And, he does a pretty good job of selling it. There's no way you can sell to Jimmy Garoppolo them trading all those picks to draft a quarterback as a compliment.
Exactly.
No chance you can sell that as a compliment. You hear that if you're Jimmy Garoppolo from Kyle Shanahan, you immediately know, they don't think I'm good enough, and they don't want me to be their quarterback anymore because they don't think that I can lead them to a Super Bowl.
And it's a big difference in drafting a guy, first-round pick, 4 years with a 5th-year option, as opposed to, we're going to bring in Tom Brady for 1 year. Yeah. And after that, Brock, you're the man. We believe in you, Brock. But, if we can get Tom, even you could see we've got to go after Tom for a year. 5 years of Trey Lance is different than Tom Brady as a one-off.
Yeah. And the other instance, of course, the other characteristic here is that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't coming off of a major injury that might keep him out. It's certainly going to keep him from having a normal offseason. Brock Purdy was dealing with torn UCL, and there was the concern of whether or not he was ever going to even be back for that coming season. So it makes sense. It is interesting how it all played out, though, because Tom Brady wanted to be here in 2020, didn't work out. He goes to win a Super Bowl. And then the way that the story works, you remember he appeared on that podcast and he was talking about how there was this one team he wanted to go to that offseason, and he was kind of talking trash to the organization that didn't want him. And at that time, we didn't know exactly who he was talking about. And he said, "You're going to stick with that guy over me?" And now we know he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly. And
his former teammate, his former backup.
And that's why the comment was so pointed because, Tom Brady, I'm sure was thinking when Jimmy Garoppolo got traded to the Niners in the first place, and the report was the Niners wanted Brady, and the Patriots said, hit the pike, no way, that, at that point, Tom Brady's thinking, yeah, of course they would rather have me than Garoppolo, and then Garoppolo goes to the Super Bowl, Brady wins one, and now you want to have me replace Garoppolo? No thanks. This guy again? I wonder what the backstory of that relationship really is.
I don't know. It's interesting because there's the moment where Jimmy Garoppolo came in for Brady, that one spot start, and played really well. I think it was a Monday night game in Arizona, if I remember correctly, and Jimmy Garoppolo played well. That's probably where his stock and the Jimmy Garoppolo, aura really began. It's part of the reason why I'm sure the Niners were willing to make that trade, and it seemed like it was a great move, and he brought the organization up quite a ways, but could not get them over the top. That is an interesting relationship, Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo. To bring it back to current day, Kyle Shanahan did speak with the media today, had a couple of updates. Not worried about Brock Purdy's interceptions. This is the time for him to experiment and to work out some kinks and to see what his limits are and all of that. That was Kyle Shanahan today. But he also said, Dibs, he was asked about him and John Lynch's hug, dap, high five, handshake with Brandon Aiyuk, which took the internet by storm the other day. And this was Kyle Shanahan's first time addressing the media after that blew up on social media. Kyle Shanahan asked about that down in Santa Clara earlier today. Here's what the Niners head coach had to say.
I had a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and it got national media attention because it signaled something. What did that signal?
This is usually how we greet each other, honestly. You guys would see maybe a lot more hugs if we had it filmed for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug, nothing more, nothing less.
Where things stand with that? Is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates. Same with Trent.
That upsets you, doesn't it?
It does, and I like the question, which is, you seem to have a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk, and it was more enthusiastic than the handshake with John Lynch, but just the nature of what we do, and everything now is recorded for the most part, and once it's recorded, it's put on the internet, and then it's picked up, it's aggregated, it's talked about, and then we all leap to conclusions, and we had Larry Krueger saying, well, what I thought was it was a goodbye because he'd been traded. And what I said was I thought it was the kind of bro hug that said, dude, welcome. Glad that this contract is behind us. And the truth is, it was neither. It was just two guys who probably hadn't seen each other that day, or maybe in a day or two, seeing each other and sharing a warm embrace. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah.
And I take Kyle at his word, because if it was, hey, good job, I'm glad the contract's done, then we'd already know about it, because that was now about 32 hours ago.
Yeah, I suppose there could be, throughout the course of negotiations, there were probably breakthrough days, positive days, where maybe you take a big step forward, but it's still not done. And I suppose maybe that's what it could have been. And if it's not done yet, Kyle isn't going to say anything. I think even if we just take Kyle at his word and we believe that it means nothing, they were just saying hi to each other, hadn't seen each other yet that day. Maybe they didn't see each other the day before. Even if that was the case, Tibbs, first of all, the fact that Aiyuk is at training camp holding in, obviously part of that is so he doesn't get fined, but the fact that he's there is a positive sign. The fact that he's on the field on a semi-regular basis. Carter, I know you've been down at training camp a decent amount, specifically last week, and Aiyuk's been down there on the practice field, not practicing, but he's been there, and he's been walking with John Lynch. He's been seen walking off the practice field, maybe heading over to John Lynch's office somewhere to talk. Maybe they get his agent on the phone, or his agent is in the area too. Who knows? The fact that he's even willing to be there and to go up to John Lynch and give him a handshake, to to dap up Kyle Shanahan, and Shanahan pats him on the back a couple of times.
Enthusiastic.
Very enthusiastic.
Exactly.
Even, Dibs, if it is just what Shanahan is saying, nothing to see here, at the very least, the fact that all these things are happening suggests that the negotiation hasn't gone so poorly that Shanahan specifically more Aiyuk, is so turned off by the whole thing that doesn't want to be here anymore. The fact that all these things are happening at least shows that Aiyuk is semi-interested in still trying to work through this and get it done.
It's a great point because I didn't see Trent Williams with an enthusiastic bro hug of John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan. In fact, I haven't seen him at all. And he's holding out. And so I would imagine that, his feelings are a little bit harder than Brandon Aiyuk. And I know it's a different situation because Trent's got much more leverage and he can play a little bit more hardball. And Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to give up $50,000 a day and hold out. So he holds in and he isn't out there practicing. But it does feel like the very presence of Brandon Aiyuk makes the negotiation feel a little bit friendlier than what Trent Williams is going through. And honestly, with Trent, I'm not worried at all about him not being there. I would say 3 more weeks until I'd start to get worried. And, if we get to August 23rd, which would be 3 weeks from today, which would be about, I guess that would be 17 days away from the first game because they play on the Monday night. At that point, I would want to have Trent Williams in, but I'm sure he's working out and he's getting his body ready, and he wouldn't be fully participating in practice anyway, and he wouldn't play in any of these preseason games. So I'm less worried about Trent than I am Brandon Aiyuk actually getting this thing done and getting into camp.
For me, I think it's 2 weeks from 2 weeks from yesterday, 2 weeks from 2 days ago, so 12, 13 days from now is when I get concerned about both of them. I do get concerned by Aiyuk not practicing more because I think he needs longer to get up to speed than Trent does, but also saying that I think Trent is more valuable to the offense. But it's that second preseason game, Niners-Saints, because leading up to that preseason game, you have the intra-squad scrimmages where you're facing off against each other all week leading up into that game. And Kyle Shanahan has said a number of times, those practices are the most important practices of the entire preseason and training camp. So if Trent Williams and or Brandon Aiyuk are missing those, that's when I think I start to get relatively concerned. This might be something not necessarily that keeps them out of regular season games, but could perhaps impact the level with which they play if they are indeed available week 1, week 2, week 3.
And that Saints game that you're talking about is 2 weeks from Sunday, so the joint practices would be 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
I think they do a Thursday and a Friday and then gear up for a game on Sunday. I don't know the exact schedule. I don't have it in front of me, but basically 2 weeks from now, and they go to Tennessee to take on the Titans a week from tomorrow. Safe to say that Aiyuk and Trent won't play in that game. I'm not sure how much even Debo and George and Brock and Christian McCaffrey, if they play, it's probably one series. If that, you're going to see a lot of the 2s and the 3s in that game. A lot of Josh Dobbs, maybe a touch of Tanner Mordecai if he's able to get on the field, and Brandon Allen will get a bunch of snaps. But I don't know what you need to see from your first teamers at all. Maybe in the Saints game, the second game, coming off of joint practices, you give them a quarter or maybe a little bit more, and then you shut it down for the game 5 days later.
Yeah. You got the Titans now, 8 days from now?
Yeah,
First preseason game, 8 days from now. It's next Saturday, not Sunday. Saturday, August 10th is the first preseason game. Niners in Nashville against the Titans. Then you got the Saints at home. That's on the 18th, so that's the following Sunday. And then you got the Raiders to close out the preseason slate. That one's on a Friday, August 23rd, to close out the preseason slate, so you have a little bit longer to get ready for the beginning of the regular season. But that's it. Yeah. Only 3 preseason games now in the NFL.
Exciting. And coming up on the other side, not to steal the tease from you, but we do have a little bit of Trent Williams, not really news, but we have the results of the NFL top 10.
Oh, yeah. So, who finished higher, Trent or CMC?
That's coming up.
We'll find out. Okay, on the other side, yeah.
Where will we find out?
Right here on 95.7 The Game.